Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. $10 and up will be displayed. $100 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS text-to-speech message to $200 and up. Triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. If your chat or TTS is too toxic, we reserve the right to skip it. You can see the description for all other triggers and full details. We do have a muted microphone, champagne pop kick. If you want, I will even shave my beard. And somebody can buy Kiki even. So, yeah, check those out. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You get some perks for that. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show. Every single month, you get sub perks like no ads during streams. By the way, guys, I think it's bugged. It's been 31 minutes since we last got a Prime, so something weird's going on. If anybody can do a little quick test on that. We do Twitch exclusive streams, Madison stuff, IRL stuff, so be sure to check it out. We got merch. Shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal, get some merch. I'm wearing our Whatever hoodie. If you like it, get yourself one. Follow us on Instagram at Whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at Whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, check out my nonprofit movement. Oh yeah, also, well, the one before, that's my Instagram. You can follow me there. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. It's really the pressing issue of our time. 10,000 labiaplasties a year, just tragedy. So, I'm the spearhead of this movement. So, we need your support. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link for those are in the description. We have a private Patreon members only Discord. Discord.gg/whatever. Link is in the description. We posted the BTS of the girl who beat Nick up. It's crazy. It's wild. It's outrageous. If you want, check it out. Also, we have Spotify and Apple Podcast and Amazon Podcast. We got review bombed by some haters, all those 1 stars. So if you guys, we have the link in the description. If you listen on Apple Podcast, or you're down to drop us a little review, give us 5 stars, drop us a nice little review. And then also on Spotify, if you can rate us just 5 stars over there on Spotify. We got review bombed, the haters out in force. So appreciate that, guys. Oh, last thing, guys, there's a fire. There's a fire in Santa Barbara, the Lake Fire, boys. It's close. It's closing in. Only 12% contained. And so, I don't know. It could, by the time this podcast ends, we could be fully engulfed in flames. It's a very precarious situation. So we need thoughts and prayers for us here in the Whatever studio, because we're risking our lives to put on a show for you guys today. Because of the fire, I'm scaring the entire panel. Boys, we're risking our lives to put on the show. So hit the like button. Drop us a thumbs up. Disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. With that said, and without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
What's up? My name is Madzilla. I'm 35 years old. Don't tell nobody else. I'm from Los Angeles, California, and I'm a model, a MILF, and an artist.
I took some MILF.
Wait.
Big MILF gang.
What part of LA are you from?
Hollywood.
Like that's where you grew up, or?
I grew up in Long Beach, Orange County.
Okay.
Close enough.
All right. Cool. What about you?
Cool. So I'm Alien. I'm 25. I'm from Arizona. I work at a warehouse. I also have an OnlyFans at Alien Spores. And then I also have a podcast with my best friend.
All right. What about you?
Hi, my name is Debbie. I reside in Riverside, California. I am a dancer. I also have an OnlyFans at Deadbeat World. And yeah, I'm really excited to be here.
Age?
30. I'm 30 years old, y'all.
All right.
Don't tell no one.
Wait, so your name is Deadbeat.
Deadbeat.
Yeah.
What's your government?
My government name is
Yeah.
Christine.
Christine. What's the genesis of the name
Deadbeat
Deadbeat?
World. I came from Deadbeat World. Like, I'm calling the entire world a deadbeat. Sorry, not sorry. But over time, my fans just kind of like made it into Deadbeat alone. So it kind of feels like a oxymoron, kind of like Tyler the Creator when he says "boo" at me, so my show is better. I'm like, yeah, call me Deadbeat because I'm just gonna get better over time.
No.
Or you're just a piece of shit.
Do you have children?
That too. No.
No children. So, Deadbeat, because I'm still a little confused on.
It's like fuck the world. Oh.
Wait, did you pick the name, or did somebody assign the name to you?
My fans over time, they just started referring to me as Deadbeat. It just happened
Just randomly?
randomly.
Okay.
Yeah, because I didn't have my full name on my TikTok or Instagram for many years. So now it's just like that's just what they know me by. Deadbeat.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
D-E-B?
Huh?
Or D-E-A?
DEADBEAT. I have it tattooed, literally.
Oh, okay. There you
got
go.
it.
I literally committed my life in soul.
And you're a dancer too, correct?
Yes.
What
Is
kind
that
of-
also your stripper name?
No, my
or-
stripper name is Sage.
That would be fire,
Sage.
though. You should change it.
It would be. I've actually considered changing
Hi, I'm
it.
Deadbeat.
But I have been Sage longer than I have been Deadbeat. So
Okay.
yeah.
My name is Amanda. I am 24 years old, and I'm a sculptor from New Jersey.
What kind of sculpting do you do?
I make mixed media sculptures.
Okay.
It's hard to describe them in full detail right now.
And you're from Jersey, you said?
Yeah.
What part?
South Jersey,
South
like
Jersey, okay.
10 minutes from Philly.
Is that near the Jersey Shore?
It's an hour and like
Oh, okay.
30
All
minutes
right.
away.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Andrea Vasquez. I am Amanda's sister, and I'm a jiu-jitsu administrator / coach. I also work in a restaurant, and I'm from Jersey, obviously. 26.
26. Okay. Full siblings?
Yes.
By the way, if there's room, I know it's a bit tight at the table. You might be able to scoot your chair into the table a little bit so you're not as far from the mic, but unless it's too tight, if there's... In any case, what about you?
We'll do our best.
You're a jiu-jitsu instructor.
Yes, I am.
Have you ever been walking alone in the park and been attacked and broken the guy's legs?
Both legs,
No, not
right?
yet.
Both legs.
No, she
Both
has.
legs.
You haven't both
She's
broken
done
them?
that.
Okay.
What belt are you?
I'm a blue belt.
Blue belt. Okay, cool.
3 stripes.
With stripes?
3 stripes.
3 stripes. Okay. I didn't know they do stripes. And
There's 4 stripes till the next belt.
oh, okay, cool. What about you?
That's cool. My name's Deb Jones, and also known as Dolphin Girl, and I'm an animal activist. I do dolphin research and the cognitive sciences of dolphin communication. I also talk to other animals, including the human animal. I am an author, and my age is 50-something or whatever. And
I'll just say
then-
55.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then where am I from? I just, because I've lived all over the world doing dolphin research, I just say I'm from God and the ocean.
So there's a lot there. You said your study, or like it's a field of study.
Yeah, the cognitive sciences of dolphin communication is like telepathic, holographic, it's picture talking, it's what we all do every day.
Wait.
Who's
That's
So
Andrew.
Is that
you're
Andrew?
not studying the communication between dolphins. You're studying,
Between humans and dolphins. And,
it's
all animals.
It's
and-
telepathic.
Well, we have pictures in our head. Like if I say dolphin, does anyone have a picture of a dolphin in your head?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we telecommunicate all the time. And what we do on our phones, the dolphins and whales have been doing for 50 million years.
Do you speak dolphin? Like you could talk to them?
Yeah, of course.
Can you give us that?
Are there different
sound?
dialects of dolphin?
Well, the orca, which is the biggest dolphin, they have different cultures and they have different dialects, and they also have different diets depending on where the orcas live all over the
Yeah.
planet.
That's really cool.
Do they understand English or?
Well, all animals picture talk, including us. Like when we think of someone that we really like, we're visualizing that person, a guy or a girl, and then all of a sudden the phone rings. right? That's picture talking. That's telecommunicating. We just don't do it consciously. So dolphins and whales are kind of the kings and queens of conscious communication.
But like if I were to speak English, they wouldn't understand.
They would get your pictures.
Pictures.
So say before our imagination makes up pictures, right? And then we're thinking about things all the time. So we have pictures in our heads, and then words come out sometimes afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Like all day we're thinking thoughts and imagining things.
So the dolphins can read your mind.
And
is
so
what you're
can
saying.
dogs, and so can horses, and so can cats. That's why if your dog and cat expect you when you come home, because you already sent that picture of you coming home.
Would you say that's more body language and timing, though?
Well, how the dog and cat know you're coming home if you're not there, right? It's picture talking.
Wait, so okay, this is a dating podcast. Have you had carnal knowledge of a dolphin?
Have I had...
Carnal knowledge.
You mean, have I watched them make love?
No.
Have you dated one?
Have you been...
Have I dated
Have
one?
you had...
I've hugged a dolphin, and
For how
I've
long?
I've had a mom...
How long did that shit last?
The hug
that's
was
kind of a
like probably
relationship.
30 seconds, and then I also had a female dolphin in the wild in Hawaii come up and show me that she was giving birth, which was
But you
super cool.
have not had... Because I've heard stories. I'm not
that's
making this
true.
shit up.
That's true.
No, that was with
You've
Dr.
got-
John
That's her
Lilly.
fantasy
No,
right
there's
there.
a
It just
woman
hasn't
who
come
does
true
it
yet.
too.
Well, we were just talking about that earlier with John C. Lilly. I think you're referring to that.
That's all
But
captive.
No, but there's
Wait,
another
what?
lady who...
No, some
yeah.
lady got...
Dolphins, too.
There's a, hang on.
Oh,
There's
okay,
a
so
lady
referring to
currently
something
on the
else. Never
panel
mind.
who is
I
dating a
worded-
tree. There was a lady on the panel who was dating a
Oh,
tree.
yeah. This is
No
this
way,
is a wild
alien?
panel
Yes.
today.
Wow.
Wait, yeah. Tell us the story there.
There's no real story. There's just a tree down the street from my house. I think he's beautiful, and I'm dating him.
Strange
I love that for you.
Lovely.
Do you guys make out?
Strange
As you
addiction.
should.
I kiss my hand and I like press it against.
Do you like
him.
rub your private parts on the tree? You just like hump it?
No,
you
it's
get
next to a
jealous?
hospital, so I don't think I would be able to.
They're not
Would
at
you
that
get
stage.
jealous if
I would
another
hump
girl
the tree.
try to come through and steal your tree?
I don't think anyone's coming by that tree.
I might now that you said it. I don't know.
Like if a dog pisses on
Where's
the
the
tree.
tree at?
You want to come to Arizona? You can.
We got a three-way
Tickets
with the
booked.
tree later.
Okay. So you've not been romantic with a tree. Not a dolphin.
With a dolphin.
A
He's
dolphin.
thinking about it.
Okay.
Or a tree.
All right. Interesting. Okay. Well, what about you?
She's thought about it.
Hi, everyone. My name is Elissa. I have never been in a relationship with a dolphin or a tree. I have noticed some pretty trees, though, down my block. So I will say that. Very beautiful. So my socials are Elissa Cheeseman, which is my name. I'm from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. My OnlyFans name is Hey It's Cheese, and I recently graduated with my bachelor's in fashion and design.
Age.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm 25.
All right. What about you?
My name is Serena. I'm 21. I'm from South Lake Tahoe, California. I currently live in Santa Barbara. I'm a medical assistant, and I'm currently in nursing school.
All right. Did you go to UCSB?
I started out at UCSB during the pandemic, but then went back home for a little bit, and then moved back out and applied to nursing schools.
Is that through the City College, Santa Barbara City College?
No, it's with Channel Islands in Cambria.
Oh, okay. But you're just taking like online classes for that, or
For nursing
for
or
nursing?
like?
Yeah.
No, this is in
Okay.
person. Yeah.
Okay, got it. What about you?
Hi, I'm Libby Spain. I'm from Texas, and I'm a proud Texas Aggie. I got a bachelor's degree in management from Texas A&M University, and the emphasis was entrepreneurship. I currently have a newly launched company. We did a soft launch online, bluecrewworld.com, and it's a line of healthy masculinity 12-inch dolls for boys that have blue-collar profession trades and crew packs that go with them. So, yes, I'm
You said
very
a what?
excited about that.
Age, location?
I'm just turned 54 last week, and I'm from Texas.
All right.
Happy
all right.
birthday.
Happy
Thank you.
birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Wait. Go back. What did you say you made? You did what? What was the doll part? That's.
Oh, yeah. So I have a new company that I'm interviewing different manufacturing firms right now, and it's a line of 12-inch dolls that are healthy, masculinity, athletic, physique.
Oh, I was thinking of sex dolls. Sorry.
No.
I don't know. I just heard
These are for children.
12-inch height dolls, and they have different blue-collar trade profession career packs that go with them.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
All right, welcome everybody. And
what does the plumber come with?
Well, the plumber, we haven't come out with that pack yet, Andrew, but it would have different accessories that come for the job of a plumber. For instance, we have a Border Patrol agent who has an AR-15, a drone, and binoculars, and then we have a fireman who has a fire axe. Do
you have one? Are you going to make the 2024 edition Border Patrol agent where they just stand there with a clipboard?
You know, that is actually one of the reasons why we chose Border Patrol agent, because they're just really revving to do their actual jobs and they're being held back. So it's really frustrating. So we wanted to show some support for them.
Okay.
Andrew, what about you?
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. It's the fastest growing debate channel on YouTube, to my knowledge. I'm a political analyst, a political satirist, and occasionally like to tangle up in some debates. I appreciate everybody coming out to the panel tonight. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Should be an interesting one. So going around the table once more, what is everybody's current relationship status? So are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex, cult, harem, whatever it may be? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
Well, damn. I'm currently single. For everyone out there, go ahead, slide in the DMs. No, I'm kidding.
Some MILF.
Big MILF gang. You gotta stay single out here. No, I'm straight. I like dick, but I'm bi-curious, you know. And let me think. How long have I been single? For a long time.
Also very, very subtle. Like, so I can see that. There's a lot of nuance and subtlety about you.
Yeah, it's real subtle. Yeah, I've only dated like 2 guys for like 6 months each. It was trash, super toxic, waste of time, broke motherfuckers. So yeah, that's why I'm single. And situationships are fun. You know, I got a couple friends with benefits out there. You know, they stay tucked.
We know.
Yeah, we all do. We all do.
Wait, so your longest relationship was 6 months?
No, that was the last one.
Oh, that was the last
one.
Like
my longest relationship was like 2.5 years.
Okay.
I seem like I always get like tied down into relationships, so I've actually been single for a while, so it's been fun, you know.
So your most recent relationship was 6 months?
Yeah.
And it was 6 months ago?
Fucking trash. You know who you are.
Shit. What did he do?
Yeah.
Everything that's trash. Anything that you could think of that's trash is what he did. And he was broke. Like, you can't be super trash and have no money. It just doesn't work. And you're just
how long did you
toxic
date
and
him?
immature. He just had really good dick, so it was like, you know.
You were dickmatized.
I was dickmatized.
Yeah.
I know, whatever. We just dated for 6 months, but that was it.
Okay.
That was about, probably 8 months ago.
All right. Okay, 8 months ago. And the 2.5-year relationship, is that the one you have a child with, or?
No, my baby daddy, we actually only hooked up twice and had a baby, but I knew him for like 10 years. It was one of those situations. But it's working out, yeah.
Okay, and so, wait, so you knew him, you only met him?
We knew each other for like 10 years. He actually used to sell me weed. But yeah, like I just ended up getting drunk. This is when I got out of my 2.5-year relationship, and then he was like the first person I hooked up with, and then
instead of the milk man, it's the weed man.
Yeah, the weed man.
And
I don't even get free weed now. It sucks.
You only have one kid?
Yes,
just
I have
one
a
kid.
5-year-old.
Okay, is he in the picture at all, or?
His dad?
Yeah.
Yeah, my son's with his dad right now.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
You guys co-parents, but you're not you're not dating, you're not involved romantically.
No.
Okay.
Fuck
Does he
no.
still sell you weed?
No.
Okay, I guess you can get that from him.
Sometimes I could get a couple
Frank
free.
Latankla Quebecois donated $200. Salut Brian et Andrew. Nouveau fan du Quebec. Rock on gesture. Ask the panel, would you date Brian? Hopes the tree lover or dolphin talker gonna give you love. Heart.
All right. Okay, we'll ask this really quick. Just yes or no, would you date me?
Would I date you?
Sure. I'm not gonna. You can say no. I won't be.
Do you have a big dick?
Huh?
Do you have a big dick? It might work.
It's like average.
Medium? I could do medium.
It's like average size, you know?
Just a regular wiener.
Yeah, I can fuck with it.
Okay.
He looked me like right in the eyes when I said that too. It was like real personal.
He's thinking about that.
Would you date me?
I'll have to talk to you a little longer before I make that assessment.
So I could, okay, bet.
Yeah. What about you?
I take it back then,
I'm
fucking
sorry,
asshole.
absolutely not.
She's in the trees.
Yeah, it's okay.
Would I date you?
Yeah, that's the question.
Solely based on what I've seen?
Yeah,
yes.
what you've seen. Okay, cool. What about you?
Real quick.
Wait, what about the soldier back there?
To Tree Lady, if I bought Brian a ghillie suit, would you date him then?
What's
no,
that?
he's not my type.
I don't know if she do you know what a ghillie suit is?
What is
No.
that? She said either
It
way,
would make
no.
me like a bush. Not quite a tree, but I'm closer
Yeah,
to a bush.
it'll
like what-
it'll make him look like a shrub.
Snipers wear
I
them.
like
It's-
men. You
She's
guys
a shrub.
know that.
It's just
but
the one tree,
camouflage,
guys. It's
like,
one tree that
to
she
blend.
likes.
Do you have a natural bush?
What the fuck?
Do you shave or not?
Trim.
Okay, that's good.
Trim.
Trimmed is good.
That
Trimmed is
works.
good.
Keeps
That
it
works.
orderly.
Okay. Soldier back there, yes or?
No, you don't drive stick.
Ah, shit.
Oh.
That's kind of sneaked us.
Respectfully, no.
Okay.
So I have no idea who you are, so no.
Okay.
I don't know yet.
Ooh.
She's thinking about that.
Yeah.
I don't know. No, I would not date you. I'm sorry.
No, I feel like you could be my uncle.
Oh,
Yeah.
Aren't you like Filipino or something?
I am, but
You could
maybe
be married
like
to
my
her.
aunt and
Married
my
to her
uncle.
aunt.
Yeah, you could be married to my aunt.
But everyone's
Is she
uncle
single?
in
How old is she?
Filipino world.
Hook it up.
Well, I'm gonna have to
Milk.
say, no. I'm happily married, and my alpha husband is a 6th-degree black belt in jiu-jitsu.
Nice.
So I think
Twins.
I'm gonna stick with that.
I'm a 7th
Smart.
degree black belt in Aikido.
Ooh.
Don't mess with him, guys.
All right. Okay, we were relationship status. What about you?
I'm single, but I'm talking to someone right now.
The tree.
The
Outside
tree,
of the tree.
The tree. Is it the tree?
No, I haven't seen him in a while. It's too hot for that.
Would you date Desmond back there?
Who's Desmond?
Who's Desmond?
Oh, that guy.
Him.
What's that?
Is it
stood up
because
real
he's
quick.
black?
No, well, actually, I'm trying to hook it because he told me he only
like a
dates
tree.
black girls.
And he looks
So
like
I'm
a
trying
tree.
I'm trying to help him out because there's not a lot of black girls in Santa Barbara. You know what I mean?
I haven't been around here long enough.
Hey,
to
stand
know.
back up. Stand back up.
He's 6'7", 280 pounds of muscle, steel, and sex appeal.
I'm gonna have to decline, dude. You look like my brother.
What the fuck?
Well, she can't date
Sorry,
her brother,
Desmond.
guys.
I tried Desmond.
I'm sorry.
I was trying. Okay, so are you actually dating somebody then?
I'm talking to someone right
Talking
now. It's not
stage.
serious.
All right, how long have you guys been talking?
Maybe a week or two.
Wait, this is gonna bug me. So I have OCD. Can you center the paper clip, or what is that?
Listen, it's gonna keep
Can it be
moving,
centered?
So you're just gonna have to
Because
deal
it's
with
like
it.
too much. It's too much on this side.
But it's gonna
Can you
keep
just like
moving.
center that shit?
No, I got it.
Center it. Oh, yes, good. Okay,
It's
cool.
gonna keep moving.
It's
so
okay.
you're just gonna have to deal with it.
I'll keep reminding
You're
you.
gonna.
He just needs that
annoy
little dopamine
everyone.
Longest
rush.
relationship?
Never.
The tree.
Never.
Yeah.
Okay.
You've been with the tree for a while.
No.
Okay. All right. What about you?
Hey, Brian, real quick, I'm just curious. Is your new security guard over there the Mazda chick from the other night? Is that the new security guard? Is Mazda?
Are you jealous you weren't hired?
Yeah, that's the girl from Sunday.
Huh?
Yeah, yeah.
She gave the game away with the "you can't drive a stick." Brian.
Yeah. Not very mysterious. Anyways, what about you?
Hi, so I am 100% single. I just got out of a 3.5-year relationship like 4 months ago. Prior to that, my longest relationship was about 4.5 years, and that was like my high school sweetheart. I tend to have a lot of long-term relationships. I've had 2 4-year relationships and then 1 3.5-year relationship. I'm a long-term relationship girly.
Gotcha. And you've been single for how long?
Like 3.5 months, which is a long time for me.
Okay. And I'm sorry I missed it. How long was that relationship?
My last 3.5 years.
Okay. And your longest is 4.5?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Have you had a rebound?
Have I had
The
a
most
rebound?
recent.
Yes.
Is any guys in the picture right now?
No.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Not even?
No.
Not
Nothing.
even?
Not even. I'm not.
What about guys at the club? You date them?
No.
Never?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I'll play, but I will never take them serious because they're for everyone.
Because you don't play where you
They're
get paid.
for the streets?
They're for everyone in the strip club.
Oh, okay.
I mean, for the streets, I feel like they're not gonna really mess with like a square girl, but if they're gonna be in the club like that often and they're fine and they got money, yeah, they're gonna be with every single girl in there.
Okay.
So I don't really try to dabble in that.
Gotcha. Okay. Going back to you, actually, really quick, I'm going to add this question. Any guys in the picture right now?
No.
Nothing?
Unfortunately. I mean, there's like
Sneaky
people that,
link.
there's like,
Sneaky
you know,
link?
honestly, I haven't even like hooked up with anyone in like a while. It's kind of like.
What's a while?
A good like 6 months. No dick for me.
Okay.
So I'm just basically like fake celibate right now.
Pain.
Well,
you know?
you said your relationship ended 6 months ago. So
No,
the
like
last-
8 months ago. That was as long as 6 months, but it ended like last year, like 8 months ago.
Okay. So you had a rebound.
Yeah, I had one.
Okay.
It was just a
No
little one.
guys in the picture?
I mean, there's guys that like, I'm just like busy. There's guys that like I think are like cool or cute or this and that, but it's just, especially in LA, dating is so fucking trash in LA. It's like everyone's busy doing a bunch of shit, and you know, everyone has like a baby mama and 3 girlfriends and fucking all types of bullshit going on. They're fucking everybody raw, so it's just like, you know, rather not.
All right.
Yeah.
And have you ever had a roster at any point in your life?
A roster?
A roster.
I always have a roster.
Always have. Do you have a roster?
That doesn't mean I'm fucking them.
Well, yeah, but you have a roster right now.
Hell yeah.
You got a roster. Okay, so there
Yeah.
are guys in the
I mean,
picture.
it's just like a little innocent flirting, a little this and that.
How
but
big's the
nothing-
roster right now?
You know, it's always probably like a good couple handfuls. It's like
Couple handfuls,
yeah,
like
couple
15 to
handfuls.
30?
No,
Couple dozen?
like 2.
Well, couple handfuls.
10.
10.
Yeah, handful, couple handfuls.
Are we using fingers? Anyways, so okay. And what's the biggest the roster's ever been?
Like of people, like okay, when you're saying roster though, you mean like people like it's not like hooking up with just people that it's like things.
So it could either
What
be it could be a roster strictly of people you're hooking up with, or you could also view it
I'm like a one dick at a time type of person.
one PP at a time.
One PP at a time.
One PP at a time. Okay. And okay, so you've never
there's always
never been any
backups. There's always-
crossover. No dick crossing. No PP crossing.
Maybe like once or twice, but
Okay.
not really.
All right. So then just
because like once we fuck, like we're in love and we go together. You know what I mean?
the first
Like,
time
we go together real bad. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, as far as the roster goes, if we're just using that term in the sense of just people you're talking to, what's the biggest the roster's ever been?
I can't deal with too much at once. I probably lied about the couple handfuls, but maybe, I don't know. Maybe realistically more like a handful of just like potential flirting, slowly dating, going. You know.
Okay.
That's about it.
All
It's
right.
pretty boring. My life's pretty boring with the dating world.
And I'm just curious, what's your ethnicity?
I'm Irish, Italian, French, and Native American.
Got it. Okay. Ever had a roster?
Me, yes and no. I have hoes.
You have
Yeah,
hoes?
I
she got
used to,
hoes.
yes.
How many hoes at the most hoish at the most hoes have you hoed? What's the most amount of hoes you've had?
Ever hoed.
Like 6 or 7 at
Six.
one point.
Like were
And
you-
like hooking up with, or
Not like all at the same time because it was like during COVID and blah blah blah.
Right.
But
Okay.
yeah,
So 6 to 7 hoes.
yeah,
Okay.
not anymore.
So
Not anymore.
basically one hoe for each day of the week. I like that.
Like almost, yeah.
I like that.
And so
Like underwear.
roster?
They do.
I don't currently have a roster. I don't currently have anyone to talk to. It's been about like that for like 30 days. I've been really busy with work and I haven't had time to connect with people. Have I had a roster? Of course. Throughout my entire life, I'm sure, or the times I've been single, I've had rosters.
Okay.
My craziest roster was with like 4 dudes at one time, but they all knew about each other, and I was smashing 2 of them, and they were all paying my bills at the same time.
That's a good
Like
roster.
one bill, you get that.
I like
Wait,
that.
one bill for each
Like
person?
one bill that they could handle for their job and how much they were making.
Smart
Like
girl.
maybe one guy had like the phone bill, but the other one had rent. So it would just be like what they could afford.
Right.
And I was smashing both of them, but they knew about it. And I tried to have a threesome so many times, but they literally hated each other for no reason. I'm like, why can't we all be friends? What?
Okay. Wait, could I have you scoot your mic this way just a bit? No, like scoot it over. More. And then pull it. There we go. Thank you. Wait, so okay. 4 guys, but only 2 of them you're hooking up with. The other 2, at any point in the future, in the past, had you hooked up with them, or they were just
One of
paying the
them
bills?
I did hook up with like years, like maybe 4 years prior to this.
Yeah.
The other one was just genuinely my friend, but it was very like an emotional like connection, talking often and spending a lot of time with each other. But it was just more of a respect thing to not smash for respect for myself.
But so 2 of them you were hooking up with, but they were all
they all knew about each other.
Would you categorize them as sugar daddies?
No, they were all like similar in age. They were really, really cute, really, really nice. They just couldn't afford me individually, so they kind of all agreed to like, hey, we're gonna take on this. We're gonna take, as long as they can just be in my life.
This like was there a group chat?
No, there wasn't a group chat.
Like there was a council?
But we'd be they were the council.
Well, you said they all agreed to cover.
Yeah.
But like, you mean, wouldn't you say, like, maybe that's the case, but wouldn't it be more so the case that you would just have them pay
whatever they could? Whatever they wanted to. Whatever they wanted to.
And they were all aware of each other.
And they were all aware of each other. We FaceTime together, hang out. Like, we would never hang out together as a group, but if I was with one and one would call, I'd be like, oh, I'm with this person, or I'm with this person. Like, it was fun.
And you mentioned you tried to get a threesome.
I tried to get a threesome with 2 of them.
Didn't work.
It did not work. They ended up becoming like nemesis, like arch enemies. I was like, damn, they
But wait,
hate
if
each
you
other.
do a threesome with 2 dudes, you mean like you like fuck them at the same time?
Yeah,
or like, you
yeah.
know, and,
Wait, have you ever had a threesome?
Yeah, they're not
I've
into like if the
I've had a
dudes
lot
aren't
of
into dudes,
threesomes.
then I don't see how that would.
You had with 2
guys
dudes?
and girls. I've
Like
had
two
orgies.
dudes. Okay.
Yeah.
You've had a lot. Okay. And so, wait, question. So, were the guys who weren't sleeping with you, who were paying for your stuff, were they aware that you said they all knew about
Yeah,
each other?
they knew I wasn't gonna smash out. There were specific reasons why I wouldn't smash out the other 2.
Okay. But so, and were these guys were the other 2 guys from the club?
Actually, the 2 guys that I wasn't smashing they were from the club. I did meet both of them at the club. Yeah.
Gotcha. And so, but you don't categorize them as sugar daddies. How would you?
They're my friends.
I know they're like younger, so I
They
guess
weren't
when I say
younger. One wasn't young. One was like.
Well, your age, right? You said they were.
One was like about 40. The other 3 were my age.
Okay. So what do you call that? Like a guy who just pays for your stuff?
My homie, my bestie, my dude.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have you had a lot of guys throughout your life who've done that sort of thing? They'll just pay your bills, pay for things?
Yeah.
Okay. How many do you think?
I think every single one of them. I think that people come into my life expecting that they're going to do that.
They come into your life expecting to pay?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
Like 100%.
It's the energy of the
It's what I
future.
attract, I feel.
So what is the biggest one-time gift? It could either be monetary or...
My rollie.
How much is that?
I think it was 36. It was 36 at the time.
Okay. It's real, right?
Yeah, you want to check it?
I believe you. Just, so 36,000. That was a gift from one of the. Was it one of the 4 guys or some
No,
other
this
dude?
was another person that I never
Okay.
smashed out. That he was just like so
Smashed out,
amazing,
okay.
and yeah, I wanted
And
to
so,
take me shopping.
If what's the most total a guy's spent on you, if you had to estimate?
That's hard because it's like in one sitting over time.
Like total. So over if you were seeing
Over
him for a
time,
year in total.
Honestly, probably not that much. I think maybe like 150,000.
Not that much. 150,000. Okay.
Just something real low, guys.
That's pretty good. That's
the one time, or like
Where do you find
over
these guys?
time? 3.5 years.
Okay. And then what was the biggest one time? Or no, you already
This
said
is
the
the
Rolex.
biggest
Yeah,
one
yeah, yeah.
time thing that I got.
Okay.
But over time, I think between cash, gifts, and trips, I think maybe 150, 200. I would probably put it
Okay.
there.
And then total. So total, all the guys, all the gifts, all the money. You think, how much you think there? Over $1 million?
Oh my God, that's crazy. If I had my phone, I could probably do some math, but maybe like 800,000 over time, I would say.
Okay.
But over a span of like since I started dancing,
Mhm.
so I would say from the age of 22 to 30,
Mhm.
like around there.
Okay. So just shy of $1 million.
But I'm saying like literally like gifts and shit, like gifts and trips and cash and like I'm talking about everything all
Bills
together,
paid.
multiple people contributing to this. Like this isn't just one person doing it. I'm talking about like there's a lot of people contributing to this number.
And you're not counting in that like the money you make from dancing, right?
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
That's like separate. Okay.
Yeah.
This is just from, what do you call are they called tricks? Is that what they're called? I don't
They're
know.
my friends.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know the.
Yeah, no, they're tricks.
Yeah.
Y'all tricks, bitch. No, fuck, you didn't know that?
Okay. Do you have any tricks currently?
No, because I was
tricks.
in this freaking relationship for
Okay.
3.5 years, and I just came out in the streets. I'm like 3 months fresh out this bitch.
We'll
like, what am
find
I
some
supposed
later
to do?
after the podcast.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out here, see what I
Okay.
can see.
Yeah, a lot of wealthy guys in Santa Barbara. So.
Old money. We're trying to get that.
Tell
old
us where to
money.
go.
Very good to know.
There you go.
Christina, I was curious. What's the largest amount you've ever spent on a man?
Okay, see, this is a good question because I do be blowing. I have to spend money on them if they're gonna spend money on me, right?
Okay.
So, the most I've spent on a man, I would probably say, like $8,000 on luxury.
Like at one
gifts.
time?
Yeah.
Was it a gift?
Yeah, it was
Or a
multiple
trip?
Who's the
gifts.
trick
It was
now?
so many gifts. It was.
Did he appreciate it?
Oh my God, yeah. But that was the person that was really taking care of me, you know. So I'm gonna take care of him. And I also think that it's important to validate those men that are spending money on us, taking us. Even if you go to dinner and get them a thank you card for that, like that means more than not saying anything, right? So it's like
It's gracious.
It's gracious. It's like validating. And I know on the internet everyone's like, "Oh, don't buy men gifts." No. If this guy is taking care of you and it's his birthday, you better show out.
Yeah.
If you don't show out for his birthday or for Christmas, that's disrespectful. Also for Valentine's Day, especially if he's taking care of your finances and like maybe your nails or your hair, like I would say if he's spending $100 on you, then you spend $20 on him. If he's spending $500 on you, maybe spend $100 on him, right? It's like a show of you appreciate what he's doing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
My problem is I just spend too much money on them and I don't get shit back. I'm
never
learning from
spend
deadbeat
money.
over here.
I'll never spend money on somebody who hasn't
What you're
spent
saying
money
is
on
that
me.
when they show
Unless
up
they're my girlfriends.
to do the deed, you have a cash back program. That's basically what you're saying.
What was that?
You're saying you have a cash back program?
Yeah, this is their 1% cash back.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get a 10%. If it's 800, right, or 100 to 1,000, so it's 10%. So you have a 10% cash back program
I like that.
for your tricks.
Pretty much.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
That sounds like a great deal. I like
Or
that.
one free lap dance.
Just one.
Relationship status.
I am in a relationship. It is my longest relationship currently, almost 4 years.
Wow.
Okay, 4 years. All right. And if I recall correctly, it's an age gap relationship, correct?
Yes.
What's the age gap?
Well, when we first started dating, I was 20 and he was 34, and now he's about to be 38 and I'm 24.
All right. We'll get it. Maybe we'll touch on age gap stuff in a little bit. But all right. How did you guys meet?
It's a long story. I sent you the DM.
Yeah, let me just pull it up really quick just
I
so
don't know
have.
if you want to talk about that story.
Well, okay, so we won't go into the details, but you, on the first date, you guys did DMT together.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
That's always the
And
eye.
was that your first time ever doing DMT or psychedelics?
Not my first time with psychedelics.
First time DMT?
It was the first time I broke through with DMT.
Oh, you saw the machine elves? Did you see the little machine elves? Did you see
I
them?
did not know. I had a different experience than that.
I've heard of
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. And you said that, so you guys tripped, and then something about twin flames?
I hate the term because I feel like in our society today, it's so misconstrued and distorted where there's this like, I wouldn't say westernized view of what that is. So I see it on a pure soul complex level, spirit level, we're all one consciousness level. A lot of people go into it with like astrology and all this like mainstream spiritual stuff that I don't align fully with. I do in some ways, I do. But I feel like there's a different or deeper meaning to it than what is portrayed in our
So
society.
basically, it's your
today.
twin flame. So this is the DMT talk, and she's getting all super.
Yeah.
Wait, did you guys hook up on DMT though?
No.
No? I was just
No.
wondering how that crazy that would be.
No, we didn't hook up for like a
So this is-
very like months.
All right. And then I think we asked you a question in terms of how you, I don't know if it was your political alignment, you said other/neutral.
I just stuck with neutral. That's
Okay. So you're
It was-
apolitical or?
it was more just to stay neutral in the conversation.
All right. And you mentioned telepathy?
Yes.
Shit.
What?
Don't look me in the eyes.
It's hard to give an example of that. So I mentioned that in there to just like throw it in. The example of it would just be being able to. It sounds so crazy.
Because the drugs, man. She did DMT. Now she could fucking see her brains. I believe
But with me and him personally, yes, we've had telepathic experiences, like being able to wake each other up through telepathy and.
With
being
just
able-
him or other people?
Just me and him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because of the DMT?
Well,
No,
no, she's talking
just
about the connection between the two
throughout
of
the
them.
experience. Like even now, if
Can you telepath right now
I
with
mean,
him?
it's not. It's never like a conscious thought to do that. I mean,
Oh.
it has been in the past, but like not now.
You can't control it.
I mean, I could if I wanted to in some form or
No,
another.
that's- I believe
Sometimes,
that.
like as a joke, if he's like, so I work in the art studio downstairs because we're both artists.
Mhm.
So, and he'll like be sleeping, and I'll telepathically wake him up, and he'll like come downstairs, and I'll be like, I just woke you up, like ha ha ha.
And
So you have this amazing gift of telepathy in your an alarm
It's-
clock, essentially.
I wouldn't
Nick,
say
can you
it's
boost the
a
audio?
gift. I
Prettiest
feel
alarm clock.
everyone has
Andrew?
the ability to be telepathic. We're all spiritual beings having human experience, and that ability is not some gift. It's an inherent part of one's being.
Have you ever
Telepathy is?
Yeah.
have you ever had that connection with someone else, or just
No.
this?
Not in like a relationship form.
Ah.
No.
How many times have you done DMT?
Broken through? I'm not sure.
Or just like in general?
I don't know.
What does broken through mean?
Like actually.
Like she went to the moon.
experience- Like
To the moon.
yeah, like actually experience a
I'm a little
trip.
naive. What is DMT?
Dimethyltryptamine. It's
So it's
psychedelic.
a
Yeah.
Basically opening up other parts
pill?
of your brain that you don't use.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah,
Liquid?
expanding your awareness. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Liquid. You drink
So
it?
that's what I was gonna say. So you think that this, you being telepathic, does it stem from the drugs that you've done with like the trippy psychedelic type drugs? You think it tapped you into being psychedelic, or you always felt like since you were younger that you had that kind of,
I started doing psychedelics when I was 16 years old, so I'm not.
So yeah, you're tapped in.
sure.
She's tapped. I get it.
Do you microdose?
Not currently. I haven't done mushrooms in 2 years. After my last mushroom trip, I haven't done them.
All right.
Yeah, but I mean, you can microdose with other ones, right?
Anyways, moving things on. Just going back to you a little bit. Roster? Did I ask you about the roster?
I don't have a roster currently.
Ever had a roster?
I have.
How big?
We talked about it earlier.
Yeah, we did.
Did I? Terrible memory. Ever had a roster?
I don't believe so. I barely
Dated?
know what that.
Like
Me,
talking
like-
to multiple guys at the same time, dating multiple guys at the same time.
No.
Orientation?
Straight.
Okay. What about you?
So, can we run back the question again?
Yeah. Relationship status?
Okay. So, currently single. The last time I was in a relationship was like 3-ish years ago.
So you've been single for 3 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Longest relationship?
I would say like 3.5 years, almost 4.
All right. 4 years. And let's see. So in the 3 years you've been single, has there been anything shorter term?
There has been like friends with benefits.
Okay. How many of those? A couple?
I would say like 3.
3? Okay.
Yeah.
And so in the 3 years you've been single, what's the longest, I guess, friends with benefits that you've had?
So yeah, usually when that's a situation, it's just that one person. There's not like multiple, so it'll be that one person. The longest time with that,
Yeah.
probably like 6 months. to a year, maybe.
And there's no guys in the picture right now?
No.
Nothing?
No.
Not a sneaky link?
No, we've currently just moved, so we're like trying to redo the house, renovate the house. I have no time.
Okay.
With like 2 jobs and going to school, so no.
Okay.
I have no time for it.
And you two are sisters?
Yes.
I don't see it.
He'll get it one day.
I kind of look like my dad a lot. Like, they would make jokes when we were younger that, like, my mom was with the mailman, but my dad is a mailman.
True.
Oh, shit.
So it's like a joke, but they were
probably
married. It was all that, but I don't know.
There's no way.
It's the same mom and
I'm
dad.
sorry. You guys are not related.
You
gotta
had
get a
ID.
DNA
No,
test.
look at the little details.
Well,
You gotta get a DNA test.
You saw our
They definitely
IDs.
look
We
alike.
both
The way
have
that they
Vasquez.
talk.
You both have what?
Our last names are both Vasquez on our IDs. You saw it.
That doesn't
okay.
really mean much nowadays. There's so many women that literally will like hook up with somebody else and just act like it's their dude's fucking baby, and like they'll never get a test, and you just never know.
shit.
You know how
For
many
sure.
people out here have
I
like
can see
that your dad is not really your dad?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, what
Think
if
about.
this could? Yeah.
It's
The
fucked
thing
up.
is, I would say, here's the thing, like with genetics, right? Like, you're not going to get an exact amount, right? So I actually one time, I went into an Uber one time, and he was like, oh, your last name is Vasquez. Like, I have a daughter who looks just like you, and he was like, first language Spanish, and he was like, I have a daughter that looks just like you, and my wife is like, his wife was like full white, but his other child would look like Amanda. So it's not like an equal, distribution of genes.
But it's also a real thing that it could also not be
Do you
your
guys share
daddy.
the same parents, so you have
Yes.
the same mom and dad?
Yes, 100%. We do.
As their cousin, I can verify these two are siblings.
Also, if you saw my dad and my mom, you could see the resemblances in both of us, like both of them and us.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Anyways,
nose.
okay.
He's gonna have a hard time
Ever
with
had a
that one.
roster?
So you mean like a runner-up type system,
Like dating multiple people at the same time?
No,
Okay.
not in like a. You mean like a friends with benefits type thing, not like cheating, right? Like, I don't know what the question is.
I don't think we really call it like a roster. Like, I can't remember the word, but like, I don't think we call it a roster.
If you mean like a
you have people
bench
you can fall
system,
back
like
on,
on the
like,
bench.
yeah,
Sure.
dating.
Juggling-
I would say
juggling
yes. I
guys.
think like everyone kind
You
of
got some
does.
contacts
I
in
would
your
say like
text
you
where
have
it's like a little-
potentials.
One sec. Go ahead.
I would say yeah. There's like potentials. There could be potentials, but not like actively like messing physically intimately with like
Okay.
multiple people. Maybe
Sure.
talking to
Okay. What about you?
Currently single.
Okay.
And for the last 10 years, I've been living on an island in the middle of the Pacific doing my dolphin research. There's not a lot of, I guess, potential people.
Which island? Channel Islands?
Maui.
Oh,
Hawaii.
nice. I used to live in
Wait,
Hawaii.
there's not a lot of people.
Well, they're coming there. I don't mess around with married men.
Isn't the population like
and,
100,000?
I thought it was pretty
There's
big.
not.
I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't dated for a long time.
She might marry a dolphin.
I've been
yeah,
like,
that's true.
yeah, celibate for a long time.
How long
Okay,
you been
don't
celibate
need a
for?
man.
Almost 9 years.
Damn.
But
She
do you like
doesn't need a man,
masturbate?
guys. She was not
Oh.
ready for that one.
Exercise.
Sexercise.
Yeah, I exercise.
She's exercising.
Do you find dolphins physically attractive?
Well, they're my
smoothness.
family, but
Somebody
I
get
don't.
this lady a dolphin vibrator. That's what you need.
No.
A dolphin
Great
vibrator.
gift. That would be a great gift.
Actually, yeah.
Does somebody watching want to send her a little dolphin gift, maybe?
We're gonna set that up. I have a podcast coming out too. It's called The Playroom. We're gonna get you on there and get you a
It's
dolphin.
kind of
There
like
you
what
go.
was that
Dolphin.
one show with the let's see, it was the one with I can't even think of it. That the older women that made the vibrators for the elderly community.
Oh, I have no
Don't
idea.
know what that is.
Oh, it's so funny.
Wait, so longest relationship you've ever been in?
3 years
3
with an
years?
Aussie.
With an Aussie.
Because I used to live in Australia.
Okay, and any kids? Ever married?
No.
No
not
kids?
Just
Never
married to my animal work.
Okay. And are you doing your work through like an organization, or is this just your own thing?
Independent research. I am a member of the Explorer Club, so you get nominated into it, like
Okay.
Jane Goodall or Sylvia Earle, or. But it's been independent, and I've been doing it since I was 14. So
So you're not a scientist?
I study marine biology and art, so I combine the arts with science because that's the only way you can figure scientific equations out. Like, there's a science behind telepathy. That's why military does undercover stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, but the military itself, after it declassified its documentation on its telepathic programs, said that it was bunk, that it didn't work.
Well,
CIA
they're
declassified
lying.
thousands of programs on this, especially during the Cold War. It didn't work.
And they're lying.
Well,
because
yeah.
that's how...
And your evidence that they're
located.
lying is what? That you made it up? I mean, what's your actual evidence that they're lying?
Because there's a lot of evidence about how they actually did locating through... There's lots of programs that haven't been talked about. Like, there's a mammal program that is top secret, and I've been friends with people who worked on different...
Wait, so is there a government dolphin program?
It's called Mammals.
Is it top secret or? Well, not. I mean, you're talking about
not really,
it, so
because I'm talking about it. But there's people who have worked on black op crews and in the military, because I've lived a long time.
Well, I mean, that's true. Dolphins have been used in warfare for a long time, and in the idea of using animals in warfare is one of the oldest methods of warfare. So there's no doubt that animals are going to be included in research and warfare. There's no doubt that that's true.
Okay, so did you see the movie Staring at Goats?
The Men Who Stare at Goats?
Yeah.
Yeah, where they were clearly making fun of these guys who had absolutely no psychic abilities whatsoever, but were gaslit by the military into believing that they did.
Well, there's other... I've experienced situations that I guess I know that it's true. So I don't need to prove myself. I haven't
Have you ever heard of a man named the Amazing Randy?
No.
The Amazing Randy was a magician, very, very skilled magician. And what he did was he went around and he disproved psychic frauds. That's what his entire mission in life was. Because he was such a skilled magician, he was able to see when people were making things up when they weren't. So he issued the $1 million foundation, or the $1 million prize from his foundation for anybody who could actually demonstrate any sort of psychic ability whatsoever. Can you guess how many have been able to successfully do that?
Probably one.
Zero, not one. Not at all the applicants has anybody ever been able to demonstrate even a little bit, not even with a shred of evidence that they have any type of extrasensory perception or psychic abilities.
You mean ESP?
Yeah, extrasensory perception, that's correct.
Wait,
so there was an article written about me in 1997 with the reporter coming down to the ocean and said, "Can you call in the dolphins?" And I said,
"What's the author's name?"
Well, it was when the Santa Barbara News Press was still alive.
Do you know what the title is of the article?
Barry was the reporter, and he
with
met
an E
me.
or an A? Barry?
Barry, yeah, and I forget his last name, but he came down to the beach. It was off of Padera Lane, and he said, "Can you call in the dolphins?" And I said, "I'll try. It's a request that I'll put out." And I said, "It takes 10 to 15 minutes for them to appear." And so I put the request out, 10 to 15 minutes, a whole group of dolphins came, and I went into the water to swim with them. So then an article came out in the newspaper, but before I spoke with him, I never used to share the telepathic, talking with animals, stories with anyone, but this was in the 90s, right? And I had come back from Australia, and then he came up. I used to work for the Dream Foundation. I don't know if you are familiar with it, but it's like Make-A-Wish, except for adults that have less than 2 years. So he came up to me and said, "What was your life like in Australia and New Zealand?" And I said, "Oh, I used to interact and swim with dolphins, wild dolphins every day, and talk with animals." And I thought everyone talked with animals. And then so he asked me, "Let's go down to the beach and see if you can do it." So then a newspaper article came out on it.
Well, you can understand, though, that out of all of the possible explanations, like perhaps you knew the time that these dolphins generally came out, perhaps there was all sorts of other reasons why this could have occurred. The one that we're supposed to default to is that you were sending telepathic messages into their brains, and so they knew to come to you, right? That's like, you can understand why people would be highly skeptical of that, right?
Well, people are just skeptical because they're afraid to believe. I mean, overall, people just want to be skeptics because if they believed, then the world would be a magical place.
Well, if people believed in things without evidence, the world would be a terrible place, wouldn't it?
What if everyone did DMT though?
What about allegory of the cave?
You think that makes a difference?
What about
Telepathic?
The allegory of the cave.
Yeah, what about the allegory of the cave?
Well, when he went out and saw the world and brought it back to everyone else, he was murdered because they didn't believe him. And they said, no, that can't be. So he was murdered because of that.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly.
I don't understand how that plays into your point.
Because she's talking about, I think, how you were like basing your lack of belief in her.
Well, it's just like faith. Faith is not on evidence. Faith is something that's, we're governed by invisible energies. If we just talk science for a moment, we're dealing with gravities. We sit on these chairs and not floating around because we're affected by an invisible energy.
Yeah, but that's not because you have faith in gravity.
But I'm saying
whether you
that
had faith in gravity or you did not have, hang on, let me ask you this. If you had zero faith in gravity, would you still be in that chair?
It's not, faith isn't part of a science method. Just like telepathy. I don't have to have faith.
No, faith is a part of the scientific method. Absolutely. It's a constructed method. You have to have faith that it works. That is true.
You don't know until you've actually discovered something that it's actually real, because I'm kind of a doubting Thomas. So until these circumstances happen, like me going to the zoo and asking the snow leopard, like, how are you doing? And she said, well, that's a silly question. How do you think I'm doing? I'm bored, lonely, and I miss companionship.
But you realize that there's an easy way that you could demonstrate this that comes to my head instantly. Like the easiest way in the world would be to go to a veterinarian's office and not have any of the animals diagnosed and ask the animal where it hurts. And when the animal told you where it hurt, you could then tell the doctor. They could run a series of tests and discover very quickly whether or not you were on point with the pain, right?
I've already done that with animals. That seems like it would be a very, very easy way to demonstrate this ability. And I've already done that with animals, right before they died, when they've been sick. So talking to an animal right before they die is very interesting because they tell me things that I wouldn't know, but the parent of the animal knows. So if a little dog holding on for dear life says, I don't like your boyfriend, and then when I say to the woman, he's not going to leave until I tell you he doesn't like your boyfriend, then she starts crying, and then you deserve better than that. Then all of a sudden he shows me red Chinese pillows.
That sounds batshit crazy.
Yeah, I don't know about red Chinese pillows.
Your dog doesn't like your boyfriend.
Let me pose the challenge. Hang on, let me pose the challenge to you, right? Because I want to believe, right? I'm like Fox Mulder, right? I want to believe.
Okay.
I am willing to fund. I will call around and find a veterinarian. I will bring you down to the veterinarian's office and have you talk to the animals and diagnose where their pain is with whatever their deficiency is. The veterinarian will know what the problems are, but you won't. What do you think your success rate will be?
It really depends on the animal, because I never impose myself on an animal. I always ask for permission to talk, because some animals are private, just like people are. And most animals know what's going on with them. Like when I talked with a cat, and their human parents thought all the doctors told them the cat was dying. And when I went to go talk to him, he basically said, I have a really bad stomach ache. If you stop giving me the drugs, I'll get better. But I do like the new cat food. And then I asked him some other questions that his parents, he ended up living a couple years after that. So I started talking to animals in Santa Barbara before I went on to different countries in the 90s. And I did it out of necessity when humans have used all possible measures to try to find out what's going on with their animal. And then they'd say, well, we don't believe you can talk to...
Let me try it a different way. Let me maybe do a different angle here.
Okay.
I am very skeptical of your Dr. Doolittle-like skills when it comes to talking with animals. Okay, I'm just going to be blunt and honest with you. What could you do that could demonstrate for me, somebody who has a high degree of skepticism, that's true, but is very open-minded to the fact that there is a possibility for things like telepathy, extrasensory perception. Like I said, I want to believe. How would you demonstrate to me that that's real? That you can actually telepathically speak to animals?
Could I add something very fast?
Hang on. Let her answer the question very quickly.
So I'm not going to answer that specific question.
No. Let her answer real quick the question I asked her.
You mean Dove? I'm actually working on submitting something that's a proposal to prove it in a movie. So with a captive orca, I'm working on a proposal to actually go there undercover and communicate, ask her questions, and then do investigative journalism and actually film it, showing, because most of the time I've talked to animals, I haven't had a camera person there filming me, right?
That seems awful convenient, right?
What do you mean awful convenient?
Well, I mean, it seems that if you had been talking to animals for many, many, many years of your life, that wanting to show people the skill and having it well documented would be something that would be a top priority, wouldn't it?
No, because for many years I was shy, and I just thought I assumed everyone could talk with animals like I did. So I didn't know that people couldn't.
I do have to move things on, Andrew.
Well, I do have to ask this one last question.
Final thing.
Yeah.
How did you come to the assumption that other people could talk? I mean, surely you talk to other human beings, and I mean, any time that you may have mentioned this insane skill of being able, like, I mean, from their perspective, it would be an incredible, an insane skill that you could talk to animals. If you just mention it to them, surely everybody you have ever spoken to about this has told you that they cannot talk to animals, right?
No, that's not
No?
true. Like, I teach a class online, and someone who took my class last month went to the beach.
Speaking of, we can
How much
pull up
is your class?
You have a website, right? We can
Yeah.
pull it up. It's
dolphingirl.org.
Okay.
Yeah. How much is the class? If I wanted to take a class so I could learn this skill, how much would I pay for that?
$50, 2 hours.
$50.
Yeah.
Okay.
How much would it cost to like have you come with me somewhere? I want an octopus. I want to see an octopus. So
We can talk about that later. Because let's talk like
Tell me
that
about
one person
my
said.
dead family member pets later.
Because everyone wants to talk about dating, and dating is you're using all the animal skills. We're using animal sense when we interact with humans, because we're sensing them, we're deciding whether or not we like them, we're watching body, we're doing all the things that animals do in the wild. So it's kind of, that's the beautiful thing about humans.
Have you ever thought, though, at one time, like, maybe I'm just having a conversation with myself, but it sounds dope. I wish that this dog was saying this to me, but it's really like a fantasy in your head. Have you ever came to that realization ever?
No, because I
Morgan
tested out.
User Wink donated $200. Morgan is major babe status. 10/10. Would wife. Would let her hide my face to Timbuktu. I would drag my balls through 1,000 miles of broken glass shards just to hear her fucking walkie-talkie.
I'm so sorry.
Oregon.
He said, Morgan Simp, give us a wink. Do you want to wink into that?
She's like, double blink.
That was good. Okay. All right. Oh,
Morgan Simp give user Wink donated $200.
Sorry, I got triggered twice. Okay. Awkward.
Well, that's nice. You have a fan. Yeah.
There you go. Okay, cool. Here, pull up the website really quick, then I got to move things on. So you pet talks. Talk with your pets. So it's not just dolphins you can communicate with. Is that a lynx? Do you have a lynx? Is that a? Make it bigger, Nick.
That's a lion head bunny. I was going to bring her tonight.
No, the black one?
Oh, that is a cat that I met in Hawaii.
Okay, I see. So you can. Are there any animals that are precluded from talking to? Like some, you just can't get through to.
No, I had a falcon like in New Zealand, 2 wild falcons.
No, but has there ever been an animal like honey badgers? You just can't get through to them.
She can get through them all because
Like
she's
a crab?
She's talking to them all right here.
I haven't. To me, it's like always the first time. I kind of doubt it until it happens.
Wait, question: if there was a lion or a tiger that was inclined to attack you, could you like stop it with your skills? Like,
hopefully.
No, but like, could you talk to it and be like,
"Hey, back the fuck up."
I did that with a shark.
So
when I was in the water with a shark and some dolphins.
And you told the shark, you're like, chill the fuck out, bro.
I said, that's close enough. And so the shark just
put your
came
arm out?
towards me and then veered right when I said that's close enough.
So now you have to ask her about the bear or the man in the woods.
It also senses energy. Like we sense energy.
It's
like.
Well, last question. Do you use any tools for the job? Do you have like focusing crystals, wands, anything like that you use, which assists you with the telepathy?
She has a dolphin.
We're already built to be able to communicate. Everyone is built scientifically, we're all built with our DNA and our cells, because the 70 trillion cells that each of our cell memories have water around them, and we communicate through water.
Word.
Okay, let's go back to the website really quick. Now Andrew's going to love this one. Go scroll up to the top. You're an ordained minister. Click that, Nick.
Oh my God.
I see you, special weddings, ceremonies, blessings, funerals, healings, celebrations, and events.
So I take a lot of
Scroll
photos
down,
with my
ministry.
phone. So I took that photo of that dove with my
Wait,
phone.
hold on. Let me just
So
make
beautiful.
sure there's nothing
It looks professional.
to us on this shit. Hold on.
Where did you get ordained as a minister, if you don't mind me asking?
Through a website, because someone wanted to get married. So this couple.
I think it's pretty easy to get ordained, though.
Yeah, you can
It's
get
just $25.
I could do it right now, probably. I'll marry all of
Yeah.
you guys.
A lot of people can be ordained.
So you don't actually consider yourself then like a serious Christian, I would guess?
I am a serious Christian. And St. Francis used to talk to animals. So it's like, to me,
Yeah, well, I mean,
to me, it's
do
not
serious
farce.
Christians allow female ministers? I mean, is that allowed in Christianity? Or?
Who even cares if it's
I'm not through churches. To me,
Wait, sorry.
like
who-
St.
hold on, hold on,
Francis
hold on.
said,
Sorry,
preach
hold
the
on,
gospel
hold
at
on.
all
Wait,
times.
sorry,
If necessary, use words.
Stop. Somebody said something. Who even cares? Go ahead.
Sorry, you were saying, like, are you even, like, do they even allow, like, women to be ministers? Like, who even cares? Like, she can be a minister if she wants. Like, let her be a minister. Like, she's not old Christian, like, following by the old
Traditional.
books. Like, we've
And there's
evolved.
lots of churches. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's
you know
like-
what?
we have more
You're totally
forward
right.
thinking.
Let's just you know what? We should just let people be doctors because they just want to be doctors. There should
Okay.
be no qualifications or
Gee, that
criteria
is
whatsoever.
taking it
In
too
fact,
far.
that's what I'm going to
That's
do. Hey, where
taking
did you
it
get
too
your
far.
medical
There actually
degree? Oh, I
is
got it
some.
from a Cracker Jack box. Oh, would you do brain surgery on me? That would be fantastic. You're totally
I
right.
got into my apartment off
Go
fake
with that
paperwork.
criteria.
Anyone can make a document online and say it's real.
Anyways, I got to move this along, but
But
interesting.
she also said that she was doing it to perform weddings, which I think is a very nice thing to do. I went to seminary school. I have 2 master's degrees from Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary. So I was not a theology student, but I have a marriage and family counseling and religious education. And so
Are
that's-
you also consider yourself a minister?
I'm not in the clergy. I don't work in the ministry. I worked for over 12 years in the public school system, so I was a public servant, if you will, and mostly with disadvantaged youth, at-risk youth. Some schools had heavy gang activity. One school I worked at, high schools, one school I worked at had over 90% of the kids on free and reduced lunches, and they would,
Well,
it was,
just real
it
quick
was
as a follow-up,
what
do
my-
you think
what I
do you
was
think
gonna
that
say.
it's okay if women are in the clergy?
Well, let me just say, so one thing that I considered my time working in the school system to be was like ministry work, because it's such a such a ministry working with all these kids that have all these special needs and homeless kids and things like that. So it was a continual social work type of position. But to answer your question, Andrew, I feel like, it just depends on the type of denomination someone's affiliated with. Some of the different denominations, Protestant and whatever.
Yeah, no. Well, hang on. I understand that different denominations are going to have different criteria.
Yeah.
I'm asking you this specific question.
Me specifically.
Do you specifically believe that it's okay for women to be clergy?
Oh, well, it depends on the role, because what the Bible says is that,
Ministers. Can they be ministers?
well, that depends on the role, because what the Bible says is that they shouldn't teach men. So if they were a minister to other women, then that would be allowed based on the scriptures. And they
Okay,
could
so
be a
and
minister
priests
to
too? Do you
you.
think women should be priests? They wanna be?
I am not a Catholic, and I don't believe in the papal system personally. So I'm not going to.
Yeah, neither do I. But I'm just curious, right? Because the extension would still be there, whether or not you believed in their faith or not. You would still say that anybody who was preaching Christianity, who was a woman, should not be a priest or a minister or somebody who had authority.
Right. So
Right.
just that particular job title. That's what I was taking exception to. But like I said, the scriptures are clear that they say females should be teachers to other females and to the children. But in the scriptures, it says specifically not to have the woman in that type of a role teaching the men or the congregation as a whole.
So then they shouldn't be ministers.
Right. She's performing weddings.
Anyways,
she's not
I've
leading
gotta
a
move this
congregation.
Oh, I mean, so wait, with the authority invested in me,
By
I
the
now pronounce you man and wife?
By the state of Hawaii or what have you. In
Yeah,
Texas,
no, you're also, no. You can give the authority invested in you regardless of the state and marry a person, external state authority. That's a Christian way. Would you consider two Christians who got married absent the state to not be married?
No, I don't. If they were married, legally married, or in a spiritual entity that married them, then I mean that's a marriage, right?
Yeah, then you're
So-
giving a woman authority over a man. Then you are giving a woman authority over a man.
Well, if that is.
Hold on, stop. Do you have an issue with this?
No, not the conversation. I have an issue with how you addressed her and
Yeah,
asking her to
so
stop.
we gave you pretty clear pre-show instructions for you guys not to be having a sidebar. It's disrespectful to her for you guys to be talking while she's talking. It's disrespectful to Andrew. I need to nip that sort of shit in the butt. So I don't need further attitude. You guys were clearly in the wrong by doing a sidebar. I told you to stop. I had to be stern because you were already given instructions not to. I don't need the attitude with the eye rolling, okay?
That's fair.
Right. Okay, cool. Go ahead.
And if you listen back, you'll hear on our end and on the audience's end, everything that goes through the mics becomes garbled if multiple people are talking through them at the same time.
So I personally don't have any issues with her performing weddings. She's not saying she leads a church congregation and gives sermons and things like that. And there are civil services, people get ordained to perform for their friend or a relative, and I don't have any issues with that.
So then, by your reasoning, you don't have any problem with a woman having authority over a man, right?
I don't have any trouble with her performing a wedding service for people that are asking her to perform it.
That doesn't actually answer my question, though. That's like a diversion from the question. I'm asking specifically about the authority over a man. In this particular case, if you're marrying two people, one of them is going to be a man, right?
Yes, one would assume.
And you're going to be an authority over that,
One
right?
may assume that. There are people that perform weddings for same-sex couples and things like that as well.
Well, do you think that's okay too in your purview, your Christian purview? Is that also all right?
I don't think it's our place to judge people. If people want to come together and they want someone to do a ceremony for them, whether it be feet washing or like I've been doing the healing arts for lots of years, and I consider my ministry of talking with animals to help humans a ministry.
Wait, it's a ministry? It's a ministry
Well,
to
if
teach
God
people
gives
to
you a
talk to animals?
gift, to me, if God gives you a gift, why not use it? So I feel like that if people come together and they want to have someone as a witness for them to come together in a union, then who am I to judge them?
Well, I can tell you exactly why this line of reasoning makes no sense, and I'm going to explain it to you.
Oh, good.
Would you allow a man to marry his sister? Would you marry them?
Adopted sister?
No. Biological sister.
I probably wouldn't, but that's
Right, you
my
probably
preference.
wouldn't. So the thing is,
That's
it's
just
really
my
interesting.
preference.
Hang on, I just want you to understand that what you're saying is when you say, everybody should just be able to do what they want, and if you want to, go ahead and marry whoever wants to get married, love is love. The second I give you an example that you don't like, you go, no, that's not appropriate. We can't
I'm
do
just
that.
saying I'm not maybe the minister for them. But if
you
they want,
you think that there should be a minister that marries a brother to a sister?
it's not my place to judge them.
You would do
You're not. It's not your place to judge whether or not a man can marry his sister. Whose place is it to judge that?
I'm sorry, but it's not my place to judge them.
What if he wanted to marry his horse?
Well, then she's
and the
she
horse
definitely
sent
knew
a
that.
telepathic message into his brain that said, "I love you," and want to get married to you. Can you get married to them then? I'm serious. I want to know the answer to the question. If you
We need to be more bonded with
in
animals.
telepathy, if you
I'm
honestly
sorry,
believe
but
in
talk
telepathic,
to a Native American, talk to an indigenous person. We're meant to be bonded with animals because most humans don't know what the F they're doing on this planet.
Okay, so just hear
and
me
we've
out, hear me
messed
out.
up this planet. So if we listen to animals,
just
we'd be
wait a second.
nicer
Wait,
people.
back up. Just calm down for a second, okay? If you honestly believe that there are people who have telepathic connections to animals, this means that animals can then consent to sex. That's what it means. That would be a logical possibility that they could actually consent to sex. So if a person said they're having sex with an animal and the animal consented because it sent a telepathic message into their brain.
Oh, stop.
I want to know the answer to the question. Can that happen?
I don't partake in that sex with animals. Sorry. So
I'm not
that's
asking
not
if you
part of my.
partake in it.
But
No,
I'm
no,
about
listen to my
talking
question.
with
Listen to my
animals.
question. Hang on.
So-
I want you to hear my actual question.
What is your
Respond to the
actual question?
actual question I'm asking you. Isn't it possible, if you can telepathically talk to an animal, that an animal could request sexual favors from you telepathically, and then they are consenting to sex? Is that true or false?
False, because
Okay.
the human animal is the only one that's twisted like that. All the animals I've met have never even been on that level.
I thought
They eat each other's faces. They eat each other's dead bodies. They have sex with their parents. What do you mean the animals aren't twisted like that? They do horrible things to each other constantly.
Who?
Animals.
For the record, I'm
Animals.
opposed to marriages being performed between humans and animals. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Animals do horrible things to each other constantly with zero remorse. What do you mean only humans are twisted enough to do this?
No, when you talk about the sex with animals, that's not really a subject that I even care about.
Well, I
mean,
understand you don't
I
care
don't-
about it,
I
but
don't
you
really-
do understand that so here's the argument against the sex with animals, is that animals can't consent. But in your case, you're saying that animals can actually speak to you. If that's true, and you actually believe that that's true, then isn't it logically possible that there are people who have animals speaking into their brain consenting to sex?
Not in my world.
Wait, there's animals
No.
that do fuck people though, like the
course
dolphin
there
that
are.
fuck the
No,
girl.
I've seen there's people
And
that
there's,
fuck
like,
animals.
People that fuck horses. So like, yeah, but for you to say that
that's-
animals aren't demented or weird or
No,
twisted,
I just
they are.
I think it's humans
A dog will hump
imposing.
you if, like, you know what I mean? Like,
No,
but
but
it's
honestly,
humans imposing
I feel like
themselves.
in those scenarios, a lot of the times, I feel like the animals are being kind of forced into that situation.
No,
like, oh
that's
yeah, but the
not-
dolphin. Are we talking about the lady who was living?
Okay, yeah,
in the
what about that
house?
one?
Okay, she wanted that.
the dolphin wanted it. That
and
dolphin
the
was
lady
horny as
wanted
fuck.
that.
And it was
The lady,
If you've
she
ever-
was fully committed.
So it was consensual
She's got
dolphin
it.
sex. That's a fucking weird ass conversation. What the fuck are we talking about?
I know.
Well,
I'm
hang on. It's not
wanna
really a
move
weird
past this
conversation.
combo, too.
So if
I like it,
somebody,
though. I like it.
If you're
gets
talking
the
about
people going.
dating and somebody says to you, "Oh, I can speak to animals," right? Tell me that it does not occur to you that, well, wait a second. What do they say, right? And if it's possible that you actually can do this, what if you actually run into this scenario? Who would you be to object to it? How could you ever tell a person that they could not engage in sexual intercourse with an animal if they can actually talk to an animal and they tell you, I have a telepathic connection to the animal consented? How could you ever tell them that was wrong?
I have nothing to say about that. All I say is that I haven't met anyone that's had that question, or animals or humans.
Have you ever dated a dolphin? Have you ever been on a date with a dolphin?
No.
Okay.
No, but I used to meet a family for
All right.
2 years, and they used to escort me in the ocean.
Okay.
So cute.
Well,
All
it's
right, so in
illegal.
any case-
Bestiality is illegal for a reason.
Yep. And in any case, so you've been celibate for 9 years, single for 9 years, right? No, and any dating prospects currently? Nothing. Okay. What about you?
Yeah, we didn't even make it around.
I forgot we were even.
Wow. We're on that list.
Yeah, the dolphins are like front centered in my mind right now. I do have a boyfriend.
We've only been dating for like officially like a year almost, but like I've known him for like 10 years and we've been like talking or like hooking up like consistently during the last several years.
Keep going.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so yeah, we've been dating for a while.
You got a boyfriend?
Yeah, I got a boyfriend.
How long you guys been together?
Well, almost like a year, like officially, but we've been like exclusively talking for like a while.
Less than a year or more than a year?
Around a year, coming up on a year.
Okay. Longest relationship?
I don't even know. Like maybe that one, just because like we've been talking, so it kind of feels like it's more than a fresh relationship. And like I've known him for years as like friends first, and like we've done stuff and everything like before we were officially dating. So like I would say our relationship was more, but.
So prior to the current guy you're seeing, you've not had a relationship longer than 1 year?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is your longest relationship.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah. Probably.
All right. And what about you?
I'm in a relationship. It's a fresh relationship. It's been officially it's been 3 months. We've known each other for a little over 6 months now. Met him through one of my friends. And my longest relationship was 3 years, and that was probably 4 years ago, 5 years ago. But that was like my first year's relationship coming from high school into college, so.
All right, cool. What about you?
Well, as I said, I'm married. However, I've been with my husband for 6 years. We've been married for 3. It's my 3rd marriage. I've spent almost 25 years married, and put together outside of marriage, I spent about 10 years dating those folks before marrying. So I'm just here to tell you, there is love in your later years, mid-years.
I love that.
Yay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Are you a Cancer or a Gemini?
Cancer.
Makes sense, yeah.
She's
What? Are we doing astrology too? Animal talking wasn't enough. We need a little bit of astrology too.
We did telepathy. Yeah. We talked about rocks.
We haven't done Brian's numerology
how's your diction?
yet.
That's true.
My what?
Your diction. Like, can you read this? I'll have you do some reads for us. Go ahead.
Says Andrew Bryan, please show no mercy to this deadbeat strumpet. Ladies, if you had to pick one, who would you bow to your man once a day or share your man with another woman once a day?
Would you bow to your man once a day or share your man with another woman once a day? Thank you for reading that. Thank you, Bucky Larson, for the message. So starting with you, which one?
I would probably bow to my man.
Okay.
I would rather die.
You got to pick one.
What are the choices?
It was either bow to your man, which I'm not doing, but I'm also not allowing my man to sleep with another. Because, like, if he's sleeping with another person, then you're not my man.
But why wouldn't you bow to your man? Isn't that like a respectful thing, just to be like?
Is he bowing to me?
We mean like a simple like?
It's good, this one.
Bow.
Yeah, it's a bow. You want to demonstrate a bow for everybody? It's good. A mini bow. Wait, so you got to pick. You got to bow.
She said she would rather. Oh yeah,
I would rather die.
You can't. You got to pick one.
Dang, she's not bowing to no man.
Yeah.
So you want to share?
What? Okay.
I would share, but then at that point he wouldn't be my man.
Yeah, but.
Yeah.
You got to pick.
What? I just said I would share.
Let me ask you a question. How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
I don't know. The same. What do you mean? What are we asking right now?
All right. Okay. So
am I too dumb for this?
I don't get it.
I know where he's going. I know where he's going.
It's just to see if you can engage with a hypothetical.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you bow to the tree?
Me? Yeah.
Okay.
The tree's worth it. It's nature, it's God. So,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
This would definitely be situational. I think that if he had a lot of money and he was really, really well off, I would bow to him. But if he was broke and he was slanging,
I would probably share.
Yeah, I like that.
That's a good answer.
I mean, I would probably bow, but we would probably both be laughing at the same time at the absurdity of it all. It's
The
just
absurdity of what?
of bowing at him, like giving.
Is that absurd?
In the context of which we're speaking about it, and like.
Here, Nick, pull up the video. We'll just show the bow segment though, just the quick bow. Go ahead, Nick. Thank you for the 10 memberships, JJ. Go ahead.
Boom. That's so easy. I'll do that every day.
I mean, yeah, it would be funny.
That's just
If you really love your man, you're not gonna bow to him just to be like.
Yeah,
I don't think it's that serious.
What about you?
Yeah, definitely bow for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's like in jiu-jitsu you bow to sign of respect. It's not like that deep. It's not like dictator type shit. It's kind of
okay.
Sorry.
What about you?
Bow. I'm not into sharing.
Okay.
My instant reaction was to be like, no, I'm not bowing to a guy. But then I thought about it for like a nice second. And as she said, it doesn't have to be like any kind of dominant display, like a cute, funny thing. It's like
Doesn't have to be that deep.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be that deep. Like
Not
I would bow.
everything is that deep, guys.
Exactly. Like I would bow.
Yeah.
What if it was that deep though?
Well, then it could be deep.
What
But
if
it
I
also
don't know,
is.
then
It
it's
doesn't
too
have to
deep.
be that deep.
What if it was the
with
case?
things.
What if it was the case that your boyfriend wanted you to be submissive?
But if he's a good boyfriend,
I would break up with him.
You'd break up with him
because if he
would you
wants
peg your boyfriend.
He's not into that. I have
There's
asked
way
him
worse
though,
requests
actually.
than
Wait, hold
bowing.
on. You asked your boyfriend?
Because I'm kind of like, I've never done that. I want to try it. Why won't he let me try it on him? He says he loves me. He's listening to this right now. So
What, be submissive?
Well, peg him.
Pegging.
Yay. That's why it depends on the context.
Wait, question. Do you want to get married one day?
I don't know how I feel about marriage.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in favor of it.
Me too.
Okay.
I want a ring.
Okay.
Same.
All right. Going around the table, bow or boyfriend cheats every day.
We'd bow to each other, so I would bow.
Okay.
Absolutely bow. I make him a sandwich anytime he wants one. And, you know, he's providing, he's out there. He works 7 days a week.
That's if he
10
does
to
that.
12-hour days every day, every week. And he treats me like a queen. So, of course, I'm
But you're talking about your husband.
Bare minimum.
Yeah, but he's my man. I mean, but he's my man. That's, you know.
Yeah, I would do the same.
And the thing about it is if you love somebody, why would you want to share them? And if you love somebody, why would you not respect them and bow?
If they were,
Morgan Simp give yous a wink donated $200. I would swim up the Amazon River with 45-pound weights tied to my scrotum with nothing else but Gorlock the Destroyer's queefs as my air supply if it meant I could have one seafood dinner with you.
What a cutie. What a
Me
little
too.
cutie guy.
I agree.
All right, there you go. Okay, thank you, Morgan Simp. All right, let's see here. Where were we? We got everybody's
Our
relationship.
share.
We got everybody's relationship.
Except
status. Oh, that's top secret. And Andrew's already shared it
Spill the beans,
Oh.
a million times. So.
And what about Andrew?
Isn't he married?
He's married.
What's the question?
The same questions that we had to ask.
What's your
This is a
relationship?
question that you had to ask?
What's
No,
your
that we were
relationship
asked.
status?
Oh, what was the question?
Like, are you dating someone?
Are you single?
What's
I'm
the
happily
longest
married. I've been
relation-
married for well over a decade.
The bow question.
Nice.
Would you bow to your wife or would you?
Fuck no, I ain't gonna bow to my wife. I'm a patriarchist.
Okay, so you're gonna.
No fucking way. She's gonna bow though to me. That's
Does she?
if,
Would
if
you
I
rather
so
her
desire.
bow?
That's the
Does she?
patriarchy, baby. That's the way it works.
Would you rather her bow to you or have sex with someone else once a day?
Bow to me?
Oh, no, he wants that. He wants her to bow.
What do you
hold
mean?
on.
What kind of question is that? Bow to me, obviously.
Okay, so like.
Okay, hang on. Think about the hypothetical first. Hang on. Put on the thinking cap. Think about it first, and then ask again. If you're gonna do a trick hypothetical, make sure it's an actual
It
trick.
wasn't a trick
right? You gotta make sure
hypothetical.
it's actually tricky.
I feel
wasn't
like
a trick
No,
I feel like
it
the
wasn't
men
a
that
trick.
deserve to get bowed to are the ones that are fully taking care of their girl or partner. If you're taking
So
care
like
of your
buying
partner,
Rolexes?
huh?
So like buying Rolexes.
And more.
Did you bow to that guy?
Hell
Wait,
no.
can we
I
ask them
didn't.
two back
I
there
didn't.
what their opinion is, or no?
On
He
the
wasn't
bow?
taking care of everything.
I do bow.
Let's see the bow.
You bow?
Wait, you bow like frequently?
Every day.
Really? To him? No, you don't.
I do.
I like that.
I'm actually being serious. Like,
It's the culture, right? A sign of respect.
no, I'm not Japanese.
Oh.
But like just because
So wait, why do you
want
bow
to or
then?
because he likes it?
She's.
Because it's cute. Yeah.
So how do you do it? You just like.
Just like how
Like,
she
just
did
a little-
in the video. I have to hold my hand.
It is
That's
kind of
cute.
cute though. Like, look at
What about
it's
you?
just like an innocent thing.
What would be my choice?
Yeah.
Bow.
Bow, 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 bow.
Do you currently bow?
No one wants to share? Y'all, no one
Hey
likes
Nick,
sharing?
there's an Instagram tab pulled up. Actually, wait, I'm gonna do private chat. Here, it's in private chat. You're gonna pull that up. We have Alien here. We're gonna get into some of her pre-show notes. There's a photo of you on your Instagram where it's like a before picture.
Okay.
And I thought that would be interesting.
I don't know what picture you're talking
I'm
about.
excited.
Actually.
Hold on, Nick. I'm gonna pull.
Just pull up the profile, but I'll try to find the photo.
She doesn't have many posts. It's just you don't even need to pull up the photo, honestly. Just scroll to the very bottom.
Okay.
You should see it. You should see it.
I'm like really looking at
No,
your
it's just
piercing.
it's just a photo of her.
You have a lot.
Yeah. I have like 20 something, 28.
How many just on the face?
28.
On the face?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Over how many years have you?
Yeah, you can pull it up.
That's not me.
Oh, my God. That's not you?
No, that's my cousin.
Why
she
do you
died.
have just a... Oh, fuck.
It's her relative.
Wow. Wow.
Did you?
I didn't read the caption.
I thought you did background.
That's
God, way to go, Brian.
Alien,
boy.
do you keep these in when you sleep?
I didn't read the fucking caption.
You're an
I just
asshole.
did
Read the caption.
This doesn't even look like her at all.
At all.
They're
What do you
two
mean?
different
She's
people.
got the whole
No.
stuff on.
Look
you know?
past the jewelry, man.
He might need
like a
glasses,
different
guys.
girl.
He might need glasses. We don't know.
You're all good.
That was Nick's idea to do that
That's my
segment. by the way.
cousin.
That was not mine.
Granted,
Way to go,
though,
Nick.
y'all did look more related than y'all two do.
Aw.
Word. Wait, question
I
for you
mean-
really quick. What's this tattoo say?
Right here?
Yeah.
Honesty.
Honesty. And then is it text on the eyelids or is it
Yeah, it
just
says open mind.
open mind?
Are
Okay.
those new? Those look really
Yeah.
fresh.
Just got it like a month ago, my eyelids.
Hey.
Okay. Cool. We also, Nick, there's another Instagram tab that should be pulled up. If you want to, I believe it's Elisa's.
Oh, I thought it was
Elissa.
my ass tat.
Elisa.
Elissa.
It should be, I've already set it to where I think it should be.
Okay. All right, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh,
Yay.
cool.
Bow, 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 bow,
Yes.
bow. That's that booty meat. Sorry.
So just curious, like, you saw the debate a couple days ago. Like, if you had to choose one to date, Trump or Biden?
Ooh, one to date.
Yeah.
To
Okay,
like clap
that's-
them cheeks. Which one?
Okay, so now this is
Oh,
not.
Lord.
So now you're asking me now, not like which one is the better one in general
Yeah,
to
not
date.
politics,
Like
just
who
like
is gonna
for-
Like,
physically
yeah,
to hit.
deliver? I honestly. I don't want to say. Well, okay, I think that Donald Trump's gonna do his best to get the job done. I don't know if he can succeed, but he's probably gonna come at it with some kind of aggressive energy and like sweating, and his wig is. But Biden, he might just like treat you nice during after. I don't know if he's very reserved.
I don't even think you can get it hard.
reserved,
honestly.
quiet, like.
That is a terrible
elderly.
fucking question.
So I don't know.
I hate it.
I don't know who to pick. This is too hard.
Oh God.
Let's go around the
I'm such
table.
a visual
we could go
person. Like
around.
I don't
Now
even
I'm
like to
picturing
hear
both.
this.
I don't.
We saw that. We saw.
Oh God.
The debate.
I like literally declined to
Hilarious.
answer that because absolutely fuck no. But I
You
know I
have
have to
Come
answer.
on, you can't decline to
Oh
answer.
my God.
You got
Trump
it.
or
Come on.
Biden? Jeez.
Like, do you want the forceful, sweating hairpiece flag?
Oh.
Or do you want like the soft, gentle, shaking man? Like, trying
Well,
to-
so I can tell you, I think Biden would sniff your hair and Trump
Yeah.
might grab you by the something, right? So you're like,
Maybe
it's your
Trump
pick.
thinks I'm a freak.
yeah, that would probably work out because he'd be more wild.
Fuck, I'm so mad at myself for
Trump,
saying that.
honestly.
Trump.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trump.
I think it would be cool to have both because you have
Like a
like
threesome?
sensuality with
At the
Biden,
same time?
and then you have
Yeah, but
aggression.
you gotta pick. You gotta pick.
And
You
then you
gotta
have
pick.
aggression with
But you
Trump.
have to pick
pick
either
one.
one.
But if I had to pick either one, I would go with Biden. I like
Okay.
the loving and I like the caring. I like the touching. I feel like he'd give me that.
Yeah, I might have to
You know
change
what?
my answer
Yeah.
too.
Biden?
Either
Yeah, I
way.
think he'd be more like
He
he
would
wouldn't
see?
be all there at all. We wouldn't be able to communicate, but he'd be like,
Is it a crime? I think
that
it's a
soft
crime
old
at
man
that
energy.
I don't know if Biden
Free speech.
Exactly.
Elderly abuse.
Well, am I allowed to say no since I have a boyfriend, or do I have to?
You have to.
Okay.
You have to.
Okay, so the reason why is because he has connections that I want to get documents of, and I know he knows the people.
Wait,
so
who?
Trump.
Oh, Trump. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
All right.
true.
good facts.
This is honestly hard. Like, I don't know if I should just think about this or if I should just say a random thing.
You got it. We believe in you.
Random thing. I'll say Trump. Yeah.
Okay.
They both make me nauseous.
I mean, but you've been celibate for 9 years, so I feel like you gotta,
You might want.
I mean, you gotta give him a chance.
She wants Obama.
She might want to.
Neither. Yeah, Obama would be a lot better.
I think we would all choose Obama.
George Bush.
Like
would
Bush.
George,
Bush.
He could.
He's
bad.
kind of old.
George Bush. Like,
Bush can't even ride a horse.
Yeah.
Sorry.
George Bush fucks.
Obama.
George Bush.
He fucks.
But he can dodge a shoe.
I choose Obama.
Obama. Okay.
Yeah. At least he's.
How come she gets to choose Obama, dude? You said she has to pick. What the fuck?
Okay. You gotta pick. Fine.
Trump or Biden?
Both of them would. I'd stay celibate. Sorry.
You gotta pick. You gotta pick.
Come on.
You can do it.
You gotta pick.
You have to. I did it.
You can do it.
Biden then,
Even
Okay.
though-
All right.
That.
because he could suck my toes.
What?
Whoa.
Oh yeah, he could.
Wait, why couldn't?
Okay, I'm switching to Biden just before we continue. I'm switching back to Biden. Okay?
Get some of that.
You're like, good point.
I'm just
good
thinking
point
about
here.
Trump's face just.
I know. It's so gross.
And his like, ugh, no,
Yeah.
couldn't. It has to
I
be
liked
Biden.
your
It
answer
has to be
about
Biden for me. Sorry.
Yeah.
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
Yeah, like a French band in Nice.
Did you answer?
Oh yeah, me. Sorry.
Yeah. Or who?
Wait, did you answer?
Biden.
Biden.
I like her logic with Trump, but I also like the
Yeah.
gentle speed.
Exactly. And you know the thought process behind.
So what's it
Trump
gonna be?
on top of you.
They're both.
For mental purposes.
They're both bad, but you got this.
Kindness.
Kindness.
Biden.
It would have to be Trump. It'd be amazing.
Oh my God.
It'd be good.
Husband's watching. It would be
So all of you failed who picked Biden. I'll tell you why.
No.
I'll tell you why you failed.
We
There
got
was this obvious
There's no
answer,
way.
and you guys missed it, right? You could have said Biden because he'll forget about it in 5 minutes. So you could have said that. You all missed it. Every one of you missed it. I'm very disappointed in all of you.
Wait, but what would
Whatever.
that change
That wouldn't
if
change.
he forgot
If
about
you,
it?
I know, we
you
wanna
can't
forget
forget.
about it. Not him.
You
Yeah.
can't forget. So why should he
Yeah,
forget?
you can't impart his.
Because he'll
content.
fall asleep and just be like, or what?
Issues.
I don't get it.
That's a no-win question, is what that is.
She was excited about
No.
Trump, bro. That's crazy.
I was trying to do.
You're trying to get
I was
free,
trying to do
married
the
lady.
accent.
You're married.
Yeah,
Stop it. Your
I'm
husband's
married.
probably
No.
watching
Does
this.
your
so you're
husband
gonna get.
No, I was trying to do a really horrible impression of him talking. It was gonna be amazing. It's gonna be awesome.
I heard it.
But
I held it.
yeah, it fell flat.
All right.
We're going to give you the best ever.
In China.
So
my gosh.
Christine, right?
Yes.
Okay. On your Instagram, it says you're a she, they.
Is that my pronouns?
I
yeah.
think- is
yeah,
that- are
you
those
can
your
call me
pronouns?
they, she, her,
So
them.
you don't.
I don't
Is that
care.
how you identify as a they?
I mean, I don't really care.
You- but you-
Actually, call me he. I don't give a shit. Just call me whatever you
She's
want.
an alien.
I just put that there because it makes other people feel comfortable.
Oh, so those. Okay.
Yeah, Brian, leave that guy alone.
Okay, dude. Okay, bro. Going around the table. What are your pronouns? What are your pronouns? Go ahead.
I don't give a shit either. Call me whatever. Dude, bro, alien, fucking bitch, bad bitch. I don't care.
Okay. I go by a freak of nature sometimes, but typically she, they.
All right.
I mean, I don't care, but she, her.
She, her.
I
Okay.
guess.
I would say she, her, but I like the they history behind it. They, them. It's really cool because it's like you don't, especially when you're younger, you don't have any like, you're not bound to something, so there's more possibilities. Like you're not bound to the gender roles or norms. So I'm saying I
even wanna
like that,
talk
but I'm
about that
saying
conversation.
she, her.
Okay. What about you?
Probably she and we.
Huh?
Huh?
What?
Multiple people.
We.
No, but because have you ever hung out with a transgender person?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I lived with one for 2 years, and the awfulness that they have to go through of not being accepted for who they are, and just they're a human being.
But you
And
want
the
somebody to call
names-
you we.
Wait, I'm just confused about the
It's,
we.
yeah. It's
So
just,
if I say
I'm really
we-
not into pronouns. Like
But
it's
like
just
you said, she, we.
yeah, because it's like
I've
we
never
all.
even, I've
What if
never
you make
heard
it one
we.
word? Is she we?
Because we all breathe each other's DNA
Yeah,
every day.
let's see how this plays out. Okay.
She wolf.
Yeah.
Go get her for dinner. Go get we for dinner. Does that kind of roll off the tongue? Let's go get we for dinner.
It's
Well,
better,
they.
it's
That's
better
like saying
than,
they.
better than
Go
the
get
me
they.
mentality.
Well, this is even more confusing.
Well, no, I mean they. You can kind of understand, right? Because people will
Yeah.
use they and them in that type of context. So, for instance, if I said go get them for dinner, right? That kind of at least makes sense. But if I say go get us for dinner, we us. Go get us for dinner, go get we for dinner. That's bizarre. That makes no sense at all.
Well, no, it's even more confusing if it's something along the lines of we went to dinner. Is that
You and someone
that
else?
individual, or is
Right.
that we, like us, went to dinner?
I guess I feel like the other ladies. I'm not really into pronouns.
Okay. Anyways,
So,
what about you?
but thank you.
Just boring. She, her.
Okay.
Casual.
She, her.
Yeah, I'm just a woman, so she, her.
Okay. All right. Not sure why I asked that, but I saw it on your Instagram, so. All right.
Yeah, I was like, wait.
It's important to a crowd.
Yo,
It's
I
important to a
I
crowd.
have you guys met people where it's like they only want you to call
Yes.
them? Is it
Zer?
them?
They, them, he,
They.
he.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
It's hard to
yeah.
practice that.
They,
Like
them
I've met
is
like
confusing.
I end
It's
up
so hard to
usually
practice,
just
like-
calling them by their name instead.
Yeah.
You know.
Anyways.
Because
Okay.
it's grammatically
Because I've heard
challenging.
people call a human being an it, and it's
It?
really just an
No,
it.
I just
because,
call people by their
because they
name.
were
not that deep.
transgender, and I just think that the whole pronoun like sucks.
Mike Davis donated $200.
Oh, Mike Davis, thank you, man.
I have
I'm
a
a
question,
mobile
though.
businessman, and if I see anyone signing off with some goofy pronouns, they're blocked immediately. Politics aside, they're the most annoying breed of people. My pronouns are nor/mal.
normal.
Normal.
Has an
That's a good
animal
one.
ever told you that it identifies differently than the sex it was born with?
That's for you.
What?
An
Oh,
animal.
Andrew, can you?
Yeah, has
sorry.
an animal ever told
Thank
you
you, Mike
that they
Davis.
identify differently than the sex they were born with?
No.
No. I was just curious.
Okay. All right. So going to Deadbeat here. Deadbeat, you said, I can create some good conversation about controversial topics. Was there anything in particular that you wanted to hit on? Or?
I think what I was referring to was more about like the strip club and
Okay.
like customers coming into the strip club and maybe
Right.
encounters I've had.
So you wrote that you have plenty of unique and crazy stories from your 8 years working in a strip club, including some wild celebrity encounters and insane moments in the back room. In the back room.
Yeah, yeah.
Back
Okay,
room?
so I got 2 stories that I can get into right now. I think one's really positive and one's really cringe. One is in the back room and one is on the...
You're fine. You're fine. Keep going.
Oh.
Keep going.
Yeah, so I want to talk about the coolest encounter that I had with a celebrity. I don't really want to focus on the negative ones. I'd rather focus on the positive ones and what they did right and what other people should do, because a lot of people don't know what to do in the club. Do you want me to say who they were? I feel like they
Say it.
I feel like they'd be
Say
happy
it.
about. I mean, okay, so this is Waka Flocka and his team and his goons. So all the guys that they travel with. I think this is one of my best experiences I've ever had dealing with the celebrities. I've had a lot of them, a lot more bad ones than good ones. But this one, he came in with his people, and there's a lot of strip club etiquette. And when somebody comes in that's like high status, what happens is they pull out like a rope with the rope with the gold sides, and you have to stand in line and let them pick you as a dancer.
Like all of the girls stand in
Yeah,
line.
we all stand in a
okay.
line and they say yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, to
the dancers, and then whoever they pick or want in the sections, they allow in the sections. So there was a line, and I refused to stand in it. I never stand in it. I'll never stand in it. I'm just like, not, you either mess with me or you don't, right? So I was standing on the sidelines, and I was watching them pick the girls, and I was like, dang, that's really cool. Kind of in my head thinking, how am I going to get into this section? So they picked like 4 or 5 girls, and they were drop dead gorgeous, beautiful. And they had pulled out, I think maybe like $8,000, maybe somewhere around there, for maybe like 4 or 5 girls. And I was standing kind of like leaning over like this, just like watching them, being a little lurking girl on the sidelines. And one of the friends of Waka Flocka was like, no, get in this section. I'm like, what? And he's like, no. I was like, there's money on the floor already. Like, I can't. They have to pick it up, and like, I can't get in the section. And he's like, nah, you're getting in the section. And then he went forward and like grabbed me by my armpits and drug me into the section, like next to Waka Flocka. And I was like, this was very invasive. But I'm like sitting there now, and I'm like, all right, I start dancing. And one of the girls comes up to me, and she starts like cussing me out. And she's like, get out of the fucking section. Oh my gosh. And she was just like in my throat, dead ass in my throat. And so Waka's there, his team's there. And Waka Flocka was really like kind of not saying too much. Like, he was more low key, but he tapped the guy and was kind of like, handle that. And his friend got into his face and got into the girl's face and was like, shut the fuck up, bitch. I get to decide who's in the section. It was really, really mean, and he was also correct, because the customer's always right, no matter what it is in a customer service job, which dancing is customer service and sales, so he's right. So he shut that down, and then they ended up throwing like thousands I think we each left with about $2,500, and there was about 5 of us in the section. They were super polite, super nice, did not sexually harass us at all. And I just really loved that his friend had my back and like didn't let someone bully me into getting kicked out of money that was mine, because he asked me into the section. So yeah, everything was perfect in that experience. Not all of them are. I feel like now, what? Go ahead.
I have a question. So you said you had some crazy stories. That was a
nice,
basic,
very
cool
story.
money-making story. I want to hear the cringy. I want to hear the cringy, filthy,
okay,
nasty,
so now I'm
freaky
going to tell
shit.
you about my story in the back room, because I got something. But I wanted to say something positive, because there is people
okay, well, that
out
was
there.
cute. That was cute.
It was so cute, and they handled it. It was amazing, and like hearts that. Yes. Okay. So now one of my cringiest stories. Okay. So I used to work at this place in downtown LA, and I was a baby stripper. I think I was maybe like 7-8 months into it, and I had a customer that was a construction worker. I was sitting him for a while. I thought he was kind of weird, but I didn't think he was this weird. I was like, all right, like no other dancer's talking to him, but I'm gonna talk to him because it's a slow night. And so I saw him. It wasn't even a VIP. It was like a 3 for $100. It was like 3 songs for $100. And we go into the back, and he requests that I take off my heels. And I don't know if you guys know this, but stripper feet smell like shit. Stripper feet are literally disgusting. Like, we are sweating throughout the night. And I'm a pole princess, which means like I do pole tricks, like I'm active on stage. So I am drenched in sweat after every shift. So this guy was like, I want to take your heels off and massage your feet. And I was like, all right, bet. Like, he's paying me for that, right? So I go in the back, and then he takes my heels off, and I'm automatically embarrassed because my feet smell like shit. And I go like this, and I lean back. So I'm like, and I'm covering my eyes, so I'm not even watching what's happening. All I know is he already paid for the thing, and he's here, and there's 3 songs, and I have to sit here. I'm going to close my eyes. He's gonna
How long is this story? This is the longest story I've ever heard in my life. This is like, are we getting to the end?
Sir?
I'm honest.
Okay.
I'm just like, it's
I'm covering my eyes, and I feel a jerking motion. Okay, my body is jerking. I'm like, why is my body jerking right now? And I open my eyes, and this guy is straight up on my feet.
Jacking off on your feet?
Mm-hmm. Am I allowed to say that?
I mean,
he was just straight up jerking off on my feet.
That's fucking disgusting.
The way that I started screaming in the back room, I started screaming. I'd never seen anything like this. And the bouncer came in and saw all of it. Like, my feet were exposed. He's doing his thing. That guy did get dragged out of the club. It was disgusting.
I've had a dude pay
I'm
to smell my armpits.
traumatized from that, by the way. I've told that story like 4 times, and every time I do, I get the goosebumps, and then my heart starts like pounding.
So let me get this right.
It
Let me
was
get
so
this right.
traumatic.
I want to make sure I get this straight.
That's horrible.
You ground your vagina on men's junk over the clothes for money, but when he came to him jerking off on your feet, that was just a little too much for you. That was where you drew that line.
I think anytime a man pulls out his genitals in a strip club, it's going to be shocking and it's going to be out of line, because that's not what we do in the strip club. Okay, as everyone.
Oh no! Lots and lots of strippers, and tell the truth, they have a little side hustle going on, don't they?
Well, whatever side hustle those girls have is their side hustle, and I know nothing about it.
Yeah, but you know that they do,
But what I do
right?
know is that in LA, where I work, if you do anything extra, you're getting fired, which means you're banned from meeting new customers. You're banned.
Yeah, I mean maybe, but I mean it's pretty common. It's pretty much common practices that they do side shit for money. It's well known, even in LA.
But what I'm telling you a story about
phenomenon.
is my story about the back room that I had, which was requested of me to speak on. So that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Yeah, I know. And what I'm doing is I'm kind of making the same general characterization, because I don't understand how can you grind your genitals on a man for money and get him hard in his pants while you grind on his hard-on. But the second he decides to, do something just a little bit different than that, well, that's where we draw the line. I've never really understood the mentality with that.
If you nut in your own pants, that's different. But don't pull out and fucking nut on a female. Then you're gonna get punched in the fucking face.
I got to move
I think
it on.
it's
This is
anything
fucking
that
disgusting. I'm
you
moving
weren't
this shit on.
prepared
Hold on,
for.
I'm moving it on.
What was worse was the bestiality
Anyway,
conversation.
yeah, that was pretty bad too.
This whole conversation is
That
crazy.
was pretty fucking terrible.
I need a shot.
Can I say one more thing? There's rules that you go into a strip club knowing, and there's rules that the dancers have and the customers are supposed to abide by. When those rules are broken, that's when the customer's getting dragged out, and in that moment, the rules were broken.
Okay, we get it.
Yeah, I don't think dudes should be, whatever that dude did, he shouldn't have done it.
Facts, completely.
Anyways, okay, you said 2 things that you hate: a lazy dancer and a fake trick.
What?
What's a fake trick?
A fake trick is when you go to the club and this guy pulls out, let's say a guy pulls out $1,000 and he's like, I'm gonna spend it, I'm gonna throw it, and then he pockets it and takes it home. That's a fake ass trick.
Okay.
You get that?
Is this something someone can encounter in dating too, or is this just like a club thing?
Dating?
Yeah, a fake trick.
Okay, so I think the biggest sale with trick tendencies is they'll tell you all the things that they can do for you, and then a girl will believe it, and then after 6 months they can no longer provide the lifestyle that they've been providing in the beginning of the relationship. That's also a fake trick, and that's also devastating because they sold you an idea of themselves that was not real. So that's also fake AF.
All right. You also wanted to mention something about the sassy men apocalypse. I think this was on
isn't that what you're selling them though? Aren't you selling them the same thing? You're selling them like
if you're referring to the strip club, that's different. If we're talking about dating.
Well, how's that different? I mean, it's the same shit, right? You're selling them the illusion that you're into
in the
them,
strip club, and they know
that you
it's
like
an
them.
illusion.
You're selling them the same illusion, right?
Yeah, in the strip club, they know it's illusion. They know it's not real. But if you're
No,
outside,
do they? Why do we
God, I
just
hope
kind of
they
bake in
do.
the assumptions that they know these things? That,
If they don't, they're tripping.
That men can't be preyed on by women inside of these clubs. Clearly, they very clearly can. Not all men who go into these clubs, even though they can consent because they're of age, have all their faculties, they seem to be taken advantage of plenty.
if they're getting taken advantage of, it's because they want to be taken advantage of.
Oh, well then I guess if you're getting taken advantage of, it's because you want to get taken advantage of.
Facts.
Manipulation is real.
Facts.
Okay.
Moving on.
Would we say the same thing? So like, wait, if you're getting, that's actually a good point Andrew raises. So if you are getting taken advantage of, it's because you want to be taken advantage of. What about like a guy who lies to a girl about his long-term intentions in order to get her into bed. So yeah, the girl, she only wants to have sex with a long-term boyfriend, and he's like, baby, I love you, I want to be with you. They have sex, and then he never talks to her again.
I think that happens every single day.
It does, yeah, it happens a lot.
Yeah, that happens.
And it's wrong, but
that either means the coochie or the dick was trash. Either way. That's what it means. If you guys fucking, you never fucking again, then something is wrong.
Well, but he could also just be like trash if he's just like wants to bang,
true
but
too.
is like lying.
That's true too. But most of the time, if you're just wanting
But
to
would we
fuck
say-
and hook up,
would
if
we
it's just
say
a
the same
hookup thing, it's
Same
like
thing about what?
Well, Andrew said if you get taken advantage of, it's because you wanted to be taken advantage of.
to an extent.
Is that the same case if a girl gets tricked in that way?
I mean, yeah, if you want the D, you want the D.
Yeah,
and
no,
you're
no,
gonna
it's
listen.
because she wanted it. She wanted to be taken advantage of. That's the logical extension, right?
I don't think it's
That's why.
because she wants
That's why these kinds of like
No one
sloganeerings
wants
by
to be
people who
taken
cope because they've engaged in prostitution. It's a cope, right? They're coping about the engagement of prostitution, but when you take it to its logical extension, you find out, well, wait a second. When men are taking advantage of them, they seem to have a completely different outlook than when they go, oh, well, men going into strip clubs, they know they're being taken advantage of. Well, no, they don't all know that. Clearly,
okay, wait.
the strip club.
Hang on.
I feel like we should back up a
be
bit.
true that they just know that.
We gotta
Not
back
all
up.
of
We
them.
gotta back up a teeny bit. When somebody comes to the strip club, they're looking to party and have a good time. And and in the strip club, that's like bottle service and having a bunch of beautiful women around them, right? If you want the guy that's getting away from his wife that just wants to sit there and maybe get a couple dances, like he's coming there for a reason and he knows it's going to cost him money. So it's not really taken advantage of. It's two different
bullshit.
scenarios.
Do you know what the concept of a parasocial relationship is?
No.
No. The concept of a parasocial relationship, you can be fooled into believing an illusion. And women and men are both capable of believing an illusion. In this case, the illusion is the girlfriend experience or the woman who's really into you. Clearly, when you get paid money to strip, you're not going to pretend that you hate the guy. That's not what you're doing. You're pretending that you're into him, that you think he's great, that you think he's fantastic. This makes you, in turn, more money. Now, we're speaking in generalities. I'm sure that you can point out some sicko who wants you to treat him like shit, but in general, you're going to act like you're really into the men that you are performing the service for, because that in turn is going to make you a lot more money, right? To kind of sit there and pretend that some of those men don't involve themselves in some kind of parasocial relationship or believe that the experience is real or that you really like them or something like that, it's bullshit. That actually isn't even possible. There has to be at least some of them that do believe that.
That's true.
I don't know what they believe, and I don't care. I'm just doing my job.
It's their
Right,
fault.
you don't care. You'll take advantage of them one way or the other because you're doing your
it's
job.
not
So that's
taking
why I don't feel
advantage.
bad when you're
They're
like, oh, this guy
going
took advantage of me. I'm like,
They're
good. That's
looking
called
for
comeuppance.
They're
It's
going
called
to a place
comeuppance.
of business, paying money for a service, like very knowingly, very willingly. Like they know what a strip club is. Most people know what strip clubs are, and they understand what they're getting into when they walk in there. I'm sure not everybody does to that full extent. We can't. He's gone now.
I feel like
he's gone.
I feel like a woman that's investing in a relationship based on trust of the guy and thinking that he's legitimate when he says a certain thing. I feel like that's completely different than a cash transaction.
They're two
scenario.
different things.
Yes.
You can't compare them or act like they're the same.
I mean, you can
compare
compare
them.
there's people that have all sorts of vulnerabilities and they're in a different place and mentally. Maybe they've just lost somebody. Maybe they've gone through a divorce or whatever. Maybe they're just very naive. And that happens with females as well. And I don't think preying upon somebody and lying to them deliberately is ever a good thing.
So let's back up real quick to what you were saying earlier. You said, clearly most men know. I think that you're right. I think that probably most men who go into a strip club understand that it's a fantasy-based experience. But remember what she said. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if they don't think it is. I'm there to do a job. I'm there to make money, right? She doesn't care if there's men who come in there and don't believe that, they don't know that, or they fall for the parasocial aspect of this thing. She doesn't give a shit.
I mean, what is she
so
supposed
then in
to
turn,
do about
so
that?
hang on. She said it. Those were her words.
I did say
Can you
that, and I
repeat-
believe that. I
hang on.
stand by
Can you
it.
repeat her words for me? Can you repeat them? So I know that you heard them.
Oh, she doesn't give a shit if they come there.
She doesn't give a shit. Yeah,
But
she doesn't give a shit.
Again,
so the
that's
thing
her
is,
job.
Why in turn should men give a shit if women are taken advantage of? If women fall for the parasocial experience? Because I assume that most women believe that most men are just looking to score. They're just looking to get some. They're just looking to hit and run, right? I assume that. And so since I make that assumption, any of them that do that, shouldn't I just go, well, I guess you shouldn't have fallen for it?
Well, no, because you're comparing a business and a service to a relationship, and they're just not. They're not the same.
The only difference is the money, right?
No,
there's no real. There's no real distinction.
Meeting somebody in a regular environment, you're comparing.
No. Why is it that when you make an analogy that people don't seem to understand, that if I say apples and oranges are different, I'm still comparing fruit. So while I'm comparing two different situations, the logic is still the same. Strippers take advantage of men. There's no doubt that they do. Escorts do the same thing. They take advantage of men all the time. There's no doubt that that's true. So if that is true, if you have 3 sugar daddies who are taking care of your bills and they all know each other.
People that need help. We're therapists. We're not taking advantage of people who need help.
Yeah, you got them on the whole couch, and you're going to make sure that they get their right therapy, and it's just going to cost them a lot of money, right? You're there for them. It's a public service.
Especially if you're cheating on your wife or your girlfriend.
What's your job, dude? Because I want to know, like...
I'm a robotics mechanic. What's your job?
Oh, I work at Amazon.
What's your job? Mrs. Tree Dater?
Huh? Okay, wait. Can we go back to the topic?
I wanted to know.
What's your job, Mrs. Tree Dater? I'm sorry, Mrs. Tree Dater. What's your job? I'm a robotics mechanic. What's your job?
She had a question related to what your job was.
Yeah, I had a question for her. She asked me when I answered, I'm a robotics mechanic. What's your job?
I work at I said I work at a fucking warehouse. So
yeah, you work at a fucking warehouse. So where were you going with that?
Okay. Anyway, so because you want to sit here and act fucking smart, I got you. Anyway, I want to know, like, do your employees or whoever that you talk to, do they think that you're taking advantage of them as well for like what you do, or like?
No.
Okay. So why would that be the same for a fucking stripper? That's their job. Are you stupid?
Yeah, what you just said is incoherent, and I don't even understand it.
How is that incoherent? It's a job.
So wait a second.
Being a stripper is a job.
Hang on. So are you saying that people can't fleece their customers by giving their customer an illusion and taking advantage of them? No, and that's not what I'm saying.
However, if they know that what they're getting...
You have to calm down enough to let me get the question out before you answer.
Wait, hold on. But you've been yelling at everybody else.
Well, you do realize that... Okay, I want you to do me a favor real quick. Count how many people are in the room and count how many of me there are. Go ahead.
She doesn't need to do that because you definitely have been talking over a couple ladies several times.
Nobody's even talking to you. We're having this exchange.
I don't need you to talk
Let us
to
finish
me.
our
I don't mind to listen to your opinions.
I don't know why you're even involved in the exchange. It has nothing to do with it.
I can involve myself in anything I want to. It's a podcast.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can also involve yourself by not speaking until we're done with the exchange. Remember how you were having exchanges with other people and I didn't get in the mix? Remember how I gave you that kind of respect?
But then remember when you did.
You think you can show it back?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think you can. But try anyway.
Well,
so back to the exchange that we were just having.
Episodes and I haven't
before we were so rudely interrupted by this broad over here.
With that.
Perhaps you can explain to me if there's that many people in the room and I'm having various arguments with those people, obviously I'm going to have to insert and interject far more than those people are for me. It's easy because there's one of me and there's many of you.
Isn't that all of us though? We all have to interject if we don't like.
And you all have been interjecting.
What's your point?
I was really enjoying
my point is that if there's one of me and 9 of you, clearly in order to get some speaking time, I'm going to have to interject more than you do.
So you need to allow him to finish asking the question. Go ahead, Andrew. Ask the question, then she can respond.
Well, so the question is I don't know. In this case, you're creating a false dialectic. I was looking for a logical extension. I was saying, based on your logic, the extension of the logic should apply to these other situations. That's a logical extension. Okay. The false dialectic, which you propose, though, is saying because employers can mistreat their employees, that is in some way similar to selling a fantasy experience, and it's clearly not.
Are you talking to me or deadbeat?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Okay, so first of all, they're a stripper, right? So if they're a stripper, I don't go to a strip club thinking, oh, I'm gonna make this girl my wife. Like, that's your fuck up, honestly.
Okay, you know, a lot of people don't go there.
That's my point.
I
That
would
makes
say
my point for me.
99% of customers do not go in thinking they're going to get a relationship, thinking they're going to get any type of long-term anything. They're going in there to have an experience, to party, and to have fun. And the ones that are going in there to talk about their wife because they're annoyed are paying for a girl to sit there and to just listen to them yap. And they know that. They're like, thank you for sitting here and listening to me talk about my deadbeat ass life. I'm going to give you $500. And that and they are the ones that are making that conscious decision.
Yeah, but that's not what the dispute is. Do you know what the dispute we're having even is?
He was saying, if I remember it correctly, Andrew, he was saying, don't you think that that's turnabout is fair play if a guy tells a girl that he has longer relationship intentions just to get her into bed, that the one should make the other one okay or balance each other out?
So if a girl's getting bread is the same, you're trying to say, is it the equivalent of a guy selling the idea of a long-term relationship?
No, what I'm saying is that if you have the expectation that most men who walk into a strip club are going to understand they're being sold a fantasy experience, I can agree with that. But what I'm saying is that there's clearly going to be some who do not think that it's just a pure fantasy experience, who are being taken advantage of.
I agree that could happen.
Yeah, sure. So my counter to this is just to say, well, wait a second. I also think that there's women who are being sold a fantasy experience from men. And men are essentially trying to get the thing that they want out of those women, just like you're trying to get money out of men. And so if that is the case, it seems that turnabout is fair play, yeah?
Honestly, same shit. I agree with you. You know, there's a girl doing it to a guy, there's a guy doing it to a girl. Different settings, though. Guys are doing it at in regular nightclubs, and they're trying to, like, take a girl home.
You agree with me. So the point of the contention is Andrew's right. Right?
No, honestly, I was trying to have a conversation with you this entire time, and other people kept interrupting.
I know. That's fair. They were interjecting. I thought we were having a good
I was having my moment, y'all.
It was a beautiful moment.
And so moving things on here a little bit, you also, I think this was a tweet of yours, mentioned something about a sassy men apocalypse. What is that?
Yeah.
What's that?
I think men do want... Okay. Good-looking men, semi-attractive. I'm talking about on a scale 1 to 10. They're like 6 or 7s. Want to be chased. All right, they want to be chased. They want to be actively. You know, I love them, as they should. Men want to be cradled. They want to be loved. They've been abused for so many years. They're getting sensitive. So now they're like, you know what? Show me that you love me. So they want girls to chase them. And in that process of girls chasing them, they're extremely sassy, and they give attitude, and they match women's energy often.
Drizzle. Drizzle.
What is that?
Yeah, sassy man apocalypse.
I love it, as you should. I know you want to be loved, baby.
I think girls should pay for first dates. In all dates.
Okay, I have paid for quite a few first dates. All dates? If I'm not going to smash you out, and if I see nothing going, I'll pay for the first date, because I'll never see you again.
Wait, you smash guys out, or they smash you out?
Depends on who it is. Depends how masculine they are, but yeah, I'm usually the one getting smashed out.
What the hell?
Sorry, y'all. Ew, not Andrew Tate.
Okay. Good times. Any girls here had this experience? You're encountering sassy men who kind of want to be pursued and chased by you, or girls, I guess. Yeah.
I think we have one on the TV right now.
Is Andrew?
I think he's a little
Andrew's
sassy.
a sassy man?
He's sassy. He likes to match the energy of the person he's talking to, whether it be a woman or a man.
Okay.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is a true and fair assessment. Generally, if you're respectful and we have a good respectful back and forth, I like to have those. And if you're a total bitch then I'll be a total asshole. But
You're a cutie, though.
I
You're
don't
a
think
cutie.
that that's totally reasonable. I think that's totally reasonable.
I think that's
you
typical.
got good like arguments, and you come with substance, and I really do appreciate that.
She'll give you a
Great
discount.
debater.
She'll get
You're
a
gonna
discount.
discount
$5
sure.
off a lap dance. And you and your wife get a couple dance by
What
me.
the?
Okay. Well, you know, I think with an alpha man,
I
you're
just
going
want
to
to let
have
you
that.
know, like,
You're going to
even
have that.
even if I were to break my Orthodox vows and do something as sick as that, why the fuck do you think I would ever do it with you? Like, where's the delusion come in? Where like,
wow,
if you can pay for that, what makes you think I'd pay for that with you?
Honestly, that statement alone, I would say
Is it
that you
sassy?
need to go to the strip club and pick somebody that you are attracted to.
I
You and your
need to.
like you
I
need
need
that lap dance, because if you're that hostile over a hot girl offering you and your wife a lap dance, then there's something wrong.
You know, I've been told on this show a ton of times that hot is subjective. It's a subjective metric. It's not objective.
I think I'm
so
universal.
when you say hot, this is just a subjective term.
Yeah, I think
and
I'm
so for me, it's
universal.
also subjective, right?
Yeah.
You know what? This would be a perfect. Oh no, I unpinned the Stifler. Damn it.
If we're doing the ratings, I want to do something a little different on the ratings.
Unfortunately, we unpinned Stifler's comment, but typically we have. We have a question that comes in from a guy named Stifler. He says, "Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. Can't pick 7. Andrew, what is the differential that you'd like to?"
If you guys will humor me tonight, I've been thinking about this, and I'm going to be totally honest with you, just so that you can understand my mindset. Women lie about this constantly, and we catch them in lie after lie after lie on this. And I know why. It's not even because they're being malicious. It's because they don't want to hurt people's feelings. Okay, like that's the honest reason that they
Wait, should
lie
we get the
about this
ratings
answer so
before?
much.
Should we get the ratings before, or you want to?
Hang on.
Okay.
Nope, this feeds into the question. I just want to give a precursor so you understand my mindset. There is such a thing as something called the wisdom of the crowd. And what this means is, if you had a state fair and there was a cow in the fair, almost everybody who guessed the weight of the cow would be wrong. But if you averaged their answers, you would be really close to the actual weight of the cow, the wisdom of the crowd. So what I'd like to do is ask you, if 1,000 men were rating you, what do you think they would average you at? Going around the table.
But you said you can't say 7? Was that what you said?
You can't say 7.
Why?
If it's 1,000 men are rating you and we're taking the average of all of their answers, what do you think that it would end up, the number would be?
Well, why can't you say 7 though? I'm just curious about that.
It's a rest in peace.
Because it's a
Kevin
safe number.
Samuels.
Okay. Well
Rest
then.
in peace.
8.
8. You think that 1,000 men who rated you would consider you to be at the top tier of the most beautiful women in the world?
That's what I would
Wait,
hope
let's
for.
get. Why don't we? Andrew,
right.
we ought to
Yeah,
get
yeah.
the whole.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We ought to get everybody first.
My answer, damn it.
10.
9.
I respectfully decline answering this question because I do not want to focus my point of consciousness into this sphere. So with peace and love.
What the fuck?
With
Wait,
peace
what?
and love.
Respect.
With peace and love, I decline.
Why?
Because I do not want to focus my point of consciousness into this sphere.
Into this
Into this
sphere,
sphere,
or
into this-
the sphere?
Into this sphere.
What
into
is this sphere?
This sphere, this point of conversation.
What do you mean?
And
what
the
does that
energetic
mean?
essence it lies within. I
What-
don't feel like it.
What does? I'm sorry. You're gonna have to
The
translate.
DMT is wearing off. Just let her just
Brian.
say what you.
I say this with peace and love and all due respect, but I don't answer stupid questions.
Well,
I'm
actually,
not
this
going to answer this.
I could say that the self-rating, perhaps, you could make an argument it's a stupid question. But it seems like if you were to ask, what if 1,000 people were giving their subjective metric on how you looked, how they thought your beauty standard was? That actually doesn't seem like a stupid question to me. That seems like a wise question because we're looking at the wisdom of the crowd. This is the point of the mental exercise.
Well, I believe everything in existence has a purpose, but I feel this lacks a lot of value. And this
Teleology, purpose. I love purpose. I love teleology. I love the idea of a telos. What is your purpose on a dating podcast, do you think?
to bring in a new perspective.
And could this perspective also be to answer the questions which you're asked? And here's the thing. I'll be totally fair, and I'll answer the same question I ask you.
Isn't that technically her answer,
though? Or is this just like off a photo of you, like a picture, or is it like they know what your personality is?
No, they don't know anything about your personality. Okay. It's just a pure beauty standard. That's it.
Can I say something though? So my thing about that, like my response to that is like, I think it's subjective too. Like someone could see me as like a 10 and then someone else could see me as like and I get you want to like average it out, but the thing is like, someone can factor certain things into looks on average. So I feel like you can't really like subjectively like be like, because everyone thinks Brad Pitt is hot, right? I don't
totally agree with. So I'm going to totally agree.
Out of 1,000 people,
just to be
that's
clear.
a good point.
Wait, actually,
I'm going to grant all of this, right? You're totally correct. It's completely subjective. So based on what you think the subjective metric of 1,000 people who were rating you at a county fair, you're in a beauty pageant. You're in a beauty pageant. And the way that they determine who the beauty queen is they use the numbers 1 to 10. And you are estimating what 1,000 men would say you would be based on their general opinion.
So you mean like, on average, like socially, subjectively?
Yes.
Just answer the fucking question.
Thank you.
I don't know if I can answer the question though. Like, what does that even mean?
1 out of 10.
1,000 guys looking at
1 out of 10.
Where are they gonna put
well,
you?
here's the thing. I would have said 7.
Oh my God!
Why can't we say
1 out
7?
of 10.
I like this girl.
Listen.
No,
I
was 1 out of 10.
Go off, queen.
I was.
Go off, queen.
Listen.
1 out of 10. What do you
Go
give
off,
yourself?
queen.
I gave myself an 8.
7 anyway.
Listen, I was
7,
gonna say 7, but why can't we say 7?
So just say 6 if that's what you want to say then.
Go
or
off,
8,
queen.
10. Come on, just say it, and then
6
let's
or
keep
8.
it going. Jesus Christ.
6 or 8.
Well, how does
You
this
guys want to
not?
get so deep with every fucking
It's either
question? Just
6
answer
or
the
8.
fucking question.
Yeah, but how does this not like engage
Just
more of
answer
the
the
conversation though?
Because look how many people are sitting at the table. There's so many other things we could talk about besides this. This question is so simple.
Well, I don't want to answer it, and like I don't want to. How am I supposed to answer it if I don't know how to answer it? Like, what am I supposed to say?
It's not. You're complicating it.
Internalize. What would you?
What do you rate yourself?
Okay, I'll say 10.
Hang on, guys.
The 10. There you go. She's a 10.
Go off for a second.
I know.
So yes, I agree with you. It's okay to get. Hang on. Stop the side convo for a second. It's perfectly okay for you to have a clarifying question, but I did clarify. So you're in a beauty pageant. It's 1,000 men. It's the rating system of 1 to 10. They all are holding up their little signs that say 1 through 10, right? What do you think the average of that would be?
She said 10.
Well, just let her answer.
She did answer though.
I know, but I didn't hear it. I just wanted to make sure.
Oh, they want to hear you say.
Guys, let her answer.
10.
Go ahead. Sorry, we didn't.
10. Okay. I heard that.
Hold on, but.
Oh God.
We're coming back to you now.
Here comes the butt.
Allow me to have a bit of a back and forth on this, so go ahead. Well, have you reconsidered answering?
No.
Okay, so. Well, hold on. So now I'm going to have a meta conversation with you. So why is it stupid?
Why is it stupid?
Yeah, why is it a stupid question?
Because I feel like it's just on a surface level. Like there's no deeper.
You don't care. You're not superficial in any capacity.
No, I'm saying the question.
You're too far
in
from the
general.
microphone. Into
I'm
the
sorry.
mic, please.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
Go ahead.
But I'm saying in general, the question itself, it's very surface level, and I don't think it takes into the account. I'm sorry to have this conversation again because I know we're
Just
going
go.
on.
Okay. Have the conversation. Go ahead. Have the conversation.
But I feel like it's such on a surface level where I hear this a lot on your podcast where you talk about the rating system and everything, and I feel it discounts and excludes the fact that everyone is unique in their own complex way. And I feel every person, say out of that 1,000 people, are going to be so different on that. They're going to rate you in such a different way because each of those people are so complex, including you.
We totally agree. Hang on.
I get. It's like an
totally
average
agree.
you're saying, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So listen, I'm
Exactly.
going to repeat back to you what you're saying so that you understand that I know exactly what you're talking about. You're saying it's a superficial conversation. The reason that it is because across the board, these ratings are going to be so different, right, that it's going to seem bizarre. Perhaps that is true. However, that's why we're asking, what do you think the average would be out of all 1,000 of these people? Now, before you say, well, that's superficial, remember that anytime your boyfriend, husband, etc., ever has asked you what you want for breakfast, that's a superficial question as well. And you answer that one, so maybe you can answer this one.
Well, for this one, I just think in terms of even, say, the podcast, because I've seen your podcast a few times, in all honesty, I feel like you've been fractaling on with this question over and over and over again. It's overplayed.
But why come on the podcast if you don't want to answer these type of questions? The podcast is called Whatever. Yeah. So can't we talk about whatever? That's a whatever
Aren't
question.
you open to debate, though?
Yeah, but it's just
like, isn't that the point of being on here, though?
No, that's true. But I'm just curious, why would you come on this type of podcast if you're not like thinking that you're going to answer those type of questions?
Oh, I already knew I was going to answer this one.
Oh, okay.
I had this plan.
See, I didn't really look too much.
Wait, so you said fractal? Something about fractals?
So fractals.
What?
A continuous infinite loop of
Oh my
energy.
No, there's no what. She's right. A fractal is a continuous infinite loop of the same thing over and over, because you can take one, you can fractal it into an infinite. You can make anything an infinite through a fractal. Has literally nothing to do with this question, though.
Okay.
You could never take it in a million years how a fractal has anything to do with this.
I was using it as a symbol.
Wait, so your objection is the frequency with which I asked this question, which is almost every podcast. Is that your objection? Is the frequency?
I just feel like it's overplayed.
She's trying to be different, guys.
But it's
better be different.
But every single episode, I also ask people their name, their age, where they're from, relationship status.
That's just like a basic getting to know the person.
But also,
this is very basic too.
Everyone's going to have a different opinion.
Well,
like that same question isn't going to feel the same for every single person sitting here every single time they do the podcast.
Yeah, I get
Everyone's
that.
always going to have a different response to that.
Definitely.
And that's what makes the question unique. Not the question itself, but the person answering.
I get that.
Yeah. So let me ask you a couple questions then.
You guys aren't getting her answer. She's not going to say it.
That's okay.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that's okay. So
it's fine.
Okay, so when it comes to physical attractiveness, you don't care at all about that?
I think
in a
it's
partner?
more. So sometimes, if I'm just kind of like, I will be attracted to someone after I get to know them, where I won't feel attracted.
You're not
at all.
answering my question.
Are you talking about
I need you to answer my actual question. So, yes, are you attracted to people because of their personality? Wonderful. Can you answer the actual question, though?
Repeat it one more time.
Do you make any assessments when it comes to somebody's physical attractiveness when it comes to determining whether you would date them or not?
Yes.
Obviously.
Come on now,
Okay.
girl.
I have a couple further clarifying questions then. So, would height be one of those things?
No,
So you would date a guy who's 4'11". How tall are you?
I'm 5'7".
5'7". So you would date a guy who's 4'11".
I mean, if they were,
They're no,
just based off looks.
Oh, so they have to make up for it then?
No,
go ahead. Say what you're
I'm
gonna say.
saying I want to bring my boyfriend to this because like I love him and I don't even want to like compare him to in any situation like some weird. I don't want to talk about other guys. It's like period.
Okay.
So if I'm saying they were equal, like say my boyfriend was just 4'11". Oh, I'm sorry. Say my boyfriend was just 4'11" and he just happened to be 4'11". Yeah, I would be with him.
How tall is your boyfriend?
6 foot.
6'2".
Nice.
No, 6 foot. I think,
He's 6 foot. Okay, so interestingly enough, you don't care about height, but your boyfriend does happen to be
I didn't even
two
know
inches
him.
above the
I didn't
average male
physically
height.
see him until months after talking to him.
You never saw pictures of him?
Yeah. Well, I saw him on Instagram, but I didn't see.
What? So you did see him?
I didn't see him physically in height in that form.
Well,
I
you
didn't
can
know
make
how
some
tall-
assessments about height just
I'm
even based off of
5'7".
photos.
I could be.
Even the assessment of like how somebody
There's a lot
looks
of
is
games
what you're
being
saying.
played on this right now.
Okay, so in any case, you would date a guy who's 4'11".
If they were exactly. Yeah. Like
If they're your
personality
boyfriend,
or
what if they're not your boyfriend?
Then no. 'Cause
What
I
if
don't
you
want
break
to date
up?
anyone but with
Yeah.
my
What if you
boyfriend.
break up with your boyfriend and you're back on the dating marketplace?
Well.
Would you prefer to date a guy, all things being equal, who's 4'11" or 6 feet?
I don't see myself not being with my
4'11"
boyfriend.
and
If I'm not
500
gonna be my
pounds.
boyfriend, I don't want to be with anyone else. So I don't care. I'm
If
not
you didn't
answering
have
the question.
breakfast this morning, how would you feel?
I would be hungry, but I don't care because I would rather go be a yogi out in freaking India than go
Okay.
get
In any
harassed
case,
with this physical world.
in any
that
case, you
form.
did make a concession that you do factor in physical appearance, correct?
In some form or
Okay,
another.
so that means you can look at things in a binary, for example. So one person is more attractive than the other. So 0, 1, yes or no.
I wouldn't necessarily say someone is more attractive than the other just because of this and that reason. I think it's
You guys.
I'm sorry.
You don't need to apologize. Just make the correction.
But I don't specifically say in terms of levels, be like, oh, because this person has this color eyes, they're more attractive than this person, or this person is an inch taller, they're more attractive
Sure,
than this
let's
person.
say it's just it's totally ethereal. You can't even articulate precisely why or the reasons for why one person or the other might be more physically attractive. But can you make the determination that one person is more physically attractive
on
than
an
the other?
energetic level, like you just described.
Physical
yes.
looks.
No, but,
I'm talking about physical looks.
but you kind of just described it. You said on like the level of you can't even put it
That's
into
not
words.
what I meant. That's not what I meant.
Okay, but if you did mean that, I would say then yeah. On
Okay, so I'm just
energetic
talking physical looks.
level. On physical looks.
Yes. Can you make differentiation and determinations when it comes to physical appearance?
Yes.
Okay.
But I don't like to in the form of seeing something as lesser than the other one. Lesser than something else.
Okay. But
Which I feel is where this conversation leads.
Right. So okay.
I
have a question. Do you you're currently wearing makeup now? Do you wear makeup in other capacities? How often do you wear makeup?
Once in a while.
Once in a while?
Yeah.
Like when you go out, would you just put on makeup?
Sometimes.
Okay, why do you wear makeup?
Because I want to.
Does it improve your physical appearance?
I'll take it off right now. I don't care.
I'm not asking you to do that. But you said the question is stupid and then it's rather superficial. But I mean, and you don't really believe in looks and all of this. But I mean, you've applied paint to your face to alter your physical
I apply
appearance.
paint to everything else in my life. I'm an artist. What do you think?
Right. You apply paint to like some sort of turtle shell. I don't know what the shell things or whatever you make are.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, you make these like shells. They're cool, but you make these.
They're like sculpture
shell things.
They're not shells.
I don't know.
Portals.
Okay, whatever they are.
But also my sculptures that are actually like life size. Didn't see them?
Yeah, I think I saw. They're pretty big.
Multiple galleries.
They're pretty big. In any case, I'm just confused. So, you talk about not thinking the question is superficial, but isn't wearing makeup superficial? If you were operating on this like higher frequency.
Because what
can't you have this conversation with her after we go around the table?
Why can't you just feel like answering the question?
Can we get to Dolphin?
Hold on.
Jesus, guys.
I'm with
Can't
her.
Make it.
Let's
Y'all can talk about this for the rest of the whole time.
Let's move on.
She doesn't want to answer.
There's just rebuttal after rebuttal.
1 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going, Brian. I'm sorry.
It's a
It's just how
that's fine. So that's fine. So okay. So no preference with height whatsoever.
No, I don't care about height.
You date a guy with a micro penis? Small penis, is that okay?
No.
You're okay with a small peen?
I guess.
She's not.
You're okay?
You're
small,
lying.
Small pee-pee?
No, I don't care.
You don't care?
Kind of dumb.
Okay, all right. Hey, you know what?
Like,
that's fine.
She's lying. She's just trying to sound like a good guy on camera.
There has to be some because I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
There you
No,
go.
I just don't feel like answering the question.
I know. I'm just giving you a hard time.
I ain't doing it.
I just
I'm
want to.
saying this
I want
on air,
everyone to be able to
doing
answer
it.
the question.
So
I'm curious.
do you think, for example, like you don't want to answer? Do you not want to answer the question because you think you're a 10, but you don't want to say it?
Yes.
No, I would not say that.
I just think she's not.
I think you're a 10.
You would not say you're a 10?
No, why? Like I don't. Oh, well, I would say.
She's like a million.
I mean, I've just
I thought
checkmate you.
in some
This is
weird
checkmate.
way, it sounded like you were trying to like say that I thought I was better than someone else. I wouldn't say that. I feel I am equal to everyone.
So we're all
in terms
10s.
of physical appearance.
Okay, yeah, I would say yeah, we're all 10s.
Okay, there we go. Everybody's a 10.
Especially the
we're
girl in
gonna
the
get
pink
there.
hat.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'll move to that point.
So okay, everybody's a 10 in
Yeah.
terms of looks. There's no absolutely zero different.
In
but
their
this,
own unique way.
Morgan, is that your name? Yeah. Morgan's definitely like a 20 at least.
Okay.
And so is Helmet over there. She's
There you go.
fuck yeah.
Are all men 10s?
Yeah, in their own unique way.
In their own unique way?
Yeah.
Okay. So can you think of, do you have like a celebrity crush
No,
prior to your boyfriend maybe?
no, I actually don't. I don't care about celebrities or anything.
Okay. So if I were to like pluck out like a 25-year-old male model, would you rather
I already
say
saw your list. I don't care.
what list?
I saw on a prior
the
podcast.
True Rate Me? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
She don't want to talk about none of this. He keeps going and going.
Yeah.
I
wants new
don't find any
Wait,
of them.
but why did you come on the podcast then?
She just didn't like that question.
Girl, come on, because
To not-
you're stopping it for all of us.
No, wait, we can keep going. I don't care.
Okay, respectfully though, can we get to Dolphin?
Hold
I
on,
want to know the. Okay. All right, I'm about
Hang
to
on,
go.
hang on.
Hang on.
Let's finish. We want to finish.
We're
the
getting
exchange.
hungry,
We do
and
wanna
I'm
finish
getting
the exchange.
hangry.
I can already tell.
I'm
I can
getting
already tell.
hangry.
Me and you are going to be tangling coming, right, soon. I can already tell that that's going to happen.
Is this
But before it does, maybe I would like to just know the answer. So just so that you understand, this was actually a pretty common scientific practice, the wisdom of the crowd. They just would do it with livestock, things like this, as an experiment. And what they're trying to determine is, even if people are wrong about an actual objective metric, like the weight of a cow, for instance, if you took all of their answers collectively and averaged them, would they be closer to the truth? Interestingly enough, the answer was yes. So people would guess the cow was 600 pounds. Some would guess it was 400. Some would guess it was 500. Most of them were wrong, but collectively, when you average the answer, it was about right. So it doesn't seem like it's a futile question, doesn't seem like it's a bad question, and it doesn't really fit the criteria that you're giving us of overly invasive. You're just saying what you think the wisdom of the crowd would be.
I don't feel it's overly invasive, but to give
Good, then answer
no,
it.
but just okay. I was about to, but just to give
Okay.
a blank answer to move on, because we should move on. I believe, out of my perception, that we're all 10s, including myself.
Thank you. Okay, let's go.
Do you think that that would be the average of the crowd?
Yeah. Just say yes.
Sure, yes.
Okay.
Why do some people have modeling contracts and others don't, if everybody's equivalent in looks?
Modeling contracts nowadays.
What's that?
A lot of people actually have modeling contracts nowadays.
Yeah, but why, let's say that there's people who want to be models but can't.
I mean, there's also like connections. There's also different things going on.
That's
like,
what's happening in the
Some-
modeling
in some-
industry.
you know, in
It has
some
nothing to do with
instances,
physical
true.
appearance. It's just
well,
'cause
yeah, okay.
all the models have
I understand what you're
connections.
saying. I
Yeah.
understand what you're saying.
Okay.
And I understand.
But now they want
on a
for
societal
models
scale.
Yeah, well,
different
it's
body types.
definitely arse-leered now, but
So we're just talking about superficial looks still. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Let's keep going around the table. We're all
hold
10s.
on.
All right. You know what? You don't.
Hold on.
This is her podcast now. Okay.
I know. I was thinking she's gonna host.
When did you?
Look,
not know?
tell you what, ladies. If I want to talk about this for the next hour,
Hey,
I'll
go
talk.
ahead.
We're gonna
I'll
talk
talk
about
about
And
it
I'm gonna talk back for the next hour
Go
too.
ahead, go
I'll tell
on. You
that
talk
much.
for me.
Okay. So, anyways,
Hang on. With great tattoos come great responsibility, right? You gotta chill out. That's the way it
I'm
works.
chill, dude. I'm super chill.
She's the
You
most
don't seem
chill
very
here.
chill.
Like,
You seem
so
very
chill.
upset.
Yeah,
You seem
I'm
very
not- I'm not
irritated.
upset at all.
Calm down. Calm down.
yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Meditate.
There she
All right. Well, I have
It's the tattoos make me look mean and crazy. I'm really nice. Okay.
Here's what I'm going to do. I have a follow-up question for you, but I'm going to get everybody's answer. So, are you going to answer the question? Or you said 10, correct?
Yeah, she said.
She's a 10. Okay, what about you?
Since I'm twice as old as everyone here, I probably like 6.5
Okay.
consensus.
I want to say, I'm sorry, I forgot about that. I want to say a 10 too, but I was originally going to give myself like an 8 maybe because I was trying to be nice to myself. But now I want to be extra nice to myself, and I'm a 10.
Okay.
Confident 10.
Go ahead.
I'm going with an 8.
All right.
I'm going to say an 8.
Okay, I give myself a 5. Andrew, what about you?
So I think that the wisdom of the crowd would probably place me around a 3 or a 4, and I rate myself a 4.
You got to give yourself more credit than that, dude.
Yeah, you really do.
Well, so no, stop, right? This is what I do is I look around at the reality that I live in. In the reality that I live in, I see dudes who are super stacked and they're ripped and they have youth on me and all sorts of different things.
Yep.
And based on those criteria of purely physical, we're not talking about personality. I know I'm fucking awesome, right? I have the greatest personality ever. I'm hilarious, great. We're just talking about objective beauty standards. That's it.
But you have a
That's
cute
all
face.
we're talking about.
Not besides your body, you have a cute face.
Oh.
Yeah, I get that, but there's lots of men
you're
who have a
welcome.
cute face, and then they have the knockout bod to go with it and everything else, right? So what I'm saying is that I think that the standard, the wisdom of the crowd would be about on par with where I'm putting myself. And so the reason I asked this question is because I was hoping that I wouldn't get a room full, because every woman who's on this show apparently is the most beautiful. They're in the top tier of the most beautiful women in the world. And you can see where I would be skeptical as to hearing that claim over and over and over again without thinking that maybe I'm being gaslit a bit, or perhaps people weren't being particularly honest with me. So I thought I would reframe it differently with the wisdom of the crowd, and yet somehow I still end up with the same exact answer. Apparently 1,000 men would also rate you to the same beauty standard that you would rate yourself. which is crazy to me. Don't you think that that's a little bit sus? It's a little bit like, nah, maybe you're
Men
not
aren't that
quite
picky.
being honest.
No.
No?
Yeah, it's sus. I think people here
Yeah.
are lying.
But don't you think
Yeah,
there's
it's
a reason why, maybe?
I think
What,
people
yeah,
want
what
to
is,
lie
what, tell me, what is the
about
reason?
Same
themselves.
results.
You mean delusion?
Who do you
Is
think
that the reason?
No, why is there
Everyone
the
at
same
this
results if you keep
Oh,
doing,
they're-
if you're doing
they
something
like
different,
this.
why are you getting the same results then?
Well, actually, I just did something different. I just did something different. So usually the definition of insanity, which I think you're alluding to, which, by the way, this isn't the definition. It's some like weird layman that came out of the 90s from a bunch of stupid teachers. But how it goes something like this. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. So I introduced a completely different hypothetical and still got the same result, which makes me think maybe I'm not insane, but rather the people I'm talking to might be suffering a bit from delusion.
Okay, I'm saying.
I agree.
I'm saying something completely different. You didn't even understand it. I said, if you're framing it differently and you're getting the same answer, then there's a variable here that's not being addressed.
What's the variable?
Maybe it's the context in which, like, what is the point of the question, like, is what I want to know.
Well, I'll tell you. I'll explain it to you so that you know.
Okay.
The point of the question is to ascertain between men and women who is more or less delusional about what the physical characteristics that they have externally presented to other people are actually perceived, right? So the perception of other people to how you actually look versus how you think you actually look. And let me explain the concept behind why that's asked that way. It's because women are inundated with messages from men who want to have sex with them all the time, every day, 24 hours, 7 days a week. Because of this, you can run into a problem which is unique to females because they have this superpower called female narcissism. And the reason that this ends up happening is because so many simps will constantly inundate their DMs that after a while they start to actually believe the bullshit. So this is why you end up having a room full of women who are, you know, they could be burn victims with their fucking tongue hanging out of the left side of their cheek and have a hunchback and they go, I'm a 10. And you go, what are you, fucking on crack? Well, no, not really. It's not that they're on crack, right? Even though you would think so. It's because there's still some fucking simp somewhere who's like, I gotta fap to this chick. That's my thing. I love when they have burns and their tongues hanging out and they have a hunchback. And so they believe the bullshit.
And
That's
this is
the point of the question.
And this is why I tell any girl that asks me that they want to be a dancer that just do it, because in the club you're always going to find somebody that messes with you.
Right. That's exactly right. And so now you understand the point. Now you understand the reasoning. Do you even have an objection to the reasoning, or does it make sense?
It makes sense. Guys, gas us up.
Now, hang on.
I get that,
I'm
but
talking
I
to
don't
her.
agree with that point, though. Like, you're like, oh, because we're all narcissists. I think it's deeper than that. I think it's like,
No. I'm not saying you're all narcissists. Wait. Don't
women
straw man
that
the
see
position.
themselves as a 10 is
No.
what I'm
What
saying.
I'm saying specifically is this, and I'll demonstrate it real quick before you respond. If you took your phone and the amount of DMs you get on social media to most any random man, and you were to compare how many men contacted you for some type of sex versus how many women contacted them for some type of sex, who do you think would be way ahead? You or them?
You know what's interesting about this? So I've heard
Let her
that-
answer.
Okay. I'll answer after.
I don't understand how you're even phrasing that.
If you took your phone and the amount of men who DM you to say, oh, you're beautiful, you're a queen, oh, you're great, oh, I wish I could date you, oh, I'd like to have sex with you, et cetera, and you were to compare that with any random guy's phone on the street, who do you think would come out ahead?
Of course, the girls.
Of course, the girls. So
Yeah, 'cause
you
it's a
can
diff-
assume
it's a
then that
social
if you have that much attention
structure,
one
like,
way,
that's
that it would
society.
be much easier for the one sex to believe in a delusion than the other sex because they're not being gaslit nearly as much.
I don't think it's
Right?
about delusion, though. I don't think that's the answer or like conclusion to that. It's like, you're kind of the way you're saying it is like degrading. You're like, well, they're saying they're a 10 because they're a narcissist. Like,
no, they say you're 10
how
because
is
they want to have
that
sex
like
with you.
even a conclusion?
No.
Like that's
Guys
kind of like messed up.
it's called juicing you up, right? They're razzing you up and telling you the most beautiful girl in
Gassing
the
you
world
up.
because they want to have sex with you. That's why they do that. And so what it does, if you have enough of that male attention, it jacks up your estimation of yourself. Men don't have that. They don't have the inundation of people jacking their self-esteem up. And so it seems that they have a much clearer objective standard of their state in the world when it comes to objective beauty, and women seem not to.
I don't think that's true.
Hang on, let her respond. Let her respond.
First of all, like, let's just clarify. You mean not all men, though? Because I know men that are like that. So
No, of course not. Of course, there's some men out there, of course, that's going to be the case, that their ego's through the roof. They're drop dead gorgeous, whatever it is. But that's not in general going to be the case.
Okay.
A woman who's a mid-5 and a man who's a mid-5, if you compare their phones, tell me the truth, who's coming out ahead?
Okay, here's my response.
Answer that question first.
Yes,
Who's coming out ahead?
I'm
if
answering
they're
that.
two mids?
It's women, and it's because society, in like the structure of civilization and society, men have been on the hunt for women. That's how it's always been. It hasn't been reversed, so that is why. It's obvious that women are going to get more attention because guys are the ones that have always
It doesn't. But wait.
done that.
I think you're missing some critical context here. It wouldn't really matter why. Let's say aliens. The reason is because aliens made it happen. The reasoning behind it wouldn't matter so much as the fact that it is true. And if it is true, then the results of this are if you have one group who is constantly being gassed up and told you're great, you're awesome, you're sexy, you're hot, et cetera, their estimation of themselves is going to be far different than another group that never hears that, right? That's the point. And that's why I think we end up with these standardized answers which seem to be delusional.
But you're asking women if what they think about themselves, but they know their personality, they know how they are. But it's hard to say, just based off a photo.
Is it though? Hang on, you seem like you're kind of based a little bit more in reality, right? Just a bit. So let me ask you. Here's the actual question. Mm-hmm. If you go and you compared your phone to whatever guy that you randomly met in the street, who's getting more DMs for sex, him or you?
I'm for sure getting more DMs or something.
Oh yeah, you're for sure getting more, right?
Yeah,
Tons
but
more.
It's not.
Now, do you think that if you had a person who was always treated a certain way, they were always treated like they were a princess, they were always treated like they were better than the cut of the cloth, they were always treated
Have
a
women
certain
always
way,
been, though?
that could affect their psyche to the point where they might
Women
think
have not.
thoughts,
Yes.
delusional thoughts about themselves that weren't true?
Yes, they're fucking delusional, for sure.
Yeah, they're fucking delusional. And so that's the point of the question. So
It's okay to be a little delusional if it makes your life better, though.
If every single chick who comes in here is an 8, then the problem is that everyone's thinking something that isn't true, and we want to know fucking why, right?
But hey,
We
just
wanna
like I
know
said,
why.
they're an 8 to somebody. So if you want to walk around with that delusion or that reality, that's your reality, then that's what you're living in. So that's fine. If you have,
That's why we
somebody's
didn't ask
ugly
the
as shit and they're
question this
walking
time
around.
about whether or not they're an 8 to somebody.
Another
we asked
thing
about
was-
the wisdom of the crowd of if 1,000 men were judging, not one, 1,000.
You take out number
Then,
7.
if we still get the same answer, then that means there must be some kind of delusion going on here.
You know,
There probably is.
I didn't hear anybody say you can't say number 3 for yourself. You said you can't say 7. I would have said 7
Yeah,
for
well, I
myself,
still
but
don't
I
understand the
wasn't
7
going to
to 10. I
go
don't know.
down from 7, so I
but
went
whatever.
up.
I have I have a couple things I want to touch on this. So you asked why does it matter, and also could I just have you scoot your mic to the edge of the table and just you're like shouldering out the two girls next to you.
Okay.
So, all right. So Nick, can you get the hypergamy chart pulled up? Because I'll go into that a little bit. I do have a question going around the table. Do you think you're going to be better looking in 10 years as compared to how you look now?
That's deep. Yes.
Better looking in 10 years. So you're
I would think so.
So 35, you're going to be better looking at 45.
I think so.
What about in 20 years? 55 versus 35.
Yeah, if you got money, you can look good forever. Get a little Botox, get a little this, a little that. Hey, that's my opinion.
So better looking at 55 as compared to now.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of like older. Yeah, I think so.
Were you better looking?
Better looking.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
looks.
hopefully around the same.
The same. You think you'll look the same at 55 as you do now? Okay.
Yeah, just a couple of gray hairs, little wrinkles. You know.
Yeah. Do you think
the tats cover up a lot of like the age? You know, if I get wrinkles, I'll just tattoo it. You know.
Do you think you were better looking at 25 than you are now?
No.
So you're better looking now than you were 10 years ago at 25?
I think so.
Okay. All right. What about you?
Yeah, you know my answer.
Well, there's new people.
I guess so, but
okay,
yeah.
so you'll be better looking at 35 than you are now at 25?
Yes.
45?
Yes.
55?
Yes.
Okay. What about
I don't think I'm going to look better than I do now.
Okay, so you're 30.
I'm 30.
Okay. Were you better looking at 20 than you are now at 30?
At 20, hell no. I look way better than I did at 20.
Okay. What about you? You are 24. Will you be better looking at 34 than you are now?
Subjectively, I think women look better in their 30s. Subjectively, I think women look better in their 30s.
Subjectively, you think women look better in their... So then you'll look better in your 30s then?
I think so. I think they look more sophisticated, and it's like about their demeanor and way of being.
Okay, what about 44? You're 24
I don't
now.
know. I think it depends on the person.
Johns_myth donated $200. What do you call a lesbian on fire? LGBTQ.
Okay.
Also, what do you call 9 cows in a room with Brian's fat biteable dumpty dum? Oh wait, it's this podcast. Show me them titties, Brian. Yum yum sir #bo.
Okay, thank you, John's
You gonna
myth.
show him the titties? He really wants it.
He wants to see your titties.
He sent you a lot of money.
200.
200.
I'm good.
Yeah, for Brian.
I'm good.
Show your fans.
If you,
Show 'em
I
the
need a
nips.
Bitcoin. You gotta send me a Bitcoin if you want that.
All right,
Okay.
you're thinking now, yeah.
Yeah. What about
Challenge
you?
has been put out there.
I thought that was at
Oh, so 44?
44.
Will you be better looking at 44 than you are now at 24?
I'm unsure.
You're not sure?
I would say 30s. I would.
Yeah, we already.
No, I
yeah.
said cap. I don't know. Maybe it would just maintain that.
You just maintain 10
until
years.
44.
Until 44.
So from 30,
difficult, dude.
So from 34 to 44, there will be no perceptible changes in your looks.
Yeah, probably. Of course, there would be, but
Okay.
maybe on a attractive scale, it would stay the same.
Yeah. What about 54?
Probably not. I would
Okay.
reasonably say it would change in some form or another in society's eyes.
In societies, okay.
Yeah,
all
because
right.
they perceive older women as, for some reason, less beautiful.
Why doesn't that apply to 44 then?
It's about how you take care of yourself, yeah.
Like that. It's how you take care of yourself at 44. You never know. You could be more attractive at 44.
Okay,
look
hold
better
on.
at-
Let me change the question then. So the framing here is all else being equal. So people will say, well, I was an alcoholic, drug addict, and morbidly obese at 20, but at 30, I ate healthy, I didn't do drugs, I never drank, I got
Correct.
8 hours of sleep, and I was 13% body fat or whatever healthy body fat percentage is. The question really is, if all else being equal, if you possessed all those things at age 20 as compared to age 30.
Well, 30, like I said, I think there's a sophistication level to that. I think.
Yeah, but I'm talking about looks.
No, but even in looks.
What he's
even in
asking,
looks.
hang on, what he's asking specifically, I just want to make sure that this is totally clear. When he says all else equal, what he's saying is, all the surgery that you have, whatever
I don't
you
have
have,
any surgery
all
at
the
all.
all the fillers you have, whatever you have, and I'm not accusing anybody of having it or not having it, but whatever those things are, whatever your beauty regimen currently is, however it is that you're taking care of yourself now versus you at 20, that's what all else equal is. That means whatever you're doing now, if it was being done at 20, would you have been prettier at 20 than you are now?
Personally, at 20 to now.
She's 24, so
I'm 24.
So 34 to 24.
I would say
24 years.
I would say equal or more, like, because I like I said, there's a maturity in your appearance, not just your way of your appearance itself.
Yeah, but wouldn't that, if maturity was a factor in terms of determining physical attractiveness, wouldn't then people who are 55, 65, 75, wouldn't
I think
they
it's
be the
different
most
from
physically
looking
attractive?
like. Well, I think it's different from when I was 20 years old. I had a baby face and I looked like people thought I was like 15. So I think there's a difference, like the way that people grow into their bodies.
So you no longer have a baby face?
maybe, I don't know.
So what's going to change? So you're 24, but you said you'll be more physically attractive at 34. What?
Well,
it's not going to be a baby face if you've already lost it.
No, for example, it's like if you have, on a society's perspective, like fat in your cheeks or whatever, the older you get, the more your jaw the fat slims out of your cheeks, the more your nose becomes pronounced, the way that is defined, the way your face looks is completely different, jaw structure, bone structure, cheek structure is different.
Can I ask a question? Is it also about the experience that you gain from that point to 34 that makes you hold yourself physically in a different demeanor?
That's what I was trying to say in the beginning, but then
the experience that you have from 24 to 34, life experience, makes you hold yourself different when you're walking through life.
You mean like more bodies?
No.
Not bodies. I'm talking about life experience. I'm talking about tragedies and the ups and the downs of life.
Trauma and baggage?
No, we're not talking about wisdom, Brian. Why are you going so negative?
That's what life experience is. It doesn't.
I'm so sorry that has been your life experience.
That's not what I said.
Okay, hang on. I'm actually willing to engage in this because I'm curious about this myself. When you say life experience, absent baggage, what the fuck does that mean? I actually do want to know.
Wins, times that you have been very accomplished, like times that make you feel
Isn't
worthy.
accomplishment usually in the face of adversity? Isn't that what we consider accomplishments? For instance, if for instance you beat somebody in the race because you trained really hard, or you were facing some type of adversity to yourself, you overcame it, that's the W. How does that not come with baggage? How does that not come with making enemies?
Well,
how does that not come with sexual partners? How does that not come with that?
So with the first part, I agree. The sexual partner part, I think it's different. But I'm gonna talk about the first part right before you said sexual partner part. Okay. So in regards to that, I would say, like you said, the accomplishment comes with baggage, right?
Yeah.
But I understand what you're saying there, 100%. But when you are older, you're able to, I'm going to throw a term out here, you're probably not going to like it, alchemize that, turn that darkness into light within yourself.
I don't mind you using the term, but I'm not sure in the context that you're using it, I know what it means. Can you just really quickly define alchemize for me?
So, and I'm using it in the spiritual sense.
What does it mean?
Turning one thing into another. Like turning iron into gold, like something like that. So turning your darkness,
which is
your
what
baggage.
alchemy was, the ability to turn non-precious metals into precious metals.
Exactly,
but anyway, go ahead.
Exactly. So turning your perceived baggage into a lighter part of yourself. So the older you get, doesn't mean you have baggage. Yeah, you might have had traumatic experience, but that doesn't mean you have trauma.
Now, let me give you a very quick counter. You do realize when you use the term alchemize, and I love the fact that you use that term. Has anybody ever successfully been able to turn, hang on, has anybody ever successfully been able to turn non-precious metals into gold?
I love this because I had this
Answer the question,
I
have
said
they?
no, because I had this conversation with my boyfriend.
Why should I believe that you can alchemize your trauma and your baggage into something good when the very definition of the word that you're using is the transmutation of non-precious metals into gold, which has never been done? Man, you really did yourself in on that one.
Andrew, that is not. I'm using it in the spiritual context. I am not using it in the physical, and you know that.
But even in the spiritual, it would be the same, right? In the spirit, even in the spiritual context, nobody's ever spiritually been able to take any. In this case, let's say a precious emotion. Let's just say a precious emotion, and turn that emotion into something else without some baggage from it. How does that even work?
No, I got what you're saying in the beginning, but at the end you lost me. I'm sorry.
Well, okay, so if you have an emotion, and you turn it into a different emotion, how does that come with no baggage?
No,
even the process of doing that is going to be adversity, right?
No, because that's like healing a part of yourself. It would be healing that part of yourself, the baggage that is there, right?
So something needed to be healed?
Not necessarily, but if it's...
Well, then how are you healing a part of yourself?
So here's
what do you mean?
Because then you could... The reason why it's overlapping like this is because I'm trying to explain multiple, like, spiritual knowings into one, where you could go into like the deepest one and be like, oh yeah, everything is perfect. There is no need to be healed. You're perfect.
Look, I love the esoteric.
But
The
then
esoteric is a lot of fun for me to discuss.
And healing yourself in this context, turn your baggage into light.
Yes.
You
Can I say something to that too?
Hold on. I got to get this back on the fucking rails.
All right.
I got to get this back on the rails. This had to do with looks, and she was saying that by going through experiences and trauma, that this would somehow manifest itself in you carrying
You brought
yourself
up the baggage.
in a different
You were the one who
way.
literally brought that up.
I didn't say
You
that.
said
No, but
what about all the baggage?
one of you brought up, well, as you get older, you get more experiences,
Oh, yeah,
and then you
that.
carry yourself differently. Ergo, your physical outward appearance is somehow improved through your experiences, which would also include your trauma and baggage, as well as your good experiences where you're going to fucking Cancun or whatever the fuck people do for your good experiences. I don't know. Articulate to me how even your good experiences will make you look better.
It's the way you carry yourself. That's the only
I
way
feel
you can
like
say it.
with good experiences, like going to Cancun and being able to afford the trip on your own and making that money at a different age, and you're like, oh my god, it's so accomplished.
I can just make a counter argument and say
that-
just as
that
many
was
people
traumatic.
have just as many people as you go through life, you tend to start accruing certain traumas and heartbreaks and
let's
baggage. Do
make it
people? Let
that.
me ask you guys a question. Do people typically get more or less jaded as they get older?
More jaded.
So would they then carry more tension in their body?
Yes.
Perhaps. And here's another question: Do people's posture as they age tend to get better or worse?
Worse.
Okay, so then
But
I can just
that's an
reverse this whole
average.
argument of
Wait, I didn't
over
answer that.
time your outward physical appearance is going to get worse because people tend to hold themselves in worse ways, either through being jaded, they carry more tension in their body. That's going to manifest itself in stress. Like you'll see that in people's faces. If they've had a lot of stress in their life, they're going to get wrinkles, hair's
That's
going to go
just
gray, they're
gravity
going to
and,
lose
like,
their hair,
cell
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
And it goes the other
And then
way.
people's posture tends to get poorer and poorer and poorer as they get older.
I like what you said about eating healthy, taking care of yourself. Like if you're doing all those type of things, working out, stretching, eating the best, whatever the fuck, that's definitely gonna make a difference. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I think that the original conversation of from 24 to 34, you gain a lot of life experience that makes you feel confident on who you are. And that's how you walk through life. You walk more
do you
confident.
think, but like, okay, just in terms of what men find attractive in general, beyond just physical appearance, do you think men care about
I
your
think actually men get
experiences?
scared of women that have that confidence. I think that after 30, it's a lot harder to date because you are confident. And if you're single with no kids,
So you're
it's
saying
different.
women are more off-putting the older they get?
Off-putting.
Well, you said men get scared.
Yeah, they do. They get more intimidated.
scared.
They're like,
Right.
I can't afford this girl. You know, at 30 with no kids and living and taking
30
care
with
of
kids.
But I'm talking about 30 with no kids. There's a difference.
But you said that men are attracted to women's experience.
It's tough out here.
I
women-
didn't say that guys were attracted to experience of women.
It's because like women aren't as
men
when you're
are
younger,
attracted to
you're more
confidence.
like naive, you're
You think
more
men are attracted
easy
to
to
confidence?
manipulate.
Yes.
Men don't care about your confidence at all.
I would say
I could debate
Well, that's
that.
something
That's
new
not
to
true.
me. That's something
They
new to
don't
me.
care
You
about
think
that.
men like
That's
insecure
just like-
women?
I didn't know
Brian,
that.
Brian,
I didn't
what
know
do
that.
men care about?
Usually guys
Brian,
are really attracted
Brian, what
to
do
me
men
because
Move your mic to this way. And
Fucking animals.
I feel like I attract guys that have a lot of confidence and just
what
like.
does that have to do with what they're attracted
Well,
to?
I'm saying they're gonna be attracted to somebody else that has a lot of confidence.
I don't see how that follows.
I feel like guys like confidence. They don't want a woman that's gonna bring them down. They don't want a Debbie Downer.
Well, hold on. You can have a positive disposition, and you could be like have perhaps a more shy or shy disposition.
That's
Well,
true. It's still a bag of baddie.
What about, so say if you were with a woman, right? And
Yeah.
let's get all the way into the details. And she was like so, like her confidence level was a 0 and she was just constantly like jealous, insecure.
We're talking
she
about
had
different
trust
things,
issues.
though. We're talking about, okay, so let me ask you a question. If a guy approached you and he was just super confident, no trembling in his voice, eye contact on point, just you could hear it, in his voice, his manner of speech, there was no hesitation, just very confident. Whereas if a girl were to step to me in her and she, if she approached me and she was like a little bashful and a little bit shy and her eye contact was, but she wasn't like being creepy, but she was like maybe a little nervous. That wouldn't be, at least from the guy's perspective, a negative mark against her if she's got a little shake in her voice. Whereas if there's a shake in a dude's voice and he steps to you, that's an instant rejection for most women.
I think that's kind of cute sometimes
That's
too.
not
I like
it's
it.
an instant
no, it's
not for me. I don't like the weird, like psychotic, like I'm fucking perfect. I'm amazing at conversations. Hello.
Like if a girl's a little bashful, like a little.
But I think that's I think what you're describing is true on both ends.
No, it's not.
What? Where it's
I feel like
some men like when they're bad, like you said. I think that's true. I think on the other end, some men like when women are more attractive. And I think on the other end, women like when men are more attractive. And then sometimes some. I'm sorry, I'm getting my words messed up already. Like I'm just. I've only slept 2 hours within like.
Okay.
24 hours.
I feel like this goes back
to the
what the
original
fuck was
point.
the original question? As soon as it gets to right here at this part of the table, I lost the whole the original question.
Good, I'm glad.
Okay, so I'm going to move it on, but I will bring up the hypergamy thing in a bit. But going around the table, I think we're going with you. You are 26. Will you be more physically attractive at 36 as compared to 26?
Okay, I'm going to say 36, yes, but like higher, no. I'm going to give you that. And then also I'm going to make a comment that I think men have like Benjamin Button disease. Like they get more attractive to society as they get older and women get less. So it's like reverse. That's my comment.
They get more attracted to society.
Yeah, men get more attractive in society.
Like when you look at it overall.
In society, I see.
Yeah. Okay.
So you're saying that men age better than women?
No, I'm saying to society. I'm not saying men age better.
Well, I mean, who is society?
Right.
I'm saying based on society standards.
Yeah, who is society?
We are
the grand census in general.
Yeah, so men and women.
So think
if
about
you're saying
Ryan
that based on society,
Gosling.
men get more attractive with age, then you're saying that men get more attractive with age, right?
I'm saying
it's the
based
metric
on
of most people.
It goes both ways. It goes both ways. Men and women.
I'm saying based on society.
Well, I mean, does it though? That wasn't her claim. Her claim is, she says, okay, based on society. So now we have society. Who is society? Society is all men and women collectively, right? They're looking through this societal prism. So we can reduce this to societal relativism.
Yeah.
Relative to the society, men are more attractive as they age than women, right?
Yeah.
So wouldn't that dictate that most women find older or men to get more attractive as they age? Wouldn't that logically follow?
Yeah, societally. Yeah.
Well, but societally is a collective group of people, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, if that's true, then most people would be thinking this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that happens through advertisement, through films,
there's
through
a bunch of reasons
there's
for it,
like
but
the
I'm just
media.
saying.
If we didn't have films, most older men in their 60s, 50s, 60s, 70s wouldn't think that they need to be with a woman 35 years younger than them. But it's accepted. Yeah, we can go on this whole tangent, but if you
Let's
look
go
at
on this whole tangent. This is a rabbit hole. I just enjoy going down, but it's up to
older
Brian.
women that date younger men are given stigmas and names, but it's widely accepted through films and the way society acts
This is actually-
that an older man can date someone 20, 30 years younger than them.
Actually-
and it's okay.
Well, let us find out.
Gosling.
Hang on. I think that's a fair point. Let us test if it's true. I have, just in my memory, a grouping of movies where an older woman is sleeping with a younger man, and that's considered to be based and awesome and in every way just fine. One that comes to mind, for instance, is American Pie with Stifler's mom, right? This was a movie that was widely distributed. So my question is, let's go one for one. Can you name the movie where that's socially acceptable the other way for a man?
Probably all the movies that were made in the 50s.
Yeah, no,
and
just
60s.
name one.
Okay, so let's see. The one with Cary Grant, and then he was with...
In the 1950s?
No, wait, let me just go. Like,
No, in modernity. What are the modern
Roman
movies
Holiday,
which are showing this?
like you see Cary Grant with someone who's 20, 30 years younger than him.
70-year-old geriatric dudes are not going to count as far as societal norms now. So, like, in modernity...
Actually, if you watch any films, especially with female directors, they talk about this subject a lot, that it's okay. It's taboo for an older woman to date a younger man. And
name the movie in modernity
she
where,
gets beat up
where it's the older
verbally.
man with the younger woman and that is considered, and that is pushed and promoted as being a good thing? Name one.
Twilight.
Yeah.
No, not you.
I'm
Name
helping
one.
her out.
And by the way, the reason Twilight doesn't count is because Edward physically stays the same age
But it was
forever.
funny.
So
But
that
he's
doesn't
like
that doesn't
alive
even count.
for thousands
So
of
back,
years.
so
Yeah.
back
The
away,
argument
so
ready,
back away
though.
from
Like,
that.
you
And
knew
then, by the way,
you're
that
still
movie had
alive for hundreds of
bestiality.
years
No
just
shock to
because
me
he
that the
physically
tree lover
doesn't
loves
do
it.
anything.
But back over to this, where I was before I was so rudely interrupted. Can you name a movie of modernity where it's promoted for men to have an age gap relationship, and that's promoted as a good thing?
Isn't Pretty Woman like all about
Not
that?
you, not you, not you. The woman I'm talking
Please,
to
just
who's
kindly
not
answer the
you.
question. Just answer the question kindly.
I'm just thinking, well, there was a movie that was recent that Anne Hathaway was in when she's older than the man.
Oh, I know that movie.
And then she got completely beat up about it verbally, society, her child was, teased.
Yeah, what's it called?
I forgot what that movie was.
You would think that if
It's Only
these things
Me.
were so, you
Or
would
It's
think that
Only
if
Me.
societally it was so prevalent that age gap relationships were looked at as being okay for men to go after younger women, that you would have a slew of examples that you can give me.
What about
And I haven't
Seinfeld?
actually heard you give me one example of where that's promoted as being a good thing in a movie.
All you have to do is look at what Hugh Hefner created, and then I met him years ago, and it was
That does not
normal.
surprise me.
But it was normal for an older man to be with someone 20, 30 years, and it's in lots of
Before
movies.
we
It's just,
move
I'm
over
not
to the diatribe, which I'm happy to listen to and engage with, can you name a movie of modernity, even the last 20 years, where the age gap relationship is promoted as being a good thing, where the man is older than the woman? Just one. I'm just looking for one.
All of James Bond's movies. pretty
All
much.
of James Bond's
Like
movies?
the last
No,
one
most
with
of,
Daniel.
okay, name the
no,
one
with
where he's in the
Daniel
age
Craig.
gap relationship.
Wait. The Daniel Craig movies of the last three he was in, the woman was in their 20s, and he's in his 60s, going into the 70s. So that's a 40-year gap.
Wait, what movie is this?
Daniel Craig was in 3 James Bond films, and he's late 60s, and his star is in their 20s.
Yeah, but you realize that you can act when you're acting. You can still act as though you're the same age as the person who's far younger than you. These are not, James Bond movies are not presented as James Bond is way older than the women that he ends up with. Those are never presented that way. They're presented as being in some way equal in age or sophistication, always.
But I'm just saying that it's a society thing, that it's okay for an older man to be with a 20, 30, 40-year gap woman.
It actually, so okay, it
when
actually
you're-
isn't.
you keep
it
asserting
actually
that,
isn't.
but where's the
okay,
evidence
so
for that?
Here's the thing, right, is that you say that, but in actuality, it's actually, there's a huge actual negative pressure. Sorry, I'm not using the right wording there. For example, you'll have words like cougar for women. It's not clear to me that there's actually
worse.
any negative stigma towards women who date younger men, whereas older men who date younger women actually get severely pathologized by mass amounts of the population. They conflate men who date women in their, who are, if a man's 40 who's dating a 21-year-old, they're going to call him a P word. So there's actually way more stigma towards men who date younger than the reverse. While it's more common for men to date younger, there's much greater stigma.
Oh.
Yeah,
All right, well,
I'll give you an
thank you for
example
that.
of this, and maybe you just don't know how this goes, at least inside the online sphere. But men who date younger women are often called PDF files. They're often called names like this because they're dating a woman who is a legal adult. She's sometimes 22, 23 years old, and he's 40, 45, and they still call him that. That seems like it's a massive social stigma, the opposite direction than what you're talking about.
So I guess it's happening both ways, but because I'm older.
It's not, though.
No, but
It's
because
not.
I'm older than most of the women here, it's like I see that there is a stigma. If I'm attracted to someone who's younger than me, then I get called those names. So even though I'm not I'm not attracted to
Well,
someone
yeah, but what are the names? What are the names? Cougar?
Cougar
Like,
or
what are the derogatory names that you're called?
Yeah, you get called cougar. Men get called P words.
Yeah, they get called the P word. You get called a cougar. Like
what?
Can't say it.
You know it
Okay.
is.
I don't.
It
Pedo.
starts.
Okay, thank you.
So like Bill Belichick, is that right? Bill Belichick. He's got that 23-year-old girlfriend. He's 72. That's all over the news lately.
Oh, didn't they just have a baby?
That's
I don't
also
think
that
so.
one guy who's like 80 just had a baby with like somebody.
You're talking about Al
Okay,
Pacino.
back on track here. Back on track here. So okay.
So that was one time, but that wasn't with Daniel
Yep.
Craig.
So okay, back on track here.
Yep.
So I mean, you're 55. Well, I mean, you didn't specify exact age. Do you think you'll be better looking at 65 than you are now?
Well, I just went through both of my favorite people dying in the past.
How is that relevant? I'm sorry. How is that relevant?
Because everyone has been bringing up the fact that when you go through life experiences, stress, it affects you. So I feel like 10 years from now, I might look better because I won't be going through such severe stress.
Let's go.
So I just went through severe stress of moving 8 times, losing all my stuff in the Maui fires, moving here, having to reinvent my life. All those stresses affects the way someone looks.
But we talked about that whole topic for like an hour.
Okay.
So, like,
Yeah, but I'm just saying that.
I get what
so
you're
maybe
saying, but
10
like,
years later.
So you think you're going to look better in 10 years?
Yeah, because I won't have
That's
all
a
the extreme.
simple
Well,
question.
I hope
What if you
that I
had the
won't.
same exact stress?
Then I don't know. Probably.
Okay.
worse.
What about in 20 years? So 75 compared to 55.
I don't know. God, all my friends are like doing Botox and all that weird stuff.
Okay, hold on. Let me give a little guidance here. So okay, let's remove the stress
Like
from your
75?
life. Hold on. Let's remove the stress entirely from your life.
Thank you.
55. We're going to remove. In fact, we're going to remove all stress from your life for the next 100 years. I don't know if you'll make it that far, but most people won't live to 100 years. Okay. So you're going to have no stress in 10 years' time. And let's assume you have no stress right now, too.
Okay.
In 10 years' time, will you be better looking? So 65 to 55?
Yes.
Okay. Will you be better looking at 75 versus now at 55?
Probably because I won't care.
Is that you won't care?
It's a pretty damn good answer.
Okay. So
Because it doesn't. I mean, my grandmother lived to nearly 105, and she was like the best person in the world because she was
but
so
okay,
kind.
okay, yes, sure. But we're talking about physical appearance, right?
Yeah, physical appearance.
Bro,
I mean,
I love how we're talking about physical things, but it gets so fucking deep with every single thing. Like,
well, because
I get it though. I get
because
it. Debate away.
Is you
hungry, though, I'm
express
gonna tell you that
yourself from your life experiences. So you change and you morph and you transform. And
wait, what was the question again?
Tact.
Okay.
Does she get hot?
Here,
At 75,
This
we're
is
still
not a
going to be
straight
hot.
answer.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. 85 or 55?
Right there.
85. Yes.
You'll be more
What is
attractive
it?
at 85.
You're bad.
Yes.
Okay. Will you be more attractive at 95 than you are now at 55?
Oh, no.
Okay. Oh, 95 is the breaking point. Yeah, okay.
95 is like.
All right. What about this? Are you more physically attractive now at 55 than you were at 45? So 10 years ago.
No.
Hold on. You were more attractive at 45.
Yeah, because I didn't go through all this awful stress.
Now you took her stress away for the other.
Yeah.
Let's pretend there's no stress.
But I was a tomboy most of my life. So
Okay. What about 35 then?
35.
Were you more physically attractive at 35 than you are now at 55?
No, but I had a lot more boyfriends back then.
Wait, I'm a little confused because you said right now you're going through a significant amount of stress.
Yes. So I don't feel very attractive.
Wait, stop. Was that stress, the stress that you're feeling now, more than the stress that you were having at 45?
Yes.
But you said you're more attractive now.
No. I was more attractive at 45 than I am now.
Excuse me. Okay, then I misheard. Okay. So more attractive at 45. Did anybody else mishear that?
I heard her say that.
I thought you said, okay, so more attractive at 45 then. Okay. All right, moving on. What about you?
I'm just going to keep getting hotter every year.
Okay, that's
every
a troll
year,
answer.
every
I'm with
birthday.
you.
Yeah,
I'm
so
with
okay, you're
you.
25.
That's not a troll answer. It's I'm going to be hot.
So you're okay, so you're
hotter.
25. Will you be more physically attractive at 35?
I hope so because I'm
not
not
about-
trying to peak yet. So yeah, I definitely will.
Yeah. Will you be more physically attractive at 45
Damn, Brian. Oh my God. Yeah.
than you are now at 25?
Yeah.
Will you be more physically attractive at 55 than you are now at 25?
I told you I'm going to keep getting hotter.
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
For all the ages.
For all of them.
Okay. So I have a question then for you. If it's the case that you're going to be more physically attractive at 55 than you are now, do you think that being physically attractive confers certain benefits, like pretty privilege? Do you believe in that?
I mean, I think there definitely are instances like that. That's definitely a very real thing. I mean, people get treated differently based on how they look all the time. So
Right. Okay, so if I could wave a magic wand that would, in terms of your outward physical appearance, that would just age you 30 years, and it wouldn't have any impact on your health.
But you're aging me physically.
It would have no impact on your
Okay.
health. You would still live just as long as you would have otherwise lived. Just your outward appearance, we're going to age you forward 30 years.
No, thank you.
To where you consider yourself to be more physically attractive, would you take it?
All right, now it's getting tricky because in my head right now, yeah, I'm gonna keep getting hot, but like I don't want to say yes to your scenario because you're saying you're advancing my body. Like, are you giving me a ton of wrinkles now? Because that's not my scenario.
Hang on.
Yeah, that's
hang
not
on.
my scenario.
Are you wait? Are you aware that what Brian just did was he caught you in what's called cognitive dissonance? You yourself, inside of your brain, believe that in 20, 30 years, you'll be just as good looking as you are now. But as soon as Brian says, okay, there's no health ramifications, you would actually be more beautiful by your own estimation in 30 years. If I had a magic wand and can wave it, and therefore you're aged forward, now you're more beautiful than you are right now with no negative health ramifications. How could there ever be a no?
Oh,
How
well,
could there
no,
ever
then
be
that
a
was
no?
my mistake. Then I misheard the question. If I'm getting more, if he is agreeing that I'm going to get more hot.
No,
then
he's
yes.
not agreeing.
Well,
He's
then,
not agreeing.
Then my original thing is,
You mentioned wrinkles too.
well, because in my head, when you're saying like, all right, my body's going to stay the same, but you're going to pack 30 years of life into my skin.
No.
So
Okay,
if
so
I am
hold on.
assuming that you are
Your body's
really-
not going to stay the same. Your body's going to age.
But you just said that it wasn't.
No, hold on. Let me restate.
But it
okay.
has no health effect.
There will be no health. So, for example, there won't be any negative health consequences that are related to aging.
Okay,
Okay.
then.
If you would otherwise die at age 80, if I age you forward 30 years, you would. It's not gonna you're not gonna die sooner. You're not gonna have any health problems sooner. If you were at age 60 get cancer, you're not gonna get it sooner. It's just your outward physical appearance.
Yeah, I'm sticking with it. I'm gonna. Yeah.
So you'll get wrinkles.
Well, if I'm gonna be hot, and I'll have some wrinkles.
Okay.
So if Brian could age you forward, just appearance-wise, 30 years, and there was no negative health ramifications, you would let him wave the wand. In fact, you would tell him to, because you would just be more beautiful, right?
Well, okay, this is my scenario. I have to make active choices to ensure that I just keep getting hotter. Like he's just waving it right now. Like I don't know.
Yeah, but whatever those active choices would be, ordinarily, we're assuming that those active choices are implemented inside of the hypothetical of him waving the wand.
Okay.
So you should actually demand that he wave such a wand because you would be even more beautiful, right?
I will demand it, Brian.
Why you want to take years off your life though?
Yeah, but why are you aging?
No years off the life.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes a
no
difference.
years off life, but I'm getting hotter, but then I'm closer to no.
Well,
years
no.
off
By
life.
your estimation, whatever you think you'll look like at that age, right? We don't know what you're going to look like.
Yeah.
We just have to go off of your assumption. You believe that you're going to be much hotter in 30 years than you are right now. So let me give you the distinction. I think that's fucking delusional and insane, but you don't. You think that that's totally reasonable and fine. So if you do, hang on, that's fine. But if you do think that that's reasonable and fine, you do think you'll be more beautiful, then you should be going to the wand maker.
$200. These answers show how delusional y'all are. The top men at these clubs who could get anyone aren't surrounded by gilfs, if there even is such a thing. They're surrounded by 20-year-old versions of you.
Okay.
Cool.
Great.
What clubs?
I can't wait to
What
be a
clubs are you
gilf.
talking about?
So just back to this real quick. You would want Brian to wave the wand and age you forward 30 years.
I mean, no, because I don't really want to age like right now. I want to do it like myself, but I will get hotter, is what I'm saying.
Chris donated $200. Thanks, ladies. I would not be able to keep my roster of side chicks if it wasn't for ladies like you co-signing the BS that I tell them. You are helping us rich guys pump and dump feminists on birth control.
So you wouldn't want him to wave the aging wand even though you would be hotter with no health ramifications? That's really weird.
No, because I'm going to get there in my own time. Like, I don't need him to speed it up for me. Like, that's fine.
Yeah, but there's no speeding up. You just are going to look like you would in 30 years, but there's no negative health ramifications. Your age physically stays the same. You just look like you would at 30 years plus.
No, I'll just wait until I get there.
Is filler included? Because if filler is
Can I
included,
say this real
then,
quick,
yeah,
like a just
age
side
me.
comment?
Yeah.
I, like a year ago, I remember there was this study when I was in one of my classes in school, and they were like, yes, like men and women, when they did this massive like meta study, they were like men and women like are more attracted to someone usually that's younger does look better, right? Objectively, they look better, let's be real. So, but in terms of dating someone, the older they got, the more they matched up with their age.
Yes, but hang on. Let me give you the counter to this, as I understand the series of studies that you were referring to. Yes, that is true, and generally people date within about 3 years, generally, of whoever their partner is going to end up being. This is absolutely correct. But this is because the pool in which they draw from is generally going to be amongst their peers, and they're given no alternative options. However, if you adjust for alternative options, meaning you show them a picture of young, hot 20-year-old and 50-year-old and say, if you could ideally pick one, which would you pick? Which one do you think they pick?
Private chat.
So dating-wise,
yes,
they would definitely, I mean, it depends on the values, of course, right? But dating-wise, you have nothing in common when you're 80 with a 20-year-old. Either way.
Nothing, you have nothing in, okay, so
Dating-wise.
first of all, I didn't give you the wide berth of a geriatric versus a 20-year-old.
okay, let's go
But
like
what I
40,
said is that
20.
if you're a 50-year-old, if you were a 50-year-old, 40-year-old, 30-year-old, and you were given the picture of the 20, 21, 22-year-old versus the person in your age bracket, and you were asked which one you would prefer, you say, I prefer the younger girl. Now, I'm conceding your one point, which is that people do generally date within their age bracket, but that's because those are the peers which they have around them, so that is the pool they can draw from. But if given the option of alternative pools, they would draw from those pools.
Yep.
So I think that's just a hypothetical. Like, where is that even coming
It's
from?
not
Is
a
that just
hypothetical.
your-
That's
We
data
actually-
analysis.
we
That's
have some-
actually, not only has this been cataloged and the data has been set in, and how they did this was this. I'll give you the methodology so that you understand. What they did was they said, okay, we're granting that most relationships happen within about 3 years of each other. So they went to a bunch of men and they asked the men, okay, if you could have this pool of women who look like this versus this pool, one being 10 to 20 years older in their age bracket versus the one 10 to 20 years younger, guess which one they went for? Which one do you think they went
Okay,
for?
here's the thing. I understand where you're going with this.
No,
Yeah.
answer my question first
Yes.
and then tell me where I'm going with this.
Yes, they would.
Which one do you think they went
Obviously,
for?
you said based on looks. You just said based on looks.
Mm-hmm.
That they would obviously go for the one that looks better. But when it really comes down
And
to
which
it,
ones were
dating,
those? Hang on, which ones were those? The younger ones
the
or the
ones
older
that are
ones?
younger. Yes.
Yeah, that's right, the younger.
Yes. So, but you're saying when they looked at a picture of someone, not when they're actually interacting and conversing on things that someone has no idea where they even were when 9/11 happened. Like they're.
So all
it's
you're
different.
saying is
There's
that if we
different
could project a 50-year-old's personality into a 20-year-old's hot body, men would always go for that? That's all
mean,
you're saying.
wouldn't we all?
So,
Like-
I mean, all you're saying is like, Okay, so some men prefer to have
Wouldn't
long
we
walks
all?
on the beach and late night conversations, but they still would really prefer a hot chick. That's what you're saying.
We actually
I
have
think we all
some,
would, though.
we actually have some stuff we can pull
You
up.
right, hang on. Say that again.
I think we all would.
Right. I think we all would. So this is where you need to move out of the delusion, because you just admitted you think we all would, which would include you, which would include the 50-year-old, which would include all of them. So you can't give me the age gap gives me the ick. Right?
I didn't say that.
You
When
can't do
did I
the
say
ick.
that?
Can't do the ick.
I said in society's eyes, that's how they view men and women. I didn't never
No,
said
you
that.
didn't. You said, I think we all would. That's a collective, which includes you.
We all would date someone that looks better.
Yeah, and if those people
What if
happen
they
to
had
be
the same
younger,
values?
if
They had the
those
same
people
values.
happen to be younger, would you be dating the younger people?
The thing is, like,
You're
I'm
not
trying
answering
to,
the
I'm
question.
trying
You're
to
just
present.
going to ask me a question.
I'm trying to
Go on,
present
diatribe.
like a value type scenario here. Like, it's not just all about looks. Is the whole point. Like, when it comes down to it, the reason why they're with that person, the variable there is because of the values, is because of like the time frame of the mindset. It's not about looks at the end of the day. That's what I'm saying.
It's about looks at the beginning of the day.
It's
Yeah.
not.
And-
When you
It's
see
not.
the
It's not about
and-
looks, huh?
And
When you see the picture, yes.
it's the
it is.
So
law
let
of
us
diminishing
assume-
returns for women. It's the law of diminishing returns. I looked way better at 30 than at 50. You know, I still feel like I'm an attractive lady, but I looked way better at 30.
But I bet you could run laps around like your 20-year-old self. Now, though,
you know, mentally,
That's not what we're
absolutely.
talking
but
about.
but,
Okay,
it
but
just on a physical dynamic, it's the law of diminishing returns, and your youth and your collagen and your beautiful non-wrinkled skin and all of that stuff is part of the package of what a man that's older and successful and established is going to be attracted to, and that's just the trade-off. That is the trade-off of how it's always been with humans.
initially.
Yes, of course.
Initially, yeah.
And I certainly have a husband who values my mind. He thinks I'm a 10, and he thinks I'm brilliant or whatever, right? Makes me feel like I'm being viewed as a whole entity, not just physical appearance, right? I
Yeah.
make him laugh, he makes me laugh, all of that stuff. But when you're a young woman, your mind is not what men are instantly judging you by. They take one look and boom, they make snap decisions in their head based on whether they'd want to talk to you, whether any of that stuff.
Yep.
And as you get older, your looks are going to go down the decline. I mean, that's
But then
just a
it goes
fact
like
of
this.
life.
It's like, look,
There's trade-offs. Now there's trade-offs, and
It's not
and
true.
for me,
It's just cope.
So is it opposite?
It's just cope.
I get
It
dumber.
is. It's just. It's just
That's not what I'm
go.
saying.
Pure code.
That's not what I'm arguing. It's not what I'm arguing. But this idea that in terms of the attractiveness of your personality and the attractiveness of your mind, it somehow increases as you get older is absolute cope.
I don't
Most
think so.
people, again, I already asked you guys, do you get more jaded as you age? Most people, in my estimation, typically don't tend to actually really develop like really compelling, fantastic personalities as they get older.
I've always
I
had
don't
a
agree
good
with that.
personality.
I'm kind of confused
since high
because
school.
if I was 50 trying to date and I'm on a dating app, I'm going to be looking around for other 50.
You're a woman though. Men and women are different.
You wouldn't try to snag you a little like fine ass little 30-year-old little
Here,
zaddy?
Nick, pull up the studies, please.
But
Pull
why
up
would
the
you
studies.
want a
Physically
30-year-old
looking?
though?
Huh?
Like,
Probably
I don't
not.
know.
Women
If I
first,
saw
women
someone
first.
30 and they had
Okay.
a great...
Hold on.
Oh no, you're too hot and too rich. I don't want you.
Okay.
Come on. Like,
So-
what kind of cope is this shit? Oh, you're too hot and too rich. I don't want you. Said
Okay,
no
okay.
chick ever. Nobody. Show of hands. You're too hot and too rich. I don't want you. Lie to me. Put up your hands. I want to hear it. I want to hear that the guy who's 20 years younger than you at 50, who's just too hot and too rich, I just don't want him because he's got some personality quirks.
I'm not.
He
taking-
doesn't
I don't
like
care how much money you
fucking
have.
basket weaving as much
I
as
don't
me.
care how much
Yeah,
money you
whatever.
have.
Yes, the fuck you do.
No, I don't care how much money you have.
Jews and
If
money
you got a
all the
whack ass
time.
personality, I'm gonna leave. Which is why I
But
left
if he has
my
money,
ex.
you gonna stay.
No, dude,
Okay,
'cause
well,
my
what do you want your man to have in
ex-boyfriend had a
common? Okay,
shit ton of
let's
fucking
test
money,
this.
and I still left his
hang on.
ass.
What about
All
money
right,
and
all
good
right.
dick?
Let's
I'm
test
saying.
it. Let's test it and see if it's actually true. What are the actual things that you want your man interested in that you're interested in? Go ahead.
Me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's her answer.
No,
I
wait.
just want
no,
him interested
honestly,
in me.
what do you want him interested in that you're interested in?
Interested in me. That's all.
Okay, yeah, he's interested in you.
No,
but
but
he'd
the
be
problem
interested in you at 30 or at 50. So, what are these quirks at 30? What are these interests at 30 that he's going to have that you don't have?
We have a lot of interest. I have a lot of interest. Okay. I could also match his interest. Okay. It's about.
You're not answering the question. You're you're literally obfuscating.
Repeat the question.
So I'll ask
Repeat
it
the
again.
question.
I'll ask it again. What are these interests you think you're going to have at 50 that you just demand that your man also must have?
Honestly, I think we're gonna have our own interests because we're different people.
Right. So then he's too hot and too rich at 30 because he doesn't share some perceived interest you don't even have. Really?
Usually, wisdom matches up at the end of the day. Like once you get older.
Oh, great. Well, then
age,
tell
you
me what the
understand
wisdom
things,
is. What is
and
the
you
thing that
understand-
you demand your
How is
man
that not
has?
true? You don't even know
I think
yet.
it's
You're like
respecting each other's
I'm what?
interests.
You're like in your 30s.
Are you talking about material things like a house, this and that?
Interests, hobbies. You're talking about hobbies,
Like,
right?
Okay.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, so what I'm trying to do is this. I'm trying to say, I don't actually believe you when you say, if you're at 50 and this 30-year-old guy who's really good looking and really rich is incompatible due to some sort of interest differential.
Hell yeah,
Which is what you're
dude.
saying. Okay,
Hell
okay,
yeah.
stop. Hang on, let me finish the question. That's what you're saying. Then tell me what those interests would be.
My interests would be like crocheting, building puzzles, like talking about shows like iCarly, like time period stuff. Talking about
sure.
SpongeBob,
Cultural
making
time period.
references like to
I just want to make sure I got
SpongeBob,
this clear. I got this clear.
Playing World of Warcraft.
At 50 years
like
old,
things
you're
that
going to
I did in
reject
high
a
school.
30-year-old
Why are you
hot
cutting me
male
off?
with
You
a lot
asked
of
me a
money
question, I'm
because he's
asking
not
you a
interested in your fucking crocheting. Lie to me again. Lie to
I'm
me
not
again.
lying to you. What I told you is
honest.
that I would want to be with a partner that respects my interests.
He wants to
He
know
doesn't
all
gotta
about
be
your
into
fucking
them,
crocheting.
but he can ask
No
a question
guy,
about
no guy
them.
anywhere gives a fuck about your crocheting and you know it. Like how many more lies you gonna tell? Nobody's like, honey, yeah, I
No,
love your.
I'm sorry.
Tell me more about your needlework.
If he has
It's
money,
so important to me.
And if I'm 50 years old and he got bread and he has a shitty personality, I'm not taking it. I'm 50.
Yeah.
I'm well off.
What does
I'm
that
good.
mean, though? But when you say that, I ask what that means. You say it's a lack of shared interest, right? That's part of the
I didn't
personality
say lack
thing.
of shared interest.
Yeah, no, you just did. In fact, you gave us crocheting as an example.
I gave you
You
interest
you
that I
legitimately
have
are going
that
to
you
reject a
asked for.
30-year-old. Hang on, at 50, you think you're going to legitimately reject a 30-year-old hot dude with a lot
Yeah,
of money
I
because he's not interested in your fucking crocheting?
I'm personally going to reject anyone with a shitty personality, and I
At the
thought
end of
that
the
was
day,
the
yeah.
topic.
Yeah, that's not my question. What's my question? Repeat it back to me.
Okay, so if your question is if
Repeat
I'm
my
going to
question
reject
back to
someone
me.
because he doesn't like my crocheting, I'm going to be like, yeah, I understand that.
Yeah,
If he doesn't like my-
exactly.
then I'll take it.
Exactly.
If
What
he-
the fuck? What
that's
is
cra-
this?
But that wasn't the question. You said if he wasn't
That's
interested
a
in
literal
your
question. Yes.
The question was if he wasn't interested in all of my hobbies, and I thought it was also that he had a bad
so
personality.
what hobbies?
Was that
So,
not
okay,
the
hey,
original
okay.
question?
Just
That
hot
he was a piece
and
of
rich.
shit and he was hot and rich. The question was
Perfect,
if he
perfect.
was
What
a
hobbies?
A bad
Perfect. What
person,
hobbies?
not a good personality. If he has a
Yeah, okay,
shitty
okay.
personality.
Stop with that for a second. What hobbies? You just said if he's not interested in my hobbies,
the
I want to
original-
know
I
specifically
didn't
which
say if
hobbies.
he's not
Hey,
interested in
stop.
my
Let me
hobbies.
ask the question. Let me ask the question. What hobbies specifically? Which hobbies specifically do you demand he takes an interest in? Because crocheting, you don't give a fuck. Right?
If he has his own hobbies, he has his own hobbies, and I have my own hobbies. Like that doesn't matter. The original question was if
This is totally derailed. This is totally derailed.
Can I respond about the wisdom thing?
Okay, but I'll move it back to what I was trying to, I want to finish this up, so go ahead.
Okay, good. No, you go.
Go ahead.
Well, I'll just say real quick, like, I think like I totally agree. The interest thing, like cultural, like I want to watch iCarly when I'm 60 with you. Period. Right. But the wisdom thing, like usually, I think it matches up at a certain age. Like, why do you think that like a lot of guys who are players when they're younger become like faithful when they're older? I've literally seen this. My uncle do this.
You think men care about? I don't even think women really care about wisdom. Otherwise, there would be chicks in the DMs of like the most intelligent engineers and the smartest, nerdiest guys. Chicks want to fuck the athletes, the hot dudes, the guys with status, the models, the actors. Get out of here about even girls wanting wisdom. That's fucking bogus. Otherwise, y'all be trying to fuck rocket scientists.
Are you projecting
You'd be
on
trying
me?
to fuck rocket scientists. Y'all are
You're
fucking
projecting on me.
I said that. I never said that. You can't say I'm
that?
bullshit in this.
Y'all
I
are
be smashing
full-
on the nerds,
y'all
the
are
golden
full of
retrievers,
shit.
like
Full of fucking
Dear
shit.
50-year-old engineer, can you please explain to me how a servo works? Said no chick ever.
Okay,
They don't
well,
fucking care about wisdom.
Albert
What kind of
Einstein
cope
was a
is
player.
this?
Bro,
Let's
and
just
if
bring
it was
that
about
up.
wisdom, if y'all were attracted
got
to
all the
wisdom,
girls.
bro, engineers, fucking software engineers, coders would be drowning in fucking
They probably
pussy,
are.
but they're not. You guys want to fuck the
Yeah, they are.
athletes.
Do you have any you can ask?
I don't.
Like,
Yeah,
You guys want to
Wisdom
fuck
and degrees
athletes
are not the
and
same.
movie stars.
No, we don't.
And, how am I fucking wrong?
I came on
Who
here.
has more fucking
I
DMs?
came on here.
Hold
I
on.
came on here.
Hold on. Here, check this
Wait,
out.
hold on. Check
All
this
right,
out.
both say
I
it.
came here and I said I would date you, and you're literally like, "What are you doing? You're not.
I'm a fucking podcast host.
Yeah.
What's that?
And I said,
It's irrelevant.
You're so right. You're so right. What is Brian doing? Let's see. He has one of the largest IRL podcasts in the world.
You run
He's
a
probably
podcast.
perceived as being rich by multiple women. Oh, gee,
I
what
have
could
an
what could the alternative motivation
He's
possibly
cute.
be?
I'm going based off his looks.
Okay, so hold on.
She wants to smash.
You know what?
Wait, guys, she didn't get to talk yet, and she's an opinion.
Okay, who do you think is getting more DMs, Drake or some like computer scientist who goes to UCSB?
Drake's on the internet.
Drake's
That's
a
different.
P, so.
You guys.
If it was
He's
about
actively
wisdom,
realistic
on
here.
the
if it was
internet.
about wisdom, these software engineers,
Drake is
with
getting
these
all
fucking
the
I could find a
physicists,
software
the fucking
engineer.
Steven-
I wish I
these-
could find a
hold
software
on,
engineer.
Stop.
Is anyone else hungry?
Hold on.
I'm just curious.
Stop. Only one person can be talking at a time, so let me at
fucking be
least
out of this.
say what I have to say. Okay. If it was the case that y'all really, if women across the board thought wisdom was the #1 attraction trigger, then these software engineers and I'm trying to think, physicists and mathematicians would be drowning in fucking pussy, but they're not.
Wow.
They're not on the internet.
I
They're
volunteer.
It's
I volunteer.
because people
I
don't
volunteer.
know about those people.
Tribute.
If people
Just to
are
shut
going
us
for
up.
athletes and movie stars, it's because
How about
They're-
even in college?
they have PR
You
people.
went to UCSB, right? Do you think the soccer players at UCSB, on a balance of
connections.
probabilities,
I think it's
on a
connections
balance of
in media.
probabilities, are like the soccer players at UCSB getting more pussy than the guys who are doing software engineering?
But there's also a difference in the
Media.
way that they idolize the soccer player, and they don't acknowledge.
Precisely. Yes, they
don't
idolize the
acknowledge
status of the soccer players. They
but
idolize their
I'm not
physique.
talking about the women. I'm talking about their coaches. I'm talking about the teams. It's a part of their strategy to boost their confidence so they can win whatever match they're playing. So they idolize that and they glorify that. So it's constantly on the internet. It's constantly being talked about. But you have an engineer that's just doing a really, really great job. No one's talking about that.
Right, precisely.
Yeah.
But if it had to do with wisdom, women would seek out.
Oh,
these
really?
men.
Wait.
I
What?
think women
Wait,
date.
hang on. Let's back up. Nobody's talking about Bill Gates. Nobody's talking about Steve Jobs. Nobody's talking about these massive engineers who are pioneers of computer tech. Did you ever see what their women look like, lady?
Married.
Hang on, what do their women look like?
Like,
You think that their
we ain't
women were
talking about
fucking knockouts or what? Come on. These are some of the most talked about men on planet Earth. They were fucking dorks. They were not pulling good trim.
Guess who
I'm
they
sorry.
left their
weren't-
wives
You
for?
know they weren't.
Guess
What do
who
you
they
want me
left
to
their
say?
wives for?
What's that?
Women.
Younger women.
Jeff Bezos.
Younger
Hopefully
women
me.
what?
They left their wives for younger women.
Jeff Bezos' new chick she's not. I'm not
Elon
gonna be
Musk
mean, but
is dating
I'm
Grimes.
not gonna be mean, but Jeff
Grimes'
Bezos'
baby
new
mama.
girl.
The point
you know what?
is, though,
Honestly,
is that
like,
these,
two-
in fact, half of these guys' wives leave them. They leave them.
Yeah,
The
'cause they
thing
getting
is,
that
is
check and they
all-
bounce.
Hang on. Let me finish. They have all the wisdom in the world. They have billions of dollars. Their wives end up
Maybe it's because
leaving
of their
them.
values.
Stop, let me finish the point. So the wives end up leaving them. Reason for this is
Francis
no.
Gautier donated $200.
Hey, yeah,
This is called the hot hand fallacy, the Big Short. Delulu women thinks that what's happening now gonna continue to happen even more in the future.
Thank you,
because they
Francis.
think they're gonna age like wine. Nope.
Thank you, Francis. Appreciate it. Andrew, if you can, just go ahead with your point.
Yeah, I'll just very quickly wrap up. So I'm just saying, no, there are plenty of very aged, very wise men who also happen to be ugly as shit, who it seems that women are not very into, even though they're rich and they have all the wisdom and all of that. Somehow they still end up not going for those guys, but going for the 6'2" jocked out guy who they actually are attracted to Brian's point.
Let's do Nick Twitch first, then we'll do the studies. Then we got to. We haven't even finished going around on the question. Then we gotta. All right, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub if you have one. It's been 10 minutes since our last Prime. I think it's bugged, so if you guys can do a little test, maybe test out the Prime. I think our Primes are bugged. So drop us a follow if you're watching over there on Twitch. We're going to be doing IRL streams, and Maddie's doing solo streams on there. So be sure to drop us a follow, guys. And the streaming quality is way better over there on Twitch. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you, thank you. And Comedy, thank you for the resub. Appreciate it, the tier 1. Thank you. And then here's the studies really quick to kind of touch on this, since you brought up some studies of your own. All right, so this is a woman's age versus the age of the men who look best to her. So as a woman ages, she typically tends to find a guy a couple years, few years older than her, typically more attractive, although it does tend to change as they get in terms of what they, of the men who look best to her. And to your point, it doesn't necessarily mean that these are the men they're going to end up with or be in a relationship with, but this is what they find the most physically attractive. And then there's the man one, Nick, if you can switch over. A man's age versus the age of the women who look best to him. And then across all ages for men, you have men on the left there, even into their 50s, they prefer men in their, They prefer women in their early 20s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, but again, it doesn't mean that a 50-year-old can get a 22-year-old.
But it's also at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, they think they're more attractive, but they end up dating at the end of the day someone who's around their age.
Right, but if they have.
Where is that coming from, though? Is that just like a thought? Like, where is that coming from?
I mean, we see this. So if you look at like hyper successful men, for example, if you look at Leonardo DiCaprio, we had Tobey Maguire. If you could pull that up, Nick. Tobey Maguire, there was a bit of, he's 49. Tobey Maguire from Spider-Man, the best Spider-Man. He's dating a 20-year-old. And can you show us the next tab on? Do we have the next tab?
Yeah. Good for them.
No, that's not her. It's up. The first one. Click the first one.
Yeah, that one up there.
Click the first one.
Her white.
The next one over. Click the next one over. There's a better one. Can you scroll up or?
The Instagram one with the pink top?
Yeah. It's the one. You can click it, but I don't think that's her. No, the one below it. Click the one below it, the sun. Damn, why? Okay, click the one, the up middle. Yeah. Can you move us? Okay, Tobey Maguire, I mean, terrible photo. They caught him impromptu okay, so he's 49, dating a 20-year-old. He's getting a bunch of flack for it. Men who have the capacity to, there's also, who's the lead singer of the Red Hot Chili Peppers?
Oh, I forget.
Nick, could you Google that? What's his name?
It's like Anthony something.
Anthony Pet? Wait, what is his name? Chat? Lead singer of Red Hot Chili Peppers, just be like, his name, Anthony Kiedis, girlfriend.
It's easier to manage a younger woman.
I think it's, that's a perfect age physically for having children.
Yeah.
I really feel like that's like the.
But that's not why they're going for them. They're going because they're easier to manage.
I think they're hardwired,
to
procreate.
Yeah,
click
to
that.
procreate with
the Just Jared one.
I think it's that they've been like influenced in society
Blue shirt.
for so long.
I think it's hardwiring because it's all of humanity.
Media.
Yeah, that is true.
All right, that's him. He's in his 60s.
It looks like his daughter.
Who is this? Anthony, I don't know who that is.
Anthony, I believe he's in his.
So for Andrew, he's marrying
He's
his
61.
daughter.
He's 61.
The social currency.
She's 20. Yeah.
The social currency is in humanity. And speaking of not just modernity, but all of human history.
Why did somebody just say he was marrying his daughter?
It's going to be
young women.
Younger
She
women
looked like
with
his daughter.
older
Young
men
women are
that
considered currency.
That can
She looks
protect and
12,
provide
I'm
for
gonna be
them
real.
and give structure and stability and have a home and a household. And then the women are procreating and they have that ability to do that. So, I mean, it's always been the disparity with that age gap throughout human history. I just feel like they're hardwired to see that as attractive and a
Just
partner.
like he said.
Yeah.
I think it's also like societal values too, right? Like, because it's like society kind of brings and teaches men to like value youth, yeah,
Do you think
and
there's a biological basis for that? And it has
infantile type characteristics.
Infantile.
Yes, they want hairless. They want hairless
Oh.
women, small, petite, like innocent, don't know shit.
Okay, hold on. Let me just Here, let me just turn this
Hairless. I don't
directly
think
around
so.
on you.
Shaved.
I can just do the same sort of pathologizing towards women. So women who are desirous of tall men, they're incestophiles because they think of tall men, they think of their fathers. Or women who like big muscular men. Again,
what if my
I'm just
dad's
using
short?
your same like ridiculous logic back at you.
But what if my dad's short?
Yeah, but what if you don't like hairless women, right? That's
Yeah,
the
but
same.
that's very rare. Like, let's be real. Like,
But
what
if
is
we're only
all the
going to point at
commercials have?
outliers when you're talking about
Women
a
only
society-wide phenomenon, then I just would
Yeah,
like
but
for you to
men
do this for
value
me,
that.
if you don't mind. If you don't mind, can you name for me any society anywhere that you can think of that prefers hairy women who are fat? Can you name one?
Like ancient societies?
Yeah, name any.
Okay,
any.
like let's look at all the sculptures in history.
Italian.
Back
Okay.
in history, if we look at like what was painted in history,
They were not
it was
obese.
different values.
They
Like
were
there
not
were no, they were
obese.
bigger.
Okay,
They
great,
weren't
great.
skinny.
Hang on. I'll just grant it.
sir.
Can you name a single society which valued hairy, fat women?
Italian
let's-
during the
Yeah,
Renaissance.
let her answer.
During the Renaissance, being heavier.
Let her
fat-
answer.
Yeah, like the women that were especially bigger were seen as wealthier, like having more.
Yeah, what society was
more.
this?
I don't know, like
Italian.
I don't know what it was, but it's true. We can look it up right now.
Why don't we allow each other to help us with the answers?
True.
Italian.
Also, like it's
the
true.
thing is,
It's true.
like
You can look it up
you
right
can
now.
come in after
know
the
it is.
exchange is done. If you have a rebuttal, you can come in and be like, actually, I know the society, Andrew. You don't because they don't exist. But you could do that after the exchange is done, right? But I'm not arguing with 6 people at once because I can't even understand the arguments then. So I just argue with one person at a time, which is totally reasonable. So back to this. Can you name a single society which values hairy, fat women? I'm waiting.
So I don't know
Name
if I
one.
can know a specific society, but I know that it was a thing.
Wait, I have a question for you.
So out of all the societies which you're aware of, are you aware of the Roman society?
Yes.
Okay, great. Did they take up most of the world?
Almost.
Are you aware of most of the European societies which exist today?
Yeah.
Are you aware that there was barbarian societies which existed?
Yes.
Are you aware that there was Viking societies which existed?
Okay. Where's
So
the
these
point
are
gone?
massive societies. They spanned the entire world, many of them. Can you name any of them which really valued hairy, fat women?
Let's look at the art.
Answer
First
the
of all,
question first and then ask one.
Harry, first of all, women, they don't have as much
Can you
testosterone
answer the question
and hair.
first?
Or testosterone
Answer
isn't
the
hair, but, like,
question
they don't.
first.
Listen, you're trying
I'm
to drag
listening, but
me
you
into
won't
a
answer the
place
question.
because you want to lead me somewhere.
I
and
just
what I'm
want you
going
to
say
answer the
first
question.
is no, right? Because women don't have as much
No.
hair as men. Like, biologically, they don't. But the
So
value,
then Brian's right, and there's a biological
the value,
basis
though,
for
like,
why
let's
men
be
would
real.
be
Ask
attracted to
men,
that.
like
Oh,
ask
got
10
it.
men
That
in the
makes
group,
sense.
like, do you like hairy armpits on women? They're gonna
No.
say no.
Wait, I have a question for you.
So Brian said there might be a biological basis. You say, no, I don't think so. I think it's pathologized through society. And then when I give you tons of the most major, massive societies that you're aware of, you can't name a single one of them that didn't appreciate that and then say, oh, because it's biological that women have less hair. That means Brian's right.
I'm saying within like pictures in history, you're not going to see like a long ass hairy armpit. Like it's not visible like that. But guess what? They have bushes. They have bushes. That's one thing you will see on a damn sculpture and
I'm sorry, did Romans make statues of women?
I don't know. I can't be specific. I can't go back to my history book right now. Give me a damn computer or something. Like.
Yeah, so Romans made statues of women.
You have a computer.
And they were naked. They were naked statues of women. You're aware of this, right?
Yes, okay.
Yeah, and you realize that this was thousands of years ago, right?
You can't see it.
They still apparently did not like obese, hairy women. They still apparently didn't like that. So it's like the standard has existed. It's almost some kind of like objective standard for thousands of years.
I have a question for you. So, okay, is your argument then that men who are attracted to women with light body hair or who shave down there, are you making the argument that they're P words?
No, I'm saying that in society, youth is valued in women.
Yeah, but you said something along the lines of
infantilizing women. That's how society is.
So if you have sparse body hair or you shave down there, that's something of an infant.
To society's standards, it doesn't have to be a conscious thing. It can be subconscious within a thing, right? But to society, it's youth that's valued, and whatever is younger, youth appearing, is going to be valued.
So
Can I say something
That's going to be
really
less hair.
What's up?
Brian, I don't mean to be rude to anyone's conversation, but I do have to get back to my baby in LA. I don't want to be rude, but I just was wondering how much longer is the podcast going to be for? Or if you
At this rate, we're going to be here for a while.
Yeah. Okay,
I mean, we're probably going to wrap it. Probably not.
Can you give us another hour?
I definitely can't do another hour.
Can you give us 45 minutes?
Okay.
That's still a long time. What time is it right now? Is it 9 o'clock?
Yep.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I have a 5-year-old I have to get back to. It has been here for I just thought it was going to be a couple hour thing. So it was I have to get back to my kid type situation. You know? Not to be rude.
You were the chosen one. You were the fun one on the panel. You had
guys
all
have
these
plenty to talk
expectations.
about.
You've let your whole team down. You've let them all down. Look at what you've done.
MILF duties, man.
What the fuck is that? MILF duties?
Yeah.
Wait, you said that didn't you say that you're the guy who's watching her?
He was watching my son. It took us 2.5 hours to get here, and I told him I was going to be back tonight before my son goes to sleep to get him.
He can't continue.
This was a borrowed day. Trust me. If you guys, co-parenting is not a fucking easy thing to do.
Yeah.
He's already going to give me shit for this. But
What the hell is co-parenting?
Co-parenting is when the mother and father are not married to each other.
We co-parents.
They share the
take
duties.
turns.
Wait, is this kid going back to your place?
Correct.
Tonight?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, sorry to fuck up the vibe.
support you. You got to take care of your baby. You have to take care of your baby. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I just didn't think it was gonna be a 4-hour situation type of thing, you know.
Okay, well, is your friend just in the bathroom or something, or what?
I think so, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But if there's anything else that you need me to stay for, I could stay for.
Body count?
Oh my God.
Bam.
I don't know.
If you had to estimate.
Range?
Decline.
Well, wait. If you had to estimate.
I know it's your guys' favorite question, huh? I heard about the body count. If I had to guesstimate, I don't know. I really don't know.
More than 20?
Probably.
More than 40?
40's kind of reaching. Yeah. 'cause
Okay,
I've been in
so
a lot
right
of long
around maybe 30 something?
Sure.
Like the men that you've slept with. This is the body count?
Yeah.
I don't think it's even that many. I don't even think it's that many.
I-
Like
I
30
heard
is
that.
still
People have been asking me all night.
I know
gotta ask you,
exactly all
How
the
much
men.
were all the tats?
Oh, I don't know.
You know, just estimate. Just guess.
I don't know. You know, I've been getting tattoos since I was 13. You think I kept track of how much money I spent? It's a lot of money.
Well, I mean, but you can estimate. Is it like 50? Is it more than 40,000?
Maybe not. I got a lot of discounted tattoos, so that's I don't know.
How did you go about getting these discounts?
Because I'm friends with tattoo artists.
Are you friends?
No.
With the tattoo artist?
Not those type of friends.
Okay, why don't you just tell us how much longer you guys can stay?
Really not that much longer at all. Because I didn't realize it was already 9 o'clock and it's going to take us 2.5 hours to get back.
These podcasts go pretty long.
I thought they were only a couple hours thing. I didn't know it was a 4-hour podcast, and we drove pretty far.
Yeah, well, I mean, we already tried to accommodate you guys. I mean, you guys were running a little bit late, but we tried to accommodate you there. But, I mean, obviously we can't hold you here. If you guys got to go, you got to go. Just we would have obviously appreciated, as with most of our guests.
I'm doing my best, dude.
For most people,
Promise you.
Is there any arrangements that you can make so you can stay for the whole show?
I've already made the arrangements.
You can't
Maybe I should have asked ahead of time how long the podcast was going to be. I thought it was literally only going to be 2 hours, so I was planning on like that, like around 2 hours.
We typically say how long we go to, and we ask. Well, I mean, I know you're like a +1 to your friend, so that perhaps should have been on her, but yeah.
But hey, at least we made it, right?
Yeah. Tell you what, you'll have to, I guess, make it up to us.
I'm glad
you can
made
come
it.
back, I guess.
Yeah, I'd love to have you back.
All you guys want to know is my body count, you fucking assholes. You don't care.
We already got it. Right,
it's old,
so you don't need me to come
news.
Back. It's old news.
Right, you don't need me to come back then.
News.
You got what you wanted out of me. Great. Should I take the red pill or the blue pill, though? That's what I was just
take the red
both?
pill.
Don't just
to go.
Don't. Okay.
Take them both. Just don't. Okay.
What happened when I...
Body count? What's your body count?
I started fucking before it was cool to count. I don't know.
Whoa.
Oh, she's a wild beast.
Okay. Range, I guess?
I don't have a range. I've been in a lot of long-term relationships, so
all right,
I don't got no range.
Well, estimate, I guess? I don't know if you want to less than 10, more than 10?
There's no estimate. I'm not answering the question.
Let me see if I had any notes for you guys before leaving.
Wait, what happened? We have to go?
Yeah,
like
I do have to go keto. Yeah, for real. I don't know why you guys think this is a joke. Like I have.
But you were the whole panel's safe space. They're going to be so upset with you gone.
They'll be fine without me. You guys got this. Get as deep as you want.
I guess the last thing was for Madzilla. I did want to ask, what plastic surgery procedures have you had?
I got my boobs done.
BBL?
No BBL.
BBL drizzy?
What's BBL?
Like where they do lipo and they put it in your butt or whatever. I don't know.
That's wild.
I don't have a
you
BBL.
would ask her.
You seen underneath these leggings? There is not no.
Do you have a BBL?
I do.
Lipo?
I have a 360. Yeah, I've got lipo.
What's 360?
360 BBL is lipo through the stomach and the back.
And then it puts it in
your butt.
I've never had lipo or none of that. I just
have you had any procedure for the booty?
Brazilian,
no.
Brazilian.
Because I do a bit of research on people before they come on the show.
I haven't had
I went all the way to the bottom of your Instagram.
I used to be a lot skinnier, but you know.
Okay.
I used to be actually like vegetarian. I used to be real skinny, like 120 pounds.
There was a photo
trust
of you.
me, I've seen photos of myself where I'm like, holy shit. But I mean,
no, the butt wasn't. It was still a good butt.
Yeah, but it's smaller. When I
it was bigger. It got bigger.
When I shrink, my booty shrinks. Like if I lost like 30 pounds, like my ass would not be this big right now, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that was my
great questions before I leave.
Yeah,
Thank you guys.
That's all I had for you.
BBL.
That's all I had for you. There were no pre-show notes.
No, I don't want to be rude either. Leaving the show early, I really don't. But like,
I think
I'll make it up. I'll make it up.
We'll have Morgan, and then you can take one of the seats. So thank you guys for coming. Appreciate it. Thank you guys. I want to continue on. We haven't finished the conversation though. So
pick it up.
Yeah. Oh, you guys have to do a bow though. Like if you leave early, you have to. Oh, you're out of frame. You got it.
You have to bow.
All right, there you go.
Leave early.
I had so much fun. Bye, guys.
Drive safe. Nice to meet you.
You're supposed to make it believable. What is this? What is this?
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, let me read a couple chats, but then we'll get right back into the conversation that we were having.
Yeah, Serena never answered about.
Yeah, I'll get to her. Yeah. I know. All right.
Oh, good. Now we
Techno Trooper, unemployment is going up. The amount of jobs is going down in a lot of states. Most jobs don't pay a living wage. Home prices rose, and inflation is not keeping up with wages. Should women start paying for dates and change their views on dating on the current reflection of the economy? Welcome Morgan to the table. Do you want to just say hi?
Hi.
All right. Morgan is now joining us. Welcome. So should women start paying for dates and change their views on dating on the current reflection on the economy?
You know, I've never had a large expectation of a lot of money being laid out on dates, especially first dates, new dates. You know, going to the beach, going to have coffee, doing things like that, going to the park, spending the afternoon at the park. I think that those are wonderful ways to get to know somebody, and I don't see anything wrong with that. When I was younger, nobody had money, and we would find fun things to do. I don't see any problem with that.
Okay. Anybody thought?
I mean, I don't classify myself as a woman, right? But I do pay for dates and stuff like that, and I do plan for stuff. So
yeah. So the question is, should women start paying for dates and change their views on dating on the current reflection of the economy?
No.
Pull the mic closer to you. Okay. What about you?
Should they start paying for dates? I mean, yeah, I'm kind of neutral about this. I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would say they already have been, though. Haven't they been for since what war is it? What war?
Since the war?
Since technically, yes. Like, let's be real.
Which war?
What war? The Great Depression.
1812.
So are you talking about World War?
The Great Depression.
It was just a joke. It was just a joke.
Okay, so
the men left for war. When will my husband return from war? Right.
And women started paying for
women
dates?
had to start working, and they had to
what
start.
What does that have to do with? Okay.
Because it's already. Because I said it's already been happening. So
women were paying for dates in the 20s and 30s and 40s.
They were contributing to the family unit.
Women have. I mean,
they didn't have to do shit. What are you talking about? They had their husband's military pay. They weren't out working.
Yes,
they were at home with their husband's military pay. You're talking about World War II when industrialists recruited women into the workforce in order to make bombs and guns and shit like that. That was not the World War I experience. Totally different experience.
Okay, so it's still an experience then.
What does that have to do with, peacetime dating? Or even wartime
Because I said they already have been contributing. Because you said inflation going up and stuff like that. This has happened before. Inflation has gone up. Money's lost its value. We've been doing that. It depends on,
women don't even pay for dates today.
Here's
they
thing.
definitely
okay.
do.
In general.
What are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
First dates. You'll pay. First dates.
Yeah, equal. I'll go half. I'll go half.
You won't pay for the date, though.
Why would I pay fully for the date?
So you mean what men do? Have you ever been on the first date and the guy paid for the whole thing?
When he goes I'm doing this, and he's like, I'm doing this.
How many first dates have you been on?
Maybe a few.
Maybe. That's not really
Probably
precise.
a few, 2 or 3.
5, 10, 20?
First dates,
first dates.
An actual date where you go somewhere.
Sure.
A few.
I can't even really
Like
think
3.
for myself, honestly.
Okay.
Have you?
But I'm saying if someone's I'll pay for this, you let them have the gesture because that's just the nice
Who's more
and the right
likely
thing
to make
to
that
do.
gesture, men or women?
More likely
men.
it's going to be men.
Mm-hmm.
It has been men. I'm not
saying that it's the case in all scenarios, but typically men are going to pay for the date.
They have been, yeah.
Yeah.
I think, that's definitely what's prevalent, but I feel like now, and the guy wants to talk about the economy and stuff, I think it's okay for if a woman asks a guy out on a date and she can pay. If they want to split it, they can split it. I don't think it really has to be about the man needs to pay. I don't think that is really that. I think we're kind of moving away from many people being that's their standard idea of a first date.
I mean, I don't know if they've done studies on this, but let's assume even 50% of women still want men to pay.
Yeah, probably at least.
Is that a large enough? I mean, I would suspect most conservative women would want men to pay for first dates.
Probably.
It's a cultural thing because I've gone probably on at least 30 to 50
generational.
dates.
Me and my ex were broke, and we both always went half.
And then I actually supported my fiance for a long time while he went on a walkabout. So I think that it just depends what culture you're dealing with and what country you're living in.
This is the study which was requested on this.
Is it America that we're talking about?
Yeah, it is. You can source it over. The New York Times has a link to it. I'll give you the highlight. Researchers found that young men, this is Gen Z, paid for all or most of the dates around 90 to 95% of the time, while women paid only about 2%. They split maybe around 7% of the time.
I will say my boyfriend definitely does pay for a lot of our food dates. Like, it's mostly him right now.
How long have you guys been dating? You said...
I mean, officially like a year, but...
1 year.
Yeah.
So how many times have you guys gone out for food?
We don't really go out for like official dates though, but like if we go out, but like if we do go out for like a date, like when we would, like he normally would pay, but he normally comes up to me and says like that's something he wants to do, like for me kind of thing. So I think it's just it happens. It doesn't always happen.
All right,
My
I think that's
boyfriend's the
sufficient.
same way.
Your boyfriend's the same way?
Yeah.
He pays for dates?
I'll like offer too.
Yeah, like I'll
but
offer and everything.
He'll still pay.
But he insists.
Or we'll split it
wants
other
to.
times, but
Okay. We have Pelagic here. Just leave. Okay, that was probably back when the girls came. Thank you, Pelagic. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. And we do have Lol Paladins here. Morgan, can you read this one?
Yeah. I like to explore the girls like nerds cope. Go around the panel and ask what the profession of their last or current boyfriend is. Bonus points if he was a drug dealer.
We'll start with Morgan. Okay, go ahead.
He works at like a tire shop.
Okay.
The person that I had like a more serious relationship was in a pretty big band.
Band, okay.
Yeah.
I had no fucking clue what my last boyfriend did. He did not tell me.
A drug dealer?
No.
probably.
Oh.
He worked for the government.
Ah.
He just wouldn't
Makes
tell me
sense.
what he did
Okay.
How long did you date?
for like a year almost.
Okay.
Wow.
He just said, I take care of the bills, don't worry about it. And I said, whatever.
Cool.
Okay.
Probably had some like lame duck government job, but wanted to sound
Mysterious.
cool. Yeah,
Definitely.
Probably wasn't even interesting. Okay,
Mysterious.
what about you?
My boyfriend is an artist that focuses on realism, oil painting.
Okay, creative. Okay.
He was a rapper.
An actor.
Oh, okay. This is getting interesting. Okay, what about you?
My boyfriend works with produce, but then he makes like sound production for musical artists, and like he makes his own like beats and raps.
My boyfriend helps manage restaurants in the area.
And my husband flips houses, and we bought a couple of RV parks together, and he's currently working in disaster cleanup work where he's on Maui. We're living on Maui right now, and he's working on the Lahaina wildfire cleanup.
Okay.
Really cool.
And so
Where's all the nerds? Where's all these nerds?
Yes, what's very interesting about this, and I think actually a lot of the pushback was from this area of the table here. You're dating an artist, I guess the ex for you was a rapper, you said?
Yeah.
Rapper, and then actor. Kind of proves my point a little bit here.
Artist.
I'd like to say that being a rapper has a lot to do with being like a autistic, poetic, like very good.
Did you say artistic?
Autistic, like.
Autistic.
Yes. Very like hyper focused
I don't know.
on.
Have you listened to mumble rap?
Have you listened to Lil Wayne?
Yeah. He's not autistic.
It's not mumble rap.
Wait, is your boyfriend make the same kind of rap as Lil Wayne?
This is what I'm saying, is that to be some type of creative artist, you have to be in some type of like hyper focus in that subject.
Like
Yeah, but that's not
neurodivergent.
autism. That's not autism. That's not being autistic.
I
being
said autistic,
hyper-focused
like.
on what you're doing. Like, what do you mean? That's not autism. Like, no, there's not a single one of you who named what I would consider a
nerd.
dorky or nerdy profession. Where's my software engineers? Where's my computer analysts?
Okay,
Where's my data
where are we
crunchers?
gonna meet those people at?
Where's my
Proximity.
accountants? Where's all the
Proximity.
nerds?
My
Where's all
brother's
these
an accountant,
nerds?
and he has a girlfriend.
Where am I going to meet those
so-
people at proximity?
Wait, what do you do for work?
I do jiu-jitsu coach, and I'm a restaurant manager.
Wouldn't you be just as likely to meet a nerdy guy as to meet a rapper?
Where?
At a restaurant or doing jujitsu. A lot of jujitsu guys are super nerdy.
I can't date them.
Can't date
the jujitsu, the people that go there. But at a restaurant, like the people I interact with are not. They're not like that. I don't interact with them.
Okay, well, how did you meet your rapper boyfriend?
Social media.
Who
I feel like that's kind of like
he DM'd you or you DM'd him?
He DM'd me, and I feel like it's like kind of like how it is nowadays. It's kind of like a lot of relationships kind of seem to happen online. Like they seem to form over online. Like they can happen in person, but I feel like a lot of the times it's online.
Do you remember any of his songs? Your ex-boyfriend?
Yeah.
Can you rap one?
I'm not gonna rap it, and definitely not.
Okay, how about just speak the lyrics? Let's see like the degree of creativity.
Dude, that's not.
Huh? No, because I mean, look, there's different degrees of lyricism within the rap genre, for example.
Yeah.
So you have these like mumble rappers where it's totally incoherent.
I wouldn't say it's mumble
They're not
rap
even
for
rhyming, really. It's just like vague noises that they're making.
That's more like ski mask, or like I wouldn't say like I definitely would not classify him as like mumble rap.
Is he a SoundCloud?
I mean, everyone starts out as that, don't they?
Did he have face tattoos?
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't say like I would say like I understand what you mean by that, like mumble rap, but he was definitely more invested than that. Like he was more creative than that.
I would like to bring up were we saying that like musicians can't be nerdy, or like we're saying they don't qualify as nerdy?
Really nerdy.
Because like my boyfriend, like he does like rap, he does like music production, like he is so focused on like making his little noises on his computer. Like he loves that. Like he gets into that like a video gamer gets into his games. Like he's so obsessed. Like I think he's a cute little music nerd boy making his music all day.
Okay.
I also think that like a lot of like musicians play like Yu-Gi-Oh, all that lame shit, right?
So true.
So like, I mean, you can't really just say where's the nerds out there, and they're hidden.
Yeah, but I mean,
so
do jocks. I mean, jocks are playing Legend of Zelda. What do you mean? Like that's not a quality anymore of what a nerd is or isn't.
Well,
we're talking about a profession which would be associated with dorks, right? That would be,
I think that like,
something in regards to tech, technology. Something revolving around computers, something revolving around board game design, so shit like that.
I mean, it's a card game. They're going out and playing cards, like they're doing it in a strategy type of way or whatever, like. Try it. Like, I don't know.
Go ahead.
My kid's dad works in IT, and I have two daughters. They're 18 and almost 17. And then he also does LARPing, so you cannot get more nerdy than that.
The LARPing's cute.
But it's like, where do
If
you
we're
meet
solely talking about like physicists and engineers and mathematicians, before I met my boyfriend and I was dating online, I didn't really meet anybody who was majoring in physics or mathematics. I met one guy, but it just didn't work out because we didn't have same interests and we
just didn't click.
We didn't click.
Isn't the definition of a nerd also like really invested in a specific thing, right? Like it's not necessarily like, I love math,
nerd.
Like
yeah,
I'm
but it's at the expense. It's at the expense of. So it's like, okay, you can be, I guess, a football star who becomes a software engineer. But that wouldn't make you a nerd because there's no kind of deviation, meaning the nerd is socially awkward, right? Maybe they don't have great social skills, this kind of thing. They are heavily invested generally in kind of these alternative things, maybe whatever's cutting edge or something they can use their brain to go after. But it's at the expense of something else. And what's interesting about your answers is you're not kind of giving us the insight into the profession where we'd be like, oh yeah, that makes sense that a nerd would be doing that. A socially awkward, kind of, maybe lanky. That's what a nerd is.
All right, final word on that. Do you have?
I do
really
have
like to move this on.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say my daughters have often schooled me on the differences between geeks, dorks, and nerds. And so, I mean, I think some of what Andrew's talking about is what I would call a dork.
Okay.
Then what's a nerd?
The nerds are the academics, but the dorks are the socially
And aren't
awkward.
they usually
and the
socially awkward,
geeks,
academics?
No, that's the dorks. And then the geeks are the gamers.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, aren't the academics, the nerds, socially awkward?
Not necessarily,
they
no.
put everything. Well, okay. Well, who's the Omega Chad nerd that you can think of?
Well, I mean, I knew them in college. I knew a lot of guys like that were nerds that were also still chads.
Yeah, hiding in plain sight, like
All
you
right,
said.
I got to move this on. So we never even finished going around the table on the better looking in 10 years thing. You made a comment about hair and it being, it seemed to me that your leaning was that men who are attracted to women with little or no body hair, that's some sort of pathology, or men who prefer women who, for example, shave down there, that is maybe weird. Is that your,
I did
position?
bring that up. I'm saying that societally, like, that's obviously what it is. Like,
right. So what's the implication on the individual level in terms of your judgment of men who have this preference?
I wouldn't say I would give like a strict, like straight up, like that's my judgment. I'm just saying in society,
Well,
like
that's
what we that's what they value.
You said it was infantilizing. Like they want infants. Is that
infantilizing?
They want infants. Is that kind of what you're
like
getting
younger,
at? That they're attracted
That's
to
the
children.
definition.
That they're PDF.
That's the definition of it.
Yeah, but is that essentially what your suggestion is? That men who are attracted to women with little or no body hair, or who shave their hair, it's really just these are terrible men who are PDF
No, I'm
files.
not saying that. I'm not saying that straight up. I'm saying that it could be subconscious because it is through society. Like, it's a system.
Subconsciously what? That they're
Like, it
attracted to?
could be a subconscious thing. Like, just because you don't like hair doesn't mean
Oh,
it
hey,
doesn't necessarily correlate.
So subconsciously, this is what he's trying to get at. I'm trying to figure this out too. Are you saying that the correlate of hairless they're associating with child?
You mean like?
I would say kind of that.
You're,
Yeah,
I don't
I
understand
know,
the question
but
really.
let's let her say.
I don't understand the question really. You mean like
that you're associating like women with like who are shaved give like a child like
I'm saying society.
Yeah,
standards.
but like yeah.
Okay, so do you think that men are attracted to women who are hairless because they're infantilizing and giving them a childlike persona?
I'm saying it's pushed on by society to like younger women. I'm saying that it's something that's been instilled kind of by society.
Because younger women can have children, right?
I mean, that could be part of some of.
Yeah, but I think
Well,
that
I mean, don't
she's
you think
addressing,
that? Okay,
addressing
so let me ask
something
you a
further.
question. Do you believe that evolution is a fact?
Is a factor in it?
Is evolution a fact?
Yeah, for sure.
Then what is the primary edict?
Of like valuing youth?
No, what is the primary edict of evolution? It's to replicate, right?
Evolve?
Yeah, but I think it's more
It's
complex.
hang on, no. It's to replicate. You can't evolve if you don't reproduce, can you?
Okay, there's two things can be true at once.
Yeah,
need both.
that's true, but with absent reproduction, there is no evolution. So the primary edict of evolution is reproduction, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so if that is true, which tier of women are going to be able to reproduce the best? Women in their 20s, women in their 30s, or women in their 40s?
Obviously, it's going to be women in their 20s. That's when
Right,
you're most
so then
fertile.
evolutionarily, why wouldn't males be more attracted to the women who are going to reproduce the most?
But I'm saying I don't think it's evolutionarily.
You still won't answer I don't mind if you qualify and then tell me where I'm wrong or right or this or that, but I would appreciate if you would actually answer the question I ask, and I'll do you the same service. So my question is, if women in their 20s produce the most children. Wouldn't it follow logically that men would be attracted to women in their 20s as they're the ones who reproduce the most?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
But
so
I'm
then
not
I don't
saying
understand how
that's
this is associated with infantilization or PDF or any. I don't
Because
understand
I think
the
what she's
association.
saying is like we've moved on from just viewing people as like reproduction objects, and so there's like more that goes into it.
What do you mean we've moved on from it?
Like
what?
what are we even talking about? Like she's bringing. Like,
I'm sorry. How do you figure that we've moved on from reproduction?
no, that's not what I said or meant. Even if that's how it came across, I'm talking
Okay,
about.
well,
like,
I'm listening.
When we're talking about like evolution and the primary goal is to like keep creating and blah blah blah. So like you're talking about that, yes, like that would make men like more attracted to younger women who are more fertile. I get that, but she's trying to bring a different like context to that. Like she's not just saying like this is like an evolutionary factor. Like she's
I
trying
agree.
to bring a different
and
depth
I'll
to
even
it.
steel man it to make sure that you guys know that I understand what she's saying. She's saying that socially and societally, it is pushed upon men to be attracted to younger women. I understand the argument. What I'm saying, though, is that it's actually the inverse. That from your worldview, would be the evolutionary need to reproduce, which informs society, not society, which is informing you to be attracted to these younger women. That would be my counter. And so what I'm looking for is an argument to that. How would that be wrong?
That makes more sense.
So that's kind of like, then why would it be pushed upon in the last like 30 years to be to
You
like,
think that
yes,
it's only pushed
it
upon
is-
in the last
here's the
30
thing,
years
yeah,
that
it
older
is
men like to
valuing
fuck
youth.
young hot women? Really?
It is valuing youth, right?
Because why? Why are they valuing youth?
You're saying it's because of
Evolution,
reproduction.
design.
What else would it be?
The thing
If
is,
men want to have sex with younger women, why are they wanting to have sex with them? What would be the mechanism from which informs them to have sex with younger women? What would that be?
I don't think it's to reproduce. You're trying to like feed me an answer that I'm not like. That's not my answer. So I'm not.
Well, then
that's
what is
not
your
what I'm
answer?
giving you. The thing, it's not some weird subconscious like reproduce type shit. Like
I don't think it's subconscious. I think
you
that
think
it's
it's
conscious.
totally
I think that
conscious?
men will tell you, I want to fuck young hot women. And I think the reason that they want to fuck young hot women is because young hot women have lots of babies, and so that's why they're attracted to them.
But why?
Otherwise, why would they be
Why
attracted
do
to
the
them?
studies say that they end up dating the women around their age,
Oh
though?
my God, we showed you the studies.
Because of the pool in which is available to them.
Let me ask you a
However,
question.
when the pool expands and they can choose younger women,
They want
they
money.
do.
Yeah.
They do.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think women are attracted to men who have lots of money?
Wouldn't it depend? It would.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Why is it then, if women actually wanted to date billionaires, well, why is it that they end up dating people kind of generally speaking in their socioeconomic range?
It's proximity. Like you're around those people.
Right. Okay. But if they could date a billionaire, would they?
I mean, wouldn't everyone?
Well, but personality
No.
would also be like a factor in everything.
It would be a
There's a lot
factor,
of
but wouldn't
factors
you
that go
like
into it, but
rather go for
they-
someone who had more money than like?
Right, but you're saying, okay,
More-
well, why
there's more
aren't
to
these
provide
men, because what if, like, despite men's desires, if you're a 50-year-old man, the reality is most 20-year-old women don't want to date 50-year-old men. Unless he's like really maintained his looks and he's bringing status or something else to the table. You disagree?
Oh yeah, I would date a 50-year-old man in
Yeah.
a heartbeat.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But
I love that for you.
Even older.
But the reality is,
60
just
plus.
because you want something doesn't mean you can get it.
But
So if they could, though, if 50-year-old men, regardless of their shortcomings, could be dating 20-year-old baddies, they would.
They
I don't
probably
agree.
would. I don't know what we're
I just don't
debating.
agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like I
fully
just don't
agree with
agree
that.
with your statement, and you're like trying to force me to like agree with something that I don't agree with. And I'm
I
just
think
gonna say
you don't have to
respectfully
agree with
no.
it. I mean, you can be delusional about it, but the reality
Well,
is.
you can be delusional too.
Okay,
Like just like
this
I
is
am.
like if I were to make your same sort of position here. If I were to say, if you were to sit there and tell me, yeah, Brian, you know, women are attracted to billionaires. And I said, well, that's really not true. I just don't agree.
That doesn't make it less true.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's still true, right? So you girls that don't think that that's like a thing or whatever, by the time you're my age, you will believe what he just said about if the men could pick, if they could get the woman that's 20, they would. Absolutely.
I'd like to see like the cold hard facts on that.
Just live long enough and you will.
That wasn't the facts. That was the dating.
Not trying to be
You
disrespectful.
showed me a picture of Tim like from Spider-Man or something.
The data that showed that.
Did you not see
as
the data that showed men
Yeah,
as they
attractive,
age?
who they saw attractive, not dating. They
Is
didn't
that how
have
you feel
dating.
about your
besides physical appearance, can you articulate
Is that
to
how
me?
you feel about your husband? Like he would just leave you for someone that's younger?
No, he wouldn't leave me for someone that's younger. No, but most men would, if they had the preference between an older woman and a younger woman, like from scratch, they would pick the younger woman to be
that's
more.
just shallow.
Well, isn't that like
No,
values?
let me finish.
though?
Let me finish what I was saying. Let me finish what I was saying. They would pick the younger woman as being more attractive. It doesn't mean that that's who they want for a life partner.
For like 5 days.
That,
and
yeah.
then they're gone.
Well, it doesn't mean that that's who they want for a life partner. And it's funny.
Y'all really think y'all like?
attractive.
Hold on. I'll just give you anecdotal experience from myself. I'm 35. Do you think that women my age are offering like orders of magnitude more in terms of their behavior and demeanor and personality than a 25-year-old?
What is the difference to you?
What?
What is better
Why don't you
for
answer
you?
my question before asking me a question?
I'm saying yes, 35 to me personally,
You think
my values,
35-year-old
yes.
women across the board are offering more to me in terms of their personality and their behavior and how they conduct themselves than a 25-year-old?
Maybe
I would say yes to
How?
me.
Tell me how.
Okay, this is how. Ready?
I'm ready.
So, 35 years old, you have gone through and experienced different things that make you understand like who you are and what you value. And also you know what you want. When you're 25, you don't even necessarily know who you are. And you're
The
and not only
prefrontal
that,
cortex is
you know
fully
why?
developed at 25.
Just barely. Like it
No,
just
it's fully
sealed
developed.
off.
It's fully
But-
developed.
Okay, ready? So
Yeah, I'm ready.
25, right?
Yep.
You haven't been through as much experience as
I
that
don't-
35, right?
We don't. Okay, hold on.
Okay, can you follow that though?
Follow what?
Can you follow what I'm
yes,
saying?
I absolutely follow what you're saying, but I'm sitting here as a man telling you, I don't, and most
But
men
what's the
don't
difference for
give
you?
a
Can you answer
fuck.
that question?
Most men don't give a fuck about your experiences, most of which involve trauma and baggage. You've got more dick, you've been through more dick, you fucked more guys, you have more bodies.
Can you let
Maybe you
wait,
picked
no,
up
no,
a
no,
couple
no.
STDs.
Can you let me Can you let me get there for a sec? Can you let me respond?
I just articulate the actual experience that would make me more attracted to a girl.
Can I respond?
What's the experience?
Okay, here's the thing. Ready? So, the fact that you're saying that right now is so fucking cringe and weird.
How-
The
why
fact
is
that
it
you're saying
cringe?
when you're 25, you're more attracted to that person because of why? Can you give me a reason why?
Because you want to have sex with them.
So that's it.
Yeah.
No, there's more
Yeah.
reasons.
Is that your
I
answer?
can-
No. Listen. Yes, the thing is what Brian is saying is that men value the experiences of women less than they value their physical characteristics. Now, that can grow. That can grow over time where you value them for other things other than just their physical beauty. But it seems apparent to me, and it's apparent according to this study that I have pulled up in front of me, which says that men, so when they're investigating the age span, women reported a narrow age range than men, and women tended to prefer slightly older men. Makes sense? We also show that men's age range widens as they get older, meaning they still have a preference towards younger women. Doesn't mean they can get them, but they still have a preference. Why? Now, this may come as news to you. Perhaps your prefrontal cortex is not completely developed yet, but the gal next to you is going to tell you the same thing that I am. It's the same thing that she knows. Men like to fuck young, hot women. Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
So
No, I'm right.
what is the reason for that? What is the reason then?
Hold on.
What do you think?
So the reasoning from your worldview would be due to reproduction.
Well,
Younger
I have
women
a lot
have
of
more
guy
babies.
friends, and thank you, Andrew. A lot of guy
Final
friends.
Wave Feminism donated $200.
They don't want all the
I'm
baggage.
39.
They don't want
millionaire.
all the
Don't date
older
over
women
30.
that have married.
It's nature. Men want a family, not a partner. Sex equals children. Even the stripper admitted dating is harder 30 plus as a woman.
Did she?
She did, but
Wait,
she was
so
saying
hold on. Let's
different
get into
context.
this. So, okay, first off, it's not clear. Like, do you think that all women at 25, their personalities just like dog shit, they're terrible human beings, and then at 35, they're magically the best partners ever, and they treat you the best?
No, you're going to two extremes right now. I never said that.
I'm actually
You're putting that in my
I've
mouth.
actually experienced is as women get older, they tend to get actually more malevolent as they get older.
And you're not. And are you
What?
not? Like, because you
And
look
if a
pretty
woman-
malevolent
that's-
right now.
Sure, if a woman doesn't
We're
want to
being
date
real.
me because I'm more jaded
What?
and I've had more experiences,
Wait,
I
how
don't
does
give
he
a
look
fuck.
malevolent?
He's like, what? Really? All right, let's roll it
Yeah,
back.
really.
Roll the clips back.
Yeah, well, let's roll it back. You tell me why. How does Brian look malevolent? He's having a straight-up conversation with
Okay.
you where he's explaining
All right, we can be
the
delusional,
worldview
so.
paradigm differential.
What?
How
Okay.
would that be malevolent?
He's literally like, who would want to date him then? Like,
What
let's
does
be
that have-
real. He's being like so bitter about this.
Bitter about what?
Like,
How am I
why
being
would a
bitter?
girl that age want to date you then?
What?
Because she wants his resources.
I'm about to leave because this is really dumb.
What's that? You're
I
about
don't
to
know.
leave. Why?
No, your conversation you're having, first of all, the way that
It's dumb?
you're speaking
How am
about
I-
women. No, I didn't
how
say
am I
I didn't
speaking?
say the conversation.
Okay,
I
go
said
ahead.
This
Go ahead.
is dumb.
Make
I
your
didn't
point.
say that.
Yeah, this is dumb. Okay, go ahead. Make your point.
I mean, the way you're talking about women in their 30s is absolutely disgusting.
What did I say? No, tell me specifically what I
Like,
said.
they have baggage. They have high. I'm sorry. They have baggage. They have high bodies. Like, you're making these blanket general statements about women. That's absolutely disgusting.
And we're
I
all
do
gonna
not
be
want to
30
be
in like
That's a
5
fair,
years.
hang
and
on,
call
that's
me
a
like
totally
that.
fair criticism.
That's disgusting
Totally
to
fair,
me.
fair
I'm gonna be
criticism.
honest
So
with
let me
you
just
right
ask
now.
you.
I
if
wish you
this is
love,
way
light, and
off base-
healing. I'm about to leave because I don't want to be around you.
Hang on. Before you leave, can I just I just want to ask you one question. And we'll just see if this logically, I'm just going to test your logic really quick. Do you think that women in their 20s generally have less baggage than women in their 30s? Yes or no?
Do
Generally.
I think women in their 20s have less baggage in their 30s? I think it depends on the woman because I feel in my heart. Generally, I don't. It's possible, yes, but what I want to say.
Yeah, what do you
Brian,
think
really
though?
fast,
Do you think that
really
generally women who are in their 30s have more baggage than women in their 20s?
You say
Hold on.
baggage.
Wait. Before you
Can I
say your
talk?
thing, hold on. Before you say your thing, let me actually just not make this a gendered thing. Men, doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, as you get older, you go through more experiences. And some of those are positive experiences, some of those are negative experiences. So both men and women accrue trauma and baggage as they age. In
Yeah, that
recent
makes
years,
sense.
I've dealt with very difficult things that I didn't deal with a while back. It's just the reality of being older. So I'm straight, I date women. So I'm gendering it because yes, I'd rather date somebody who's perhaps in their, a younger woman who's maybe 25, for example. Don't get me wrong. I find women who are in their 30s attractive. In fact, I've dated women in their 40s. I've dated women older than me. So it's not like I'm exclusively going after like college girls. I'm not. But what I am saying is that if they want to date me and I want to date them, I don't see any problem with dating a 25-year-old.
Okay, yeah, I don't see a problem dating 20.
that's
I'm with
fine.
a 38-year-old.
But-
bro. Like, I don't
But
see a problem
I'm
with
just,
that.
you're saying I'm using these generalizations. I mean, we are talking about generalizations here. Obviously, there's women in their 30s who are virgins. But I mean, the reality is a woman
Not
who's
many.
not many. So you're upset about me. It's disgusting that I'm talking about body count. Like, realistically speaking, a woman at 35 is going to have more bodies than however many bodies she had at 25.
But you're valuing
because of body count.
Because of her body count, her baggage.
But what's wrong with that?
I'm
not allowed. Hold on.
Should you be able to date no one? Who are you dating then?
How is that relevant? How is that relevant?
Who are you
what if I
dating?
told you I was dating a 19-year-old?
That'd be kind of weird.
Why would that? Well, okay.
With the same logic, who would want to date you then? Let's put that same logic on you.
Nobody has to date me.
I know, but
nobody has to date me.
Use that logic on yourself, though. Like, who would want to date you then?
People who are women who are interested in
saying,
resources.
Like, people that are younger are better. So
I'm
then
talking
the pool
about
is
me.
Smaller for you
but
too.
But I'm talking about me. These are people who I'm choosing to date or not to date. So if a woman doesn't want to, and first off, actually, yes, plenty of women don't want to date me because of this podcast. That's totally fine. I don't object to it at all. If you don't like my viewpoints on political things or my viewpoints on gender dynamics, you don't want to date me, don't care. That's fine.
Okay, well, I was saying before that.
Go ahead.
So I think you're allowed to have your personal preference. I'm sorry, I came off the wrong way when I stated that.
Yeah, you said you felt disgusted.
Okay.
Because
but I was disgusted about this.
About the body count thing?
No, about
that's what you said, though.
That's one of the aspects of the general essence of what I was saying.
Sure.
I was disgusted in the way in which you were. So number one, you changed after. I understand. You were focusing your conversation directed exactly at women and women only. And it sounded like, but yes, you changed after. So you did change it. That's what I'm saying now. You were generalizing it towards all women only and not like men or on the other hand.
Well, I do want to qualify that I don't share Brian's opinion on this. I do think that men, as they get older, do have less baggage than women generally.
Oh, okay.
And I don't think that it's even, Stephen. And I do think that generally speaking, if we're generalizing again, men tend to have less baggage in their 30s and 40s, far less, in fact, because they become much more resource rich. And as you know, money can solve a lot of problems.
This is a meme.
And so I do think that they end up with less baggage than women. I do.
I personally think for me and I'm going to say this word again that you guys don't like, but in the sphere of consciousness that I focus on, the people that I'm surrounded by it's like almost like a different reality. I mean, it's honestly insane.
You mean like they don't care if a woman's had gangbangs and slept with like 30,
No,
40,
I'm not
50,
talking
60,
about
100
that.
dudes?
I'm not talking about that.
Well,
I'm talking about
that's such a wild example.
When it comes to perceived baggage, I'm saying the ability as you grow as a human in age, physical age, that you grow within your being.
Well, so let me ask you a question, right? So you mentioned body count, or you mentioned you thought my view was disgusting for a couple reasons. One, that I judge women, I would perhaps not date a woman because of her body count and because of her baggage. If I didn't want to date a woman because she stubbed her toe once and she yelped out, what would actually be wrong with that? Like, make an actual argument. Make an actual argument why. Perhaps you find that absurd, but make an actual argument for why it would be wrong and disgusting for me to not want to date a woman who once stubbed her toe.
I mean, if that's
and
what
she
you
has trauma and baggage.
Yeah,
from
everybody's got their personal preferences.
If that's what you want
but
to
so
do.
okay, so what is so is it wrong? But is it
that's still
why
weird.
is it then I mean that was an extreme example. Why is it disgusting for me to disregard a woman in terms of my dating prospects because she has baggage?
No, I understand what you're saying. What I said in terms of disgusting is that you were focusing on specifically women and not as a general statement for women and men. But then
I'm
you
straight.
changed it.
I only date women.
No, but then you changed it. And I said, okay, this was.
Yeah, you did change.
Well, the only reason that he changed it was to say.
But I don't even. Well, maybe
because
you
he
can
was
help
acting
me
like it
out,
was
because
just
I don't actually
women.
understand.
Yeah,
now. I thought I was
was
tracking
just
with
acting
you,
like it was
but
just
now
women,
I
and then you changed
actually don't understand. Maybe you can help me out.
He was only
Wait, one second,
You
one second, Andrew.
donated $200. My P3N1S finds itself confused by this paradox. Younger women should have less baggage, but these chicks are so toxic, I suddenly find myself extremely attracted to slightly older Texans.
Good.
Hey, don't forget Dolphin. Oh, she's gone. She's not.
Dolphin from Texas,
She's coming
though?
back. She's coming back.
Maybe you can help me out
I
here,
got it right here
because
for you.
I was tracking everything you were saying.
No, I was
and
saying.
it was making sense. Let me just ask
Whatever
a question.
bro donated $200. Obviously, women don't only look for money, but money is important. Ladies may not like it, but you exist in it. You can push forward to change, but also have to exist and live with what's now.
All right. Thank you, whatever, bro. Thank you, Nickelodeon. Go ahead, Andrew.
I don't actually understand what the problem is if you're having a conversation, you're focusing on just generalizations for women only, and you're not bringing up men. I actually don't even know why that's a problem.
Because it works both ways for men and women. That statement.
Yeah, right. But if the topic, like if you're about dogs, if we're having a conversation about dogs, and I say, okay, we're going back and forth about all the problems that dogs have and this and that, would you then say, but this also applies to cats, and it offends me that we're not bringing up cats as well as dogs? That doesn't make any actual sense to me.
But the thing was that we weren't talking about specifically
That's
women.
different.
We were just talking about dating in general.
But that's what your objection was that he was only talking about women.
But he does that.
But
Like
we
he'll
were
bring up the
talking
most
about dating
outlandish examples.
Wait. But we were talking about dating in general. We weren't talking about specifically women. He was specifically talking about women, but the overall arching topic we were talking about was dating in general. It was not focused specifically on women until Brian made it that way.
Well,
But that's my whole point, right? I get that he made it that way. I just don't know why that's a problem.
Because I want to focus on both ends, because you guys always focus on women all the time and not on the other opposite side of the scale.
Okay.
I think the issue
it's
here.
only fair to say I would also like to talk about men. That's fine. But I don't know why you would be offended if the conversation goes to generalizations about women, even absent talking about men. That makes no sense.
Can I just say this though? I don't think that it's all just about I think it's the way he speaks about women in many contexts on the show.
It's the tone
that we've seen it before. So I feel like
that tone. Yeah. You don't like the tone?
No, it's not the tone. Let's be real.
No, but I mean. The tone is sometimes part of it. I just feel like it's just the way the things that he brings back, the way he counters. It's not a friendly debate. It's not a fun debate. Like it's very targeted. It can get low-key kind of nasty. I'm not saying anything bad, but I'm just this is just kind of facts of this show. People.
Hold on, I could just return.
People can feel uncomfortable by that. So.
Well, I mean, I could just turn. I don't know if you guys were talking about Andrew or me. I could just reverse this at you. You said cringe. You said disgusting. You also said that men who are attracted to women, you pathologized men who are attracted to women with little or no body hair. Calling them PDF files,
I said
essentially.
society. You're twisting my words again.
What does that?
You're the third time.
And it still checks out. I'd say.
I said society.
She says it checks out.
But if you're projecting this onto yourself, then that's on you.
I actually had notes on this. So, you think men who prefer women who are shaved down there, they're PDF files?
No, I don't think that all of them are, but I think there is a lot going on with that correlation of
Hey, you know what? That's totally fair. I just want to hear you say that homosexual men who prefer their partners to be shaved are correlated with PDF files. Go ahead.
Go ahead, say it.
Wait. I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know, but go ahead and say it because remember, we're talking about everybody, right? So homosexual men prefer that their male partners are shaved.
Okay.
You're going to correlate them with PDF files just like you just did with straight men, right?
If I'm using that in the context of saying that one of the partners is much younger and the other is much older.
No. Hold on. That's not even the conversation. Hold on. Stop. Hold on. A 35-year-old man dating a 35-year-old woman could prefer his 35-year-old girlfriend to be shaved. So what? It has nothing to do with age. You're shifting the goalposts.
I'm not saying that it is always in that or that it's always at the age.
No, but it has nothing to do with age.
It has nothing.
No, a 35-year-old man could want his 35-year-old girlfriend shaved. You're shifting the goalposts. It had nothing to do with age. It never did. We were talking about body hair. It has nothing to do with age.
Yeah, but it still could be subconscious though in your mind, just because you're both.
Okay, so hold on. I have a question then.
You didn't even let me speak.
I mean, here's your. Okay, do you want to finish your thought? Okay. Here's the logic. Women who aren't attracted, this is your argument. Women who aren't attracted to men with beards are PDF files. If you prefer your man clean shaven, as a woman, you're a PDF file.
I never said that.
No, you're taking it to
No,
the extreme.
I know that's
You're
not what.
taking
Hold
it
on,
to the
I know that's not
extreme.
what you're saying. That's like the male version of this argument.
You're not trying to understand what I said.
Women who don't
You're
like
not
men
even
with
trying to
beards,
understand what I
women
said.
who don't like men with beards are just PDF files. You like men who are clean shaven. Baby boys are clean, can't grow facial hair. You are PDF files.
Here's the thing. I said it never
That's the
correlated,
logic.
so it's not causation versus correlation. It's completely different.
Okay, then what is it?
It's completely
and
different.
We're going to be quiet while you explain. What is it?
It's society. It's a society. It's a broader thing. It doesn't mean you're consciously, like, actively a freaking pedophile. I never said that.
So,
And she wasn't
I just want to
speaking
make sure,
about-
I just want to make sure, though, you do not associate the men being attracted to younger women who have all of their body hair shaved with any sort of PDF file. You don't make that association at all.
I said in a broader sense in society. That is the value, youth. That is the
but
value.
but what's my question
I
to
said
you?
it's not a direct correlation.
I get it. I understand. What's my actual question to you, though? Can you repeat it back to me?
Do you associate the two as the same
Do
thing?
you in any way associate men who prefer women with zero body hair to be associated with men who are PDFs or not? You personally?
Do I personally? No. I'm
No.
saying society.
Okay, well
I said
then,
society.
and then going over to the gal in the white top, do you?
No, I think it's very
No.
subjective, and it has a
Yeah,
lot of
so there's no problem with it, right?
There's still a problem. Like,
What's the problem?
Well, okay. Well, what's the problem?
What is the problem with men preferring women to shave down there?
like it's not that it's a problem. It's that it's,
You literally just said
No,
it's
she
a
was
problem.
talking about like the social construct of it and how there's like problems in our society with this kind of stuff. Like she's not
obsession with use.
Yeah, like she's not trying to
you
make this
guys are
every man's
you
problem.
guys are
Like
trying
I thought
to
we
weasel out. You guys
That's
are trying
not
to
even true. Like I
weasel
thought
out.
we were
You're
just
not
trying
even
to have a
trying to
full
understand what I'm
conversation.
saying
but
right
we're
now. You're
literally-
actively
okay, so
trying to be
here,
aggressive.
maybe
You're
I
not
can-
trying to understand
Maybe
it.
I can try to understand this a little better. Okay. If a man prefers a woman and likes a woman to shave down there, and prefers women who are not hairy, is that of the nature of being a PDF file?
It is it's in there. Yes.
That is
And would
an
you say that
outrageous
that is
statement.
also equally
It doesn't
true
make
of
you
Hang on.
a
hang
PDF file.
on. Would you say that that's also then true of homosexual men who like?
They can be PDF files too. I never said they could.
Yeah, I know. But are you saying that that is also associated with homosexuals?
It
who have
depends
that
on what they
preference?
prefer. They might not prefer like shaven
No, but if they
bodies.
do prefer it, if they do prefer it, just like straight
It's
men,
the same
would you
answer.
associate that
Yeah,
with
it's the
PDF
same
file
answer,
activity?
Please. Thank you. Move on.
Fun fact.
No, I really don't want to move on.
It's
I really
the
want to.
same
I really want an
answer.
actual
Like, what are you
answer
trying
to the
like a
question that I'm
gotcha
asking.
moment? Like it's literally the same answer each
Yeah,
time.
I know, but you don't really
Just like
answer.
he
you
said,
just
it's not
evade.
about gender, but suddenly it is. Like you're making it about it. So what are you trying to do here? You're like making it about homosexuals, and then
Well,
you're like, oh,
because
it's
I
not
don't
about that.
understand. I don't understand the distinction. If it applies to straight men, then it would also apply to homosexual men, right?
Can you just accept my answer as broader society?
I can
Thank
accept it if you
Goodbye.
answer my question.
I just answered it. Broader society.
Broader society. So that's not really an answer. You're
trying to, like, get me in this, like, web of,
frustrating
like,
from my end is because I
answer that I'm
really
not
do
gonna
feel like
say.
I understand your position, and I'm going to repeat your position verbatim. Your position is there's a greater social push on men inside of the United States, the country you and I live in, for men to go after these beauty standards, which include women who are shaved in various places. Am I wrong or am I right?
Yes, look at the South. You can marry under the age.
How is that?
That is
relevant?
legal.
How is that relevant?
Okay.
Well, it
hang on.
correlates.
I'm willing. Hang on, I'm willing to grant all of this,
teenage
but I just want
in
to
the
hear you
South?
say that I understand your
teenage
argument
brides.
and am
18?
trying to understand
No,
your
under
argument.
18.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. What age?
Like 14.
What state?
I don't know,
Not
but I know it's a
Texas.
thing. They have the balls still, where you can go to a ball and like get a teenage bride.
What
That's
balls?
still a thing.
You see how far the termites have spread and how long and well they've dined.
So anyway, I'm just saying, I did repeat your argument back to you pretty much verbatim. I do understand your argument. You agree that that's true, right? And I am trying to understand what you're saying. You agree that that's true?
No. Let's just move on.
No, so I can just repeat your argument back to you verbatim. You agree I repeated it back verbatim, but I'm still not trying to understand it?
No, you're not accepting my answer as society.
Well,
it's society.
because
doesn't mean you're a direct
answer,
pedophile. Like, why would I say that?
So this is where we're
insane.
deviating, because your answer makes no sense to me. I don't need to accept it as being true. That's why I am inquiring as to the answer. I understand the position. You agree I understand the position. What's wrong with me questioning the position if I don't agree with it?
Because you're mischaracterizing my whole position. You're literally putting
Then why
words
did
in
you
my
just
mouth.
agree that I didn't?
No, I said I never agree that you didn't. I literally said that.
Can I give you your position back again?
No.
No.
So you're just going to concede the argument?
Can we ask another question or like?
Yeah, we can. I mean, I do actually. I have two more things on this. So the example I gave, where do adult women having a preference for men who are clean shaven, is that of the nature of women being PDF files?
No, I never said it correlated. It doesn't correlate like that.
For women, but it does correlate for men who
I never said
prefer...
it correlated.
Wait, but okay, so what do you mean correlate?
I said in society, it's like valuing youth. I never said it correlates directly to you being a PDF file. I never said that.
Okay, so let me talk on the individual level then. A man who is attracted or prefers a woman who shaves down there, has little or no body hair, is that of the nature of him perhaps being a PDF file?
It is valuing youth. It is in the nature of a pedophile because they value youth. Is that not the definition of a pedophile? What's the definition of a pedophile? Let's read it.
PDF? Yo. Say the word out loud. Can you use PDF file?
Yes.
Okay, so let's use HEPA file. Would they be HEPA files?
I wouldn't go. I wouldn't. It's not worth going there. So, yes for men.
But isn't that the definition of?
So then, then it's the same for women too, who don't like men with beards.
I never said it correlated.
I feel like I don't know.
It doesn't directly correlate in that way.
I'm just not really when you say it doesn't correlate, but does it correlate when men prefer that in women?
I will say the same verbatim, same answer. I never said it correlated. I said society in a broader sense.
Okay, ignoring society.
But that's a correlate.
Ignoring society, though.
That's literally a correlate. It's like if I say society in a broader sense likes it when women wear pink, and you're like, there's no correlate there.
No, it doesn't.
What do you mean? Of course there's a correlate there. That is a correlate.
No, it doesn't mean that if you value that thing that you automatically are that thing.
I'm not. That's not what I said. I didn't say that because you value a thing, you are that thing or not that thing. I'm saying that for you to say it's not a correlate because society's pushing it, that's literally a correlate. How could it be anything else? Like saying society pushes ice cream, and I go, well, a lot of people eat ice cream. That's a correlate. You're making a correlate, right?
Do we need? Should we get a definition of correlate?
Sure.
Maybe we need a definition of correlate. I don't know. I'm just confused. So do you object to men?
One thing doesn't make one thing the other.
How about this? Let me ask you a question.
Necessarily.
Let me ask you a question then. Let me frame it. I'm going to frame it.
Correlation, a mutual relationship or connection between two or more things.
Okay, let me frame this a little differently. Do you object to men having a preference for women who are clean shaven?
No, not at all. Not at all. I'm saying that's like what society values youth. I don't care.
Okay, I'm gonna move it on off of that. You also mentioned when I said something along the lines of I'm 35, something about dating 25-year-olds. You said that's cringe. Why is that cringe?
Because the way you phrased it, you said.
How did I phrase it?
You said, I'd rather date someone who's 25 because they have less baggage. Mm-hmm. And I said, saying that is super cringe.
Why is that cringe?
Because my question was like, why would that be the case?
Why would it be the case that when you having lived less 10 years less, why would it be the case that you have less baggage?
But you said you've been through a lot of trauma too, right? So who would want to date you the same way?
If a woman chooses to disqualify me because of either perceived or real baggage, I don't care.
You don't care?
I don't care.
Men and women don't look at trauma the same.
Here's the difference. If, like, for most men, if a woman doesn't want to date them, like, we kind of accept it. Like, we accept, for example, that women prefer tall men. We accept that, right? But you can't seem to, for you would want to fight somebody on it, like, oh, you don't want to date me because of this? Yeah, if a girl doesn't want to date me, she could not want to date me for any reason. I don't care. There's plenty of women out there. I'm not tripping if specific women or groups of women don't want to date me they might not want to date me because of my hands, bro. I don't care.
I'm saying on the point that you're making, exact point that you're making. You're saying that, like,
yes, if
someone is younger, they have less baggage.
Am I wrong?
Quote unquote baggage, which I hate that term. It's a weird term.
Why do you hate the term baggage?
Because it like someone said before, I don't know who it was, but like, just because you've been through trauma doesn't mean you're still traumatized. Like, you can be healed and better from that,
right?
In a way that you weren't before.
What if you're not?
Yeah, what if you're not? Then you're not.
Okay. So would it be wrong for me to not want to date somebody who's who's still going through that?
No, not at all.
No,
Okay.
I think we all actually agree on this. It's just kind of being misconstrued the way everyone's saying it. I 100% agree. If you don't want to date someone because you feel like they have like trauma that infringes on your relationship, I 100% agree on that.
Yeah, and it's fair game for women too.
You know, I feel the same
fair
exact
game for
way.
women. You don't want to date a guy who's going through some shit.
100%. No one does.
Fair
that's
game.
Wild. But we're just gonna that's 100%.
But why
true.
is it cringe? Why is it cringe?
So no,
because the way you phrase it, you said I'd rather date someone who's 25. The way you said it was cringe.
Maybe you mean someone in general that doesn't have that much baggage.
Yeah, that too. Like it was.
Well, I was giving you some reasons why, but
it could possibly be. Well, at least for me, it's just a generalized statement saying that generally, I understand though, it's true. When you're older, you go through things that can be traumatizing, but that doesn't inherently mean just because you're older, you have more baggage.
Not
on a
necessarily.
general sense. Yeah, not necessarily. But I think that's with me and you, that's the only thing that I'm talking about here. I'm not talking about anyone else's opinions here. I'm saying with that, but I agree with everything. I just wanted to clear that up with you so we were both on the same page.
Okay.
I just wanted to clear that up.
Are we going back on track now?
Yeah, we're gonna.
What should we talk about now?
Okay,
guys? we weren't really off track. We were just trying to. So the whole point of this, if you make a claim, we just want to test the logic. I just want to know why it is you think what you think and why you think it. The same way when you say to Brian, "Hey, this is cringe," that's you saying, "Okay, I think this thing. I'm making this claim. I think that this is off-putting, or there's something about this which is bad." So he makes the inquiry, well, what about it is bad? Tell me what about it you find off-putting or disturbing or something like this. He's just trying to test the claim. I don't even see why anybody would be upset with this.
Okay. You don't see. Let's read all the comments and see. Like,
you don't
seriously,
I'm reading the comments, bro.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying on your videos that go viral, like, let's read the comments and see why people are upset in the way in which you present your point. You're like, I'd rather date someone who's 25. Like, why do you think people are pissed at you?
Wait.
Yeah, it's the tone. You're mad about the tone. So here's the thing.
No, it's the way he presents his point. I don't give a fuck. I love arguing. I will argue all day.
Wait, hold on.
You can get loud with me. I don't care. I love arguing.
If you love it, then why do you suck at it so bad?
Cool, I don't care. Goodbye.
It's emotion versus logic.
Like,
it's left brain
that's an
versus
honest
right brain.
question. So I love arguing. I'll make the claim I love arguing. I don't take any of it personally. I literally want to know why you think what you think and how you came to those conclusions. Because I don't suck at arguing, right? I actually want to know your worldview. I don't know if maybe my worldview is wrong. Maybe I'm way off. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I believe things that I
Maybe
shouldn't
you are,
believe.
and you're just
I would
amazing at
never be
arguing.
able
You'll
to
never know
determine
because
that.
you'll never concede,
I would never
ever.
be able to determine that in a million years, though, if I can't get a contrary worldview from you, which is superior to my own. I could never do that.
Wait, so okay,
Yeah, if you never
said
concede.
you said you want to wait and see for the comments, and there's definitely been some viral clips where
No, I didn't say it like that. I meant like why do you think the way people respond, let's be real. Like, why do you think that people respond in the way they respond to you? It's valid. You can't just like shut out every criticism, because then you'd be literally a psychopath if you just shut out all criticism and was like, I'm just going to exist and never take what someone says about me with a grain of salt at least.
Wait, so actually
That's fair. What's the criticism?
Yeah, what's
I'm
the
saying,
actual argument?
like, it's not tone policing like this random person is saying.
But you said
it's-
the people.
Yeah,
in the comments.
or like this random person over here saying that you can't make the argument.
Less
It's tone
baggage.
policing.
What that makes it sound like younger women are easier to manipulate is what you're pretty much saying. Younger women are less experienced.
I did not get that from that at all.
Okay. So what did you get?
Did those work? It's actually interesting because you kind of, I think, accused me earlier of like painting, like putting words in your mouth. Did those words ever exit my mouth?
You said less baggage, less trauma.
Actually, wait, hold on. Let me just flip this right back at you. Wouldn't somebody who's going through, like who's not stable, be easier to manipulate? Somebody who has a lot of baggage is easier to manipulate. Somebody who's not steadfast and is not really grounded, aren't they easier to manipulate? I could just make the argument in reverse.
That can literally
Checkmate.
go. That could go either
Checkmate.
way. That could go either way.
Nope.
Yes,
Nope.
it can.
Somebody who is
who's emotionally
somebody
stable
who's
is going
emotionally
to be
stable is less
they're less
easy
likely.
to manipulate than somebody who's like, I don't know, less emotionally stable.
Vulnerable. Yeah, like vulnerable.
more vulnerable. They're in a rough place. They don't have their wits about them. I mean, hey, I hope it never happens.
If you don't know anything, you're just better at everything in life.
That's not what I said at all.
I don't think
I
that-
said
you don't know anything. When
what
you
I'm
haven't
saying-
experienced things and gone through
what
things,
I'm
like how do you
saying-
learn
what I'm
anything in
saying
life then?
is actually
like, you're better at
what
nothing,
I'm
at knowing
saying
nothing?
is actually that someone who is emotionally stable and healthy, has healthy relationships, hasn't been, hurt or abused or doesn't have divorces under their belt and all these emotional scars and damage, they're more confident, they're less easy to pull the wool over their eye. Look, she's nodding. And this is the difference between what I wouldn't call what Andrew was saying earlier about engineers or IT people being wise. That's not the same at all. Intelligence, and wisdom and degrees are all different, right? But life experience, you see her nodding when I'm saying this, when you are healthy and stable and strong, you are much less likely to be taken advantage of because you don't have these needs.
So you think you're
you don't have these needs and insecurities and all these issues that are plaguing your mind and your thoughts, filtering through everything coming into your brain. All right? You have more stability and groundedness in yourself, and you understand, you can see it more.
I'd argue the same thing at the opposite point.
Okay, well, and that's fine.
That's
and
what I would argue.
we can agree to disagree on that, but here's the issue is that you seem to be getting so angry and upset, and I don't understand why. So, I mean, is there something else to it? Because he literally said that women who are younger have less baggage. That is a fact. There's nothing wrong with that statement. And in my mind, I was thinking, well, that's true of just people in general. And then immediately he said, well, that's true for men too. And there's nothing wrong with that. The older you live, the more people that die. In my late 20s, I had 5 people in my immediate family pass away. Do you think that was not baggage going into my 30s? That made it hard in relationships. I mean, that was brutal. At 25, I didn't have any of that. So that right there, to me, proves what he said. But he was listing things like body counts going up, people might have STDs, they got kids by different daddies, all these different things. They might have been assaulted, a million things bad can happen in life in a decade of living, and good things too.
Are you discounting being a human and having a human experience as worthy?
I never said
something?
Anybody wasn't worthy.
Okay, but
I'm saying I understand his point, which was it's simpler. It's easier. It's
Augmented
simpler.
Altis donated $200. Here's a comment. Redhead retard, you are not intellectually nuanced by being intentionally evasive. You are broadcasting your inability to grasp basic concepts and arguments. Common sense eludes you.
Thank you, Augmented. Appreciate it. Did you want to finish off?
I would love to. I mean, it's not about valuations on the life experiences, because guess what? I grew as a person. I grew as a woman. I have a lot of experiences that have translated into wisdom that I can impart to all my stepkids. I've got 5 stepchildren. I've got 3 step-grandchildren. I have 2 teenage daughters, and I am there to share my life experiences. And the wise person is going to learn from other people's mistakes and bad experiences. A smart person will learn from their own, right? But a wise person is going to learn from other people's and not have to experience it. And God willing, nothing bad ever happened to you. But the longer you live, the more people you're going to know who pass away. That's what this tattoo is for here, is one of my girlfriends. And it's just a fact of life, you know? It's so much harder to date when you have children and co-parenting and all of those things. And the older you get and your beauty is going down, you have to have a lot of resilience. You have to have wisdom and character and fun, amazing personality. But you know what? At the end of the day, in the beginning of the day, what are men attracted to? He's not saying that he wouldn't choose somebody as a wife unless they were 25 and unless they had no baggage. He's just saying that's what men are attracted to because it's easy, it's simple. And I have to agree, based on the men I've known in my life, that that's what they would go for if everything's equal. I'll take the chick that's not got all the baggage just because it's simple.
Yeah. And a lot of my
I feel like
married,
that's discounting your own self, though. Like, how
I'm
can
not
you
discounting
say that?
myself at all.
No,
But how can you say that? Like,
but it's because
not at all.
A lot of my guy friends that have already been married or have a child, they prefer being with younger women because it's so much easier.
Just simple.
I mean, it's not as complicated because when you have children, when you have families, when you've lived a bit and experienced hardships or challenges, it is exhausting. Right? But when you're with someone young, you feel more youthful. You feel like, oh my God, this is like, I get to have fun again.
They don't have to deal with the hard realities.
And I don't want to date a man that has baggage, like an older man that hasn't dealt with their exes, hasn't dealt with like good parenting. Like, I'm not attracted to those things either. So I can see Brian's point of view of wanting to be attracted to and date someone younger because
if they can.
If you can, but it's also because it's just a few moments of just enjoying life. And sometimes younger people enjoy life a little bit better than someone older because older, you're dealing with so much crap.
It's hard adulting, man.
Yeah.
It is so hard adulting.
And it's nice to actually, I mean, let's enjoy this moment of us being here together because life is short. You can be friends with someone one day and then they're like, dead.
The soap opera music.
Thanks for the music, Andrew.
And I can say this, like, the vast majority...
We love you too.
The vast majority of 40-year-old men have no chance getting a girl in college. Getting a 21-year-old. No chance. But... I mean, look, we already had the conversation. I want to get around to everybody, but first I got to read 2 chats. Morgan, can you read this one, please?
Follow up to the hair question. If men that like hairless women are PDF files, why do you shave? Are you trying to attract PDF files? How many hairy armpits are on the panel tonight?
I was going to say that my grandmother told me that after World War II, all the soldiers came back from Europe, and that's when they wanted the women to start shaving their legs and shaving their armpits because the sex workers in France had shaved. Yeah, and so that's where that came back over to the U.S. and was.
I thought they were hairy there.
W French sex workers.
It was.
I thought the French workers were
it
hairy.
was the French sex workers.
W French prostitutes.
Something
Wait, so
new
going
today.
around this, do you shave your legs? I guess.
Yeah.
Or armpits. I thought it's armpits.
Yeah, armpits.
Yes.
That's disgusting. You guys are all disgusting.
Whoa.
Trying to track these PDF files.
I'm not showing my armpits.
Brian,
You're
How can
playing
I not
into it.
agree?
You guys are playing into this perverse
Hold up.
I don't get how you
societal
can't agree, though, on that. Like, that's
correlation, correlate. What?
I don't get how you can't agree that that's like
Brian?
very obvious in society.
What's up?
I'm joking with you.
It's not really very obvious to me.
Can you read this one, Morgan?
I'm a 35-year-old woman, and you young girls really need to take a note from your elders. Brian would and should date someone at 20 over me at 35. Stop taking things so personally. You're only 24.
I'm not taking it personally. I don't give a shit.
She don't. You kind of give a shit. I mean, like those.
I mean, I give a shit
you were
right now.
to rage quit 5 minutes ago. What are you talking about?
You were about to walk out of here.
Hold up,
You're
wait
like,
a
I'm about
minute.
to.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk out of here.
I got heated for the moment.
It's good. It's good.
But when
For the
I'm not
bit.
here,
For the
I
bit.
don't think about any of this.
Same here.
Which is
I don't think about
interesting.
this shit.
So I give a shit for that moment, but besides that moment, I don't care. Because like I honestly am like.
Did
at the
we
end of the
bring you
day-
down from the higher plane of consciousness?
No. I brought
Are
you
you
up.
sure?
I
feel
brought
like we brought you down from the
Andrew, I brought you
from
up
like
with
the
me. You
sixth
can't deny
dimensional
that.
consciousness to the fourth dimensional.
Yo, Andrew, you know I brought you up with me. You can't deny that. You too, Brian.
Yeah, I feel it.
There you go.
Feel it?
Personally,
My
I'm
heart
glad
chakra.
you stayed.
Open.
My
I was just
esotericism is at
Yeah.
a plus 10 right now.
My-
that's
my-
for sure.
My heart chakra opened. Okay, we're gonna finally.
Good.
This must be 3 hours
I
later.
feel like how can you relate then if
Oh,
you
boy.
want to date someone that's younger though? Like I'm still stuck on this.
All right.
how can you relate to
I'll
that
engage
person?
there really quick, but I do have to move it on. So, okay. So you mean like if I was dating a 25-year-old, how would I
Yeah,
relate
and their
to them?
experiences, like say they haven't really been through a big loss. How can you like help that person
Wait,
through
but
life too?
Whoever
if you've
said that I'm
never-
desirous of dating a partner who's had losses in their
No, I
life?
said experiences like baggage and trauma.
Wait, but I just told
type
you I
stuff.
don't like that. So wouldn't it like?
I said, how can you not like? No, I said, how can you not? If
How
you're
can I not what?
if you're gonna date someone who's around 25 and hasn't been through stuff like that, how can you like
Be with them.
be
is
a
what you
partner
mean?
with that person if they've never like they can't help
What
and
does that-
guide
what-
you as well?
But what does that have to do with anything?
Because
I'm
she's
asking you a
saying that
question.
like the life experience isn't on the same like level, like they haven't been through the same. So she's
So you
wondering,
just want someone who's like not gonna
if
Not
you
gonna
will
what?
be able to connect or something.
just like
gonna
help be a partner through life. Like
What
that doesn't
what does the baggage have to do with somebody's capacity to be a partner?
like I said, like we were talking about like
I think I know what she's asking.
we were talking about like you're
Like, what do I
say
have-
you lose someone
What do I have in common
in your life, right?
Yeah.
If you've never lost someone at 25, then how can you be a partner, be like the best partner for that person?
How would the 25-year-old be a good
Yeah.
partner for the other?
She might
Yeah.
not.
Compassion.
You learn as you go.
Yeah.
You learn as you go. You know, you get tried in the fire, and then that's where somebody's character is going to show, because you don't build character in bad times. Bad times is when your character actually shows, the character you already have.
This is actually an interesting thought. So, I've had this experience with nurses actually, and so there's this idea that nurses tend to be more empathetic, but nurses have very stressful jobs, and they're actually frequently around severe illness, death, and that what I've actually found, having dated a couple nurses, it's not clear to me if they're more empathetic than their counterparts who are not in the healthcare field.
What do you mean?
Nurse over there.
Yeah. It's like,
Well, it's like you can almost say that somebody who's around that stuff all the time, it actually starts to diminish.
And they get
I can see
desensitized.
people
little
getting desensitized.
I could understand that, but maybe it's because they they understand that part on a different level, and they're already in that like type of wisdom.
But
so they
okay,
already
do you
understand
think,
that.
Like, do you think if there's a girl who's otherwise great personality, attractive, but she hasn't been to a funeral, that I'm like, fuck that bitch. I'm not gonna talk. Like, really? Is that?
No, I don't mean it like that.
But you're like, oh, well, she hasn't gone through this, so like, why would you date her?
No, I was
don't
asking
care.
you a question generally, like.
What was the question?
Like,
she was asking may I?
Yeah.
She was asking, how is that younger person with fewer life experiences going to be a good partner to the older person? How are they going to know how to support that person in these life situations? But I mean, I really think that it'll just come naturally to what your character is. It's going to come out. Like, that's one thing that you're pretty much guaranteed, is you'll have plenty of opportunities to practice.
I mean, but what?
I guess so, but I feel like you have to go through things to know where you're going to be. Like, you kind of have to. You can't just like, that's kind of like experiencing life. You're going to know more than just reading a book about it. You got to go and do it.
Well, I don't
Well,
know.
I actually, if I'm dating a girl, I actually want to protect her from as many things as possible that could potentially
Hurt her.
hurt her.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want, like, frankly, a lot of the women in the entertainment industry, for example, like, the entertainment industry, super cutthroat, super toxic, a lot of like weird people, both men and women. And what I found in terms of like women in the entertainment industry, which is actually why I've never dated like a content creator or anything. Like, I date quote unquote normal girls. When you, like, for example, a lawyer, for example, if a woman's an attorney, she typically becomes less of what men are typically attracted to. Because to be a lawyer, you have to be disagreeable, and you become well practiced in argumentation. And I don't want to argue with a girl, and expanding beyond just a lawyer, like businesswomen, the corporate world, super cutthroat. And so you tend to become a bit more masculine. And so I guess my hope would be to, protect my girl from my woman, girlfriend, my woman from like those sorts of experiences.
But then how, like.
That was a bunch of word salad. Sorry, guys.
I know what you mean, but
I know, that was word salad on my part.
Oh, what a nice response.
Okay, so if. Sorry.
Like I want to make enough money so my girl doesn't have to work.
See, that's like, that
so,
was sweet.
but what is the reason for like, why wouldn't you want someone to have like their own stance on something? Like, why would you want someone not to be argumentative?
Because
like, what is that?
A lot of men, and especially with my work, so my work's very challenging. I'm not even just talking about the podcast. Most of the stress related to this show is actually stuff that goes on behind the scenes. Andrew can actually attest to this. Recently, we're not going to talk about it, but there's always bogus nonsense going on behind the scenes. Andrew, do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, just like major headache stuff. And so I'm already out in the world trying to combat with the world through my career, through my job. I don't want to have to contend with my partner. I want my partner to be peace, to bring me peace. And actually, like, I don't want to like get into debates and argue with girls, even though it's kind of like what I do on this podcast. If I'm dating somebody, I'm not arguing. I just want it to be chill. I don't like to argue any of that stuff.
But who's conceding then? Because I feel like someone's compromising then in that situation.
Yeah, that's well, so I actually will agree with you here and give you an olive branch. I do think that there would be a concession, and that is submission of the woman.
That's where I disagree then.
Well, yeah, what's wrong with a woman submitting to a man?
I just don't like. I understand like there can be scenarios like there are scenarios like, intimacy and stuff like that. There are scenarios where like that can be a thing, but like I I don't know why like it wouldn't be valued, like an opinion on like say like you said, like a debate on something like what fruit is like. I don't know. You can't really debate on fruit because that's like objective, but like something that is subjective.
But even a thing which is subjective. So from the context that I'm looking at it at, I don't believe that there's any two consciousness which exist. Consciousnesses. It's a joke. Kidding. Trying to lighten the mood. I don't think that there's ever going to be two people who come into contact where one doesn't ultimately end up dominating the other to some degree. I don't even believe that that's possible. I don't think that there's ever going to be a such thing as true equality between two people ever. I don't even think that such a thing is a possibility. So if you're in a relationship with another person, one person is going to be the dominant head. Why would that person not logically be the person who is physically stronger and the person who has to go and make the bread and make the financial choices for the household? That seems to kind of track and follow. The protector is going to be the person who ultimately is looked at as the leader and the leader of the household. So why shouldn't the woman submit to him?
Here's what I would be interested in hearing is what would you define as
well, can
submission?
you let her answer real quick?
Oh, sure.
Just real quick.
So I would say like for that. So that's like that. My issue with that is like you don't value my opinion on, like you said, financial decisions, right?
That's not true.
But you said like you're the dominant, like you're the end all be all. So
I think, well, I think you're making like a conflation. It's not that. So, for instance, I'm married. I value my wife's opinion, but what if we're having a conflict and I don't agree with her? If I say, look, I don't agree. I think right now it's the time for our family to take risk. And you don't think it's time for our family to take risk. While I value your opinion and your input, ultimately the decision falls on me to make that choice. And so I'm going to lead our family towards risk, let's say, or less risk. Let's say she says, I want to do something which is more risky to our finances. Ultimately, that falls on me to make that choice. There's only going to ever be one person who is the head, whether it's the woman or the man. I just think that it seems to be preferable that the man is the head. Women seem to prefer it, and men seem to prefer it.
So you're saying like if you guys have a disagreement, you're the end decision?
Of course.
That's why I wanted to know how you define submission, because I do have a thought I'd like to share, but I'd like to hear your definition of it first so I know where we're coming from.
I would say it would probably be like at the end of the day, that's like the final.
Like who has the final
that's
say?
That's the final thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. In that sense, real quick, I would just say like, you can think about it like, just think about like a platonic relationship though. Like you and your friend, I understand in this scenario, you're not talking about that. But like in you and someone you really respect, if you want to think about someone you respect and think about it in that type of way,
yeah.
I don't understand how you can respect that person and have them always submit to your final decision. How can you still respect that person though?
Okay.
Why is it? Well, that's like, let me kind of give you an easy counter to this. I have children. I respect my children, but they're going to adhere to my word, whether I respect them or not. If I think that they're doing something, they're fucking up in some way. For instance, let's say they want to put their hand in their fire. I'm not going to respect them enough to let them do that. They're going to respect me instead, and they're not going to put their hand in the fire regardless of what they want. I don't care what they want. They're going to do what they're told because it's for their safety, and that's what's going to happen. What's wrong? Well, what's actually wrong with that? What is the problem with me? Are you saying I don't respect them because I won't let them make decisions which are bad for them?
I think what she's...
Wait, hold on. Actually, let me just devil's advocate this. Yeah, but Andrew, women aren't children.
The thing is, though, is that the whole night we've been hearing about how women are infantilized and they have to shave their body hair so that they could be more like, but that aside, we'll let that go for a second. The point and principle here is not whether or not women are children. I agree that they're not. And I don't infantilize women. I think that they are perfectly capable of making decisions and be held to account for those decisions. But the point still stands that if I see anybody who's fucking up and doing something which is against their own interest, and I'm responsible for their interests, then it falls as a duty to me to step in and do something about that. And that includes my wife, that includes my children, that would include my brother, my sister, anybody who's an extension of my family, wouldn't it?
But how do you
trust?
How do you know that you have the best?
It doesn't come down. It doesn't come down to trust. It comes down to who can. It comes down to who can. And so the thing is that there are those who can and there are those who can't. Ultimately, in a family dynamic, men can do things women can't do, and women can't do very much men can't. And that is the truth. You may not like that truth, but all I would ask you to do to disprove this is tell me a thing which you think that women are going to generally be better at than men inside of a home setting. I'd like to know what that is, but I can name for you many things men are going to generally be much better at than women.
Give birth.
So their primary edict? The thing which I agree is their primary function? Well, you really got me with that one.
I know.
So over
I
here,
handed
can
it
you
to
give me the example?
trying to be
Can you
nice
give me
to
the
you.
example?
She gave him a layup.
Yeah. So yeah, I wanted you to hit, a home run, so to speak.
Yeah, well, that was quite the home run. But anyway, back over to you, Red. I say that because I don't remember names. It's nothing personal. But red hair, can you tell me what you think that women are going to be more dominant in the household than men? What they're going to be more skilled at, better at?
Like in an average sense, if we're talking about like in society, what averagely they would be maybe excelling in.
Yeah. What are they going to be better at?
Maybe consoling. Maybe consoling children.
Word.
Like maybe I would also I don't know though, because I feel like there's different, I know both circumstances where some women are shut down emotionally towards their children and some men aren't. So there's roles reversed in certain
Well,
ways.
I guess ultimately we can reduce it to, do you think that women are better at leading households than men? That's the question.
No, I think no.
No. And so, it really comes down to that. Men are better at leading households. And because of that, generally women need to submit.
I got to move it on.
Okay,
I
have a really
Quick.
big thing
Go
I've
ahead,
been
go
waiting
ahead,
on.
go ahead.
Okay, so basically, if you're going to trust the man to have your best interests at heart and in mind, you better be darn sure before you get into that situation, all right? So don't marry the guy if his character is not the character that you can know beyond the shadow of a doubt that he would have. Yes, you can. Give it enough time and you'll see. But the other thing I was going to say earlier is that actually the scriptures, talking about Christianity, the scriptures talk about the wife submitting to her husband as the head of the family and everything, right?
Are you religious?
No.
But I just wanted...
I don't think that's going to work on her.
Well, I just wanted to tell her this because this is important. It goes to the question she had about submission. And the very next scripture that people don't talk about is it talks about being submissive to each other. It's talking to the same married couple, and the man is supposed to be selfless, give his life for his wife. And that's how committed he is. And the wife is supposed to give respect to her husband and submit to his final say. And then you're supposed to submit to each other. So that goes to what your question was. Well, what if she disagrees?
No, you're not supposed to submit to each other.
In that way. Yes, that's what the scripture says.
Yeah,
Submit
what
to one
scripture?
another.
What scripture? No. I'm not going to let you back off of this. What scripture do you think it says they should? So I'm going to read you some scripture.
It's in 1 Corinthians. So If the
no.
woman- hang on,
That's
please.
not what it
I'm
says.
still speaking. Hold on.
Here, I'm going to help
You can.
Yeah, I know you're speaking.
No,
and
you
I'm
can.
speaking to
No, but
you.
you can wait until I made my point, and then you can correct me,
Andrew,
just
just
like
let-
you
Yeah, and
ask
I
other
can-
people
I can
to
correct
do.
you now, too.
Just
So
like
when
you,
you're talking about
just like you
submission,
ask
you
other
made a
people
big
to
error
do.
here.
You can give me the same respect
I'm
as what
sorry, are you
you've been
supposed to
asking
correct
other
men when it
people.
comes to theology?
Hey,
Are you supposed to correct men when it comes to
I'm
theology?
speaking right now. I'm not.
Are
of
you
the same,
supposed to correct
I'm
men
not
when
in-
it comes to
I'm not
theology
going
or
to-
not?
We're not in a church.
I'm
and
sorry,
I am
are you supposed to
speaking-
correct
I'm
men when it
speaking
comes to
her.
theology?
I am speaking to her.
Yeah, I
and
know,
you
I'm
can
speaking
wait
to you.
until I'm
And I'm
finished
speaking to you. No, you wait.
And then you can correct
No,
whatever
you
you
can
feel
wait.
like needs to be corrected.
No, I'm sorry.
So,
Are you supposed
anyway,
to
as
correct
I
men
was
on
saying,
theology?
that if they disagree and the wife feels very strongly in disagreement, in effect, they should hold off on the decision
Yeah,
being
that's all
made
bullshit. I wouldn't
until-
listen to anything.
Excuse
That's
me,
all false
excuse
gospel.
me,
Andrew, just let her
you're
finish.
being
Just let her
disrespectful.
Yeah, I am being
and so then-
disrespectful. You're not supposed to
okay,
correct a
I
man on
don't-
theology.
I don't-
You're a woman
I
who's
am not-
supposedly a Christian. Stop correcting men on theology.
I am speaking to this young
I
lady
know what
here.
you're speaking to,
I'm not
and you're being
speaking to
corrected
you.
by a man
I
on
am not
theology.
in
Aren't you supposed to be a Christian and be silent?
No. Okay, I would say
No,
I'm
not
I'm
supposed to be.
ignoring him, and I'm going to finish my thought, and that is that if a man is truly doing what the Scripture says, then he is going to. Okay, yeah, he is going to listen to his wife's opinion. He's going to listen to her counsel, and he's going to take that to heart. And in effect, they shouldn't have a decision being made. It shouldn't be a dogmatic, you're doing this, it doesn't matter how you feel. That's not the way it goes.
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's see if we can't correct
Now,
some of this
with leadership-
nonsense that she just tried to fill your
with
head with. If
leadership
she ever
and
stops the
respect-
woman prattle of the Protestant
my
nonsense,
God.
let's see if we can correct some of
Oh,
this.
jeez.
Andrew,
So first, let's start with wives, submit yourself unto your own husbands as unto the Lord. Who is the Lord? Who is the Lord? Oh, now suddenly, cat's got your tongue?
It's your
You don't
turn
want to be
talk.
corrected
Go
by a
ahead.
man?
It's your turn to talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, so answer my question.
should've-
Why
you should've
submit
let me
yourself
move
unto
on.
your
No,
own
I'm
husbands
not.
as unto
I'm
the
not
Lord?
discussing
What
it
does
with
that
you.
mean?
Go ahead and explain to everybody.
gonna
Explain
move
to
that
everybody your views.
Move that right over there.
Wives, submit yourselves unto your husband as unto the Lord. What does that mean? You don't know? Suddenly, cat's got you. You don't know? Suddenly?
No, I know what I think. I'm letting you. I'm
What
giving
does that
you the
mean?
respect
Wives,
of
submit yourselves
letting
unto
you
your
speak.
husbands as you would unto the Lord. What does that mean? You don't know?
I do know. I'm not speaking.
Then
to
tell me
this.
what it
I'm
means. Yeah,
letting
you're not
you-
speaking
I'm
to me
letting
now.
you
Now suddenly,
explain
when your
thoughts.
Christian values are put up to correction from a man, suddenly your cat's got your tongue.
She just doesn't feel like
Andrew,
she needs
you're
to explain
so
herself
offensive
to
and
you.
Andrew, could
It's
you just
very
go like
simple.
that?
No, I can't.
There's
do
so
that.
many flakes
Now,
on
back to
you, dude.
this. Back to this.
Andrew.
Can you explain what that means?
Look
Andrew,
at all these flakes.
you explain
bro.
what
Andrew,
it
Don't
means.
you dare,
Oh
Andrew.
my God, he's an animal.
It's not now. It's on your mic. It was on
Andrew,
your shirt.
just you explain instead of asking
I
us.
don't have to do what he says.
I
It's
know.
So silly.
What does that mean? Wives, submit yourself unto your husband as unto the Lord. The problem is that you just got what's called a false gospel. It's why women shouldn't teach ever. She's teaching mutual submission. She's teaching mutual submission. There's nothing about mutual submission. Wives, submit yourself unto your husbands as unto the Lord. Who is the Lord? That is God. You're supposed to submit yourself unto your husbands as you would unto God. This is not mutual submission.
This is unproductive.
You should have let me move. You should have let me move it on. You should have let me
No
move
one
it on.
cares. No one
I
cares.
told
You're
you.
next question.
Hold
That was your
on.
fault.
So I got to move it on. I got to move it on. Okay. So.
Thanks, Brian.
Okay.
Please do.
Going to you. I'll get into your notes. I know you've had a lot to say. Serena, we'll finally wrap this up. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years or?
Whoa! Oh my God!
She never got to answer that.
Is it 2 hours later and we're still?
Wait, how's it? Why is that funny?
It's just 3 hours later.
She didn't answer. She didn't get to
never got
answer.
to
I know.
answer.
Hey, I got a good memory.
Okay, I'll answer straight to the point.
Yeah.
10 years? Sure. 41, kind of reaching it. 51, not so much. Metabolism slowing down.
Yeah.
Wrinkles, yes.
So wait,
Okay, there you
31, yes, better looking than now at 21.
Mhm.
41, maybe?
go. Maybe.
Okay. And then what about you? Better looking?
Better
at 64?
looking. No, of course not.
And
But
then-
I'll still be beautiful.
Sure. Yeah, that's not what we're saying.
Yeah, but no, not better looking.
You
No,
can
it goes.
You can still be good looking.
Life is life.
You know. Yeah. And then
I would like an answer to my question.
Oh, no,
or
thank
you can
you.
just say I refuse to answer the question. What do you think wives submit yourself under your own husband's
I'm not
dishonest
speaking to
word
that
means?
She just said she's
I
not
already
speaking
said
to it, so I
that
do
you
have to
can
move it
explain.
on.
I'm not going to talk to you anymore because you're correcting my theology.
I said what I said.
I'm going to
and
preach a
you
false
can say what
heretical
you
doctrine.
think. You can say what you think. You can't get me.
Well, I think you're a heretic, and I want you to
Okay,
answer to my question.
Oh my God.
Stop being a heretic and answer.
Heretic accusation.
No, I've got pretty hair though.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Woman preachers, gay marriage, all this stuff. I would like you to actually
let's
answer.
not get into it.
Whatever. We're on the whatever show.
So,
She never answered the question either.
so question though, were you better looking at 44 versus 54?
No.
So better
No,
looking when you were
I think I
young.
was better looking younger.
Okay, got it.
But I think I peaked at around 30.
We did it, boys. We made it.
We did it.
I'm just gonna skip
Yes.
Oh, did I? Time permitting, we'll talk about, I guess, why it matters because you wanted to know that. But I'll give you the quick rundown. Nick, pull up the hypergamy chart super quick. I'm going to do the 30-second version of this. Here is the 30-second version. Okay, this is hypergamy. And so on the left is whom men would happily partner with. On the right, whom women would happily partner with. So what ends up happening if you have a cohort of women who overestimate their physical attractiveness and their attractiveness in general in the dating marketplace, they're going to be chasing after men who are, not to be mean to these women, who are quite frankly out of their league. And so what ends up happening, especially with the hookup culture that we have, is women have sexual access to men who are out of their league. But you can't really say the same thing about men. Like if a man steps to a woman who's outside of his league, he's going to get an instant rejection. Like if I step to a really attractive girl, I'm getting an instant rejection. She's not going to consider me for even a casual hookup. Whereas men, if we encounter a woman who we deem as, and objectively, let's say objectively is deemed as less attractive than us, we'll still consider her for short-term sex, right? So what ends up happening is women of a certain attractiveness level can get sex from men outside of their league. What ends up happening is women will think that because I can get sex from this guy, he's X amount of attractive, that's now my league. But they'll never get commitment. This is where women just get continuously in these situationships. They never get commitment. All these fuck boys, they start to actually resent men. And so because of that, they'll actually look at men who are on their level or in their league as settling or below them, even though those are the men who are probably most likely to treat them well and give them commitment and monogamy. In addition to that, one of the major factors and differentials here is that, so as a guy, if I can sleep with a girl, there's a very high probability that I can get that girl into a long-term monogamous relationship. It's not clear to me if, as a woman, just because you can fuck a guy, you can get him into a relationship. So that's a major differential there. I'm not saying, like, look, some women engage in hookups and they have no intention of getting into a relationship. But the big thing here is, again, I'll just state it one more time. So as a guy, if I can sleep with a girl, very good chance I could get her into a relationship. But if you sleep with a guy, it's not a guarantee that you can get him into a relationship. And so for this reason, it's actually more important that women have a reasonable self-assessment of their own physical attractiveness in the dating marketplace. Otherwise, they're going to be chasing men who are, quite frankly, out of their league, and they're going to end up just either, jumping from guy to guy to guy, never getting commitment, constantly stuck in situationships. And then they're going to eventually, maybe down the road after they've had their fun in their 20s, they'll find a guy in their 30s and then settle with him. And it's probably not going to be a great relationship because she thinks she's settling. She could have done better. She's going to be pining over one or two or three guys in her 20s who are much more attractive, fucked her better, whatever it may be. So That's why it matters.
Can I respond?
Sure.
So I would say that it would be more about your values when you equal up to a person, because wouldn't it have to do with like, if this person values this, we don't agree on the same values, then we're not gonna match up. So if I don't value something that ends up being a long-term thing, then I'm not gonna end up in that place with that person. I think wouldn't it have to do with values at the end of the day?
So you're fucking men that you don't have the same values or whatever?
Yeah, if you're not in the same, if you don't have the same values, but you know they don't have the same values as you, it's not going to work out.
Or maybe people have like the wrong intentions going into it, or think they may have the same intentions, but after certain encounters, maybe it just changes.
Have you guys had the experience of you sleep with a guy and you really want him to be your boyfriend, but he says something along the lines of, I'm not ready yet. Or he strings you along for a couple months, continues to fuck you, and then it just kind of eventually fizzles away into nothing. Have you had that experience?
So what do you think that is? What does that attribute to then?
That's you having sex with men who aren't willing to commit to you.
So what would that be though? Like wouldn't that be their values? Like your values, they're not equaling up.
Right, but what I'm saying is that what that could be is that you're sleeping with men who are out of your league because you're attracted to them.
I think that's just one theory. I don't know if that's not like a proven thing.
Who's more, I'll just ask you the question. If a guy can sleep with a girl, do you think he has an easier time getting her in a relationship than the reverse?
I would say that's probably true because a lot of women look more for relationships to begin with. So I think that's true in that sense. I think men, especially when they're younger, aren't necessarily looking for a relationship like that. So I'd say yeah.
Okay.
I think it just would depend on what both of the values are. Like how they equal up.
Totally following. On the whole.
Does anyone else want to respond to that?
I'm not sure I'm following on the values thing.
Okay.
So what's the argument, I guess?
I don't think it's necessarily about.
Okay, here, let me ask it a different way. If you sleep with a guy, how confident are you that you can get him into a relationship if you sleep with him within the first 3 dates?
I don't even know if I wouldn't say anything type of confidence. I don't even know how to answer that question because I think it's more like it's like deeper than that, right? Because then you don't know. Depends on how much we know each other. We don't know what our values are, how they align. I don't know how to answer that question.
Okay. Well, so you're looking at it from the point of view of, would I date them or would they date me?
Your question was, would they date me? Right?
Okay. Let's say, have you ever had a one-night stand?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, do you think in a, actually, let me frame this a little differently. If you hook up with a guy on the second date, how confident are you that you can turn that second date hookup into a boyfriend?
I think what you're saying, though, is what each person wants. Sometimes people just want casual sex. Some people value.
People could want the same things, but
yeah, some people value relationships.
What I'm saying is, me as a guy, look, there's girls out there that just want to
the probability.
But okay. Here's the other thing that I forgot to mention. So, typically, in order for a woman to sleep with a guy, the guy needs to be at least physically attractive enough for her to be in a relationship with him. Whereas for a guy, we'll sleep with a girl who just based on her looks, we would immediately disqualify for a relationship just based on her looks, but we'll still sleep with her.
So what is that attributed to, do you think?
There is no attribution.
What does that mean?
Wait, was that just like
why?
a statement, or was that like more? Because like I feel like
Is
yes,
this like a
with what you're
study, or-
saying, like
Yeah.
Like
facts, true.
so guys, like if typically women will actually break a rule in the opposite direction. So in order for a woman to have a one night stand where she otherwise wouldn't, the guy has to be like really physically attractive. Whereas for a guy to have a one night stand with a woman, he's actually going to go the opposite way, where he will have sex with a girl who's less attractive than he would otherwise be in a long-term relationship with. Now, if he can get a one-night stand from a really hot girl, he'll do it, but men are willing to have casual sex down, whereas when women choose to have casual sex, it typically ends up being with men who they might not be able to get into a relationship, but they can get casual sex from him.
Yeah, I get
The
that.
silence in this room is palpable, by the way, because you all know I'm right.
I mean, I
You
feel
all
like you
know I'm
were
right.
you were
If
going
you
on the
guys-
right
It's
track.
the
I just,
difference
like,
of-
don't know what response
as
you
It's
are.
the
women-
difference of the way that men and women view sex. I mean, that's the foundational thing.
Yeah, and there's a chemical reaction that happens in a woman where she has attachments after she sleeps with a man. So it's a
Yeah.
different brain chemistry that happens.
Absolutely.
So
it's bonding.
yeah, it's a bonding, and you know, that's the beauty about men and women, because we have different, men have a different drive than women, and then women have that chemistry that happens after they sleep with a man. So
Right, but I mean, just to reiterate kind of, again, what I'm saying, so
yes, I heard what you said. Like
Yeah.
a man will sleep with someone just to have sex, whereas a woman has higher criteria or standards because she wants to have this man be
Yeah.
someone that she wants to date.
So, like, if a woman is kind of on the lookout for casual sexual encounter, like, she's going to be, like, hyper-focus in on, like, a really hot, attractive guy if she's inclined to go get that casual sex. Whereas a guy, he's going to just be like, I'll get whatever I can take.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that opens up this potential for men who are, frankly, more attractive than a given woman to have sex with that given woman, maybe keep her around as a friends with benefits. She'll never get commitment. She'll never get a relationship. And so that's why it's important for women to realize, again, their how do I put this best? Their attractiveness in the dating marketplace. So that's why if you got a bunch of girls saying, I'm a 10, I'm a 10, I'm a 10, you're going to be chasing after a certain caliber, a certain tier of guy who you'll never get commitment from. So women's league is who you can get commitment from, who you can get long-term relationship from, who you can get marriage from. Your league is not the cohort of men who you can have sex with once or a couple times or even friends with benefits. That's not your league ever. Whereas for men, our league is pretty much anywhere from any girl we can have sex with. That's our league in terms of physical appearance.
Sounds good. Sounds normal.
Checks out pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Not that that's.
if you have a lot of
obviously
guy
how it
friends,
works,
you get to hear that kind of conversation, which I have, and I grew up with brothers that look
It's true.
a lot
It's
like
true
you
how they
two.
think.
One dark, one light one, and you know, it's part of kind of life that.
Well, would you
have-
guys agree with this statement? Women sleep with who they want, men sleep with who they can.
Yeah, I agree
Yes.
I'd say that's
Yeah.
overall.
Anyways, let's see. Let's get into some notes here. I need to get Serena in the
What?
conversation.
Okay.
Let's do Twitch, Nick, and I'll probably drop it for a little bit. Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. Guys, it has been 31 minutes since we've had a Prime. I think it's bugged. I think Twitch is broken, boys. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub, boys. Thank you. Appreciate it. And let me get into some of my pre-show notes here. We have Oh, AB Check, thank you for the gifted 20 memberships, man. Appreciate it. Serena, you said you have way too many crazy, unique dating stories. How many first dates? So how many first dates have you been on?
Probably like a handful. I
okay.
lost count, but it's been a while since I've been on a first date now.
Okay. Well, isn't it? I mean, you've only been dating your guy for, 6 months.
I think after my long-term relationship, I experienced dating here and online dating, and it was very different from growing up in a very small town. So I met a bunch of different people. Mm-hmm. Didn't really know what it was like to date outside of what I knew. So.
Okay. And you said that you wanted to talk about splitting the check?
Oh yeah, I went on this date with a guy, and I've never had to pay for a date before besides this one.
With your is this your current boyfriend?
No, this is not my current boyfriend.
Okay.
But we had a conversation. He asked me how I felt about splitting the check, and I've never split the check, so I was just kind of like, okay, yeah, like I guess I'm fine with it. I do prefer guys paying for the first date, just because like they want. To me, it shows that they want interest to spend time with me. I'm like, okay, well, then I want to spend time with you too. And instead of splitting the check, I ended up actually paying for the whole date.
Was there a second date?
No, there wasn't a second date.
Because of the check thing?
I would have been fine splitting the check, but going in there, yeah, there was just not a second date.
Wait, and you paid the whole bill?
I did.
How did that happen?
How?
Yeah. How'd this happen?
It was State Street parking. Duh, you don't pay for parking after 10. I was like, okay, then I'll pay for food. Sure, go ahead. He's like, okay. Maybe he paid like $2 for like parking, but then I ended up spending like $15, $20 on food.
And you said all your other first dates, the guy always paid?
Yeah, I've offered to split or like offered to pay my part, but all the guys I've been with have paid or
and
have
so
put my card away. And
there wasn't a second date because you had to pay for the date?
It was just, I mean, I don't know if it had to be the main portion of why I didn't want to see him, but it was I think
Were
was
you
a
upset?
significant.
Were you upset by it?
Yes.
Even
I
if
think
not in
so.
a major way, but
Yeah, I think
Okay.
I was upset about it.
so you were upset about essentially the experience that all the other men that you've dated, like you were in their shoes, basically.
I see what you mean by like expecting them to pay, or is that what you mean?
Can I ask you a question? Did he ask you out or did you ask him out?
He asked me out.
And
W.
Then you paid?
W.
And then I paid.
For sure, I'm leaving.
Very nice.
I'm a pretty nice person. Like I'm not gonna.
I see it.
Like I was in the situation. I'm like, I guess
It's already
yeah, I'll
happening.
pay.
Well, especially when he asks you to like split it and then he's expecting you to pay everything, then that's kind of like, that's more like a weasel. Because if I say to someone,
he wanted you for a free date. He
yeah.
wanted you for free, food.
He used you. You know, because you can
he's asked to go out a couple more times, but I.
Because he wants more free food.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Foodie call. He's hustling you.
Foodie call.
And so you haven't had a lot of opportunity to speak throughout the show. I mean, were there any of the topics that came out throughout this evening? Were there any topics that I saw a couple times you leaned into the microphone, but you didn't really get a chance to speak? So if there's anything that you wanted to like touch on from previous convos?
Honestly, it's been a long couple of hours that everything's become a blob that I can't remember
7
perspectives.
hours.
Yeah.
7 hours.
Yeah, you're right. It's been 7 hours.
Yeah.
My goodness.
So you got anything or?
Brian, you're like yawning.
I like piggybacking off of other people's stories
Okay.
and
All right.
listening.
Okay.
But
Right. Is Andrew frozen?
He's been like that for
He's
a while,
listening.
I noticed.
intensely listening.
What happened to Andrew?
No, it's okay.
It's the Lord's doing.
Oh, he's back. Why was it so alarming when you came back?
In your notes, you said meeting a good guy, he will do what he wants to do.
I think so. I think my boyfriend currently has shown me what it's like to
It's
have.
fun. Yeah.
I don't know. I think he's been the best guy I've ever been with because he wants to do things, even if I don't want him to. He'll offer to, like, do laundry. Like, I want to show, like, I want to contribute, but he wants to just show because he loves me. Like, he just wants to do it.
That's sweet.
Wait,
Like,
do you guys
he
live
cares.
together?
We don't live together.
So wait, when you say does laundry, does
Like,
his
we'll
laundry?
spend- I'll
or does
spend
Does he
the
want to do
night.
his laundry at your place?
Yeah, he'll do. If he has laundry, I'll like do his laundry too. But when I go over to his place, he'll just like, oh, where's your laundry? Like, I'm gonna do it. I'll fold the clothes. Like, you don't have to. I'll be like, oh, but you're putting it in the wash. I can go fold it. He'll want to do that things. I want to cook, but we can cook together. Are you sure?
Okay.
Or no, then let me just cook for you. Let me make you lunch. Let me make you dinner, and you can just take it to work because you wake up early in the morning and commute.
So
then.
considerate.
And then you said how I knew the relationship I am in right now is different.
I think I just feel very secure. Like, I'm usually very anxious and avoidant. Like, I don't like talking about my emotions or when issues come up. But when he notices things, he addresses it and is very patient with me, and I'll talk about my feelings, and he just, thank you for letting me know how you feel. Like, I'll try to understand where you're coming from, and I want to work on these things.
Did you meet him on a dating app?
No, I didn't meet him through a dating app. It's my friend's fiance's brother. So.
Aw.
Yeah.
How sweet.
How old is he?
He's 23. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And you're 20, right?
I'm
21,
21. Yeah.
You said weird experiences dating and breakups before the 1 month.
Oh, yeah. There was a pattern where and maybe it's just because it was online dating. I would meet people, talk with them for like 3-4 months, hang out, and then they'd want a relationship, and I'm like, okay, sure, like, I'll try this out. And it just ends up being at the 1 month that something just goes wrong, and they're just like,
Is he okay? Law Paladins just said there's a hurricane.
I think he's joking.
Oh.
I'm trying to get him.
Damn, don't joke about that shit, bro. Okay. Okay. You said you want to talk about red flags, hookup phases?
Oh. I think my first time hooking up with someone after the 3-year relationship, it was, I guess back then I had a type, and I matched with my type, and I was like, oh, this person actually likes me. We talked for a bit. He took me on a really great date, and it was just something that I've never experienced outside of my hometown or like high school, and being in college, it was exciting, and he was older. And then I thought everything was great. We hooked up, and then I didn't see him again, but maybe it was, I know he was following a lot of college girls. I thought we had a connection, and then it was just
How old was he?
I think he was 28.
And you were 20?
And it was pretty bad because I was like, what? Like probably 19. I wasn't even 20 or 21. So, but I think honestly I was naive. I didn't really know so much about
And you said
dating.
he was exactly your type, though? Like white guy?
Yeah, I guess white guy, outgoing, like sports, like very plain kind of thing back then when.
So what? I mean, besides just white, what's your type?
I don't really have a type now.
Well, you said he's really.
Well, but back then,
guy.
what I thought was my type
Was what? White guy?
was white.
What's your current boyfriend? Is he?
I mean,
White
yeah,
guy?
he's white.
What else? I mean, do you have
He's so
other
hot.
like blue eyes, brown eyes, blonde hair, dark hair, tall, short, muscular, dad bod?
Honestly, I think I've just
Tattoos.
gotten more into personality over.
Okay, I see. All right. Good times.
Yeah.
So you guys,
Good times.
wait, question. So you went on this date with this guy,
Mhm.
29, whatever, and did you guys smash? that
On the
night?
first date?
Yeah.
No.
Second date?
Yes.
Second date, okay. And then no third date?
No third date.
So what happened there? Did you like reach back out to him?
I did want to hang out. We would have conversations here and there, and then I was like, okay, let's go out. I want to see you again. And, oh, I'm busy, or I'm not really feeling it today, or like not feeling going out tonight or drinking. I'm like,
Damn, played.
Super
But like, how many times did you make the effort to try to like? Was that the same experience like before you hooked up? Like it was kind of hard to link up, or was it pretty easy to link up before the smash?
I think it was pretty easy before that.
How many times did you try to like link back up? Once, twice, 3 times?
2 times.
2 times?
Yeah.
Who sent the last text message?
I think he did.
He did?
Yeah.
What did? It's just like, no, I can't chill or something.
Yeah. Don't feel like drinking tonight. I'm like, I don't know who said anything about drinking, but
Good times.
yeah, good times.
Good times.
Yeah.
Damn, her type just let her down. Tell him
They really that.
you were
What?
that he was your type or whatever.
No.
It
Okay.
wasn't worth knowing that he was your type.
I didn't think it was
Okay.
supposed to be that
Well,
relevant.
you mentioned something about red flags.
Oh, red flags.
What are like red flags?
I don't know. Dating, I feel like if you don't, I think guys that I've dated in the past really like the chase. And then
Like the chase?
maybe if you don't want to show interest, I feel.
I see that.
Do you know what I mean?
I've definitely noticed that before. Not
And
with all
then-
guys, obviously.
Then maybe I'm like, okay, I guess I'll hang out with you more. It gets just, I don't know, maybe connection runs dry and things just kind of fizzle out, which is fine. Maybe I'm just not their person.
Okay. And something about hookup phases, or is that pretty much the story that you just told?
Pretty much, I think the first whole year after getting out of a really long-term relationship, I was just experiencing different guys and
Okay.
trying to
Sure.
figure out what I wanted or
And
what I liked.
How many did you say experiences?
Yeah.
Figuring out, experimenting?
Yeah.
How much experimenting was occurring?
I don't know. What do you mean? Like you want me to give you numbers or like?
Yeah, why not?
I don't know. I haven't really paid attention.
You don't have like in your notes on your phone, just like Billy, Bob,
Billy twice. Jordan 4
Jordan.
times. Tyler.
No, I feel like my friends remember more of this stuff than I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see other notes here. Okay, we did her, Serena. We have. Actually, you know what? Before I get into some of more of my pre-show notes, actually, I'll do Dre. Is that you, right?
Yeah.
Dre. Okay. You said you were stalked by an ex behind a shed / bush.
Yeah.
Can you just scoot the mic to the edge?
Oh.
Scoot it. Yeah. Good job.
So this is dated my first relationship when I was in 8th grade.
Huh? What?
Yes.
What?
Yep.
Getting stalked in the 8th grade. Damn, that's
Well,
rough.
this didn't happen in the 8th grade.
That's early to get stalked.
This didn't happen in the 8th grade.
Oh, okay.
We
All right.
we were both like first relationship, both. And then we dated until I was like a sophomore in high school.
Frick.
We'll just keep going, I guess.
Hold on. Let me just keep an eye on it. Just one sec, guys. Sorry, we're getting a bit of lag. This would be a great opportunity to say twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow, drop us a prime. So if you have one, Andrew can still see us. I don't know why this is a new problem that continuously happens. It looks like it's trying to recover. Ooh, it's back down, dropping frames. dropping frames. If you're watching this on playback, you're missing out on this juicy stuff. And there's Nick in the back. He's coughing. Is he coughing? He's coughing. The fire. Yep, pull up that chart. It's probably the fire is causing our power outage here. That's why our internet is absolutely fucked. Look at this lake fire. Only 12% contained. I don't know what those firemen are doing, but God bless them. They're doing their best. They're doing great. I mean, it was much more smoky yesterday. They're getting that motherfucker contained. W's in the chat for the firemen, the California firefighters who keep us protected while we're in a penthouse apartment talking about dating, us pampered in air-conditioned apartment. Shout out the firefighters, W firefighters in the chat. Nobody can even see me in the chat. Pull it back up, Nick. Oh my God, it is on fire. Oh my God, the chat is on fire. Look at the lag. Okay, wait, is it back? Oh, it's fucking back, boys. Boom. Check that out. 41,000. Boom. Super fast speeds. Cox Internet can suck a fatty. Cox Internet can suck my Cox. Fucking shitty ass Cox. Hold on, Nick. Go to type frontier.com. I'm doing a free fucking promo for frontier.com. Pull that shit up. Frontier.com.
Oh, wait, I thought you wanted to chat.
No, just pull that shit up. Fuck Cox Communication. Sorry, boys. God damn, bro. Okay, this is not even a paid sponsorship. If you live in the Santa Barbara area and Frontier Fiber is available for you, switch to Frontier, okay? It's not available where we're at yet. Once it is, I am done with this Cox Internet fucking bullshit. Free promo, Frontier, frontier.com. I personally endorse Frontier Internet. I've never even used it. I've used Cox Internet for over 20 years. I just know Frontier's better, okay? Okay? Switch to Frontier, boys. Free promo, free sponsorships. If you guys want to cut me a check, we can talk. Frontier.com.
Beautiful.
That was
amazing.
Okay.
There you go.
Yes.
All right. Hold on.
Shut the fuck up!
Damn, bro, chill. Okay. Okay, we're back, boys. Where were we? We were talking to Dre. Is it in?
We were talking about mutual submission. Can we get back to mutual submission? I really want to discuss mutual submission. It's bothering me, Brian. I would like to discuss it.
Real quick.
Her story's funny and it's crazy.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Can you give us the short version?
Yeah.
Andrew, we'll get back to it.
Yeah, we can do the short
just
version
a
real
moment.
quick.
Let me get through her notes and then we'll get on it.
So, yeah, I was just telling you a crazy dating story, and it was like when I was in 8th grade, me and this guy, like first relationship ever, both of us, we dated till I was like a sophomore in high school. And then after I graduated high school, we got back together, which should have never happened, but we got back together probably for like 2 years. And then he ended up like stalking me in the town that I live, because we didn't live in the same town. And then one night I snuck out of my window, and the window was open, like it was unlocked. Mm-hmm. And my laptop was right on my bed, like right next to my window, and I snuck out. And he came out from behind my shed and was like, "Where are you going?"
In her fenced-in backyard.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and then he was like, "I'm gonna tell your mom." I was like, "You're insane. What are you talking about? You're like coming out of my shed right now." And then I like jumped the fence and like ran away. He ended up stealing my laptop from my window. So that's a
never
crazy
recovered.
story. And because he wanted to like read my text messages, we had broken up, and he was stalking me, trying to like get back together. That's the story.
Posing. All right, and then you said, I don't know if this was a disagreement, imposing views or values onto another.
Yeah, that was like different. So that was like I was thinking about like, oh, if you're kind of against posting like certain pictures or something on Instagram, like different values. Mm-hmm. Because I've been there in like a relationship where you're like, oh, I don't like that they follow like models or whatever on Instagram, right? Say that's one of the examples. So it's kind of like something that I thought I had to come to a realization of, and I don't know if I mischaracterized your viewpoint, but I thought it was like, if you don't like something, a lot of the times that's just like what that person like does and is, and so sometimes you don't even mess with that person. Like if they're following a bunch of like Instagram models and that's not what you value,
well,
then you just don't mess with that situation.
I actually have I do have a rebuttal to this, right? So
okay.
So prior to dating, let's say a guy was prior to dating, a woman was posting like bikini photos on her Instagram and kind of maybe posting some more provocative stuff. And you might, have your own opinions on if that's acceptable, not acceptable. But in any case, he had no problem with her engaging in what he considered single behavior. But once they started dating, he wanted her to act in a way that he thought was consistent with her being in a relationship. So for example, when you're single, you might go out to bars and nightclubs and you might be on a dating app. But once you decide to be in a relationship, is it wrong to then expect your partner to stop being on a dating app?
I would say, in my opinion, for me, definitely yes. But I think it just depends on like, I don't know if anyone else has a better answer to that, but like I feel like it just depends on what you really care about, because some people don't care, right, about.
So what if you change those? So I mean, like, okay, you're saying, is this kind of, I think the main thing you were talking about is like if a girl's posting like bikini photos on Instagram, is that
and then
kind
she
of,
stop, and then you like want her to stop or something.
Yeah, and so like, okay, then you're like, oh, I want to take this girl seriously, I want to be in a relationship with her, but this is like a sticking point for me, and I don't want her to be publicly posting like kind of more provocative photos on her Instagram, even though she was doing it before.
I think that's, as long as like she's like, obviously like in the situation, like you're probably gonna find someone who will be like, yeah, I'll do that, like that's fine, and they might go along with that, and like they might do that, that's fine. But I personally wouldn't date someone with that fair type of view. But also like at the same time, you're gonna be able to find someone who's gonna also align like that. Like,
so it is fair to say that you're better off finding somebody who doesn't do that to begin with. But what if you're, at least at the beginning of the relationship, you don't really care that much, but then maybe you have a change of like, I'm actually, at the beginning, I didn't really care, we were just kind of doing our own thing. Now that things are getting a bit more serious, I don't want that to continue moving forward.
Yeah. I think so. Can I just answer real quick?
Yeah.
Because I've been through this situation like pretty much. I would say like, yeah, you could bring it up and just see how they respond. A lot of times I would just keep in mind though that like you, especially if it's like, say you're like, they're liking like certain pictures on Instagram, or like in this scenario, in my scenario, and you ask them not to do that, like it's still something that they hold as like, that's what takes up their time. Like that's what's on their like explore feed still. So like you could be like, hey, can you not do that? But to understand that also like that is something that they had valued in their mind, like just not necessarily valued, but like had done in their free time. That's something that like took up space in their mind. Because I don't go through Instagram. Like I want someone like on that level where I don't go through Instagram just like scrolling through and like looking at guys.
That's fair. But like assuming someone was in this position where this was not made clear like prior to the start of the relationship, maybe they didn't even have an issue with it prior to the start of the relationship. For example, would you be totally fine dating a guy who likes other girls' bikini photos?
Me personally?
Yeah, you.
No.
Okay. But do you think it would be wrong for a girl who perhaps at this before they were obviously dating, she can't have any control over him, a guy who likes random chicks' bikini photos on Instagram, but now that they're in a relationship, the guy continues to be liking like chicks' photos, bikini photos, provocative photos on Instagram? Do you think that's objectionable to some degree once he's in a relationship with a girl?
To say something about it?
No, do you think it's, do you think in a relationship it is objectionable for the guy to be liking other women's sexy photos on Instagram?
In my opinion, I mean, that's not something that I value. Like, I don't want a guy who is like, oh, I'm gonna, like, that's something that I like to take up my time with. I'd rather you be doing something, like, better with your time.
He did it prior to the relationship.
Yeah, then I wouldn't be in a relationship with them. But he's
Right,
doing
but
it now, you mean?
But I'm sure there are plenty of women who would get into a relationship with that kind of guy who's inclined. Personally, I think that's lame as fuck, but who's like liking chicks' photos on Instagram. But now she's in a monogamous, serious, long-term relationship with him, and she's not cool with that, with him doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's the question like about?
But would you equally object to a man not wanting to date a woman who posts those kind of photos?
I wouldn't object to it. Like if that's what they agree upon, then that's what they agree upon. You know?
Okay.
That's kind of like cheating too, right? Isn't that like an agreement in a way? Like isn't that like certain boundaries you set? Like some people think cheating is like if you're gonna do like there's like degrees to it. Some people agree upon different degrees.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it could be like for sure it could, but I don't know.
Okay, cool. Andrew, I'll give you 5 minutes on the. How's that sound?
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to very quickly correct a few things. So, normally I use only secular arguments when I engage with panels like this. I understand that most people are not Christians, or if they are, they're just kind of what you would call a surface level Christian. They don't really care. Like you guys don't really care at all about the gospel. Most of you are secular. You're secular. That's what you are. That's why you're rolling your eyes, this kind of thing. I don't even blame you. That's why I use secular arguments. But I did want to correct this when it comes to submission. Submission is not mutual the way that it was described to you. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is because a woman was preaching the gospel, which is why women shouldn't be preaching ever or in any capacity in control of anything when it comes to preaching. But Timothy addresses women and says, pastors and men submitting, a woman should learn in quietness and full submission. Do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man. She must remain silent. Now, this woman will say, that means in church, right? But what is the church? It is the body of believers. Anytime she's preaching, that is the church. This is why we consider them to be heretical. The reason I'm explaining to you what submission is, there is a Christian ethic, and I want to make sure that you understand what the Christian ethic is. It's not about mutual submission. You are to submit to your man as you are unto the Lord. This means as you would unto God is how you are to submit under the Christian ethic. So I just wanted to correct that. I'm not going to address her because she refuses to engage. As you saw, she just shut right down. No, but it's terrified. Fine, fair enough. She can shut right down. But I did want to correct that so that you understand that is a false gospel that is being preached to you. If you guys have any type of pushback, I'm happy to engage with the pushback. But what you just had preached to you was a false gospel.
No. Exactly. You say you're a man, you're not her man.
I didn't need the dog.
And when you show me a man, I mean, you know.
I don't even know what you just said.
I said, when you show me a man, then she can, like, shut the fuck up. I don't see one, so.
Why would I take the advice of a woman who has a paper clip in her nose?
It's not a paper clip, so there you go.
What is it?
It's
an industrial bar, so it's actually made to be like this. Thank you.
Oh, I mean, my bad. What was I thinking?
Yeah, mind your business. How about that?
Yeah, I know. What was I thinking? I mean, you're the one who addressed me, not me who addressed
you're the
you.
one that,
but if I fire back, suddenly you're upset. You have 20 pieces of steel in your face, and I'm supposed to take what you say seriously?
Okay, and it's better than looking like a Big Mouth character. Fuck. The fuck?
Yeah, but doesn't,
I mean, you're wearing a wig.
Andrew, doesn't matter what we look like.
I'm supposed to take what you say seriously.
Okay, are you coming after African tribes? Because I know a lot of African tribes that do have, like, a lot of piercings.
Name a single African tribe by name. One.
You do it. The fuck?
No, you do it.
Masai.
Name a single African tribe.
Masai.
One.
Masai.
No. Let her answer. Name a single African tribe.
Do I have to name one?
What? One.
Just
For
'cause she
what
can't
reason?
prove
Why
it-
do I have to name something that's part of my
you
fucking
just said, I know
heritage?
tons of African
Why
tribes.
does
You can't name a single
why do I have
one.
to name something that's a part of my heritage? Why you're coming
Then
after
name one.
my heritage?
Then
Thank
tell me
you.
a single name of
Thank
an
you.
African
You sound
tribe.
stupid.
One.
You look as stupid as you sound, honestly.
Are you going to name a tribe?
I don't have to.
Because you can't. 'Cause you
No,
don't know a
and I
single
don't
tribe.
have to.
Wait, imagine saying this is an intricate part
I
of my
mean, you
heritage,
act like the
and you
fact that
can't
like
name
even
a
fat
single
people with
tribe.
hair don't even actually exist in other fucking societies, and that they have
So
like.
great, so just name one.
You don't
What are
have
they
to
called?
name it to know that it exists. You
Are
want
you
me to
gonna
go grab
name
my
a- are you
phone?
gonna
I can
name a
go grab
tribe?
my phone and tell you right now.
Yeah, oh, you'd have to look it up.
Do
It's
I
so
do you want me
intricate to your
to
heritage.
go
You have
grab
to
my
look it
phone
up.
and tell you right now? I am storing so much information in my fucking head. It doesn't matter what if I remember
Oh, that's
it
great.
or not.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you know what a burrito is?
Of course, we know what a burrito is.
Yeah, great. You know that there's maybe a part of a cultural heritage that a burrito is a part of. What would that cultural heritage be? If you had
Okay,
to
and there's
guess?
other foods that exist that I can't even fucking name,
Just
but it
answer
doesn't
my
matter
question.
that if I know whether they're
Yeah,
the
no,
name
I
of
know.
the.
A burrito, though,
It
you would
doesn't matter.
associate with
It doesn't
what
matter,
heritage?
and it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
and it
I
doesn't
know.
matter.
So a burrito,
And it doesn't matter.
a
And it doesn't
burrito,
matter.
you would
And it
associate
doesn't
with
matter.
what heritage?
And it doesn't matter. And it doesn't
You're
matter.
just gonna spurt?
And it doesn't
You're
matter.
not gonna answer a single
and it doesn't
question?
matter because I don't have to.
Yeah, so
And I
so
don't
you
have
can
to because
associate
you
that a
already sound
burrito-
fucking stupid. You sound like because I can't name something that it doesn't
can't
exist.
name
But
a
it
single
exists.
tribe.
But it exists, and it doesn't matter if I.
Yeah, but it's so,
why does
it's
it
so
matter?
important to
He
your
doesn't
heritage.
want
You
your
can't
answer
name
because he
one.
wants us to dick ride and sound fucking stupid. He doesn't want you to help me.
He just needs sex.
I don't think
So
she
it's
was
okay.
saying her piercings are because of her heritage. I think she was just saying that.
I didn't say that. She said this is an intricate part of my heritage because of the African tribes. I asked her to name one.
I
She
said
can't
that there's
name
a
one.
lot of African tribes that do
He's
have a lot
rambling.
of piercings.
Name one.
You are it doesn't matter if I have to
You
name
can't
one.
name one.
Did the Aztecs fucking exist for you to say like, oh, that there's like pyramids out in fucking Mexico? Like, shut the fuck
Yeah,
up,
who
dude.
built
You sound
those? Who built
stupid.
those?
Huh?
Who built the pyramids?
Which one?
Yeah,
Did
why
I not
don't
just
know
talk
anything?
about
Like,
that?
why would I take you seriously?
Dude, like,
why would
are
I
you
take a
slow?
person who said
Sorry,
this
can you
is
answer me
my
that question?
culture is so
If you want me to
important
answer
to
a
me.
question, how about answer me a question about how are you slow?
Egyptian, you want to get into aliens?
It's a wanker.
We'll talk about who really built the pyramids.
Like, an alien's right here, bitch. Like, come on.
You want to go?
I mean, it's just madness to me that this is so
I just think that
important
you
to you,
just
the
sound
cultural
stupid
heritage
because
that you don't
think
know
that
anything
because
about.
you can't
Nothing.
name something specifically that it doesn't exist.
Something specifically that what doesn't exist.
Oh my God, are you that slow? Or
I'm
what was
listening
the
to what you're
conversation
saying.
that we were having this whole entire time? What was I saying this whole entire time? I would
Well,
just like
what
to
you
know.
what you said was there's a cultural heritage.
And you
That's
asked
why
me
you
to
have the
ask?
face jewelry. Hang on, let me finish. That's why you have the face
Why should I
jewelry.
let
and
you
the-
finish, but you
let
didn't
me
let her finish?
Let-
Sorry, what
you
was
asked
your
me a
name,
question. Do you
girlie?
not want the answer?
Libby, I'm so sorry about. You
Oh,
know,
yeah, don't worry about it. That's why
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah,
engage.
no, don't worry about it.
Towards
Just cope
her.
together.
That's why I
cope
didn't
together.
You were disruptive towards her, and now you're asking for the same
Oh,
respect as ridiculous.
Are you going to answer a single
That's
question?
ridiculous.
It's
Okay,
double-sided.
so I mean, you can keep that argument to yourself on trying to make people sound stupid, but at the end of the day, you
I
sound
need to try
fucking
hard.
stupid. The more that you're trying to say that it doesn't exist because I can't name a single like tribe or society or blah blah blah. I have seen the pictures. I know that they exist. It's just like like move on past it. We all like.
Yeah, so I just
We
listened to
can
what
say
you
that
had to
Drake.
say.
We know that Drake talked to fucking
You
kids,
just
but
gonna
like just because
filibuster?
we don't have like everything right here, and I can't tell you all the fucking kids that he was talking
Doesn't
to,
make it
doesn't
any
mean that
less
doesn't
true.
exist.
So
Exactly.
anyway, so what you said was, you said that all of the face piercings in the wig were because
My wig had nothing to
of
do
your
with this, and now
deep
you're
connection.
delusional?
You're still not going to let me finish. You're not
No,
going to let me
I'm not
finish. Go
going to
ahead.
let you. You
tell me
didn't
when
let
you're ready.
Libby finish, and you didn't let a lot of people like finish. So
I'm
why
waiting
should
for
I
you to finish.
care?
Let me know.
Please, I'll let you finish. Just explain to me why should I care?
Great. What you said was that all the face jewelry in the wig was based
I did not
specifically
include
around-
my wig, so go back.
It's
Try
not
it
a wig?
again. Thank
It's
you.
not a wig?
I didn't.
It's not?
I didn't include my wig. So you coming after my wig whenever I was talking about my piercings?
Oh, my
Try
bad.
it again.
So just your piercings.
Yeah.
I'll correct the record. Your piercings were due to an African heritage, which you had a deep connection to because of African tribes.
I said it's a part of my heritage because am I not African?
But you can't name a single
Am I not African
tribe.
just because I don't know?
Imagine my skepticism when you can't name a single tribe.
Do you know the story of slavery?
Which is so important to you.
Are you stupid? Do you know the story of slavery and how a lot of slaves don't even know their own fucking tribe?
You're still spurging.
Do you know the story of slavery and how they don't know their own fucking tribes? Like, answer me that, please.
I have to go.
Are you done spurging now so that I can at least make
Are you going to answer the question?
No,
because it sounds stupid to me that you're going to try to tell me about how I don't know society, like my heritage and blah, 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 whenever we all know, and it's basic common knowledge that black people in America who didn't come directly from Africa, who their families were brought here, that we don't know our fucking tribes and blah, blah, blah. But I do know, in fact, that there are tribes out there.
It's important to you, but you don't know a single tribe. Got it.
Why are you acting like that information is so readily available?
Okay, like I'm going to listen to Nick from Big Mouth. Like, shut the fuck up.
Wait, it's not readily available. African tribes are not readily available.
That's not what I'm saying. Like, you're taking it in that way and laughing like some weirdo. But you know that's not how I meant it.
Has it been 5 minutes yet?
Yeah, okay.
Like,
okay, shut up.
Like that?
It doesn't seem like it's very important to you.
Everybody, put your swords away for just a minute.
Yeah, but I'd like to finish. I'd like to actually finish without being filibustered.
Wait, it's already
finished without what she said was this. Your exact words. See, she's still filibustering. What she said was the massive amount of face wear that I have is due to my deep cultural African connections to my tribes.
Am I wrong?
And then when I asked her what tribe, she can't name a single African tribe. Not one.
Okay, that's like asking me to name every fucking woman, every fucking woman to exist just
a woman
because
right now.
Literally so.
Favorite band? Name your favorite
because I
Listen up.
like you know, like
Just trolling you.
One sec. All right, guys, check this out. Check it out. Look, I got to move it on. Listen, it was good. It was entertaining. A little heated exchange. It was good. That was the most. It was the most you said all night. I love it. It was great. Thank you. It was good. I'm glad we got to see a different side of you. And I personally think Desmond's at half chub right now. Just kidding. I'm kidding, Desmond. Oh, sorry. Was that cringe? Sorry. I don't know. Hide that super. Which one? I don't see it. Anyways, guys, we're just gonna hide that one, Nick. Okay, boys, lighthearted question for the whole panel here. Let's say you meet this really cool guy. I want you to go into a dream world right now. Do I have a dream world sound?
Close our eyes.
Hold on. Do I have a dream world sound? Brian Susha, thank you. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Appreciate it. I don't have a dream world sound. How about this? No, that's not.
I'm scared. I'm scared of that guy.
Okay, dream world. You meet this guy who's like, God.
AD donated $199.
Yo, AD, thank you, AD.
How does the panel feel about women in relationships having male friends? Do they think the fellas have ulterior motives?
Let's get AD. I'll get right back into that. I got to do the dream world though. Dream world, really quick. Hottest dude, you love him. No, okay, you don't love him. First date, he's your type. You like his personality. He has riz. He's got charisma.
Okay.
Everything you want in a guy. You guys are about to hook up, and you're like, do you have a condom? And he's like, I got you, babe. And then he reaches into his pocket and maybe hide Andrew for really quick. He reaches into his pocket and he's like, I got you, babe, and pulls out female. Pulls out Nick pulls out a female condom. He's like, I got you. Boom.
Wouldn't know what to do with that, honestly.
And he's like, okay, go ahead.
Really hard.
And he's like, go ahead, Morgan.
really hot.
Put that shit on.
Can I see what it looks like?
What's your response?
I never
Put that shit on, Morgan. Don't open it up. Don't open it up.
I can tell you from experience, it does not work. It will shift and da 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 da. Just use a regular condom.
So what would you do? What do you do?
Sorry, this
What do you do,
isn't
Morgan?
inadequate.
Are you like, let's do it, or?
Okay, first off, I'm not getting with a guy on first date.
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Like hypothetical.
Okay. No, I guess not. I don't know what. I don't even know what that is.
Like second date. Second date's like chill, like third date. Okay. Just,
We're learning.
Well, I'd had to see how it works.
Where'd you get it?
yeah. So like,
Brian.
you put that shit in, huh?
Put that.
Where'd you get it?
How do you even? that doesn't make
Amazon.com.
sense.
And now with this affiliate link, so like, what, Alien, what would you do? Would you use it? Would you laugh?
I've used it before.
Oh, you used it?
Yeah,
you
and
used
it
before.
shifted. So I'm never gonna use that shit again because I had to go get Plan B afterwards. Yeah.
I say that's pretty base though.
Yeah.
If he whips that out, it's crazy. That's
I
like
would
insane.
be curious as to why he bought that kind instead of the other kind.
He's a gentleman.
Maybe he was switching it up. Maybe he was switching it up a little bit.
He's thinking.
Oh my god.
That just
Sticking on his
leads
feet
to
here.
more questions for
So
me.
what do you do? Do you use it?
I laugh
Do
at
you
him and
laugh?
walk out.
You dip. You walk out.
Yup. Get the fuck out.
He drives stick
Get
though.
the fuck out. I don't give a shit. Get the fuck out.
Okay. What do you do?
No, don't use it. It looks
Oh,
sketchy.
you don't like to use protection.
No, that looks sketchy.
Why is this sketchy, bro?
She even said it was sketchy.
Oh, sorry.
It
Didn't-
looks like a condom. Like I can
So you were asking me to throw it.
In there, it's not really.
What about you? Are you down
I
for
would
the
say
female
that's
condom?
pretty cool. Like that's really cool if he has that because I've never seen that before.
I feel like he would have to bring
I'd be like,
two sets of
whoa.
condoms.
I've
one for
heard
a
of
man
them,
and
but
one
I've
for a
never
female.
seen
I'm
them.
telling you, boys.
That's cool.
What about you? What do you think?
I wouldn't sleep with him.
In all your experience, have you seen a female condom?
No, but it's close to a diaphragm. So they kind of based it on that, but even diaphragms are kind of iffy about pregnancy. But still, it's like if he had that in his pocket, I'd be like, player. So it wouldn't make
He's a
me
player? He's carrying around a
Player.
female condom?
Yeah.
This guy's a fucking player.
Yes.
Boom. Okay, what about you? What do you do? You're down?
Oh no, I was responding to her. No, that thing looks weird. I'm not putting it in me. I'm sorry. Thank you, but like you should got that. You should got like your own version. Like I'll get mine. I don't want that thing. But thanks for trying. I guess.
Okay. Selena, what do you?
Serena. But
Serena, sorry.
I wouldn't use it, but I'd open it to see what it looks like.
That's very
No,
true.
but
You gotta
here's the
check it
thing,
out.
right? Okay, let me add a little layer to this. You really. It's been a minute.
This is the guy.
It's been a
Could be the
minute
husband.
since you've smashed, and you got it. I know a lot of you out here doing the dirt without protection, but
Is there a reason why you were looking into my soul while you were saying that?
what the fuck?
You were
No.
like, I know.
Hey,
Someone
it was
like,
targeted I was looking at everybody's soul. Okay.
You didn't look at my
So,
soul.
You and like, but he doesn't have a regular condom. You can. The stores are closed. You can't. So it's like you have to fuck with this, or you can't fuck.
Wait, why can't you fuck without it though? Like because we could go to a store tomorrow.
No, but you're trying to smash that night.
So
You're
we're
trying to
not
smash that
trying
night.
to do it. Okay, this is an immediate crisis.
So like you wouldn't use it, but this is all you got.
I mean, like, but can
These
I
girls be.
use
I mean,
other,
look, it's
like,
okay.
I don't.
But you
think
know how when a
condom sex, I get
person
it.
like, it's kind
Condom
of like
sex is
biased
bullshit.
because you're like, oh, I really like this guy. Like maybe I'll just, because it's kind of biased in a way. You're like forgiving him for weird shit.
No,
Because you
this
really
is-
like him.
I don't
The
want to
girls
put that
love
weird
this. You
thing
pulled,
in me,
I've
though.
pulled it out.
That's odd.
I've been like, they love it. They think it's funny. Boom.
It's funny.
If I really like it.
It's funny.
sleep with you.
I'd be like, this is so weird. Can you pull like a regular condom out of your pocket now?
Serena,
Like-
what do you? Did I get it right this time?
Yes, you did.
Okay, what do you?
I mean, if I have a IUD
Ryan.
and
No,
I don't have an IUD.
In this hypothetical scenario,
is this
there's
to
no
protect
condom.
against STDs.
Huh? Oh, Fine. Let me triple down on this. You're not taking birth control, and you're ovulating.
Oh.
Definitely no.
I guess when we need to bang, like, then I guess I'm using
You
this
have
thing.
to bang.
I guess there's
Then
a first
it's going
experience
in.
for everything.
No, but STDs.
Okay.
Wait, what do you mean? I thought this protects STDs.
No.
I'm going to say I would just pass. I would pass on the night.
There you go.
Wait.
Okay, that's fair.
This thing doesn't protect against STDs?
No, because there's no cover on him. What if he's carrying a venereal
Well, I mean,
disease?
it kind of protects.
Wait,
it's
No,
about the
no,
same.
it doesn't.
It would be the same protection as
No,
a
it's not.
condom.
But
isn't
what I
it
was saying
still-
earlier,
No,
like,
like
it will move because
yeah.
the guy is like thrusting,
Yeah.
right? So
Unless
it will
you
move
hardly
if he
move when
comes
you're
in.
having sex, which
Yeah.
is like...
Like
I
I
did not
had to go
factor
get a
that
plan
in.
B after using something like that.
Well,
I'm going to say
you
the
didn't.
novelty of it
And
does
more
not
sensual.
make
Yeah.
that worth it.
I was reading the thing.
And
Well, I feel
Andrew,
like we
what
just
about you?
tore
Have you
apart
ever
their
like? Do you ever
product now,
strap
like-
up? Like, do you have a couple of these or?
now,
Oh, he's got more than a couple of
With
those.
the wifey?
Hey,
I don't think
don't
that's
talk
a
about
good
my
idea.
my Caucasian like that.
He's Catholic.
Andrew.
No, I'm not a Catholic.
Wait.
I don't know where you ever got the idea I was a Catholic.
Andrew, I'm going to make you a deal here. I'll give you 3 cups, but I'm also sending you home with one of these bad boys.
For what?
Sharks.
Anything you want.
So you have
Water balloon?
What is that? What does that newfangled gadget do? I've never seen one of them before.
Oh, look.
It was a first
Big
for
man
everyone.
Andrew doesn't know about condoms.
Ooh,
Condoms?
Look at
What are those?
that. What are
It's a
condoms,
female
guys?
condom.
What are those? Okay. All right. Where were we? Let's get back to some of the pre-show notes. Oh, wait. Just going around the table, who considers themselves a feminist? Starting with Morgan's kind of just, if you want to answer Morgan, you can, but you're just kind of, you're just kind of there, just to.
She's not real.
She's not real? What?
Yeah, she's not
Damn,
real.
rude.
Oh, okay. No, it was just
So
a
should I
prank,
answer?
Morgan.
Are you going to let her talk to you that way, Morgan? You're gonna
Morgan,
let her,
it was just a
you're gonna
joke.
let
I don't
her
know what's
talk to
happening.
you?
You
She's
just said that
questioning?
about her already.
He said, I'm just there. She said, I'm not real, but
Same thing.
there's a difference.
Somebody-
Same
okay.
difference.
Are you a feminist?
No.
No. I've seen the hell that breaks loose on this show. I am not answering that question.
Wait, hold on.
I've
What?
seen the hell that's ensued.
What?
I have
What do you mean? I'm a feminist.
Vietnam flashbacks.
Vietnam. She's getting Vietnam flashbacks. That DMT trip was fucked up. Okay.
But you have the higher consciousness, though.
I'm not.
You should be able to
I'm
transcend
too tired
all of this
to have
feminist talk.
She's having flashbacks of Vietnam, Agent Orange, fucking
Yeah,
napalm.
you're
The
right.
napalm, bro, engulfed her in her DMT trip. Okay. So are you a feminist? Do it. Do it.
Say it,
Don't make me
say
press
it.
the
So
button.
here's the thing.
I'm gonna-
Wait.
Do it!
You made me press the button.
Just
Now you have to
do
wait
it!
30 minutes while this plays.
Why
Don't
wasn't
let
the
your
podcast like
dreams
this
be
the whole time?
dreams.
I like
this
this.
guy?
Yesterday, you said tomorrow.
Wow, this is longer than I
Just
thought.
do it! Make your dreams come true! Just
He needs to go to
do it!
It was
Some people dream
constipated.
of success.
What's going on? It's going on
Nothing
very
is
long.
impossible. You should get to the point where anyone else would quit, and you're not gonna stop there. No, what are you waiting for? Do it! Just
Is that a ponytail?
do it! Yes, you can!
I think I saw
Just do it!
He's wearing a G-string.
I am Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. That's all that comes to mind whenever I see that guy. Sorry, bad joke.
Go ahead.
How would you
Oh my God.
describe or give a definition of that word?
Well, it doesn't really matter what my definition is. What matters.
I can give you a great definition. It's a rejection of patriarchy and patriarchy systems.
Incorrect. And my
No,
answer is yes.
I'm sorry. How can somebody's definition be incorrect?
I say that that was false.
What's false about it?
I don't think your definition is something that necessarily works.
Well,
Okay, what's your definition of feminism?
What?
Well, my definition of feminism is seeing every human being as a person, as an equal.
Oh, okay. So Muslims are feminists?
It's not like saying this is a movement. It's more like I see you as a human being and we're equal, and I see you as a human,
Should
and
women
you're
be
not
drafted?
lesser than me.
So let me ask you a question. Assuming that men think that they're, I don't know, greater than on the hierarchy than women, so they don't believe that you're equal, would that be patriarchal?
Men being higher on the hierarchy? Yeah.
Okay, great. Do you think traditionally that men have been at the top of that hierarchy?
Yes.
And do you think that feminists were attacking those systems in order to make them equal?
So, depending on the wave of feminism?
Any wave.
For sure, yeah.
Okay, well then feminism is a rejection of patriarchy and patriarchal systems, isn't it?
I guess I'll have to give it to you.
Yeah, I guess you will.
Yeah,
Anyway, so back to where we were at before I was so rudely interrupted. Go ahead. The definition is a rejection of patriarchy and patriarchal systems, and you can see the feminist here agreed that that is the definition.
Yeah, if you're gonna reject because I see it as if there's going to be a system, to have a balance within that system and equality within that system, not just where the system is predominantly male dominated or female dominated, equal.
So if it's equal, and traditionally men have been at the top of the hierarchy, if women wanted to equalize it, what would they have to be rejecting?
Yeah, what you said, patriarchy.
Yeah, the patriarchy. So feminism is a rejection of patriarchy and patriarchal systems, yes or no?
Yeah.
Great, then we're all on the same page with the definition of feminism.
So let's just get around the table if we can. Do you consider yourself a feminist?
I guess so, yes.
Yeah.
Into the mic.
I believe in feminism because I believe that a woman should have the right to make her own choices, especially with birth and life. And feminism, that whole movement, is about women's rights. So women weren't given the rights to vote. Women weren't given the rights to make decisions about their own bodies. And it was given to men who only a seahorse knows what it's like to be pregnant. So feminism.
So what you're saying is men who are at the top of the hierarchy are being opposed by women who want to reject them at the top of the hierarchy.
No, I don't want to reject men. I just want to own my own rights to make a decision. So
Yeah, but what if men don't want you to?
Well, maybe you don't, but
No, what if men
some
don't?
other men do.
Yeah, what if men don't?
I
sucks
think
for the men.
Well, feminism is a movement for rights, just like the gay
Yeah,
movement
rights,
is.
but who are they appealing to for those rights?
Who are they appealing to? The women?
Yeah.
The
So who
system.
didn't give them those rights, and then after they appealed to that group, gave them those rights?
Well, the men didn't give the women rights. It was
They
just the
didn't?
system of.
The
no,
system?
because there's women in the.
Hang on.
There's
You gotta help
women
me
in
out
the
here.
House of Representatives. There's women in the Senate.
Was there women in the
There are-
Senate and the House of Representatives before women had rights?
I'm not sure, but there was a lot of women behind
The answer is
men.
no, right? If women have no rights, how could they be in government?
So, okay, so you're just saying that women stood up for themselves and said, we would like to have our own rights to make decisions.
No, I'm saying that
about
they
our
appealed to
life.
men for their
So
rights.
then it got labeled to be feminism, and we're not really against men, But for whatever reason, men were making a majority of the rules.
So that would be called, if men are making the majority of the rules and they're at the top of the hierarchy, what would you call that?
Imbalanced.
Would you call it a patriarchy?
I would call it imbalanced.
It wouldn't be called a patriarchy?
Not in my book. It would call.
If it's imbalanced and men are at the top of that balance. So if it's imbalanced, we have a seesaw here. And when this side goes down, that's women here. And this side is men because it's imbalanced. So men are up here.
It's not
do we
black
have a
and
word?
white.
Do we have a word that would describe this phenomenon of men up here and women here? What would you call that?
An imbalance.
Yeah, I know it's an imbalance, but is there another word? Is there another word you can use besides imbalance that would reference the men that were here?
Whacked.
A seesaw.
Whacked. A delusion. I don't know. There's lots of.
Could the word patriarchy be used for that?
I think that's just your favorite word, so of course use it for you. But for
I'm
me,
sorry. I want to figure out your word. If there's an imbalance,
And I just told you a few
reference an
words.
imbalance of power where men were at the
Imbalanced.
top of a hierarchy, would patriarchy describe that phenomenon perfectly?
No, not for me.
What word would?
Not well for you, yes, but not for me. For me,
Yeah,
it's
well,
just-
for you, what word would?
Well, equality. There was
Equality from who? Who do you
It's
want to
not-
be equal?
It's not about being equal with a man. It's about a woman and a man coming together and sharing.
And being equal?
No, both having their rights to make decisions.
So being equal with men?
It's not about an equal.
So if men have all the rights and women have no rights and you want to be equal, who do you want to be equal with?
I want both of them to have rights to make decisions.
Yeah, so men are here, let's say. And
Men are everywhere, thank God. I know, you love that word. So you have patriotic ideas and thoughts and words. And
it's not
your
patriotic.
vocabulary.
Listen,
And
let's
I
try
have a
again.
different-
Let's try again. Let's try
I
again.
have a different way of
If
describing
women
it.
are being oppressed, women being the monolith of all women, there's only two sets of human beings, women and men. That's all that exists. Women, men. If women, all women are being oppressed, who are they being oppressed by?
Oh, there's not just men and women. There's
Really?
everything
What's
in
the
between.
really? There's other. What are they? Are they the Lafludians? Who the fuck are the third? If there's not just men and women, who
I
are
guess
they? Are
you
they the
don't
Greys?
get out
Are they
much.
the reptilians?
No, there's transgenders.
Transgenders aren't men or women.
They're a mix
They're a mix of men
both
and women.
sexes.
Oh,
So thank
do
God
you-
they came together.
So you think that women were fighting for their rights against transgenders?
No, it's not.
Who were they
women-
fighting for their rights against?
It's not against anyone. They just
Oh, it
wanted
wasn't
their
against
own
anyone.
rights. And you being a man, maybe you can't understand that concept that a woman wants to make her own decision about giving birth, about her
Yeah,
own
I
decision.
agree.
About
So if women want to make their own
voting.
decision about giving birth, and there's another group who aren't women who say, no, you can't, what would you classify that group as if you had to give them a name?
Sick.
Oh my God.
You wouldn't classify them as being men?
Not all men are biased against women having rights. So there's a lot of men.
Great. So then women never fought for their rights against men. Got it. Who did they fight for their rights against? Was it other women? Were women out there with ARs and they were like,
Yes.
fucking bitch, you can't have no rights? Is that what happened? Like, tell me how this
actually
went.
are women who don't want women to have their own rights. So
Yeah, do you think that feminism was an attack against women for oppressing women? Or do you think
It's
it was
not an
them pushing
attack.
back against men because men were at the top of the hierarchy? Like, which
No,
one do you think
it's
is true?
It's not an attack. It's women speaking up for themselves and saying we'd like to have our rights to vote, we'd like to have our rights to make decisions.
Yeah, so women, being all women, are speaking up because they want their rights. Who are they speaking up to?
The world.
Oh, the world.
My goodness. Here, let me get everybody's answer on this. Are you a feminist?
Brilliant, by the way.
Huh?
Like, that was probably the best debate that I've had all evening. The answer's obvious. You know it's obvious. But instead of just conceding so that we can have the conversation, it's far easier for you to project into my mind using your dolphin technology in order to convince me that feminism was really all about women oppressing women. Brilliant stuff. I am impressed. One day, I hope that I can project like you can my thoughts into other people's brains.
I hope your wife just smothers you with love.
She's watching right now.
Yeah.
Yo, W's in the chat.
My wife does smother me with love. How about your husband? Does he smother you with love?
She's
been celibate for 9 years, bro. Don't. That's a sensitive subject, bro.
I mean, that sucks. That sucks.
Come on, bro.
My wife does smother me.
That's a low blow, Andrew.
It's a choice called feminism.
Wait, what?
It's
I know, but
You're
maybe if you
celibate because
rejected
you're a
it,
feminist?
like my wife did, you'd have somebody cute to cuddle with at night.
This is the most
She has
based.
dolphins.
Wait, did you? I don't know if you guys caught on to this. What she just said is the most base thing ever. So I said that she's been celibate for 9 years, and she's like, "Yeah, it's called feminism." That's how it works, bro. These feminists be celibate.
No,
Just kidding,
it's a
I'm kidding. They're
choice
fucking.
to be with the right man.
Of course. Oh, sorry. I don't know why.
Why do I have the female condom now?
You threw it down on your chair when you left.
Wait, so hold on. Going around the table, you got to move it on. I'm sorry, I got to move it on a little bit. Feminist.
Are you?
Okay. What are you a feminist?
Yes.
I don't know if we caught
you
your
did.
Yes?
I said yeah.
And then yes.
I'm going to say I'm a feminist and a masculinist. I'm both. And I don't feel like those are mutually exclusive. I feel like if a female is doing the same job, she should be rewarded with the same pay. And I also believe that women should be able to make decisions. And I'm also a masculinist. I respect men and the role that they have in our society. I believe it's a very important role and it's needed. And a healthy masculinity is a very important thing.
I agree.
Amen.
So, if you had to define feminism, what would you define it as?
Like I just did. I'm not about tearing down patriarchy or any of the extremes of the feminist activists and things like that. I just believe that women should be treated fairly and
have the choice.
Like, for instance, let me give you an example.
As equals?
No, they're not equal. Let me give you an example.
Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
Let me continue.
I know, but I didn't hear your answer. Can you just tell me what your answer was?
Yeah, I'll circle back to that.
She said they're not equal.
I said they're not. So my grandmother, when she passed away, had a lot of paperwork, as old people do. And going through her paperwork, I found a letter from the bank. This was in the 1960s. She was the sole breadwinner. My grandfather
Oh God, it's going to be my
died.
grandma couldn't have a bank account argument. Here we go. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that a hot mic?
Whatever. So, whatever is the name of the show. So, anyway, my grandfather was terminally ill with cancer, and so she was supporting him and herself, and she worked at the hospital. She was a nurse, like I was telling you. And so, yeah, she had to get his signature to agree that she could open a checking account to put her own paychecks in, and so that she could pay the bills and everything.
So my grandma couldn't have a bank
He was
account
in hospice and, whatever. So I just feel like that's really unnecessary, that type of thing. And I'm not, gonna pretend that that's okay.
How much debt did your grandma die with?
How much debt?
Yeah.
She had no debt.
Yeah, that's right. You know why she had no debt?
Because she worked her tail off and she saved all
No,
of
it's
her money.
because men incurred all the debt.
Okay.
In your grandma's day, men incurred all the debt of the wife because they were the head of the household. No, this is the truth. You may not like it, but this is what's actually true. women could not incur debt.
If they
their
were married,
husbands incurred
correct.
all of their debt. This was the primary argument against the suffragettes from the anti-suffragettes, of which there were many more than there were suffragettes. That's why your grandma died with no debt, because her husband incurred all of it. And so while you say, well, it seems unnecessary, she didn't have a bank account, well, that's great. Maybe she didn't, but she also didn't have any debt. And right now, most women are laden with debt. Like if I asked you honestly, an honest question to you, right now, how much debt do you have? Is it significant? Is it moderate? Is it zero? You personally likely have debt. And that never would have happened in your grandma's era.
Brian?
I'm putting this fucking rugby ball in a fucking rear naked choke, boys. What?
Yeah.
Why are you, what?
Oh, it sounded like you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I thought so too.
No, I was just fucking this rugby ball up.
Yeah.
He's lost it, guys. Hold on to your...
Okay.
So I was just
back and
curious
forth.
if
Okay.
you can answer to that. Do you think that women in debt and modernity is better than a system where men incurred, their husbands incurred all the debt?
Well, that was the first question you asked right just now, so it wasn't that I was not answering it. But, like I said, I have my views and I explained what those were. So.
Okay.
Hang on. Is that an answer to my question?
I don't have to answer your question.
She doesn't want to.
So you just are going to refuse to answer any of the questions that I ask you? So what you can do is you can go into a long misleading diatribe again, like you did with the Gospels, and then say, well, wait a second. See, yeah, grandma died with no debt, and when I ask you, wasn't that a preferable system to what we have right now?
Debt?
Well, I have no comment.
Why would we care about debt out of all the other things?
I want to bring it. I'm gonna bring it to something else. But all of you who said you're feminists, I do have a question. Do you think women should be drafted?
Me?
Yeah. To the women who said they're feminists. Into the mic.
You are gonna always hate my answers.
So first of all, some people might not have all the information to answer.
No. Just let her answer.
Well, okay, so obviously we need a military just in case we go to war.
Yeah, there's a volunteer
100%.
military. Yeah.
Yes. And then the draft just in case we need to send
more.
extra troops to war.
Yep.
I don't know.
Wait, but didn't you say that feminism is one of you two who said feminism is about equality, right?
I mean, I would say yes if that was the case. If you want to go like 100% follow equality, then you'd say yes.
But like, why the hesitation with the answer?
Because it's just on that. So number one, men are the ones that chose for men to go to war.
Well, that's okay. Let's assume that we had a female president.
Even easier. Let's just grant that you're right. Let's say that a nation state, an evil nation state of evil men, like communists, for instance, decided to attack a sovereign nation because they wanted their resources and this and that. And the men of that nation defended that nation against those evil men. Is that them then deciding to go to war, or are they going to war because war was forced upon them?
No, I wasn't saying in that context. I was saying men chose for men to be drafted in the U.S. And not choosing women to be drafted as well.
So
I'm saying you guys put down yourself.
So
right, okay. So wait, let me.
Is equality? I'm sorry. Is equality the idea that if previous generations laid down an unjust policy, that means that modern generations, if they're striving for equality, would not try to repeal such a policy?
Good answer.
No, I get that.
The thing is, I think that if I can say this real quick and no one interrupts. I think that some people don't have all the information to things and don't know what to answer because you're going to do like a gotcha, like, bam, like you're going to go here with this and I'm going to say this. That's why some people don't want to answer because they don't know where you're coming from. So if all the information is laid out.
So unless you can predict whatever my logical response is going to be, you're terrified to give your position because it could be wrong?
I'm saying that we know what you're like. You're literally doing this all night.
My God.
Yeah, so here's what I do. I haven't heard any of your arguments. I don't know any of you. You could have bedazzled me, razzled me, completely defeated every single argument that I had. The thing is that unfortunately, you're predictable. And the reason that you're predictable is because most women in modernity are NPCs who just regurgitate what they've heard and they don't have original thought.
If you want to talk about NPCs and no soul, you want to talk about one consciousness right now?
You would have completely obliterated me. If you're terrified to give a position because you're afraid I'm going to blow it out, you should really rethink your positions.
Maybe you should just talk to people like kinder, and then they wouldn't feel so
Let me actually
nervous.
move it forward.
You're a debate bro coming like it's crazy.
Like, why are you so aggressive? Chill.
Hold on, let me just move it forward.
It's not aggression for me to point out. What have I actually said which is aggressive?
I'm
what
trying
have
to
I done
move
which
it
is aggressive?
forward, but y'all just keep talking about the meta conversation.
It's Andrew. Kick him off.
Go, Brian.
Okay, all right. So, let's get the answers from everybody. Okay, feminists. So do you actually want to answer the question?
To the draft?
Yeah, let me get everybody's answers before either of us.
So my answer was I don't know.
Okay.
Let's stick with that.
Okay, what's your answer?
It was.
So should women be drafted under this context?
What context? There's no context.
Like
in using logic and saying that it's equal and that means women.
Okay,
should be
here's the
drafted
context.
now.
Men are subject to the draft. Women aren't. Should women be subject to the draft?
So saying that feminism is equality, you would say
for sure,
logically, then
But
yes.
I'm just saying. Here's my anecdote, real quick. I think that rich people's children should be drafted first and foremost because it's rich. It's a rich man's war, and we send poor people to war. So it should be rich people's children, which are like the senators of the fucking House and Reps.
Okay,
so that's my
all right.
anecdote. Thank you.
Wait, I gotta get into this incoherency, Brian. All right, fine.
We gotta let everybody else answer. Okay, go ahead.
I don't believe in the draft.
Okay, but we do have a draft. Assuming
good
that the
one,
draft
too.
will never be gotten rid of, should women be drafted?
Well, kind of what they brought up is men design the draft. It's not really, my feminism point isn't about equality.
Men designed the draft. Okay. What does that have? What does that have to do with anything at all?
A lot, because the men design.
You don't think if women were, let's just say we elected to every single country in the world.
Yes.
We just elected all women into power. You don't think that you think there would just be peace?
Yes.
You think it would just be peace? There would not be war? What if I told you if they did an analysis of queens, monarchs throughout history, and they found that queens were more likely to wage war than kings?
It's hard for me to believe. And under Andrew's kind of way of, like, can you name a few queens?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we could pull up the study if you doubt it. Nick,
no,
the queen study.
I just think that a lot.
Yes, it's Andrew's position. Andrew can name some of the queens.
Wait, I just think some of the queens were in response to defending their country from attacks. So it wasn't so much that they wanted. They didn't want to go to war. They were responding and protecting.
They started the wars.
And protecting.
Wait, but hold on.
They attacked sovereign nations.
Wait, but hold on.
Not they were attacked. They attacked.
Wait, but hold on.
When I think about Queen Elizabeth, and even like the Belgium Queen, they were actually trying to protect their countries. And same with Queen Elizabeth. I mean, there was a few Queen Elizabeths.
Who is Queen Elizabeth trying to protect her country from?
From the other countries that were trying to.
Yeah, what was the other country called?
Which time? Which time, Andrew?
The first time.
The first time, well, it was from the Germans. Well, no, that was the second time. The first time was who was?
Are you talking about the most recent monarch?
No, the one before. The one before.
Well, yeah, I know, but like the queen
one before, I think, was like Prussia.
Away.
No, not her. The one before.
It was before. Wait.
And then there was like
England?
Scotland.
Wait, the Queen of England, the one who just recently passed away.
There was two Queen Elizabeths.
No, I'm pretty sure the father didn't. The father pass away, and then she.
There was another.
Wait,
Queen
was there?
Elizabeth.
Was it the? There was a Queen.
Elizabeth. and then the
Was there?
dad, and then another Queen Elizabeth. But the first
so
one,
you're saying like back in the 1800s?
I'm not sure exactly the years, but there was a
Wait,
queen
what?
who was trying to protect and was like through Scotland and then France and then all these different countries, and then Prussia were trying to invade her country. So she was.
You're talking about Elizabeth II?
The
Her
one,
no.
the one that
Yeah,
had,
I was
like, a
right.
white
Her
face.
predecessor was George VI. So there was not king, queen, and then the queen that just reigned.
Yeah, I didn't
her
keep track of like
her
the.
predecessor
but I'm just
was
saying,
George VI.
I was making certain
Okay, I'm not gonna
observations
calm
about
down.
queens trying to protect their kingdom. So
But
they
in
weren't
any
creating
conflict,
wars.
there's the belligerent, there's the aggressor, and I guess military conflicts are not that black and white. But if there were two kings, there would be a king who he's being aggressed upon. If we're kind of
I'm just saying, on the
looking at this very
whole,
simply.
women and queens, like their job is to protect their country, right? And so they were doing it in defense, not creating wars like a majority of men rulers
Okay, so your
like to
position
do.
is-
So
so
back to the draft.
Yeah,
back
so
to the
women
question
should not be drafted
is
then,
like,
because men.
no, I don't believe in the draft. Neither men.
Okay, but-
I believe both should have the choice whether or not they want to fight.
Okay, that's
you know
great.
what? That's totally fair. I just got to ask a quick follow-up. If your country is attacked by a sovereign nation, who should defend it?
People that want to fight.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's
But
men
should your
and
country
women.
then be able to institute a draft?
No, I don't believe in the draft. I believe that a man and a woman should make a choice about whether or not they want to fight. And
Yeah,
actually,
so-
women are better at shooting a gun and
No, they're
bows
not.
and arrows. Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Mm-hmm.
Based on what? Where did you come up with this? You just is your source? I just made it up.
I was trained in shooting guns, and I was better.
I was
than
trained in
the-
shooting guns too.
Better than the
And I was
Navy
better than
SEAL.
all the women who were around
whoa,
me.
whoa, wait,
Hang
Andrew.
on, hang on. I gotta know. I gotta know.
No, Andrew, you did not. Well, hold on.
I don't think
You
you heard
better. I don't think you heard that. Say it one more time.
About which
Better
part?
than
the men.
She said better than the men. Navy SEAL trained me how to shoot a gun.
Oh,
for
I
the
thought you said
first
better
time.
than Navy SEAL. Okay.
No, for the first time I shot better than him, and I shot
Your first,
all the
your
targets.
first time you shot better than your instructor.
Yes.
Well, let me ask you a
Okay.
question.
They said
just
women
just a
on
very
the
quick
whole
one.
have
Just
better
a
sight.
very quick cut in. What was the type of gun you fired?
I shot a 45 Magnum. I shot a.
A 45 Magnum.
Yeah, and then I shot
Oh.
2 other guns.
What was the 2 other guns?
I forget. It was when I was in college at UCSB.
Don't Magnums?
That's
have,
the first. That's the first time I've ever heard of
Yeah.
a 45 Magnum.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andrew.
Was it a handgun or a rifle or an SMG? What was it?
I don't remember. It was just 3
Wa-
different
was it
guns, and the
really
last
long?
one, the
Wa-
last one
was
had
it
quite
really
a kick.
long or was it short?
Oh, stop!
Wait,
Was it like this?
Now you're making a
Or was
reference
it
to
like
something
that?
else.
Well, no. I'm just
this
asking
a
about.
dating
Look, if you're so skilled, a Navy SEAL taught you how to shoot a 45 Magnum.
It was like
and you
no,
blew
there
him
was,
out.
There was, a
it
22.
a gun that was like
There
this
was a
or like
22.
that?
There was the last gun had quite a kick, and so I know it was like
That was probably
All right.
the 45.
Okay, let me get everybody's answers on this. Should women be drafted?
Do I want to be drafted? No. Should they be drafted? Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think that there should be equality of opportunity, but not equality of outcome. So, I mean, I personally, I think that if women are going to want to be treated as equals, then yes, they should be drafted. And that's only fair. But I also like how some other countries do it where it's mandatory for like a year or 2 years for males and females, because I feel like that goes across all the socioeconomic levels, and some people are not going to be able to skip out on it and just leave the burden of protection to everybody else's kids, and especially the lawmakers. You know, I think they would be less likely to enter into trivial things if they knew their kids were also being impacted by that decision, you know? But to go just to the question you asked, if women want to be treated as equals, then yes, they should be drafted.
That's good. I think women should be drafted. In fact, I think equity would dictate that for the next 1,000 years, only women fight in wars and only women are drafted. That's fair. That's fair. That's equity. That would be equitable. You know, for the thousands of years, men were the ones fighting in war. I think it's fair. It's equity.
Whose fault is that, though?
That's equity. I don't believe in equality. I believe in equity. Okay? I believe in equity. Get out of here with this equality shit. Okay?
Oh, snap.
Now. Oh my God.
Anyways, hold on. Let me get these chats. Let me get these chats and we can finish.
AD donated $199. How does the panel feel about women in relationships having male friends? Do they think the fellas have ulterior motives?
Starting with Morgan. M-Dog, you got this.
Wait, what? What's the question? How does it...
If you have
like,
male
if I had a
friends.
male friend?
Yeah. Like, is that
Disrespectful?
cool? Disrespectful, okay.
So, like, this is asking, like, if you're in a relationship and you have male friends, or is this like you have a relationship with males? You know what I mean?
So the question
in a relationship.
in a
Women
relationship.
in relationships having male friends.
I don't think it's disrespectful. Honestly, I would freaking break up with someone because my best friend is a male. So if they tell me I can't be friends with him, I'm not doing it.
Disrespect.
Okay.
I
great.
think, I mean, I have two friends that are male that are very close to me, and I've known them since before I was in my relationship,
Yep.
and we all hang out in like friend groups.
That's okay. Almost fell down, guys.
They're friends with all of us in our friend group, and we all hang out together as a group and stuff like that.
Okay.
So
I need quick answers if you can.
yeah.
Sorry.
Same. It's fine.
Same
it's fine.
thing.
Oh, but the question at the end was, do they have alternative motives? And I think guy
Sure.
friends, well, at least my guy friends. On the mic. My guy friends, they don't have alternative motives.
Okay.
Yeah.
He can have girlfriends and I can have boyfriends.
Okay.
I think it's fine.
I think it's fine if both people have set up boundaries with each other about, is he going to have female friends? Is she going to have male friends? And what are the boundaries for that? Then it should be fine as long as you stay in the boundaries.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. We have Morgan. Can you read this one?
Mm-hmm. Andrew, claim your arguments are non-secular. What are your morals based on regarding women then? U.S. Senate plus House R.
All I have to do is give you a preference. If all I give you is a secular argument, meaning nothing grounded inside of anything which is religious, all I need to do is give you a preference, and it's every bit as valid as any preference you give me.
All right. Thank you for that, Andrew. Joe Murphy, thank you. Thank you.
Please define the Western feminism is for everyone. It's highly unlikely that these women have a specific or a historical reference to what the feminist movement was. 50-50 is hitting a brick wall.
All right. Thank you, Joe Murphy. Please define what Western feminism is for everyone.
Is
there really a
answer that?
difference between Western feminism and...
Can I answer that?
Okay.
Yes, because Western feminism is equality there's like a couple different definitions of feminism, depending on where we're at in the world. So like Western feminism is the idea of like equality within the sexes, and then another type would be like traditional feminism, where like you take on traditional roles, like the male would take on a male role, women take on women roles, and like that's a traditional feminism, and you like keep that.
What?
And then there's another one, I forget. But Yeah, there's a couple different ones. So Western, obviously, it doesn't encompass.
Wait, let me ask you a
every single
question. So
globally.
under traditional feminism, you said, would the men and the women adhere to traditional gender roles?
Yes.
Okay. So
That's
then under
traditional.
traditional feminism, it would be frowned upon for a woman to opt out of her traditional gender roles, aka getting married and having children.
So yeah, it's encouraged to like
And
to embrace feminine roles.
so, I mean,
So yeah, it would be
and be
frowned upon.
submissive to her husband.
Yeah.
So
that's
then what
that
would
is.
be the feminist component of
It's just like an
traditional
idea. I
feminism?
think that's just the definition. I think it's just like the idea to keep those roles. I think that's just what that is.
I've never heard that before, but okay.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that just not be feminism?
Well, it's the definition, so I would ask the scholars or something. I don't know.
So what form? Okay,
just
feminism's about
keeping-
equality. What's the?
It's just like ensuring that those, because it's like the belief that like women bring a certain value, men bring a certain value. So it's just keeping those roles in.
All right. Okay, that's I don't think I'm gonna bite on that one, but
There's also like there's intersectional feminism where that's
boy.
more of what I believe in, because it's like the belief that like certain women have different disparities than other women, like the different levels of that. So like minority women have different struggles.
What's the comparison
than,
between Asian women and white women?
like struggle?
Yeah, which one has it? I guess worse from your purview.
From my purview would be different from someone else's.
What?
Because my definition of feminism is different.
Yeah, but intersectional feminism is the analysis of these differences.
Yeah, so then that
so what's your analysis?
In that definition, it's just the belief that like some women have it worse, and to like acknowledge that, and that helps put an eye on that, especially in studies and stuff. A lot of white women they're studied way more than black women or Asian women.
But that's just intersectionality, period, right? So intersectionality is the intergroup dynamics, and you're looking at the intergroup dynamics to see which ones are more oppressed than other groups, or which ones fare better. So that wouldn't even be specifically feminism, that would just be intersectionality, right?
Yeah, within the branch of feminism, yeah.
Well, it wouldn't even be a branch of it would just be intersectionalism, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Here, I'm going to move it on a little bit. We'll come back to feminism a little bit later on. But Alyssa, you said you had some wild stories of this ex I was dating going crazy on my friends. He was abusive.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. So I don't even know which one to tell. Like, this feels like weird timing for this, but
I'm just trying to get through all my pre-show notes.
Okay, maybe I'll do like the one funny one. So this was like years ago. We were in high school and we were like friends with these two older guys. One ended up getting into a relationship with, I did later on. Big mistake, not good. But we thought these boys were our friends and they were older than us, and we were like, this is pretty cool. We're getting attention from older guys, and we're like, sleepover one night, okay. He's there the next night, okay. We go on vacation, we go down to my cousin's house, he leaves since we're not home. And then it turns out the police ended up coming to my house because he was cutting my window screens, all of them in the backyard. And it turns out he was sleeping in my doll playhouse in the basement. The 17-year-old man was storing suits and court documents and uneaten food, living in my dollhouse in the basement. And so...
Wait, for how long?
Wait, were you dating this guy?
No, we just thought he was our friend.
She was dating his brother.
Oh, okay.
Well, and
How
then I
long
have a
was he
story that
using
goes into that, but I just didn't.
How long was he in your
did some
basement?
crazy stuff.
I don't actually know. I don't really know. I want to say we were down there for like a week, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he just slept in there while we were gone.
While you were at the vacation, he was.
Yeah, but my parents were still at home though, but so it was just kind of weird.
You said you noticed a lot of negative views or language towards the women on the show that you don't feel is necessary. Was there anything in specific?
That was just something I brought up, like, I think a little earlier
Did
too.
you?
It was just, well, I slightly like touched on it. I just feel like the direction that we have gone in now seems more like open, friendly, talkative, like we can discuss. And I feel like sometimes in the podcast it can get a little more just kind of, we're not talking anymore, we're just kind of yelling at each other and nobody's vibing and just, we're trying to debate, but it's not really happening. And I just see, like, I guess, I don't know, in previous videos that I've just seen.
Give me one example.
Ooh. I don't know. I really don't watch your videos like enough to provide, I think, a really good example for you. I've just seen a lot of the clips just to kind of prepare for the show, but I've just seen that there seems to be some negativity towards women in general. Like
You'd have to provide an example.
I know. I don't. But if you go back and watch, or other people, but that's really all
I can give just a brief bit of pushback. So when you're having an argument with somebody, they're not going to agree with you. And sometimes you may have a position which sounds fucking stupid. That's just me being totally honest. Sometimes you may have a position which sounds completely fucking stupid and idiotic. And if that is so, and the other person points this out and you're forced to agree, what happens is that's very uncomfortable for people. What this is called is cognitive dissonance. It's a thing which happens with many, many people when they get into arguments. They engage in cognitive dissonance. Once they do that, they almost shut down. They feel like they're being assaulted, insulted, destroyed, whatever you want to kind of label it, because they have to face their kind of own incoherence. And so I think what happens often is people will make really bad arguments. And when they have to face the outcome of what that actually entails, they get really upset. And instead of saying, wait, maybe I'm just wrong, or I haven't thought this through, or there's something, there's some entailment here which I haven't thought through, they instead blame the person who pointed it out.
I think that I definitely see that for sure. I'm not trying to be like, oh, you guys are just women haters and bring us on all here. I just mean that I feel like sometimes when you're asking the questions, like individually, like not to bring up body count again, but like the body count questions, like I feel like during those, it seems to be like, I don't know, like just the conversations between, like they don't seem to be friendly anymore. It doesn't seem to be like for argument's sake or anything like that. I just mean like...
I understand that actually. What I think happens, because I've been on the show like many, many, many times.
I have seen
and so
that.
I've seen this kind of go around time and time and time again. So I have some good insight here. What happens is the frustration, think about it from the other end. So juxtapose yourself, put yourself in my shoes or in Brian's shoes or any other men who are sitting there. If they feel like they're being lied to, they feel like, wait a second, there's no possible way you're telling me the truth right now. How can a woman, so like for instance, I've had a 600-pound chick, maybe she wasn't that heavy, but something close to it, say to me, I'm a 10 out of 10, I'm on par with Scarlett Johansson. There's no possible way she actually believed that. And when pushed, it was very obvious that she didn't, but doubled down on the lie. So if you have people that you're trying to have a good faith discussion with who are literally lying to you, and you know they're lying to you, you point the lie out, and they still double down on it, how can you even engage in good faith at that point?
Well, I would say that, I guess specifically to that, like maybe she's not arguing, like at that point, doubling, like you're saying she's doubling down on the fact that she's as hot as Scarlett Johansson. Maybe she's not so much doubling down on that, but she's like just feeling insecure, and so that's like what's going on. Like she's not trying to lie.
Well, I agree.
Like what I mean, like she's not trying to lie
totally
to you and tell you
you.
she looks like Scarlett Johansson. Like she knows that.
Right. I totally agree with you that at that point, she feels like she's confronting her own cognitive dissonance and it's painful and she doesn't want to deal. I get all that. But if honesty leaves the discussion, so earlier I asked this very basic question on body count, or not on body count, but I'm sorry, on looks, 1 to 10 on looks. And I said, if you had 1,000 people who rated you, what do you think their collective answer would be? Now you tell me, just me and you, do you think that people were actually honest with me?
I think that, I mean, yeah, people feel good about themselves, and I don't think that they were giving easy answers of just purely like their looks, like they want to feel good about themselves. They're factoring in their personality, like, and they are all hot, so they should all feel like they are all are 10s.
Are they all hot?
I think they're all hot, and they are all 10s. And if
Is that true?
Yeah. Everyone's hot and beautiful in their own ways.
So let me
are
ask you
different for
this:
everybody.
if you're in the truth-telling mood, can you tell me who the hottest woman in the studio is according to you?
I don't like to do that because I don't like to compare. Right. No, like I don't like to compare women's like looks to other women's. Like I just feel like that's mean and it kind of tears
that's fair.
other women down.
So without saying out loud who you think the hottest woman in the room is, can you tell me at least this: that in your head, you do think that there are some women in the room who are prettier than others?
But that also would be coming down to like my personal perspective, and it's not like, and like that would be. Like, I'm not sitting here trying to judge women and be like, oh, is she cuter than her?
Not saying you are.
I know, but I mean, that's not what's going in my head. Like, when I'm looking at all these women and hearing them talk about, like, are they a 10? Are they an 8? Like, I'm not being like, oh, well, should she have really said that? I mean, look at her compared to her. Like, that never runs through my mind. Like, so I don't put women against each other.
Okay.
Wait, sorry, Andrew. I do
I
have
just want to
to
wrap up very quickly with this last question.
Okay, last question.
Can you tell me, though, in your brain at least, you think there are some women in the room who are prettier than other women in the room?
I mean, like, yes, but that doesn't mean that because one woman is prettier in one aspect that the other can't have just as pretty qualities in, like, other, like.
Well, now you understand why we don't feel like people are being honest with us.
Well, it's because people are being honest, but they're also not telling their whole, to different degrees. Like,
do you know what a lie of omission
is? Settings and I'm sorry, say that again.
A lie of omission.
Yeah, but that's not really what.
Isn't it really what is going on? It's a lie of omission, right?
No, because
we know that you know that there's prettier girls in that room. Or at least that you think some girls in the room are prettier than other girls. But the reason you refuse to actually say what's objectively true is because you don't want to risk insult.
No,
that's fair. That's fair, but you're still omitting the information on purpose, right?
To people, like it's not up for me to tell her like how she should be defined by like me. Like I'm not. I would never like. Sorry, sidetracked.
Can I make an anecdote on that? I think it might come from, like, you're saying in the way of you don't want to necessarily answer the question because it's not of value. Like, he's trying to get you to answer this question, but it's like you are trying to get to a different point. It's not really of value to answer that question. Like,
it's like
trying to understand value.
Why is that question relevant? I understand what you're saying. You're saying, look, there's no value add from our end on answering this question. It's just either going to make us look bad or make somebody else look bad, this type of thing. I get that. But just so you understand, if you're going to have open, honest dialogue, you're going to have to risk insulting. You're going to have to risk being insulting.
If
it's really actually going to be honest, and that's the point.
You guys can come right back to this, but Dove has a dolphin to go take care of. I want to get through her pre-show notes quickly here, so that she has a dolphin. She's got to take care. She's got to leave. So she was about to leave, but I said, hey, stay a few more minutes so I can get through her notes. Dove, you said accidentally you called a private number of a well-known entrepreneur and then got invited on his trip to Morocco, where he was meeting the Moroccan prince and king for business, and then you dated over that week-long trip, as well as I became his nursemaid when he got sick, going out onto the streets of Casablanca to find and buy his medicine.
Yes.
That was the story.
Yes.
Oh, is there anything?
Yeah, it was pretty wild. I guess it was telepathic.
Okay.
But not that I even was aware of it. All of a sudden I called this number, and it was the same person that I sat next to the plane with, but I didn't have his number because I used to be super shy. And then he says, I need you. Can you come to Morocco and help me work? Mm-hmm. So, and then I said yes. And I flew from Colorado to, because at the time I was living in Aspen, working for John Denver during a couple summers.
Okay.
Were you involved in a relationship with this person?
Yes. For a week.
And he flew you out?
Hmm?
And he flew you out?
Yes, and in another plane, he went in his private plane, and then I got picked up by the chauffeur. We even went.
Wait, how old were you when this? How long?
Very young.
Very young.
Yeah.
Back. Okay.
Yeah. When I guess I was your ages.
Where's all the chicks like trying to fly dudes out? I've actually had a few offers.
I actually heard of a comedian doing that recently. I forget her name.
You mean Ellen?
Nikki Glazer.
It could have been Nikki Glazer.
Anyways,
No, wasn't it Brittany?
you said
Brittany Broski, yeah.
from years, and this is the question: is any dating topics takes you want to speak on? You said from years of animal communications with wild animals and some domestic, my angles are on tips for dating, red flags, deal breakers, and gender roles. I was a little confused there. So are you kind of like, you got tips for dating and red flags and deal breakers and gender roles because of the animal communications with wild animals?
Well, I just think that people relate to animals in a way that people have animal traits.
Yeah.
Like once I was at a film festival and people were saying, what animal do I look like? And I would just, without thinking, saying, oh, you're a dog, polar bear and stuff. And people just said, oh my God, he does have traits. Or a wife would say, he actually acts like a dog.
Wait, what about Maddie? Like what kind of animal is she?
Maddie?
Yeah, right here.
I don't know, I haven't.
No, just looking at her.
She's like a gazelle.
A gazelle?
Like a lizard?
No, a gazelle is a deer, but a really like.
A doe.
I see a chipmunk.
Yeah, I was gonna say squirrel.
A squirrel, yeah, I can see that too.
But sometimes people have two animals. So she's a squirrel and a gazelle.
She's a
squirrel. Aren't people animals?
No, she's a gazelle.
They are. They're part of the animal kingdom. But I just believe
So
that
aren't you anthropomorphizing? So you're taking traits of human beings and mapping them onto animals?
I think that, like indigenous people, they valued the connection with wild animals and animals having attribution spirits where they help guide them in their life. And I believe all animals are here on earth as helpmates. To take a Christian story,
you really believe that?
to take
You really
a Christian
believe the
story,
myth?
can I please finish? To take a Christian story.
Well, I just wanted to ask a clarifying question.
Like Noah's Ark. Why were all the animals on the ark and only a few humans? Because I felt like God was saying, you humans are going to need a lot of help, and I'm going to make sure all the animals are here on earth to help you.
So the animals are there to serve humans?
Not so much serve, be our helpmates. It's different.
Well, that's kind of weird, right?
Spirit guides, helpmates.
It seems like you're being very selective biblically about what you think animals are there for. Are animals equals with us according to the Bible, or are they lesser than us according to the Bible?
Well, if we got into Scripture, which I don't in this podcast, but
then why'd you bring up Noah's Ark?
But it's like, ask the animals and they will teach you.
Yeah, but you just brought up Noah's
Speak
Ark.
to the birds and they will tell you. So there's actually Scripture about talking with animals.
What kind of animal is Morgan?
Morgan, she's a horse.
Damn, bro, you kind of throwing her under the bus. How you gonna?
Horses are great.
The horses
They are
gorgeous.
majestic.
Yeah,
and
there's
majestic.
like,
And they're very
she's
strong.
She's like a Mustang.
And
But is
people
she like a
love
mini
horses.
horse? Is she a mini horse, or is she like a
No, a Mustang.
thoroughbred, a Mustang?
Yeah, an American
Is she a
Mustang.
Wild
Clydesdale?
and free.
What?
Is she a
she's
Clydesdale?
wild and free.
No.
Not
definitely.
a Clydesdale,
Mustang.
but she is a Mustang.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but they have a beautiful
what
spirit.
color Mustang?
Because she doesn't have to say anything, but her presence is like large. Because
Are you a vegan by chance?
Of course.
Oh shit.
So you equate animals. I just want to make sure I got this right. Do you
I've had
consider animals to have the same moral considerations as human beings?
Almost better.
Yeah. Do
They
you have any
are more
pets?
compassionate. They're kinder. When you ask them a question, instead of calling someone an alcoholic, they'll say that person is confused.
Yeah. Do you have any pets?
I have a lion head bunny.
Yeah.
What kind of animal am I?
Let me ask you a question. What is vegan philosophy on having pets?
She doesn't, bro. She doesn't have time for
A vegan is
debate.
All right,
Let's go save the dolphin.
no. To choose to be a vegan is to choose not to eat animal products. So no mother and no face.
Wait. Sorry. Can I ask you a question? Under veganism, and maybe Andrew, you can weigh in on this. I don't know why I'm at. Well, so like you can't eat animal products, right? Mm-hmm. So like, can vegan chicks? Can they swallow?
I knew you were gonna say that.
Oh my god.
It's a legit question.
Isn't it about
like if a guy is
consent?
You know what I mean?
That's different because when
the
you
entire
say
thing revolves around
animal
consent.
products, meaning I don't eat flesh meat and I don't eat something that's supposed to be fed to a, calf.
I'm just
because
curious.
a cow
I'm
has
just
four
curious, you know.
stomachs.
Let me ask you. Well, I got to follow up just very quickly on this.
And I became a vegan because
if
I
animals
watched.
can project into your head what it is that they think, and you can talk to them that way by what they think. If you were to have chickens and you were to go to a chicken and say, "This egg right here is never going to actually be a chicken, ever. Okay, it's always just going to be yolk. Do you mind if I eat it?" Couldn't the chicken just say yes?
I've never asked a chicken that question. And
But if you did, couldn't you eat eggs?
no, because
Why not?
it's a baby chick.
There's no baby chick.
It's
I
like
just told
eating
you.
an embryo. I don't want to eat an embryo.
But not all eggs are going to develop into chickens.
Yeah, but
So you can actually
it's
buy
just
chickens,
it's
which
just
are
a
bred.
choice. Andrew, it's just a choice. So other people are okay with eating animal products, and I don't have a problem with other people's diets. It's just for me, I watched an animal suffer that I used to eat underneath the water with the same emotions on this fish's face that we would have if we were dying.
I totally understand.
Yeah,
I am
so
going to use just two brief arguments back.
Back
the
to
argument
the chicken
one
and the egg.
is that if a chicken can communicate with you and you're able to tell it this will never be a chicken, I don't see why the chicken wouldn't say, well, then go ahead and eat it. It's not like you're harming it's never going to be anything, right? And then the second I refer to as the Kurt Cobain argument against vegan feelings so they're okay to eat.
That's not true.
He says it right in his song. He says,
well, he
it's
doesn't
okay
know
to eat
because he
fish
hasn't been
because they
living
don't
underneath
have
the
any
water.
feelings.
Number one, he took his life, unfortunately. But
Yeah, he probably
because
wouldn't
of
have
all
if
the
he,
years I've
if he had
spent
eaten more
underneath
fish.
the water, I've watched fishes or fish. They have family.
Have you ever eaten
They have
dolphin?
no.
I bet that tastes fucking good.
Well,
oh my god.
dolphin.
Well, it's in most cans of tuna, just so you know.
you would be full of mercury.
Tuna has a lot of dolphin in it.
You would be full of mercury.
Listen,
we
I
all
know
get an
some
animal?
dolphins, okay? Huh?
Yeah.
Can we all get an animal before she
I
leaves?
would eat a kangaroo. I hear kangaroos.
I've had
are good.
kangaroo.
Kangaroo burger? Wait, okay.
Okay,
just,
so
just
back.
because she's got it. Just
she's
because.
a-
Holy
she's a-
fuck! What the fuck?
She's a unit.
Wait, hold on. Just because you gotta get out of here pretty soon. What kind of animal am I?
Oh, we're going back. I thought we were going around the circle. 'Cause
No.
at first, I thought she was like a bunny, but then it's like a unicorn.
Thank you. I get told a lot that I look like an elf.
What about
Yeah.
Andrew?
What animal is Andrew? Yeah.
What kind of animal is Andrew?
At the end. Do you want to know?
No, just do me and Andrew. Just do me and Andrew.
No.
These girls don't care.
No.
They don't care about what animal they are.
I definitely
want to know
what animal I am.
I want to know.
Yeah. No, it's like,
Let us find out our animal.
A falcon hawk.
What the
A little falcon.
Or hawk. They're actually falcons or like peregrine falcons are amazing.
They are cute.
I've worked with birds of prey, so.
Birds are my biggest fear.
Okay. Can we get through it a little quicker? You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, we have to go.
gonna, you know.
Okay, so you want to know your animal?
Me?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I thought we were going in a circle.
It's like a fox or a.
Okay.
Yeah, but some people have a couple animals. So
Just give one to just one, please. Just one. Give her one. Give her one. Give her one. Give me one.
A
Give Andrew one.
lynx
Lynx.
and panther.
Panther.
Ooh.
We got a lot of animals in here.
I know.
We better
But when I did an
watch out.
Indian sweat with Chumash Indians once, I heard everyone's animal after
This
like
is
the
Chumash
forest flower.
territory.
This is, and a Chumash Indian took me to build the
You
sweat.
did a sweat?
sweat with a Chumash
Like in a
Indian.
sauna or-
And everyone, when I went around and came out and said, you sounded like a baby harp seal and blah, 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 everyone was like, that's my favorite animal. Like of every sound, all I could hear was their animal.
So
It
what
was,
is
like, really
Brian?
weird.
Was there on the Great Prairie. We walked west for many miles before we
Go
discovered
ahead,
our
say it.
spirit.
Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
Elephant. He's like
Elephant?
a bear.
What the fuck?
I said Brian's an
Hinting at
elephant.
something.
Hey, elephants are
Brian is-
smart though.
Super
To be
smart.
fair, I was gonna say like a
Memory.
Sharpei dog.
Brian's an elephant.
They got fucking
Yeah, Brian's an
good
elephant.
memories.
Yeah.
I really like elephants.
And he
though.
is like info gazelle mad something.
Wait, what's
But
Andrew?
I got either a bear or a wolf.
He's definitely a wolf.
And he could be
He's like,
both.
Andrew
He's an
is
alpha
a
wolf.
wolf. Andrew is
That's
a.
hyping up his ego too much.
Andrew is a.
Well, I don't understand. Everybody's a 10. Why
about
can't
you.
they hype up my ego?
But
That's
They
also
can.
something
Oh my
grounded.
not today.
I
You look
can't
like
like-
Wolverine.
I'm getting
No, not today.
wings
Just yesterday.
and-
Okay, and then Dove, last things here. You said hot tip that most men and women make choices from their aquatic brain, ancient memories of attraction, plus each human has distinct animal traits that can determine compatibility between sexes and partners.
It's true.
So this is like
You wouldn't date someone that, like,
I wouldn't date like a mouse because I'm an elephant, right? Or could I do mouses and elephants like they fuck?
I think they're good together.
I think,
that's what I've heard.
yeah, like the little mouse could go
Or
up
no.
into your.
Ratatouille vibes.
What the fuck?
I just think that we have an animal sense. We sense people before we even think about them. We're sensing them, we're vibing on them. So we're using animal senses. We're using natural abilities that animals use every day.
What is aquatic brain, though?
It's our ancient brain.
Aquatic brain.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? That's probably real.
After we evolved, through the Neanderthal phase, some people still are in
I
the
believe it.
Neanderthal days.
We're lobsters. Do you believe that shit? We evolved from lobsters.
We evolved from the
Yo,
Neanderthal.
shout out Jordan Peterson. What's up?
And then our brain changed. And we're more like, we're born in a womb. Our blood moves like an ocean wave. Our breath moves like a wave.
Andrew,
It's
can you
courtesy
do
of
a
the
Jordan
water.
Peterson impression?
Can't do the Peterson.
Well,
I can't. I don't. I haven't nailed that impression. I'm sorry. Almost any other one I can do, but that one, you got to get Jim Bob.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at him, doesn't he look like he has traits of a bear?
Well,
and then sometimes
I
he's a
can't do
wolf.
He's definitely a wolf.
Yeah.
Doesn't he look like
Yeah.
Wolverine?
Not Wolverine.
He does look like a Wolverine, though. I see that.
I need like I could do it if I knew what to say.
And Brian, you look like a fucking elephant. Is that what?
No, he doesn't
I get the
look like.
Wolverine and the wolf, and you get the elephant.
I got
it's-
the worst one, bro.
No, and elephants are
Oh, it's the worst one for sure. It's got to be the worst.
magnificent.
I love
Dove,
elephants.
what is yours?
Elephants are so cool.
I'm half.
They got long trunks.
Really?
I'm a
Like
winged
elephants
Okay.
are cool.
That's right.
That's cool.
Yeah. Own
You can
that.
fly.
They can
anyone
trample
you-
entire villages. Like, you
Oh,
got
yeah.
this.
I'm a
like
war
that.
elephant.
Yeah, you are.
with the tusk.
Did you hear about that elephant that like attacks the funeral? of the-
Okay. Well,
Without the noise.
Wait, so aquatic brain,
no,
aquatic
it's
brain.
Like some kind of cat, but then also like a
Really?
dove.
I feel like she's like a dove.
I was thinking that too.
Wait,
She
wait,
does
hold
remind
on.
me
Just
of a
just
cat.
point of clarification. When you say aquatic brain, you're talking like, is that like oral sex underwater?
Yeah.
Have you tried that?
Wait,
You can't do this. Doesn't work. I mean, one time I did
can't
date
breathe
this chick
underwater.
who was a diver. She was a scuba diver, and
Oh,
she
yeah.
tried.
Like sex in the in the hot tub and the bath
I want some
and the
aquatic
ocean.
brain.
All that stuff is great.
Give me that H2O.
No, but the aquatic brain is kind of like how we make decisions.
Okay, all right.
We don't. Logic comes
So,
after.
so what kind of animal in a person am I most compatible with? Since I'm me. What
Yeah.
kind of girl should I look for?
Someone who loves Africa.
Huh?
Elephants are in Asia too.
Yeah, but love's like.
Yeah. Why did you make eye contact with me?
Oh, again. Three. That's
I'm just saying that if you
Elephant, unicorn.
when you think about elephants, everything about them is family. They have like a really great memory.
They go.
Are there
and
any
visit
Asian
their
women in
dead.
Africa?
They'll kill for their own.
There's Asian elephants.
There's Asian elephants too.
Africa.
Yeah, there's Asian
I gotta date
elephants.
some. Wait, what? So I have to do. What about the Africa thing?
No, I'm just saying that like the
They
safari, like
they
the
like Africa.
Well-
so it could be like a white colonizer. Sorry, was that
Who loves Africa?
is that a bit?
Yes,
You already
that's
said
too
it.
Is
much.
that a bit much?
You already
Yeah.
said it.
Thank you, Desmond. Gotcha.
And actually, unicorns
I don't know.
come from Africa
I
because
don't know,
there
South
used to be a
African chicks
horse
are kinda
with
cool,
a
I
horn
guess.
here.
Wait,
So when you look them up,
There's
yeah,
a real horse with a horn.
yeah,
Need me
like
some-
back in
need some
the
Egyptian
time right
pussy.
after the dinosaur,
Need
there was
some
actually
Moroccan
a
pussy.
horse
You need some
that had
camel.
Need
like
some
a little
Algerian.
bit of a unicorn horn.
I'm
Like
gonna
a-
look that up.
Anyway, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for
But
letting me.
give me one more animal though that I would pair off.
Oh,
good with.
is that you?
Yeah, because I'm on the lookout. I'm looking
No, but
for
it could be an Asian animal too. Someone who likes peanuts.
peanuts. Whoa, wait! This is crazy. This is crazy. Hold up. This is crazy. I think
Sorry.
Andrew, listen to this, bruv. Listen to this. I got to question now everything, all your intuition, because you said somebody who likes peanuts. Did you say? Did you?
Yes, I said
I'm
that.
allergic. I'm allergic to peanuts. Your telepathy, your aquatic brain.
I thought she
I'm
said
sorry.
something else.
But what if opposites attract?
She
and
said
it's real.
peanuts. She said
I
peanuts.
thought she said the P-E-N-I-S.
Oh.
What?
That's what I heard. That's
No,
what
she said
was like,
Oh.
I got to date a girl who likes peanuts.
She also likes She could also like bananas.
Why would I date a girl who doesn't like?
That's why I was so
pee-pee?
shocked.
What if it was opposites attract? And that's
Like
what
a
she
girl
means.
who's a lesbian? You want me to
No,
date?
no, no.
girl that likes peanuts.
Brian, if she ate the
There's hot
peanuts,
lesbians, but I
if
mean,
she
would they
ate the
want me?
peanuts, then
Is
you.
this
She's
what-
opposite of you.
Yeah, then you
She
wouldn't.
likes peanuts, and he's
She would
allergic.
balance you out.
For you, yeah.
Wait.
No, but I can't kiss her if she's just eating peanuts.
Well, she's not eating
You're
peanuts
allergic?
every day.
Can't
Well,
get that
maybe
allergic.
it's peanut butter is.
Your
pretty-
telepathy failed. How did you not know that I was allergic to peanuts?
I also said bananas. Hello.
So you like so
What?
a monkey?
Do you like bananas?
A monkey.
Huh?
Yeah,
A
you
monkey's
could date a
good match
monkey.
for you.
Oh, a monkey.
Yeah, you could date a monkey.
What
Why are you
kind?
saying
A
Oh
preference.
you don't
Like
even
a
know her yet.
Chimp,
Like a gorilla?
gorilla.
Or like a
Monkey.
macaque?
What about like an orangutan?
Oh
like
yeah,
a-
they're smart.
How are they called?
One of those.
An orangutan.
I don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Well, Dove,
It's been a
I
pleasure.
thank you so much for coming. I know you got to get back to taking care of the animals. I'd love to have you back. We can dive more into dolphins and aquatic brain and
Well, I'll talk about the
dolphins.
science behind. Hello. Bear rubbing his ass on the tree. Sorry,
yeah.
I couldn't help myself.
But
A baby
He wasn't
bear.
even paying attention, I don't think.
No, he's not. He's kind of like.
thank you.
But we could talk about the science of animal communication next time.
Okay.
I would actually really like to do that.
We will, you know what? We should have a one-on-one sit down with Andrew and Dove when
that'd be
Andrew's
good.
here.
I
I'll
would
make
love
it
to
happen.
Oh, are you going to come here?
Oh, yeah. He's
Yeah.
going to be here. He's
In
gonna be here
person?
in person.
Yeah.
Oh.
In person, and you're going to see him.
Yeah.
Never mind. All right.
Isn't his wife in the shot?
Yeah.
Morgan,
the,
can you
the
read this?
wife?
Can you
Well,
read it?
Senate plus House
How did we
R.
get to this? How did we get to that?
Okay,
That's
I got
that was
All right.
quite the jump.
Thank you. Thank you, Dove.
Nice to meet everyone.
It was nice to meet you, by the way. Have a good night.
It's going to be another late. Okay, we can try to get through all the notes here.
Yeah, they need like sleepy pillows.
Oh, man, it's already.
Where's the soccer ball at?
I'm screwed.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m. over here. I gotta wrap here pretty quick.
Yeah. Oh, we got to do Aliens dating apps.
Bye. See ya.
Bye.
Can you pull up the dating app for Alien, Nick? Wait, is it TOS?
No.
Like, is the booty hanging out?
Dating app? It's about to get spicy.
Nothing like crazy.
No.
Okay, cool. Just double checking.
This is the energy I was hoping
You know.
for the whole podcast. I love this. This is so fun.
Okay. Hi, I'm Alien. Wait, Alien, can you read it for me?
Hi, I'm Alien. I identify as a freak of nature. I have tentacles coming out of my ass, 4 nipples. Oh, sorry. 4 piercings in my yitties, and
What's a
then
yitty?
also in my titties.
Oh.
And then also I have a tongue split.
Oh,
I am a whole
notice
dream
that.
come true.
Wait, hold on. Can we see the tongue split?
Yeah, I didn't notice that.
Oh.
Whoa.
That's so cool.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
That's why she's the unicorn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Mythical,
Snake.
magical.
How long did it take for that to heal?
Just 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah. I just got it done after Christmas, or right before Christmas. Yeah.
And then wait, bring it back, Nick, to the same photo. Oh my.
That's a.
What the fuck? Are you Arsler? What the fuck? What the fuck?
The picture's
What do you
so
mean by
cute.
tentacles coming out of your butthole? Do you have like
I have-
worms?
No.
Do you have parasites, bro? Because you should
So
see a
I
doctor
have-
for that.
I have the anime Parasite tatted on my ass,
And
and
it-
it's coming out, and it's not done yet, but yeah, I got it because of. Have you guys ever heard of Octo Booty?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. I met her. I told her, like, you're a really big inspiration of mine. Like, I really want to get the same thing as you, but I don't want to copy you. Here's my, like, what I have in my brain, what I envision. And she was like, babe, do it. And so I just went whenever I got back from New Jersey, because I went out there for a show. And I came back and I found an artist who would do it. I think I spent like $2,000 so far
That was
on
my
it.
next question.
Yeah. But I really love it.
2,000.
I love it.
That's so cool.
Yeah. It makes me happy.
What are the other photos? Okay. Or?
Yeah, that one's okay. It just kind of looks bad, but.
Okay, next we'll skip over that. Are there prompts or is it just photos?
There's both.
Okay, fine.
The
well,
photos are kind of first stuff.
Okay, let's do those. All right, that's you.
Yes.
Yep. Nice. Nice. Okay. 5'6". Her, they, fae, non-binary. You're part fae. Okay. Goth mix. Next. The hottest thing you can do: bring me a gift, preferably from nature. Okay.
Checks
Is
out.
that it, or open new? All right, boys. So
I feel
what
like I said
dating
more,
app is
but
that?
that's
What
okay.
dating
That
app
was
is that?
Tinder.
This is Tinder?
Yeah.
Did they change? I haven't
Seems
been on
like they've
Tinder in a while.
evolved.
They changed.
Hey, to the whole panel, I really appreciate you guys. And the exchange that we had, I have to get out of here a little bit early tonight.
Yeah, of
I have an engagement in the morning. It was nice to meet all of you. I know we had a spirited back and forth. I take none of it personally. I enjoy the exchanges. And with that, I'll bid you good evening.
Hey, Andrew. Andrew, thank you. Andrew, are you able to send us a raid?
Of course.
Awesome. Thank you, Andrew. Hey, everybody who's watching, check out Andrew's channel, The Crucible. We have the link in the description. Drop him a sub. Thank you so much for tuning in again, Andrew. Oh, okay. See you later, Andrew. Thank you.
You gotta go.
It's like, fuck it. I'm out. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate you coming. Thank you. I'm going to see if the Crucible crew, I think he's sending them over right now. Appreciate you guys over there at the Crucible coming over. So, where were we? Oh, the dating app?
Tinder.
Yeah, we did it though.
Yeah.
Okay. You said when it comes to dating, I'm the problem.
Yeah, probably.
What does that mean?
I just know that I have like a lot of stuff that's wrong with me personally that other people aren't equipped to handle. Like I have like the weirdest like phobias. I can't do band-aids, tape. I can't do stickers. I don't like wet paper. I freak out about bathrooms. Like I am just a very complicated person. So for the most part, I know that it's just me. I'm the problem, and most of the time I just don't want to deal with other people.
That's not necessarily a problem. That's just
no, it's a problem.
How you are, right? I mean,
it's a problem.
Is
Like
it a problem
becomes,
for you?
Yeah, no, it becomes like very crippling.
Okay.
Like I had one guy stop talking to me because it was like your bathroom situation is too much. And I was always like come out here and like hang out with him and stuff like that. And then I would be like, I can't take a shower at this Airbnb or this hotel. Like I have to go to Planet Fitness. And he was like, literally Planet Fitness is like way worse. And I'm like, I literally can't do it here. This feels like a little too claustrophobic for me. Like it's a whole thing. And like,
what's going on with your bathroom?
It's not my bathroom. It's like all bathrooms.
Oh,
in general.
you can't deal with bathrooms.
In general, yeah.
You
Like a sanitation
you
issue?
can't go to the bathroom in a different bathroom. It has to be your bathroom.
No, like it
claustrophobic.
triggers a sort of like phobia, but I'm not sure what. Sometimes it's more about like what it looks like, you know, generally, and it doesn't even have to be dirty. Like you can walk into a bathroom right fucking out and be like this is fine.
Pristine. What about our bathroom? Is it a good bathroom?
It's fine. I wouldn't take a shower in it,
you
but I
wouldn't
can
shower in that
use I can use the toilet.
You
You
can use the
know,
toilet.
yeah.
What about like Planet Fitness bathrooms make you favor it?
I hate it there too, but at the same time,
Okay.
it's just like it feels less claustrophobic. Like the Airbnb that me and my best friend have right now, the shower was like I could barely even move in it, and it like I don't know why, but whenever I'm in the shower and it already bothers me, but I'm like I have to lock in and just take the shower. I can come out of the shower and just be like a chihuahua and just be like trembling.
So do you have a lot of phobias?
Yeah, I have a lot
Okay.
of phobias.
Do you you said like the Band-Aid thing?
Yeah, Band-Aid stickers.
You can't
tape.
put like on you.
I
or
don't
in
like it if it's
anything.
on me for way too long. Like I've been trying to get better at it ever since I started like jobs, because I was working at like Sonic and stuff, and like, you know, they use a sticker to put the receipt on there, and
Do you
I
have,
had to get better at that. Sorry, go off.
Do you have trypophobia?
I have
Trypophobia?
that.
I used to.
Trypophobia?
It's disgusting.
I used to, but
Clusters
I
of small
like
holes.
trypophobia now.
It's
Or
terrible.
bumps.
Like when
Do
I
you have
boil,
that?
when I boil water, I get like scared because it like bubbles up and there's like.
That gives you trypophobia. Okay,
I get
interesting.
you. I used to take
It's like a
showers
bunch of
and I would
little
like look at
tiny
myself
holes.
in the shower and I would see like the bubbles and that would trip me the fuck out.
Does anybody want a new fear?
Want a new fear?
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
we could pull up trypophobia.
Oh my gosh.
Nick, just Google trypophobia, and then there's like just a. Actually, not. I'm not
Wait,
gonna fuck
is this
with
what
chat.
they're scared of? No, we can't show that.
No,
it's not bad. It's not terrible.
It's
but
like just holes.
Is it gonna
It's
make
like-
you guys
It's kind of
uncomfy,
creepy. I'm
though?
not gonna lie.
It doesn't really make me uncomfortable. I'm not like super like
wait.
scared
Like
from
a
it, but
strawberry
like
very
it's
close
like
up.
Fuck it. We're not gonna
looking
do
at
it.
it
What's
is
this
like
got to
not
do with dating?
comfortable
Okay.
Look it up
The
after.
fuck.
You'll see why.
That it's challenging for dating
also-
when you have that many phobias.
You also.
I also like my weird ass self, right? Like even like with the bathroom situation, I can't even have the lights on. Like I have to take a bathroom at night or with the lights off or the door shut with the lights off, right? Like I can't look.
How do you see in the bathroom?
Sometimes I have like my phone open, like where I'm at, I have like two separate rooms. So like there's one room where there's a sink and the other room has like the toilet and the shower or whatever. So I put my phone in the room with the sink, let that like light kind of vibe off and like look at it from there. But yeah, it's like a whole thing. I know I'm like,
Why can't you look?
Anyways, whatever. You said just think most men are struggling because they hold themselves in an unattractive way.
Yeah. Like
how?
I just don't think that a lot of guys are caring about themselves. You know what I mean? Like they say like they care about like money. Well, not money, but to get a girl, they have to care about money and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And they don't really focus on their looks. We'll see a bunch of guys say like, we don't have to, you know what I mean? We don't have to really focus on our looks. That's not what girls look for. But, or if they do focus, then it's like, oh, we all have to look like fucking Giga Chads. And I just don't believe in that. And I think that's toxic. I think that, I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff that guys do that are unattractive. And it's even just like personality wise as well. Just not even just like looks, but personality wise, like for me personally, what I find unattractive is like I could be talking to a guy or whatever and I don't care, I can give him like all the respect in the world, blah blah blah, this that and the other, we can hang out multiple times and half the time it will be like he wants to, not even half the time, all the time he wants to do shit that's his, that he wants to do. But whenever it comes to like, oh, I just want to go painting. Oh, I just want to go to a park. And then it's like, no. And then I find that unattractive. So, yeah.
There's got to be a give and a take.
Yeah.
Not just one-sided.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if it's me, and because of my dating experience with guys, and a lot of them feel like they need to, how do I explain? Kind of like show off to me. So it's like, I want to show you this part of my life, and that's it. But whenever I'm like, well, I would like to bond with you and show you this part of my life, then they won't do it. And then it's like, how do you expect me to like you if you won't do anything with me?
Right.
Like, I had this one guy, I was asking him, like, do you want to go to a concert with me? He's like, no, I'd rather save that moment for something else. Or, like, if you want to just chill out and smoke with me. He's like, no, I'm just going to do it with my other friends. Like, he just didn't want to do anything with me. Yet every time I see him, he's like, I really like you, and I really want to date you. And I'm like, you're not showing me anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That tells me, like, you actually like me. You're more so just trying to prove to me. Like, it's a whole thing.
On the last show, did we go over the whole making out with a racist and the something about the Nazi?
Yeah,
what?
yeah, we did.
You made out
We
with
talked
the
about
Nazi?
that? All right, we already
I made out with, yeah, probably. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Good
He
times.
wasn't a
Incidents
Nazi.
happen.
It happens.
Okay, it's like a couple different stories that I end up talking to a lot of racist people. That's my fault and only my
There's
fault.
a lot of them out in the world. It's hard not to.
It's hard. Yeah,
honestly.
it's tough.
They're out there.
It's tough.
I also have like
Speaking-
a degradation thing.
a degradation thing?
Yeah,
You want to be
whatever.
degraded?
I can't say certain things because of my tongue, or pronounce certain things because of my tongue. But like, yeah, I like degradation. So like, I don't know.
Oh, shit. Wait, I know exactly what you're... I think I know exactly what you're... Wait, hold on.
Wait.
Do you
Race
date...
play?
Yeah. Race play? Okay.
Yeah, I suck, man.
Wait, so you, like... And hold on. But I'm assuming this is something you do with white guys then?
Only white guys.
Only white
Anyone
guys.
else, I'm just like, it doesn't work, you know? Yeah.
Wait, so like, what would... Is it role play stuff, or you just want them to degrade you in a racial way?
I just want them to degrade me in a racial way. I know it's more trauma response type of thing, because I had something happen whenever I was like super young, where they did come at me in a racial way and like essayed me and stuff like that, and I just know that it just sticks with me and blah blah blah. But I typically go for guys, especially when it's white guys. When I do ask them to do that, it's not the ones that are like straight up like, if I say, hey, can you do this for me right now? They'll do it immediately. I'm like, as soon as they'll do it immediately, I'm like out of my face.
You gotta like...
But it's like, if you
convince-
feel uncomfortable saying it, then I fuck with that, because that already means like you don't...
Wait, so you want them to question themselves while degrading you? Yeah. Like it's a questionable... Yeah. Like...
So you don't want them to actually like.
I don't want them to
wanna,
mean it.
Yeah, you want to be able to tell that they don't mean it while they're doing it, kind of thing.
Because that's
Then that gives her.
So
doesn't
you-
want to take it
they-
serious.
it's-
Yeah.
They don't actually...
They don't actually mean
it. They're just doing
They're
it.
not coming out to me to hate me. You know what I mean? Type shit. Yeah.
Has a guy ever called you, like, in the bedroom, like, did his voice crack while... Like, if his voice cracks while he's calling you a slur, is that like, whoa, that's so hot?
That's never happened, because no one will call me a slur
No, but
during
you said...
sex.
Oh, but I thought you...
I want them to. They do it beforehand. It's
Oh.
like the foreplay, I
Okay.
guess.
All right.
But they won't do it during sex because that's not what they're thinking about.
Okay.
Now, if I was talking to someone who probably was racist, then they probably would just drop it right away, even during sex, because that's what they're thinking about.
But like you said, the guys that are too eager to appease you on that, you're like, no.
Mm-hmm.
They went too easily on that. Yeah.
Can I make a point about that real quick
That's
on like the
interesting.
degradation thing?
You're into it too?
No, but my ex that I said that stalked me in a bush.
Oh my gosh.
He messaged me a bit ago and was like, "Hey, like trying to get back in touch and stuff." And he's like, "Would you be able to like be mean to me? Like, could you like be really mean to me and I'll pay you and stuff?" And I'm like, "This is crazy," because I never knew
He'll
that
pay
about
you?
him. Yeah, he said he'll pay me, and I was like, "Well, I never did it, but it was crazy because I never knew that. I never knew he had like that type of fetish before."
I have like the opposite thing.
Like a praise kink?
Praise kink.
Yeah.
But not like like giving, but not. Receiving, fine, but like.
Oh yeah, giving.
Prefer giving.
Yeah. It's crazy what you learn.
Like
sometimes,
I said, I'm the problem.
sometimes
Crazy
like
out there
you
in
think
the
back,
streets.
I thought back, I'm like, this makes so much sense now from when I was like younger.
I'm gonna totally shift gears here.
Okay.
Going around. Oh, okay. These are gonna be rapid fire, especially since whatever. Who? You're in the forest. Would you rather come across a random bear, or a random man in the forest?
Me first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you censor your? Thank you. Thank you.
She already knew.
Thanks, babe.
Yeah.
I feel like it doesn't even have to be a man. It just a person in general. I'd rather be in the forest with a bear.
Man.
A man.
A bear.
I think I want a bear too.
A man.
Man.
Wait. So bear. These you two.
Two
Oops, sorry,
bears.
I mean, and then you two, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, you're a bear or you want a man?
Wait,
in the woods?
why bear?
Not a man.
Why
at all.
bear?
It doesn't matter.
Why
about
bear?
that.
Why bear?
Just a person. Me in general, just like I choose bear because I just don't trust people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like people like that. I don't trust women. I don't trust men.
Mm-hmm.
It depends if like you tell me like, oh, it's going to be your best friend or my brother that's going to be in the woods with me, then that's fine. But anyone else, I'm like, I'm okay.
She's one with nature anyway, so it's like.
Why bear?
Bear because they seem easier to mitigate considering certain circumstances. I might know what to do in a situation with a bear.
Have you ever come across a bear?
No, but I've heard.
Do you know what not to do with a bear?
What not to do?
Don't run.
I definitely wouldn't run.
Don't climb a tree.
A bear.
I would not
climb
run.
a tree.
Oh,
That's
a
for
bear, you're
sure.
automatically screwed. If
Yeah.
It's a, black
A man,
bear,
you
I
never
think
know.
have to-
Yeah, but
Could happen.
the bear, you're definitely dead.
It depends on
Only
which,
if it attacks you.
Why bear? Why did you pick bear?
Because if I'm wandering through the woods and I just see like a random man like nearby, like I'm instantly gonna be like, "What are you doing here?" Like I have some like mistrust of you. Like I feel like you might not have nefarious intentions, but you look suspicious, and I'm staying away from that. A bear.
Why do you assume he looks suspicious?
Because that's just my automatic. Like if I'm walking through the woods alone, and then all of a sudden there's a random man out there, like I'm gonna be like, I'm turning back. Like what are you? Weird presence. I'm going a different. We're not gonna walk down the same trail. Like I will. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll change paths like to go the other way around the man. But a bear, like that's its like natural home. Like I feel like I like can kind of like evaluate what it's gonna do more. Like I guess trust in its natural instincts more than what this random man is doing out in the woods. Is he following me? I don't know.
The man is out there for the same reason that you're out there, though. Like you guys
We're
just
just
got
nature exploring.
randomly plopped in the woods.
It just would be unnerving to run into any person when you're not expecting it.
Sure.
But I think it would be
yeah, I think that is a
more
part of it.
terrifying to run in, for me to run into a bear.
Mic on the ground? Which one is it? What number?
They have numbers.
5. 5. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Do I bite? The bear. Y'all crazy. Picking the bear. That's crazy.
Well, you
I
didn't
would be
specify
willing-
what bear, though.
Huh?
You didn't
Doesn't
specify a
matter.
bear. What if it's a koala bear? Or like a sun bear?
We also didn't specify what kind of man, but
Yeah.
that's the whole point.
Yeah. I actually
Even more
want to do. I don't know if I could get my hands on a. I'll do a black bear. I would be willing to pay a woman $100,000. We get to record it. We stream it.
Mr. Beast.
She gets to $100,000. She has to go in a 10 by 10 room with a random bear for an hour. Or, no, that's just it. Any girl who says that she'd rather.
She'd have to be
I
willing
volunteer.
to die.
Yeah.
I volunteer.
I wonder.
I feel like that changes the
She
game.
volunteers.
Are there any lawyers watching? Like,
There's got to be one.
like can
Probably.
if you do this and the bear like kills the person, assuming they signed a waiver
Doesn't matter.
beforehand,
No.
like am I still gonna have liability if the person?
Probably.
But they know. I mean, they know they're okay. We're not gonna hide the fact that it's a bear. They have to sign a waiver. They have to sign a release. Could you? I mean, it's kind of assumed risk. Any lawyers in the chat?
I don't know. Maybe the
On a
same.
TV show where it was a tiger. Oh, never mind.
I'm not sure.
Impractical Jokers had it on their TV show. They put him in a room with a tiger.
Oh, but the tiger was like tied and stuff. Like it couldn't actually hurt him.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say check the same contracts that they sent on the submersible down to the Titanic, I guess, right?
I feel like that could be possible because there's this like show where like people pay to get tortured.
I was gonna bring that
Like
up.
Fear Factor?
No, it's way worse.
Like it's like a house in like a forest that you go to.
Yeah.
And they have to sign a waiver that they like, even though they asked to want to leave, they can't leave.
But like, okay, the waiver says like you could very well die.
Yeah.
Yes. Because they torture you.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking for the bear thing.
Oh yeah.
Would it be? We need a lawyer. We need a lawyer to. I will do this though.
Well,
I will pay $100,000 to a woman.
I don't want to be a part of this.
I already said I volunteer. So
Alien wants it. She wants to be the first.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got you. I'm like a whisperer of animals.
Oh yeah, you should bring
I'm
Doug.
kidding, guys. I'm obviously kidding.
Yes,
That
would be a really cool experiment.
Dove will keep you safe.
All right. So okay, the bear thing. Y'all crazy though. Picking the bear. Don't you think that's kind of sexist?
Well,
y'all kind of sexist.
No,
well,
boys did
bears
this to make me have
typically
these
won't
opinions.
attack you unless you panic. So.
Exactly.
And I'm not going to panic.
Or if they're
You're a
hungry.
bear, I'm going to be like,
Or
hey.
if they have young cubs nearby that you haven't seen, because they'll.
But they're doing
I'll
that for
die.
logical
More predictable,
reasons,
right?
though. Yeah,
Huh?
predictable
Also
and
more
logical.
predictable.
Yeah.
They're more
Bears?
predictable, you think?
Yeah,
I don't
than
It's
know.
okay.
Guy?
Here's the final
Oh,
question on this.
then a guy?
I'm not really going to debate it, but those of you who said bear, what percentage of men do you think would opt to attack you, victimize you in some sort of way in this scenario?
Percentage.
In the woods scenario, like you
Yeah.
want that.
Percentage
Yeah,
of
because I mean,
men
you're kind of doing a risk assessment here to the point where you would prefer the bear. So what is the actual risk assessment? Like, what percentage of men do you think would try to attack you, harm you, whatever?
I mean, couldn't it like be a 50-50 though, since you don't really know what like pool you're grabbing these random men out of, and like, so you really have no idea. Like, it could be good, it could be bad. Like,
I would say, actually,
be a
my answer
50-50.
would be
I don't know.
like.
If you might think
My
it's,
answer would be with like
explain it then.
20%, maybe 10, but that's that like sneaky statistic that you gotta be watching out for.
Okay.
You'd have to say.
Like it'd be a lower number, but it'd be like a. That's
what
kinda makes it
percentage of
scarier.
men in general would
Yeah,
do
that's what I
something
mean.
bad? Yeah.
But he was saying
It's not like a
direct in
high
the woods,
percentage, but
though.
it's definitely a percentage, which still makes it.
So you think like 50% of men would opt to harm you?
No, not in like real life, but like if he's saying like we're doing this in the woods scenario, so like where I'm just being placed, like I'm in the woods and we place a random man in the woods with me, I'm just saying there's a 50-50 chance that random man that is placed in the woods with me could be good or he could be bad.
So your percentage, or we'll just move on, I guess.
Okay.
Going with 80.
80%, 20,
80?
10, 20, what, 50-50 for you? 50%? Damn, y'all crazy. Y'all crazy. That's sexist. Y'all sexist.
Can I ask what that hashtag is?
Libya? Big Libya matter.
Yep. I can't, actually, wait, I can't pull it up. One sec. Nick had to step away from it. Hashtag big labia matter. You're curious about the hashtag?
Yeah.
Are you rocking? Is that why you're
I was wondering.
You want to tell us something? You want to tell us
I
something?
was just
or-
wondering what was going on. Did you have like a?
So I am a feminist and I defend women.
Why did your voice
What?
crack
Yeah.
when you said that?
Listen,
That's what you
I
went
don't
for.
think I don't think women should be shamed if they're rocking. If they got a large labia.
Is that real?
Oh, facts.
What real?
What you just said?
Like she's asking if you're being genuine.
I know I'm kind of saying it in this sort of satirical way. It actually is genuine though. Jokes aside, I don't think anyone should be shamed for the way they were born, whether the man, woman. You can't control PP size. I don't think we should be doing the small dick energy, big dick energy. I think it's offensive to the men.
It's a regular.
You know,
dick,
you can't change that in women if they got large
coochie.
pussy lips. You shouldn't shame a woman. I don't think you should shame a woman if she's got large labia. I also exclusively date women with large labia.
How do you
we're
know
really
that
going for the
ahead of
cause
time?
What?
We're going for the cause.
That's not true. I'm kidding. But I'm a fan. Don't get me wrong, all pussy's great, but I do have a bit of a preference
What
on this.
started this?
What do you mean?
Like, how did you get on this?
I'm not
movement?
sure, actually, to be honest. I don't
Just
know.
woke
Why are you
up
looking
one
at
day?
that? Stop looking at
Probably
me.
from a girl that you slept with before. Duh.
I don't know if it was even
Sweet. One day you just woke up and you're like, I love large labia.
Honestly, it might have been, just being totally honest, I've never even talked about this on the show. I think it was probably just from porn.
Okay.
It could have been from porn.
Fair.
Checks out,
Like I
yeah.
just was like,
Okay, that makes
A lot
more
of people
sense.
this looks
influenced by porn.
cool.
I like how
As
that's
opposed to
Your
this other one.
preferences.
Don't get me wrong, though. I don't discriminate. I'll still.
He'll
can
take
have
him
his
either way.
Yeah, you don't
I'll-
discriminate.
I guess I'll
He'll
accept
go
an
either
innie.
one.
I'll accept an innie, I guess. So does that answer your question?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was wondering if it was like real or not.
Yeah. Nick, can you pull up my nonprofit organization, please?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Big Labia Matter, BLM.
Oh, you got your tax exempt status there?
I'm working on it, boys. Big Labia Matter. 10,000 women a year in the United States get a surgery to chop off
I've heard
their
of that.
lips.
Yeah.
Labiaplasty.
I'm against
I'm very
genital
upsetting.
mutilation.
Very upsetting. It upsets me.
True.
I don't like it. And if I can save just one woman from getting a labiaplasty,
Fight the good fight.
I have actually.
You have,
I've
yeah.
had like a lot of women DM me.
few, yeah.
I've had like over 100
That's
women
good.
Really?
DM
That's
me,
good.
and they're like, Brian, I've never heard a man talk about big pussy lips before.
Yeah,
You're
I
the
thought-
only one.
It is cool though that you're doing
all of these.
that. Save
I think
them.
it's
Thank
good.
you. I am doing
A service
God's
to
work.
humanity.
Your best work.
Yeah.
It's a
God's
ministry
work.
almost.
I
Also,
am
God's work.
doing something really cool.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
there's
Have you
definitely
heard-
no women out there like
Have I heard what?
micropeens matter.
Hey, me? I fuck with micropenis.
Oh shit.
You can start that.
But yeah, 10,000 surgeries a year. It's unfortunate.
that's a
Now,
shame.
Look, also I also there's the surgery component, but there's also like fake news about it. Like, okay, if a girl has an Audi, then that means she's run through.
Right.
No, that's not.
Not at all.
It's like this weird, like, the more, if she's had a lot of sex or a lot of sexual partners, that's going to cause her to have. No, it's.
Trust.
You could be
Literally.
you could be a virgin. You could be a virgin and have an Audi. You could have had like thousands of cocks and have an innie.
So did you hear that comedian who was like,
Oh yeah,
that, like, what was his name again? I forget.
His or hers?
His name. It was recently that he was like the hotter comedian that was on a podcast that was like, I don't like this about women.
Matt Rife.
Matt Rife.
Yeah.
Fuck Matt Rife.
Fuck Matt Rife.
Fuck Matt Rife.
Get him out of here.
Fuck that
Wait, what
guy.
did he say?
saw
I thought
that.
it was like
I
a
saw
thing
He talked
against
shit.
him.
He talked shit on my sisters
he was saying
with
that.
large labia.
Really? That's
Yeah, I didn't know that.
That shit's
know that.
fucked
Yeah, on
up.
the podcast.
Dang.
Fight
If
him.
I saw him in the street, I'd be like, "Fuck you, Matt Rife."
As you should.
Don't talk about.
Yeah.
And you might see him on the
Next
show.
time you
Yeah.
see him, you say that.
You should
Next
have
time.
him
I will
on the show to
debate. I will
debate you.
debate Matt Rife
On
on pussy
labia.
lips.
Also, do you like
Any day
women
of
like
the
really
week.
though at that
What
point?
the
Because
fuck?
if you're like having a preference, but like to him,
Is that like, that means I'm gay?
no, to Matt Rife. Like, does he even like
Oh.
women if he's saying that?
I don't know.
That's a really
That's fair.
You can ask
That's a
him
fair
that.
point.
When
thing
you
to
find
say.
But what was I saying?
Big labia.
No, they make fun and they make fun of the women too. It's like roasty, wizard sleeve, Arby's, beef curtain.
Yep.
It's not fair.
It is not.
It's not fair.
It's rude.
But I also push back just as much. Actually, this was going to be one of the topics of the show. I'll pull it up right now. Thank you for bringing this up. Nick, there's a TikTok page. There's a TikTok. It was, is it okay to make fun of men for having a small D?
Oh, bringing it back.
It should be a TikTok.
Bringing it back,
page.
Back around.
Full circle.
Yeah,
My
pull thing.
abusive ex had like the
Yeah,
tiniest
make it a little bigger.
micropeen. So funny.
I didn't know that.
Rude.
It's
Pull
he
it
was an
up.
abusive
Whoa,
ex.
crazy
It's
out
not
here.
rude.
Make it bigger, Nick. Bigger. Bigger. All right. Eeny, weeny, teeny. Okay.
Justin
60. There's been 60,000 videos using this sound. And I don't know if we can we play it? I don't know.
Play it.
We can probably play a little bit, but hold on. Make it smaller. Yeah, go back. I'm trying to find the there's a popular one that. Wait. Let's scroll back up. Scroll back. No. What the fuck is going on? Okay. And so, click that second one, M782605. You can, yeah. We're gonna need audio.
Just got braces. Oh, she's
The audio might be loud, so play it from the beginning.
That has got to be the smallest dick I have ever seen in my whole life. Get the fuck out of here.
Pause it. So anyways, so it's got 2.4 million likes, plenty of comments, and there's 60,000 of these videos using this sound. And it's just like, man, that's crazy.
Maybe people just find the sound.
Bro,
they're just
the
talking
lyrics-
about
It's a movement.
No,
the
but-
small
but so-
D energy.
Yeah, that's wrong.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's just as
That's
wrong,
wrong.
as
I don't
if it
think
was
it's right either.
But there's
making
not
fun of a
also
woman
like
with small breasts.
empowerment, like
Right?
stuff as well for
That's
like
not
tiny
kind.
dicks. Sorry,
Like what?
But like, there's like Cody Co has a song called like Tiny Meat Gang or something.
Maddie, take over.
They take the power back.
Yeah, and it slaps. Like it's actually good.
You're
Wait.
taking the power back.
Never heard the song, but I'm into
Yeah,
it.
me neither. Haven't heard it. Is that like
either.
the only thing that you can
That's
think
the
of?
one that I have. I heard other people talking about like their meat and stuff like that, but I don't really sit around like micro penis, you know what I mean? I just don't give a fuck about size.
I really don't. I couldn't tell you how little it's crossed my mind.
Yeah.
About micro penises.
Yeah, literally never
one
crossed
week.
my mind. I don't think about them.
Just you know,
So is that
That's
your,
a song?
your preference?
Micro
Like,
penis?
what is that song?
Yeah.
No, it's called Tiny Meat Gang
Is
by
that really a song?
yeah, it is.
How old is it? Is it like
It's a couple years
throwback?
old, I think. Yeah, it's been out for a little bit. I've
Wow,
been
it's like a
bumping it
SoundCloud?
for the
cannot
past year or
believe
two.
Natalie
now.
didn't show it to us.
Yeah.
It's so good.
What's everyone's type?
I don't think I really have a type, honestly. Like,
I hear a lot of people say that. Morgan.
just because, like, I don't know, like, I don't care, like, what their hair. I just want. They need to be like groomed. They need to have like cleanliness, like standards. Be kind, like funny, like personality standards. Honestly, are what I kind of look for.
Is there anything that like physically you are more attracted to though?
Probably though, like longer haired boys as opposed to like a buzz
Like
cutted
man
boy.
bun? Or
I mean, a man bun can be cute, but you have
like
you have to
mid-length?
like you have to know how to like style your hair. Like I like a boy who cares about like personal maintenance. Like he wants to like make sure his hair looks good. He's gonna
Hygiene.
moisturize. He cares about how he dresses. Like a little cutie. That's what I got.
Okay.
I like a guy that's athletic and rugged and knows how to fix stuff and, you know, I just find
that's
that
a good
that's
quality
attractive.
right
Like
there.
a man.
Yeah.
A man,
that knows how
yeah.
to like hang something on the wall, please.
No, I don't
Like,
know.
can
I like
someone
to do that.
hang something on the
me.
wall?
I'll hang something on your wall. I love to do like house stuff like that. Give me a saw. I'll come over there. I'll do what
You're gonna
what
redo the
needs
whole
to be
house?
done. We're gonna interior design this.
Would you take like a more like feminine boy?
Yeah, I think so. I really don't have like too big of like preferences like that. Like I know things like that I definitely like don't like, but it's not like, and obviously they have to like be like there's a certain like attractive level like that if I see and it checks out, then I'm like okay. But I don't think have too big of like looks standard or preference.
I felt that. And like for me personally, I like chubbier guys, sometimes fat. Yeah, but I don't like muscular guys. And sometimes I like skinny. I had this one skinny guy, like we did mushrooms and then we were cuddling. And then he looked at me, he was like, damn, Alien,
you're buff. And I'm like, oh no. So ever since then, I'm like, I can't fuck with like skinny guys.
Well,
so,
yeah, I can't.
Some
yeah,
people
me
like
either.
skinny
I
guys.
understand that though. I just can't.
Do
if
any
your
of you
legs
like
skinnier
skinny
than mine, it can't work.
Yeah, it was weird.
That's
but
crazy.
I'm not like too specific on like racial type of stuff. Like I know I said some stuff about race things, but in
But that
general,
was in a fetish context.
yeah, like in general, I still do talk to black guys. I do talk to Arab guys. The guy that I'm talking to is Asian right now. He's hot, but he's definitely not my type. So I like guys who I feel like are unconventionally attractive, but yeah.
Well, and see, for me, it's like that energy that they put off has to be the right kind of energy, you know?
That's true, too.
Because I do like an alpha man, but he also has to be somebody you're going to feel safe with, that you totally feel like they're your shade tree that protects you from all the meanness and ugliness in the world too, right? They're going to have your back. They're going to...
That's a cute way to say it.
Yeah.
I like the way you put that too.
So, you know, I don't mind being that soft comfort for my man, and just the same, right? Like they're out there fighting for whatever they have to do to protect and provide, and then come home and I want to treat them like a king, right? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I feel like it's, as long as you have two sides to it and both people are doing their part, you're going to find the happiness, right? But like we were talking about earlier, all the different traumatic things, I don't like the word baggage. I think life experiences, some are great, some are not so great, right? But I feel like it just makes you who you are. And like, for instance, the things that I've been through, I mean, I haven't even given you the tip of the iceberg, right? But the strength that I have as a result of that, I've grown, I've been challenged, I've overcome, you know, whatever. I don't like thinking of a woman as a victim of their past, right? You want to just go and be your best self every day, but then at the same time, the more struggles and things like that you've overcome, you're going to need a man who can meet you there, right? Yeah. Who can recognize that strength and see it as a desirable quality, and can
I'm sorry,
can be a good match,
yeah,
right? And if what you need is a softer guy to help you heal, there's times in life for that too, right? Because things, it's a flow like a river in your life, things up and down. You have a different thought.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
No,
like,
don't apologize.
When it comes to baggage and stuff like that, like I understand. Like we're humans.
Yeah.
We are social beings, so therefore we feel like we need other people. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, I don't think I need a man. Like I have
if you
borderline personality disorder, right?
Oh, okay.
So like to me, it's just like, when I'm hearing them, like, I'm literally suffering in my brain, like, 24/7. You know what I mean? I'm surviving every day. And then I'm hearing, like, oh, a man is just going to make it better.
Oh, no.
You
I'm
know?
saying if you want a partner, a companion, if you want to be in a marriage, that's what I'm saying. You got to have it match up to be the right energy for what you need.
I think when I, say baggage, it can be... can seem super negative, like a really negative term, but
yeah, I agree.
I think when I think of baggage, I think of getting into a relationship with a man who has mental health issues, because getting into a relationship with someone who does have mental health issues can be super draining on yourself also. If that's one thing that's one thing I try to avoid at most, because they're dealing with a lot of stuff in their own heads, so it's how are you going to be able to deal with having a relationship?
Yeah, I feel like that's really fair, because everyone has their own limits and boundaries, and at the end of the day, relationships matter, of course, but you also need to prioritize yourself too. And it's if that's going to be causing so much stress on you that you feel like you're giving all your energy, you don't want to have to do that.
Yeah. We'll continue going around with type, I guess. Morgan, do you want to tell the audience your type? I bet all of them are begging to know.
Please tell us.
I don't think I have a type, but I would say I'm more attracted to certain people. So, I mean, a tall guy. Chill. Tall, brunette, light eyes, or, yeah, I think, yeah.
And that's just a preference, but that doesn't mean that you have to stick to just that type.
I don't think I really go with my type. Like, I think I'm, like, yeah, we were attracted to most, like, that type, but then that's not the people I end up with.
We were just talking about that earlier, but we were
Yeah.
saying how, like, some women have, like, a specific type, but they don't always, like, get the boyfriend that's exactly what they want. you
Right.
know? Like, we were both saying how earlier we dated guys that were the opposite of our type. So we feel like it doesn't really matter.
And it's funny because, you know, we spent so much time in the conversation talking about how this one specific criteria is a lot of guys' type, and that's just the age thing, right? But I'm sure that men have way more qualities than just age.
Oh yeah, let me give you the list. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
thank you for that segue. All right, what I want. Let's start with looks, and then we'll do personality. Okay, so looks. Any race is fine. Slight preference for white women and Asian women, but I'll date a black girl, I'll date a Latina. Slight preference, though, for white women, Asian women. Let's see. Prefer short, a little shorter, but I'll date any height. I'll date a girl who's 6'5". I'll date a girl who's 4'5". Don't care. For kids, though, it's probably maybe taller is a little better. Like for
having
for
kids?
having kids,
For birthing babies?
for having kids, you know.
Anybody here
for
have
like
kids
having
besides
some fucking warrior children, but don't care. I'm attracted to short women, tall
that's
women.
a whole thing.
Don't care.
It's a whole other thing.
That's a thing. Is that
yeah,
a
that's
can
a
of
whole
worms?
other thing.
What's
like dating for genetics, like, is a thing. For sure.
That's what Elon does.
Yeah, you know,
Wait, why?
Elon Musk does
you
that.
object to that?
I mean, if someone wants to do that, that's what they can do, but that's kind of crazy.
I literally heard people talking recently about how
Why
they
is it
won't date a guy unless he's not had the, I can't say that word, shot.
The
Wait,
Fauci
virus.
owie?
Yes,
Or
the
what's it-
Fauci owie.
Oh, okay.
Or wait, that's not what it's called.
They won't date a guy unless he's not had the Fauci
Other way
owie.
around.
What is that?
Fauci ouchie.
The Fauci ouchie.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I've heard that too.
Yeah.
I've never heard it in that way before. That really
Fauci ouchie, that's funny.
But that's weird to want to. I mean, isn't that why people are attracted to other people?
I don't. Well, like their
think-
beliefs.
I
With the
mean,
genetics?
I don't think that's what people
Sometimes
think when they like
people-
want to date people. It's not like, oh, our kids are going to be really cute.
Girls say that all the
There's
time.
some-
I want D1 babies.
There's some childbearing hips on that gal over
I feel
there.
like if you're getting
I
into
want
like
some
a
D1
genuine
babies.
relationship, you're gonna want to get with him first, and then later down you're gonna be like, oh yeah, like our kid's gonna be cute. But it's like your attraction trigger isn't, oh, that guy's really cute.
No, I mean, it's not like primary. I
Yeah,
don't think it's
that's
a
what I'm
primary
saying.
thing, but it's like kind of in the back of the head.
Really, I never thought.
At least
about
for
that.
height.
I
Like
never
I'm
thought
definitely
about that.
thinking if she's like 4'7", like our kids are gonna be fucked.
But isn't it usually the
Doesn't it depend?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We can
It's not
have,
always the case.
huh?
Sometimes it goes different.
But no, there is
Like, a lot of
something, dude. If
people
I
in my
see a really
family-
tall chick, I'm like, yes, tall children. Boom.
There's like
Sometimes.
really short people in my family who have had
Okay,
really tall
Madison.
kids.
All right. Wait, what do you mean?
What do you mean? I'm saying like my aunt and uncle had a kid and he's really like way taller than
Yeah, I
both
know
of
that
them.
that can happen, but like tall parents are more likely to have tall
Yeah.
children. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, what else? Natural body supremacist. So obviously, like hygiene, grooming, important, but strong preference for no plastic surgery, no fake tits, no fake lips, no BBL, no lipo, no labia, plasty, no tongue split. Sorry. No, I'm sorry.
You're not on my roster.
I'm sorry.
I wasn't trying to come
I'm sorry.
That was the very first question. Would you date him?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Minimal or no makeup. Prefer no perfume. Yeah.
No peanuts.
No peanuts.
No peanuts.
Allergic?
They have to
That's
hate
So weird.
all nuts.
The peanut thing? I'm allergic. What do you mean? Why is it weird?
I never knew that you're allergic.
You could go
Now
into
she's
the
gonna-
anaphylactic
Madison's
shock.
gonna poison me over here.
Yeah, you should have told me that.
When you do your baking, you can put some.
You should have told me that, so I like don't bake with peanuts.
That is
good to know.
Yeah. If she's baking
I
for
could
you,
have brought
like,
something.
do
You
you
could have just
like-
choked and died right in that
No,
seat.
okay, so
That'd
it's
be
not
horrible.
like my allergy to peanut. It's not insane,
Okay.
but
You
I
just
don't
get
like
itchy?
it.
Oh.
Yeah, my mouth gets
I
a
don't
little
like peanuts
itchy.
either, so okay. I just don't like the taste.
Yeah, but plastic surgery, don't like it. I'll take.
Crazy. Sorry.
Why is that crazy?
I just think like people should just exist. Oh, sorry.
People
I just
should
think that people should just exist and like you shouldn't.
Yes, I agree. People should just exist without plastic surgery.
No.
I
no.
agree.
I don't
They
see
should
like
exist
what's
as
the
they are.
problem with plastic surgery? Can you answer me that?
Oh, I'll give you 100 million reasons.
Yeah.
First off, let's just talk about the aesthetics. I actually think aesthetically, I don't think it looks good. So like fake tits, I don't think it looks better than like a girl with an A cup or a B cup. I don't think it looks better. It gives me uncanny valley. It just doesn't. I don't think it looks good aesthetically. But that's me as somebody who'd rather date a girl with A cups than a girl with fake double Ds.
Okay.
That's me as a guy who'd prefer a little belly fat over the lipo belly. I don't like the lipo belly.
I
That's
get that.
me as a guy who'd prefer to date a girl with small butt, no butt over a BBL. BBLs look ridiculous. It doesn't
But there's
look right.
different types of BBLs. Okay, hold on. There's different types of
Ain't-
BBLs.
there
Because that
ain't
girl that
ever-
was sitting next
there
to me,
is
she was
no
fine as
such
fuck.
thing.
Her BBL looked nice as hell. And then there was
No,
another BBL.
no.
Yeah, her ass looks so
There's
nice.
no such thing
And
as a
then-
good BBL.
Jahan, there's skinny BBLs. And that's when they don't put that much
Work
fat in
for
there,
it.
but they're like
Work
more
for
so
it.
like.
Work for it.
Sometimes that
Squats,
doesn't work.
hip thrusts.
Sometimes that doesn't
That's
work.
one of the
You know,
most
I was
dangerous
out there
surgeries you
in the
can
gym
get.
for a whole
Yeah, that's true.
year.
More people
and
die
I
from
only
that.
have the dump
That's
truck that
rookie.
I had a
have.
family
Rookie
member
numbers. Oh, tell us the story,
where
Maddie.
she was just saying how it's really dangerous and like
Yeah,
a
that's
lot
a
of people die
dangerous
from it. I actually
procedure.
had like a family member who did.
She had a family
Who
member
died
that
from a BBL?
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow, that's crazy.
It's so dangerous.
It is
That's why I'm
very
like strongly
dangerous.
against it now.
Lip fillers. Lip fillers. Give me a girl with a small upper lip over that like R-slurred. I don't know the lip. It doesn't look right.
No.
Any girls here have lip
I just
filler?
know what you're talking about.
No.
No, I don't.
Anybody?
No.
So I wasn't meaning to point. I was just,
And you know, one of the things to keep in mind since you guys are younger is the more fillers that you get in your face, all the plastic surgeons and stuff are saying that that'll age you faster. On your
yeah.
longevity of your natural beauty, it'll age you faster. The more
true.
fillers you get, the
That's
earlier
true.
in your life. And also the same with the Botox. All these girls getting Botox in their 20s. It actually messes with your face, and it's not good for your longevity of your beauty.
That's definitely true that there's some like negatives and everything. But I mean, again, you do really have to look into like who's performing their work on your face.
That's
like it's
always
very important that they're
important.
certified.
Always.
They know what they're doing.
Always.
You asked if
or you could just not get plastic surgery.
No.
Yeah, but if people
Or you
like
could
it,
just-
then
or
they
you could
like
just-
it. Like you asked if I had
No.
lip fillers.
I am
I don't
dying
have
for
any in
plastic
now,
surgery.
but
let
I've
me
had
give you the
that.
rundown on
preferences
this.
of what they
Let me
wanna
give you the
do.
rundown on this. We gotta elevate our frequency, right? We gotta elevate.
Oh, are we talking my language right now, Brian?
fucking
Are you ready to
He's
go?
trying.
We gotta
Consciousness.
elevate our
Let's
frequency,
go.
right? I think what we gotta do, instead of saying, if there's something wrong with you and you wanna fix it, go. I think we need to improve people's mental fortitude and constitution. We need to develop and procure the constitution of women so they can look in the face of the plastic surgeon and say, fuck you, bitch. I ain't getting this lip filler. Fuck you.
Amend and ratify.
Double think, huh?
Amend and ratify it.
Yes. Listen, we need to develop and curate the constitution of women so they reject this beauty standard, these unrealistic beauty standards.
That is
We ought to move away from this tragedy.
Well,
I think that women are being taught.
Main
and you could just
character
say
to not like
natural
their
lips
fillers.
matter, and then you can
Anyways.
use your same group there and put it with the no lip injections, and then boom, there you
If
go.
my girlfriend came to me and she was like, Brian, I want to get some fake titties, I'd be like, no.
Okay, and then
Would
she
you
still
break
goes
up with
and do it. She's her own person.
I would be like, I am less attracted to you now.
Okay, that's your problem, not hers.
Actually,
I am less attracted to you now.
Okay, and me personally, right? I want to get my nipples removed.
What the fuck?
So like,
or that's.
Wait, don't you have them pierced?
Yeah, I do. But eventually, I want to get them removed. Huh?
You have 4 piercings.
Yeah, I
What's the
know.
reason?
Just because I want to look like a Barbie doll, like underneath. Like I want to get rid of my belly button. I want to get breast implants, and I also want to get rid of like
check this shit. Okay.
my rib.
Check this shit.
I want to remove.
If
some
my
ribs.
girlfriend comes to me and she's like, Brian, I've actually had a girl I was dating come to me and she's like, I don't like my boobs. Her boobs were fine. She had like nice boobs. I don't know what her something. I don't know. Whatever.
Well, did she not like it because it was too big or too small?
She had like a C cup. I'm like, what are you fucking
That's
doing?
like perfect. Yeah.
I'm like, what are
Every
you
girl
fucking
wants a
doing?
C-cup.
I wish I had a C-cup.
But she's like, I want them bigger. I'm like, no. Okay,
No.
so anyways, if she came to me, she says, I want to get a boob job. I would say, I would do everything in my power to gas her the fuck up on her existing titties.
Well, that part is nice though.
I'm
like,
that's great.
I gotta build my partner up.
Yeah.
No,
and
and
I
as
gotta
you
get her
should.
back on the path and be like, listen.
Well, like you
Listen.
should build her up and everything, but also it's
I
like
don't
more of
think
a
every
personal
person that
choice.
says that they don't like their titties is insecure. I don't like my titties, but I'm not walking around being like, oh, I hate this shit, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, just one day I'm just going to get breast implants. That's it.
If a girl wants to do it, she's just gonna do it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like
that sucks,
oh,
but
it's not that really
that
big
sucks.
of a deal.
But she's just like so messed up in her head that
Once
she's gonna
she
have.
hears what I have to say, she's gonna change her mind.
Oh yeah.
I think there's like a difference between like
I-
body modification to the like in a creative.
Well, I'm also
pursuit.
getting like breast implants. as
Exactly in that pursuit, rather than saying like an insecure kind of way, because it seems like you're just doing out of you just want
But I
to
just feel like
you have
a lot of
certain
women
goal
are
to do
being
it.
taught that they need to not like it
Mhm.
because
Yes.
of people like Brian who are walking around.
Like
Don't
Brian.
make that face, because there's a lot of people that go around saying shit like, I like natural bodies and da
I
da
do.
da da. And the next thing you know, everyone that they follow on Instagram, the people that
They're
they
hypocrites.
talk to, yeah, exactly.
I don't follow anybody on Instagram.
No, but she's not talking about just you.
Yeah, that shouldn't
But like
be the
first,
case,
it's like, oh, like women, like they need to be picture perfect, they need to be gorgeous, and now people are like doing that, and they're like, oh wow, guys, stop, that's too much. Like nobody's ever happy if the woman herself is unhappy with her body and wants to do something.
She's good.
Go do
Just
it.
make sure if
Do
you
it.
do
Be safe,
anything, do
be
it
happy.
only for
Don't
you.
do it.
Not
Or just
for
don't do it.
anyone.
Just don't
With
do
like
it.
just
Just
like the
don't- just don't
Botox,
do it.
like say like lips, Botox, whatever. Like I think everyone that gets that stuff looks the same. They all look the same.
Unless
They
they
all
get too
end
much.
up.
Bad.
If
They
they
all
get
have
too
the
much,
same
they don't look the
features.
same.
What?
Like, they
the
should
same
look the
features,
same.
like they end up. Yeah, like Kylie
Well,
Jenner. Like a
couple
lot of people, you can
Oh,
see
boy,
a
we
lot of
got-
people online
we got
that look like
like
Kylie
10
Jenner.
minutes. 10
or
minutes.
like
10
Kardashians.
minutes.
I have a question
Okay.
then. Did Deadbeat look like Kylie Jenner earlier then? Because she definitely had filler.
I think that her
didn't think
filler,
she
if
had
she
the
did,
same
look
face.
super
I didn't
cute.
think- like, I just.
A lot of
you know.
people that
I just
do
thought
end
really
up
pretty.
starting to get facial like fillers or whatever are gonna go to like the
It don't
extent
look
of
right.
it. And they're all gonna look the same.
Well, I don't agree with that because I've gotten fillers for like previous years. I've had fillers. I don't have any fillers in my lips right now, but I have. It's like I don't go for that. Like I go for more of like a natural, like my preference. What I see a little bit of like, oh, I'd like a little more like here or there, something like that. Obviously, that's not like everybody, but like when I'm injecting myself, like I'm doing it because I like how it makes me feel afterwards, and like I'm not. Like, I don't think it has to stem into, like, a lot of people always go, like, oh, it's an addictive thing. Like, you get one injection and you just can't stop. Like, no, it's not. That just narrative makes it seem so weird. Like,
I think
A
that's
lot
like
of them
a
do,
suggestive like narrative. You know what I mean? It's like when someone suggests to you like a certain thing, and then you're just like, yeah, I can play into that. Basically, you know what I mean? Almost
Yeah,
kind of like
flag
a
on the play.
placebo.
I'm not
It's
scared
like when
of
people
this.
talk about weed, it's going to make you lazy and blah blah blah. But
Yeah,
for me, it's
exactly.
the exact opposite.
I had nose surgery, and I am so happy. I hated my nose. I hated it my whole life. I would always had an issue with it. I debated on it. I got lip fillers. I was like, that's not it. Finally, I just jumped in, got the surgery. It looks like a regular nose. Like it's just
right now.
and it works better than it
God.
did before because I had like kind of a messed up septum, so it got fixed. But I don't regret it at all. I'm happy about the choice, and it hasn't made me want to do like wild things. But if there's something I want to correct about myself, and like it's something that I personally want to work on, like I have no problem doing that, and I support anyone who wants to. or does not want to.
Definitely make sure you go to somebody that is qualified, licensed, certified, not in Tijuana for
that's
a
for
cut
sure.
rate price.
True.
Doesn't
That is
have
very
billboards
true.
to try to
Mommy
bring in new
makeover.
patients. You don't use
You're
a
not
Groupon for
traveling
that.
for
you know?
cheapness. You want to make sure it's quality.
Don't use a
Yeah.
Groupon for
Yes.
cancer treatments,
For your eyes, not for
getting
LASIK,
surgery,
no.
LASIK, or plastic surgery.
Yeah.
No Groupons.
The big nose, yeah.
I'm against plastic surgery across the board.
That's
don't
okay.
like
You
it.
don't have to.
Don't like it.
Don't worry.
Don't like it.
That's okay.
Surgery as well, if they want
Don't
to.
like it. You got to do. Listen, there is an assault. There's an attack on women right now. Okay?
There is. We know.
I would agree with that.
As men,
We know.
men, if we're going to be protectors, we can't just protect you just from physical threats. We have to protect you of threats of mind. That's one of our jobs as protectors. And one of the mental threats, one of the mental assaults on women is plastic surgery.
I agree, and it's because all these guys are looking
Cosmetics.
looking at the people with the plastic surgery and wishing that their woman looked like that. So it puts a bunch of pressure on the women. So they can't be a hypocrite.
I feel like a lot of women idolize those women.
Well, let me tell you, I got
That's true,
my
yeah.
breasts augmented when I was early 30s, and it was in I'm not going to talk about, it was in my first marriage, all right, and it was nothing that I thought I really needed. And so then I was stuck with that for 20 years. Well, I met my husband, and he said, you don't need that. And it's been so long. My daughters also said, you really should think about your health and blah, blah, blah. So I had them removed a couple of years ago, and couldn't be happier. I felt like my normal self again. I am, got a cute little figure again.
But I think it's cute, though. You're saying you did this for yourself because originally you were pressured into doing it for him, and now you're like, no, like, this is what makes me happy.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I mean, we were together 15 years, and that
Wait,
was.
he wanted you to get fake titties?
He didn't
That's
come
what I
out
thought.
and tell me to get them, but that's all he.
You could tell.
That's all he was fixated on, and so he
you
didn't
pay
have
for
to.
it?
He didn't have to say it right now. Okay, I'm not gonna get into all that, but
All right,
anyway, point being, super happy. I'm with a man who likes the natural, female form, and just couldn't be happier now, and healthy and good and all that.
Okay.
I agree with him about. I feel like it's so much pressure for perfection and for abnormal expectations on women nowadays.
That's definitely true.
Yeah, good times. What was the last thing? Oh, I think we're just, okay, we did the plastic surgery. Oh, what I'm like looking for in a girl, I guess. I guess we'll wrap up on that. I don't know if this counts as physical, but women with nice voices. I guess there's different kinds of nice voices, like soft, pleasant voices. That's good.
What do you want us to say about the voices?
I think he's just talking about his prep. No, he's just voices. I almost forgot we were talking about
Oh,
that.
okay. I was like,
Yeah.
shoot, I don't know. I never.
They have to bow. Bowing's important, super important. Personality, moderate preference for introverted women. I'll date an extroverted girl, but prefer introverted. Quiet, calm, soft-spoken. Let's see. What else? Modesty's good. Pretty strong preference for doesn't drink, doesn't party, doesn't do drugs, doesn't go to bars or clubs. That's pretty important. And brings me peace. That's good. And what else? That's pretty good.
Can I ask
That's some
about
of
the
it.
bowing thing real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Where did that come from, do you think?
Look, I'm just trying to bring a girl to Hawaii. Wait, what?
The bow thing.
What?
Where did it, is that real?
Wait, why are you laughing, Morgan?
Where did that come from?
You don't want to go to Hawaii? What's up?
Yeah, but
Oh, was
like-
he trying
you
to
don't
bring
like
you to
Hawaii?
Hawaii?
You should go on like a
What?
work trip.
You don't like Hawaii?
yeah,
Go to Hawaii.
Where did Hawaii
I'll
come
take a
from?
trip to Hawaii.
You fund it.
Wait, what was your question?
The bow, is the bow thing real?
Sure.
Okay, that's my answer.
Why?
Never mind.
You object to the bow?
I feel like, are you committed to
Show
that?
me a bow. Why don't you do a bow right now? Let's see it.
I'll bow to you.
Be a submissive.
A real bow?
Yes.
A real one.
Just like jiu-jitsu bow?
Are we going to get back into the submissive
Yeah, you have to bow.
conversation? Is
No,
that what you
please,
said?
God, no.
Please, no, it's too late at night for that.
Wait, should we push? Wait, hold on. Let's see. Wait, what's that, Nick?
No.
Wait, what? I'm trying to think. What is the other big thing?
9 is that?
You were going through like your rapid fire.
The what?
You were going through
Your
like
Oh,
rapid fire
okay. I'll do
criteria
this.
that you
Oh,
prefer.
yeah.
Okay,
I'm
5
ready.
minutes. And we're gonna wrap. I blame it on Morgan, honestly, for like this show going so late. I definitely think it's Morgan's fault.
Thanks,
She's
Morgan.
very talkative. It's a
Yeah,
lot.
definitely her fault.
Yeah.
Who's the primary victim of war, men or women?
Of war?
Yeah.
Did we already do this?
Men.
No, we did the bear one.
Everybody's a casualty.
Men.
Men?
Everybody?
Men or women?
Is it casualty?
You have to
in war?
pick.
Yeah, if it's
you
a
have to-
pick, it's men, but yeah.
Yeah, men.
Probably men, like just like overall,
Yeah.
I guess.
Men.
No, it's absolutely men.
All
Through
right.
history.
Who's physically stronger, men or women?
Men.
Starting with you.
Men, for sure. I know that. You have to use
Me?
technique.
Yeah, most men are definitely physically stronger. I'm not
Men.
that strong.
Men.
Men.
Obvious.
Men.
That was such a random order.
I don't know. Can you be sexist towards men?
Oh.
Yes and no. Yes or no? Oh, are you gonna want me to elaborate on that, or do you just want me to pick a side?
Do you want me to explain it?
I'll say no.
He's like,
I'll just say no. Fuck guys.
What the? Damn, bro.
I'm kidding. Ish.
It's just
I would get banned if I said that shit about women.
Say it.
Well, I think that just
I don't.
proved your point, didn't it?
I don't, no, I actually don't think that. I like women.
Yeah, and I like guys too, but they're still shitty.
Okay. Are men trash?
Yeah, for sure.
Are men trash?
No, what?
Are men trash?
No.
A lot of men are trash, but not
Damn.
all men. Not all men.
Are most men trash?
Hashtag.
Are most men trash?
Hashtag. There's probably a large amount of men who are trash. Probably.
Very large man.
See what I'm talking about? What's up? What about you?
Not all men.
But most men?
I do agree with that.
A lot of men?
A lot
There's
of.
just so many.
I don't
Man,
think.
What do you think? What do you guys think of men?
I don't think men are trash. I mean, here's the thing, and I feel really strongly about this, the whole toxic masculinity. Oh, it's toxic masculinity, toxic masculinity. Well, who's gonna go fight on the front line? Who's gonna lift the big bales of hay and all that stuff that I can't do? Who's gonna carry the people out of the burning building? You know what I mean? That's toxic masculinity. It's just masculinity. But there's toxic females and there's toxic males. It's just a toxic person. It's everybody has their own responsibility for their behavior.
But it's
and
more
you're
likely
a toxic
for men to
person.
be more toxic.
Fake news.
It's not.
Fake
it's
news.
really not.
It's-
They're
Fake
the
news.
aggressors in
Fake news.
mostly everything.
Fake news.
Okay.
Fake news.
I disagree.
Fake news.
No way. Thank you.
I disagree.
It's in the statistics.
Statistics of what though?
It's
Because
just
I have
anything.
known
Pull
some
up
really
anything. Pull
mean
up
girls.
The jails, like who's in there, mainly men. Whenever we look at like pedophilia, like
Oh my.
it's mainly men. Like it's just
What about all the
men that are
teachers
big
having
news.
sex with all the boys at
Yeah,
the high
what about
school?
all
No, that's
the
really bad
teachers?
too, and that
And
should
I
be
What
didn't
about
say
that?
that.
It's every
That's
week it's
every
somebody in the
week.
news for
That's
that.
A lot of
Every
predators.
week.
I mean,
are
I
men.
know because
Every
I was a
freaking
high
week.
school
She
was a
teacher.
teacher.
Every
I was a
freaking
high
week.
school teacher.
Okay, she was a high
Oh
school
my God!
teacher.
No, here we go.
All them chicks be what?
Yeah. Okay. So I was an English teacher at first, and I was in my 30s, blonde, white English teacher. That's the ones that do it every time. It seems like.
It's these
but
blonde,
it's
white chicks.
I don't know why, but they do that. Anyway, my first school, the head of the English department, you can Google it, Brandon McDaniel, Sam Houston High School in Arlington, Texas. He is in prison for having all these girls, and he would pick women, he would pick girls that didn't have a dad at home and whose mom spoke Spanish so he could hide it better. And they all looked like his wife. And she just gave birth to their third child the same week he got arrested. It was horrific. I changed schools. I was like, I can't be here anymore.
That's fair. You knew him?
Yeah, he was my department head.
Did you ever suspect it a little bit? Like he was giving weird signs?
No, he
like,
just,
you're
no,
like,
he was a very charismatic guy. I mean, you just never would have imagined that it was so rampant with that. But at any rate, it seems like it's all women nowadays.
I think it's like whatever the media is showing, kind of. Like, I don't know if it's necessarily statistically true.
I don't know. All I know is I see a new article every week of some female teacher.
Wait, I want to mention something that I think a lot of the viewers appreciate from you. The white that's like a
white.
The way she said it.
White or
my students always said I enunciate white when
white
where
white
white.
I want to start doing it though. I want to start.
I
want to do
enunciate.
that too. Yeah.
What's that?
What do you want?
What?
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 White.
Do you?
White.
Okay.
When?
What are you guys
What?
even talking about?
Where?
Okay.
It's an accent thing.
What? Yeah. Okay. Hold on.
It's like when you say water, like wall.
Wait.
I can't say
hold
like that.
on.
What
So-
is that?
wait.
Water.
No, I like it. It's cool. It's cool. Last
my
thing.
students always mention that.
Wait, there's a chat, and then last thing, and then we're gonna wrap. I promise. I'm sorry, Morgan. I'm sorry.
Hello.
Can you read this, Morgan?
To the redhead Jersey girl, intersectional has nothing to do with feminism. Hypothetically,
that's what it is.
60-year-old black gay woman, gray hair, brown eyes, short broke. Definition of westernized feminism, please.
So, okay, fair. That's definitely not a branch.
30 seconds. Go ahead.
But, yeah, we're going way back. But, Western, yeah, there's like radical feminism. There's the traditional. The Western is just like what we know here in the West, like taking down the patriarchy.
Oh my.
But radical is like we're gonna take it down. Like we're gonna bring the torches out. Radical is more like the men have really messed things up, so we need to take over, kind of. That's the radical.
Yeah, so it's like...
The Western is more like the patriarchy has like a lot to do with like our issues here, so like we need to.
Has it always been that green chat? Sorry.
I don't
what?
know exactly.
I don't know.
I'm done.
Yeah,
I
so
don't know exactly.
wait, really quick on the patriarchy. That's actually
I
the
tried.
last thing I wanted to touch
I
on.
started pulling up comments on this. It's crazy.
So, do you believe in the patriarchy?
Yes.
Yeah,
Feminist?
we went over this.
Into the mic?
Yes.
Yes. Patriarchy? Yes.
Like that it's real.
Is there patriarchy?
Yeah.
Patriarchy?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Really, what is
Yes.
the patriarchy? Wait, you believe in the patriarchy?
I believe there is a patriarchy, yeah.
Oh, but you like it?
I think, what I just said a second ago, I believe in equality of opportunity. I don't believe in equality of outcome being forced. So, I mean, I think this is the system for humans for millennia and whatever, but there's reasons for it.
Well, here, let me get into my thing then. How do you define patriarchy?
Just a system that's predominantly run by men, or dominantly.
So into that, yes, it's a system constructed, created, and run by men that ensures and goes by their values, right?
Mhm.
So that's like what's in the system, right?
Yes.
So if there was more
Of
like
course.
less that, there'd be less value of.
It's beautiful.
You know.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. It's 2 a.m., bro.
How do you define patriarchy?
But that's kind of what I.
Man in charge. Boo.
Okay. Well, how do you define patriarchy?
I think system of power.
System of power.
Kind of like a group of people.
And these people are what?
I mean, I guess, yeah,
Secret,
men.
underground.
Okay, so under patriarchy, are women oppressed?
They can be.
Did
They
you say
can
you were a
be.
feminist?
I mean,
I'm
okay.
kind of just asking the feminists this
Whenever
question,
you guys were breaking down the definition, and that's when I was like, yeah, I guess I would like call myself a feminist, but I side with Libby.
Okay.
Basically, yeah.
All right, so under patriarchy, are women oppressed?
They can be.
Are they?
It depends on the situation, because like it can be predominantly run by men, the entire structure of the society, but that doesn't mean the laws or what's being inflicted on women is oppressing them.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You understand?
Sure.
Yeah.
Are women oppressed under patriarchy?
Under patriarchy, definitionally yes, because that's what it is.
Okay.
Like it's designed for that.
Yes, to certain degrees.
Okay.
I would have to agree.
Okay.
I'm going to have to say it depends on what country.
She wants to talk.
Okay.
Oh, my turn.
Oh, you are a feminist.
I like her
guess you're a feminist.
opinions.
My turn.
I like her contribution.
Well, it depends on the country, because, I mean, you're not putting a burqa on me. That's oppression, right? In Saudi Arabia, women only got their driver's license ability a couple of years ago. So
In
I don't
America.
think that... Where?
In America.
In America, then I would say comparatively, absolutely not. Women are not oppressed.
So for those of you who said women are oppressed, are you oppressed?
No. Then I would say no.
Probably in some ways, but I honestly can't think of right now. It's really late.
So if we're, like, I don't know how we're defining oppressed, but this is how I'm going to define it. Like, with certain opportunities compared to others, like, compared to men, there's definitely an imbalance there.
Men have more opportunities.
Yeah, like connections, opportunities to certain institutions. Like,
Institutions. Yeah.
like think about it. Like doctors
Is the school
predominantly
system an
are men.
institution?
It's like pushed upon men to be in certain areas. There's a lot of areas that women are pushed out of. Like I think it.
Women
yeah, for sure.
predominate in medicine.
Maybe in like the nursing field.
I'm pretty sure even in some of the other medical type fields. But okay, but you said systems.
Pay for sure is still under.
I should have got into this way long. Okay, you guys will have to come
yeah,
back,
wait.
but we'll do like
Or
like 5 minutes.
But
5 minutes, I swear.
Think about.
I swear.
Okay, if in 5 minutes you're not rapping, I'm gonna rap for you.
What the fuck?
She's gonna leave.
Okay, wait. So, and what about you?
What was the question again? Sorry.
Oh, are you oppressed? Into the mic. Into the mic.
Exactly. I got to think about it for a moment. I don't think so. No, not. No.
Okay. All right. So, I mean,
Not
really
that I'm
quick.
aware of.
I won't be able to. We won't be able to debate everything. But I mean, you said like opportunities. Okay. So, and you mentioned systems. So the university system, the college system in this country, who's more likely to go to college and graduate from college, men or women?
I know it's men. I mean, I know it's women.
Yeah, it's
but
like 60,
my point
60
is
to
like
40.
when you think about certain statistics, like rape statistics, right? R word. Sorry.
Oh.
R-slurred. How's that relevant?
Well, because that's under the system of like R word culture. That's all in that system.
Oh my God.
That's a whole nother conversation.
No, it goes
that's
into
why
it. If
we
you don't
can't
want to
do
get
it like
into it, we don't
this
have to get into it.
late.
We can cut it out. But it's all part of my argument. So it's like way deeper.
I would
than that. It's not
absolutely engage with you on that. But just because it's so late, we do have to wrap the show. But I'll just finish by saying men are more oppressed than women. Checkmate, feminists.
Oh my God, you're
W.
crazy. You're wild.
Men
won't concede
men are
to
way
that, but
more. Men are way more oppressed than women.
I don't know.
Kind of wild in on that one.
Just say
but
yes.
okay.
I agree with you, Brian. The patriarchy wins again.
The patriarchy never wins.
Serena, what do you think?
I will not.
You totally
concede.
agree, right? She totally agrees. Serena totally agrees.
She turned her head away from you. I don't know.
Men more oppressed than women. throughout all human history. Boom. Owned.
Wait, what?
Not just
No.
modern day, but throughout human history. Men more oppressed than women.
I would like to just say this one thing that
Yeah, tell me how you feel.
we all
This is a safe space,
contribute.
okay? This is a
we
safe
all
space.
contribute to the system in which in which like we're all oppressed. We all contribute in a way, right? Like because women. Okay, I can
What
just
was-
not respond
Sorry,
if that's
that
going
was
to be
Nick.
what that is.
I swear that was Nick. I'm sorry. Thank you for
okay.
apologizing, Nick. That was really rude.
Like men are also oppressed in that way because they're
Oh, shit.
they're affected by that too though. Like they're affected by the patriarchy too, mainly
Oh
in feminism.
Wait, are you guys down to come back on?
But the argument
You guys
though
down?
in feminism,
We'll come back. How long are you guys in California for?
we're leaving tomorrow.
Oh, you're leaving tomorrow? Okay. All right, we'll have you guys back on sometime. I will just say, look, the final thing. Men are more oppressed than women on one sole metric, forced military conscription. Worse than any female grievance, forced military conscription.
I'll give you that one, but I'm gonna have to come back with like some more rebuttal.
I don't think you can name one female specific grievance that is worse than forced military conscription.
I'm not sure right now, but
You can't. You can't.
you literally
You
wait
can't.
and see.
You can't.
Literally
Just
wait.
take the L. This
But
is,
isn't
just take the L.
But that
Just
is. But who
take
did that?
the
But who did
L.
that?
Oh my God. Bro. But the men though.
Yeah, but who did that? Literally, like that's my
I
question.
already told you that queens were more likely to wage wars than kings.
I understand that. I'm not like a Kamala Harris Biden type
What the
centrist.
fuck?
That's what you're saying right now. You're literally going like centrist type. I'm not. That's not where I stand. But
Yeah. Yeah. Men are more oppressed than women.
It's a weird way to end the podcast.
I know it's great, right?
You're trying to end it so
I
casually.
won't sign
you
off
can
to that.
rile it up.
I will not sign off to
Gonna
that.
make people
We're gonna need to change
Anyways,
the end.
we'll have to. We're gonna have to
To what?
bring it up next time. We're gonna have to debate it next time. We'll have you guys back on.
Yeah, we're gonna have to.
We'll have you guys
We'll have
back
some
out.
more duel it out
It was
before that,
really
I think.
great. Wait, actually, final question for you: what year did World War II end?
World War II. 1938.
No.
42.
That's
43. All right. Well, that was my guess. 3 guesses.
Going around the
when my
table,
guess started.
what is everybody's body count? Starting with Alien.
I don't know. I don't. It's like let's go. 15, 20. Somewhere between that.
15 or
15 to 20.
15 to 20.
Yeah.
Maddie doesn't.
If you know, you know.
She's already said it like a billion times on the podcast. What about you?
I'm not gonna say that.
What about you?
7.
What about you?
I'm gonna say like 3 to 4 because I'm not 100% sure.
What?
I don't remember. Like
Half a body.
I'm not
3.5.
100%. Well, actually, and
It's half a body.
there's one that I'm not quite sure how to count. So
Okay.
That is fair.
yeah, so there's,
That's valid.
I think 7 or 8.
Okay. All right.
single digits.
Single digits. Okay, guys, we're going to wrap up the show. Nick, we're going to get a Twitch host raid going. This show, oh my God. Oh, no, it hit 9 hours. God damn it. Wow, longest show ever. Good.
Wait, are you serious?
Longest show
was
ever.
us.
Longest show ever.
longest show.
My goodness, 9 hours.
killed it.
The one that was over.
No, we've it's been like,
Wow.
yeah. Anyways,
We came, we
Look at
conquered,
that.
we
it's actually
crushed
funny.
it.
I said, anyways, Nick, we got it. Who we gonna raid? Nick, who we rating? Who we rating?
Aladar, Peo, Fashadama.
Oh, Peo. Wait, hold on. Let me just check who we have. Hold on. What the fuck? Oh my God. One sec, boys.
What's your body count?
Oh yeah.
I'm a virgin.
I knew it.
True
I'm a
answer.
virgin.
The answers come
I've
out.
never even.
seen a
What are their
labia.
body counts
You don't
over
even know
there?
what a labia is. Like,
I don't know.
I imagine you're
Textbooks.
scared of women.
Nick's also.
I'm terrified.
Nick
Terrified.
is too.
Okay, Nick, we're gonna do Frostadamus. Frostadamus.
Yeah, it's actually 1. Never mind.
Wait, hold on. All right, guys. Big thank you to the panel. Shout out to. Shout out to. Wait, what was?
Guys, how much protein do you think is gonna be in my oats?
Wait,
today?
what? Yeah. Okay, guys. What was I saying? Yeah. Let me just. GG, well played to the panel. It was a very good show, fun show. Got into a bunch of debates. Appreciate you guys. This was our longest stream ever, so I appreciate you guys burning the midnight fuel with us, and your patience for making it through to the very end. If I could, I would give you all trophies for making it here. Last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. Your patronage is very much appreciated. We will be live again. We might be doing a Thursday stream, maybe. Maybe. Not a dating talk. It will be a possible debate. We'll see. It's up in the air. So make sure to subscribe, turn your notifications on, whatever. We will be live again with another dating talk Sunday, 5 p.m. Pacific. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM out, whatever, on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. Nick, pull up the Twitch really quick first. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. If you have one, if you got one, what is it? Drop us a Prime sub. Oh, it's been 2 hours since we got a Prime. Definitely bugged. If any of you who are watching, 800 of you who are watching, drop us a Prime sub, drop us a follow before we send you over to raid Frostadamus. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you. And then Nick, pull up Frostadamus. I'm gonna raid him over on Twitch. What is he fucking cooking? What the fuck? Yeah. Why is his stream set up in his kitchen? All right, pull it up. All right, those of you who watch on Twitch, thank you guys. I'm going to start the raid. That's going to send in in 7 seconds. Thank you guys. Appreciate you guys for watching on Twitch. Also, be sure to subscribe to Maddie's Feet Finder, feetfinder.com/
and dog.
Okay, raid. Oops, going through on Twitch. That should be going through.
1 scoop of protein. What about if you put some creatine inside? 1 scoop of creatine.
Is he cooking protein?
What? Who's there?
Such a good song.
Yo, Brian.
Yo.
Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Holy smokes.
He's cooking with
here, boys. We're cooking with white powder.
What the fuck? He's making some crazy shit. Normally he plays World of Warcraft, but I guess he's cooking
You gotta switch it up sometimes.
He's cooking something.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Welcome, everyone, from the dating podcast.
Anyways, cool. All right. You can pause that. Okay. And then let me just make sure there were no chats that came through. Okay, we are all good. Did this one? No, I didn't. Okay, thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. Thank you. Guys, like the video on your way out. 07's in the chat. Good night, guys. We will see you soon. Good night.